He was originally a stubborn stone under the 8-Trigram's furnace of the Supreme Old Lord, which transformed into human form after being roasted by the 6 divine fires for 5,000 years. After cultivating in the heavenly court for over 3,000 years, he finally stepped into the immortal realm. He is the most carefree and rogue immortal in the 9 heavens, yet he has been accused of misconduct by countless celestial maidens. The Jade Emperor, furious, ordered the giant spirit god to kick him down to the mortal realm. This generation of the heavenly court is useless, the real-life survival record of an unemployed immortal in the mortal world. Mortal survival rules lesson 1. Set up a stall on the sky bridge to tell fortunes, earning 3,000 a day. This young lady, you lack me in your fate. Chapter 1 at the South Heaven Gate. Clouds and mist swirled beneath. The true immortal Doluo smiled, opened his arms, and struck a graceful flying pose, ready to leap down. The giant spirit god stood behind him, raised his large hand, and pretended to disperse his celestial power. This was a feint meant for the 4 heavenly kings who were whispering, not far away. Suddenly, he lifted his right leg and kicked Doluo, true immortal, in the butt, shouting, "Get down." The giant spirit god was coerced by this guy and could not openly disperse his celestial power, nor did he dare to disobey the Jade Emperor's decree. So this kick was not just out of spite, but also used all his scattered celestial power. It was just that he didn't know how big the difference between a kick in the butt and a crown blessing could be. After all, this was his first time using his foot to perform such magic. Damn. Doluo, true immortal, hadn't even struck the right pose when he received a kick in the butt. Angered, he cursed, only to feel a scorching torrent surge from his butt into his entire body, causing him to let out a scream and tumble down from the 39th heaven. Summer 2002, Jizhou, Happiness Community. Qin, he was on a night shift this week, wearing a wrinkled, dirty black security uniform. His cap askew, lazily half-reclining on a rickety wooden chair, with his feet propped up on the table. Chapter 2. Qin, he looked down and saw a delicate platinum necklace around the woman's fair neck, with a green Mithria Buddha hanging from it. A wave of ecstasy surged through him. He savored the moment from earlier and sensed the aura in his dantian. He understood that this was spiritual energy. It seemed that although this world had lost its spiritual energy, some things still contained it. With spiritual energy, cultivation was possible. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but scratch his head in frustration. As a transformed stubborn stone, how was he supposed to practice basic Taoist cultivation techniques? Forget it, he thought. He reached out, cautiously touching the jade Mithria Buddha pendant. He knew nothing about it, but felt that the craftsmanship was exquisite, cool to the touch, though the spiritual energy had vanished without a trace. Putting down the pendant, he supported himself on either side of the woman's body, just as he was about to get up when he heard snoring. Though he didn't like such superficial women, he was deeply disappointed by this woman's behavior of holding a handsome man while remaining unperturbed and falling asleep. Thus, he extended his sinful hand and pinched her in a sensitive spot. Chapter 3. Jizhou, second only to Weizhou in Hebei province, is a large city, bustling with traffic and towering skyscrapers. Having taken off his security uniform, Qin shuffled along in a pair of plastic-soled black cloth slippers, wearing yellow army pants on the bottom and a black shirt bought for 5 yuan from a street vendor on top, with sleeves rolled up high and 2 buttons missing. Standing at the intersection, the sunlight was blinding, and he didn't know where to go. He still had 500 yuan in his pocket, which could only afford him a little over a month's stay in a hotel without eating or drinking. Directly across, there was a huge billboard on the building, and he glanced at the scantily clad model in the advertisement, shaking his head and sighing, the morals of society are declining. In a daze, he recalled the situation before descending to the mortal realm. Heavenly Court, Lingxiao Treasure Hall. The moon goddess Chang'e, with tear-streaked cheeks, cried that Doluo, true immortal, actually roasted my jade rabbit and ate it. The weaving maiden knelt beside Chang'e, her face flushed with shame. This year, during the Qixi festival, I was supposed to meet Niolong on the eastern bank of the Milky Way. But that Doluo, true immortal, hid under our bed and eavesdropped all night. After saying this, the weaving maiden shed tears of indignation. Before the Jade Emperor could speak, the holy, truthful monarch also stood up and said loudly, "Jade Emperor, I suspect that my Chinquan ring was also stolen by that Doluo guy." Chapter 4. The Jade Emperor secretly cursed, knowing that this old man was the most protective of his own kind, but at this moment he couldn't say much. He sighed and said, "Laojun, this time we absolutely cannot keep him. Let him descend to the mortal realm to harm others. My Lingxiao palace is almost turned upside down." Sigh. Why can't he just be quiet? Taishang Laojun also shook his head helplessly and said, "All right, let him descend to the mortal realm." Seeing that Taishang Laojun agreed, the Jade Emperor also breathed a sigh of relief. There was no time to waste. He hurriedly instructed the 4 heavenly kings, Zhongwang, Tianwang, "You all quickly go and catch that Duoluo." "No need to catch him. Daoji, I'm here." As soon as the Jade Emperor's words fell, a lazy voice came into the hall. Following that, a young Taoist priest dressed in a coarse robe walked in with a swagger, swaying his body with every step. He was of medium height, with a high bun held up by a branch, and a piece of green leaf was swaying on that branch. This person was the Duoluo Zhenshin mentioned by the immortals, looking fairly decent, but his eyes were small and rolling around, appearing lazy and unkempt. After entering the hall, Duoluo instantly had a smile on his face, clasping his hands to greet the immortals. "Oh, brotherly, look at your small-mindedness. Don't be downcast. I still have your gourd seeds. If it weren't for you chasing me to carve them last time, I would have given them to you long ago. Next year, I'm sure we can grow a bunch of gourds." Chapter 5. Taishang Laojun walked down the steps to the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor quietly asked him, "Daojun, do you have any good ideas?" Taishang Laojun pondered for a moment and whispered, "This guy is too troublesome. Let him descend to the mortal realm and live as an ordinary commoner." Good, good. The Jade Emperor stroked his long beard. "In this vast world of 3,000, where should we send him? Anywhere is fine, as long as he doesn't cause trouble for us again." The Jade Emperor thought for a moment, leaned forward, and lowered his voice even more. "We need to add a bit of difficulty." Taishang Laojun asked in confusion, "How do we increase the difficulty?" "Disperse his celestial power. Take back all his magical abilities and don't leave him any memories. Just let him live like an ant. After he passes away, we can consider whether to let him return." Although the Jade Emperor spoke in a whisper, he gritted his teeth. "All right." Taishang Laojun was also distressed. Constantly cleaning up after this guy was really annoying. Though the Jade Emperor sat up straight, looked down, and spoke clearly, "This is your first time descending to the mortal realm, but always remember you were once a true immortal in heaven." "Okay," Duoluo lazily replied. "You need to be a noble person, a pure person, a moral person, a person who has risen above base interests, say." The Jade Emperor clearly forgot his words at this point, cleared his throat, stroked his beard to cover up the awkward atmosphere, and continued, "An ordinary person. And you must not seek the limelight anymore. Go, and cultivate well." Chapter 16. He laughed out loud at the old man's ramblings, quickly shaking his head. "What a joke. His master was the ancestor of divination, and he thought he could fool me." He crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and took a nice puff. It was probably because this body used to love smoking, so Chini followed suit and found it quite enjoyable. The old man saw him shaking his head and thought, "This poor guy has a good appearance, but it's just that." So he closed his eyes to rest and ignored him. The sun was warm on his body. Qin-Yi sat there, leisurely watching the old man calculate a few fortunes for passers-by, feeling quite amused. This level of skill wasn't even worthy of fetching his shoes. This old-school method of fortune-telling was nothing but the 4 words, touch, listen, trap, and scare. The so-called touch means to accurately gauge the situation around your stall in advance, to gather in places where people congregate, and to learn more about the local residents' lives. The so-called listen means to let the questioner speak first at the beginning, to say more. As the saying goes, the more one speaks, the more one loses, which allows for greater understanding. The so-called trap means to use ambiguous words to extract the truth from the questioner. Once you detect a clue, you can follow up easily. Chapter 7. Not knowing how long he had been asleep, Qin-Yi slowly opened his eyes, and his first reaction was, "Did I return to heaven? That shouldn't be." The Jade Emperor and the others were fed up with me. If the king of hell dared to take me, those immortals could drown him with their saliva. What came into view was a white ceiling, and the fluorescent lights were blinding. Thankfully, I'm not dead. There are no fluorescent lights in heaven. He gently turned his head and was startled. He saw a person sitting on a chair by the bed, their head drooping, long black hair covering their face. Anyone waking up suddenly to see such a person beside them would be scared. "Hey!" Qin-Yi steadied himself and called out softly. You're awake?" The person, hearing Qin-Yi's voice, lifted their head. A beautiful face emerged from the straight long hair. This was a very pretty girl, about 21 to 22 years old, with a very fair, oval face, a small, delicate nose, long eyelashes, and her big eyes appeared a bit dazed from just waking up. with a hint of drool at the corner of her rosy little mouth. Seeing this girl's face almost made Qin jump up, stammering, Fairy? You also came down? Chapter 8. Qin couldn't figure out what this young man was doing. He didn't ask and walked into the hospital room, still wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown. He needed to change before he could leave. Upon entering, he saw 2 plastic bags on the bed and turned to look at Jiang Lai behind him. Your clothes are all torn. So I had Brother Jiang buy you a set, Jiang Lai explained with a smile. Remembering Qin Yi's filthy yellow military pants and tattered top, Jiang Lai wanted to laugh. When the doctor handed them to her, she nearly fainted from the smell. Although Qin Yi had single eyelids, he still looked quite spirited. How could he be so down and out, not even having a pair of shoes? Qin Yi nodded. He didn't refuse, as that wasn't his character. Shall I try it on? Qin Yi smiled at Jiang Lai, revealing a set of white teeth. I think you should take a shower first. After Jiang Lai finished speaking, she giggled and turned to return to the living room. Qin Yi raised his hand to smell his armpit and muttered to himself, Do I smell bad? It suddenly occurred to him that he hadn't taken a shower in over a month since descending to the mortal realm. There was no way. He just didn't have the conditions. He spent more than half an hour in the shower, scrubbing off about 2 pounds of dirt. Chapter 9. Qin Yi couldn't be bothered to argue with this old swindler and continued to ask, Well, how much? 10 yuan for a fortune. And if you need me to help you solve your current difficulties, it will cost 200. I'm asking about your stuff. Qin Yi pointed at the white cloth on the ground, the 3 small stools, and a set of fortune-telling sticks. What do you mean? The old man was a bit surprised, wondering if he had come to cause trouble. He didn't seem like a fellow practitioner. Can I do a fortune for you, old sir? Qin Yi squinted his already small eyes and said with a grin, Sure, then go ahead. Do you need the birth date and time? The old man laughed heartily, not believing that this young guy, dressed in brand-name clothes, could actually read fortunes. He probably hadn't even heard of the I Ching. Qin Yi shook his head. The old man, seeing that he didn't even want his birth date, became even more convinced that this person was trying to fool him. Well, go ahead and try, he said dismissively. Qin Yi pretended to seriously examine the old man from head to toe for a moment, then said, You are surnamed Li, born in 1942 in Taiyuan? The old man was taken aback, jumping to his feet, then quickly coughed twice to cover his surprise and slowly sat back down. Chapter 10. After the middle-aged man left, the onlookers began to discuss among themselves, all saying that this young guy was indeed remarkable. How did he know that this man didn't have a wife? A few curious people shouted for Qin Yi to explain. Generally speaking, face reading and fortune-telling have many rules, and one shouldn't reveal how they reach their conclusions to the public. However, since today was his first day of business, and the earlier reading wasn't particularly profound, Qin Yi thought for a moment and decided to share. All right, I'll briefly explain. This person has connected eyebrows, a sunken tear hole, a short and thick neck, drooping eye tails, a sharp chin without flesh, and crow's feet with dark lines on the forehead. Such facial features make it difficult to find a wife without a wife. How could there be children? After he finished speaking, the crowd buzzed with discussion, not fully understanding, but feeling that this young man was extraordinary. At this moment, a plump man in his 30s walked through the crowd. He had a small parting hairstyle, dressed well, and looked like a wealthy person. His eyes were not large. His nose was straight, and his square face had a look of honesty mixed with shrewdness, but at this moment, his expression was somewhat dejected. Chapter 11. The inn's decor was quite old, with a terrazzo floor, which could only be described as slightly more upscale than a concrete floor. When Qin Yi opened the door, a musty smell rushed into his nose, and he quickly stepped inside to open the window. Fortunately, the view outside was still decent. Although the bedding wasn't new, it was relatively clean. He hurriedly took off his shoes. While the stylish sneakers looked good, they were too stuffy. After lying on the bed and letting his mind wander for a while, he fell into a deep sleep. After Qin Yi left, Jiang Lai went to handle the discharge procedures, then took a ride home with a young man surnamed Jiang. Jiang Lai's family backyard was nestled in a corner of Labor Park. The road on both sides was lined with poplar trees, and soon the car stopped in front of a large courtyard. The car honked twice, and 2 black electric gates swung open, allowing the black German armored Mercedes to enter. The courtyard was spacious, with sycamore trees lining both sides, each one very sturdy. The car stopped in front of a 3-story villa, and before the young man surnamed Jiang could get out to open the door, Jiang Lai already opened the car door and stepped out. Jiang, why not stay for dinner before leaving? Jiang Lai asked with a smile. Chapter 12. Chin, you didn't he have a watch, and didn't he know how long he had slept? When he woke up, the room was pitch black, and his stomach was growling incessantly. He locked the door and walked out of the room. The hallway lights were dim, and there was no one around, indicating that this small inn had mediocre business. At the front desk, the plump woman was no longer cracking sunflower seeds. She was sitting there, nodding off. He didn't say anything and walked out with his hands behind his back. The evening breeze was cool. It should be around 8 o'clock now. Turning from the alley onto the main road, the street lights were dim, and there weren't many pedestrians. From a distance, a person with outstretched arms was running toward him, dressed in black pants and a black short-sleeved shirt, with white gloves on both hands. At night, someone running toward you like that would scare anyone. He felt a chill run down his spine. There was no time to hide, so he kicked toward the person's chest. With a crash, Chin realized he had kicked something, shattering it all over the ground. The man in black sat on the ground, wailing, "It's the third piece already. Who the hell did I offend? Is it so hard to take home a piece of glass?" Chapter 13. Zhou, he pulled Jiang Lai aside and said with a giggle, "Stay away, or you'll get splattered with blood." Jiang Lai anxiously watched the scuffle, worrying about this strange guy. "Chin, Zhou said, what's the rush? With Gao Gu around, it'll only take a few minutes." She was right. A few minutes later, the fight ended. The table and chairs were in disarray, and 6 people were lying on the ground. Yes, 6 people, and Chin, he was among them. Of course, he hadn't been taken down by Chu Gao Gu, as he had noticed Jiang Lai approaching to greet him and wouldn't he have hit him. He had rushed into the fray, holding the large ashtray, but was knocked down by the stuttering, chubby little man with a chair. After falling to the ground, he still held onto the ashtray and didn't get to use it even once. Chu Gaoga noticed that this thin, sharp-faced guy was the leader. He squatted down, patted the bloody face, and grinned. "Do you know me?" The guy quickly shook his head. Slap. Chu Gaoga delivered a hard slap, getting blood on his hand. "Today, let me introduce myself." After saying that, he raised his hand to strike again. The guy covered his face with both hands, immediately begging for mercy, nearly crying, I know. Big brother, please spare us." Chapter 14. Brother Chin, after you mentioned it, I realized what was going on. Last year, I went to the train station to see off a classmate and was scammed out of $800 by some 3-card tricksters, but it wasn't this group. Chu Gaogu said through gritted teeth. "I've come to understand. You can't play this game. No matter how clever you are, you can't outsmart them. They study this daily, and besides, they have a bunch of accomplices. If you win money, they won't let you leave." Chin, chimed in. "I'm just an example. When I won, they started chasing me. Damn, why did they beat me? You're foolish. You're the one losing money. They look forward to you coming back often. Why would they hit you?" As soon as Zhou finished speaking, Chin, Jiang Lai, and the 3 of them laughed heartily, and Chu Gaogu caught on, chuckling as well. "Good thing I ran into you guys today. Otherwise, I'd still be worried about what to do if I met them again at the park entrance." Chin, said. "You go there to exercise every day?" Jiang Lai asked, somewhat puzzled. "No, I set up a stall to read fortunes at the entrance of Labor Park." The room fell silent. Then Jiang Lai, Zhou, and Chu Gaogu all burst into laughter. Chapter 15. The woman seemed very confident in herself, thinking this seemingly energetic young man was shy, and with a giggle, she continued to undress. Chin, shouted loudly, his voice like thunder, "Get lost!" The woman was startled, immediately stopping, grabbing her small bag from the bed, cursing as she walked out, and slammed the door with a loud bang. The plump lady with the curly hair seemed to have light-footed agility. In less than a minute, she stormed back angrily, kicked the door open, and fired off a rapid series of questions. "What do you mean? Didn't you say you wanted to add more bedding? Someone came from afar, and you said no just like that." Listening to this, Chin, felt like his head was about to explode. He realized the footbath water had gone cold, and quickly pulled out 50 yuan. The plump lady was quick, snatching it away in one motion, turning around and leaving with a mouthful of curses. Damn it, this fierce woman. She could kill someone without a knife, surely able to talk someone to death. So this is what she meant by adding a mattress. Chin, wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking he needed to quickly rent a place tomorrow. This kind of small and was too damn scary. After a night of silence, he went to check out the next morning. The plump lady was not there. Instead, there was a lethargic, skinny, middle-aged man at the counter. Chapter 16. He anxiously threw the small cloth bag on the ground, hurriedly looking for tools, and happened to see a wooden stick about 2 feet long and as thick as an arm at the base of the park's wall. He rushed over and bent down to pick it up. As the saying goes, saving a person is like putting out a fire. He charged over holding the stick with both hands, using all his strength to swing it around, and with a loud bang, it struck the man's arm. A miserable howl escaped, and the man staggered but didn't fall, still clutching that line. He became even more anxious, swinging the stick again to strike. Soon after, a leg as fast as lightning kicked towards him. In an instant, the tip of the foot hit Yi's chest, and before he could react, a second kick followed. Bam, bam, bam. Yi was kicked 7 or 8 times. He felt a wave of heaviness in his chest, a sweet taste in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Stumbling back a few steps, he fell heavily onto the sidewalk. Immediately, the small man leaped and pressed his knee against Yi's stomach, nearly making him vomit the 8 beef buns he had eaten that morning. The man raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Tell me, who sent you to ambush Master Fan?" Chapter 17, Eating Leftovers, is easy to sustain. Yi suddenly remembered that his own nickname was Dog Leftover. Indeed, it's the fat person eating fatty meat, and nobody can say anything about it. Where are you from? Sangzhou. Oh, a land of martial arts. Upon hearing this, Yi immediately perked up, recalling that flying kick earlier. It was as if he wanted a bodyguard, and here one was delivered to his door. Why did you come to Jizhou? It's a long story. Sheng Fan sighed. It turned out that Sheng Fan was indeed born into a family of martial arts. His grandfather was once known as the Invincible Monkey, Sheng Yuanda, a master of Sangzhou's Tongbei Fist, and his father was also quite famous, known in the martial world as Sheng Lixing of the Invincible Fist. His mother was an ordinary person and didn't practice martial arts. His grandfather and father ran a medium-sized martial arts school in Sangzhou, though not wealthy. Sheng Fan grew up carefree. He began practicing boxing with his grandfather at the age of 5. When he was 10, a challenger came to their school and defeated his grandfather, who passed away a few days later. 2 years later, his father, Sheng Lixing, left home, saying he was going to find that enemy. Last year, on Sheng Fan's 18th birthday, his mother, who had been bedridden for 3 years, passed away, leaving Sheng Fan all alone. Chapter 18. Still at that breakfast shop, he ordered 16 beef buns, although the buns weren't very big considering their appetites. 8 each should be fine. After eating just half, he regretted it, not for ordering too few, but for leaving him behind. No wonder this kid said yesterday that it was enough as long as he got a full meal. Having only eaten 4, Sheng Fan had already finished, dangling his arm and eyeing the 4 buns on Yi's plate with keen interest. "Boss, another 8 beef buns. Boss, another 5. Boss, another 5. Yi watched in disbelief as Sheng Fan tossed the 26th bun into his mouth, pulling a crying tone to ask him, "Leftover, to be honest. Did your family kick you out because they can't afford to raise you?" Chewing on a bun, Leftover rolled his eyes at him. "I didn't eat last night. I didn't eat either." Yi felt that with how much he could eat, it couldn't just be that he was combining 2 meals into one, right? He remembered how he had devoured a feast of jung and flavors the night before and felt embarrassed at first, but now compared to this guy, he felt like he was being particularly civilized. Chapter 19. He ordered a chicken leg for meat, and for vegetables, he chose cauliflower, shredded potatoes, and celery. He had only eaten half of the chicken leg when he was already on his 3rd bowl of rice. Beside him, Sheng Fan had already started on his 5th bowl of rice. Boss Ma sat on a broken wooden stool, glaring at the two of them, thinking, are these 2 starving ghosts reincarnated? Yi and Sheng Fan were sitting on small stools to eat, which made Yi feel a bit cramped, affecting his normal performance. After finishing his 4th bowl of rice, he felt he was already full. Looking at Sheng Fan, the dishes were all gone, and there wasn't even any soup left in the lunchbox on the small table. Sheng Fan's speed today wasn't up to par because one of his arms was still in a sling, so his eating posture was very strange. He huddled over, bringing his face close to the lunchbox on the table, using one hand to quickly shovel food into his mouth with chopsticks. He held the nearly battered plastic lunchbox with his right hand, which contained his 8th bowl of rice, timidly asking Boss Ma, "Big brother, could you pour me some soup?" "Get lost." Boss Ma held back his tears. He had been holding it in for a long time and couldn't contain himself anymore when he saw this round-faced little man shamelessly asking for soup. He shouted, "You are the one who can eat the most, and you still have a nerve to ask for soup?" Chapter 20. He didn't care who carved it. He just felt that this was quite similar to the one around the neck of the butterfly girl. The oval-faced girl carefully placed the pendant on a piece of velvet cloth on the counter and gestured for Yi to take a look. Qin picked up the pendant, feeling it was icy cold, and immediately a cool spiritual energy seeped from his fingertips into his body, bringing an inexplicable sense of relief. Qin felt a bit melancholic. In this world, there was no spiritual energy between heaven and earth, indicating that there were no cultivators at all. If he wanted to regain his celestial power from when he was in the sky, it seemed he could only look for this kind of jade stone. However, absorbing so little at a time, when would this ever end? Seeing this tall guy with single eyelids holding the jade pendant without saying a word, the girl with the oval face felt a bit scared. She recalled watching a police and gangster movie on the sofa with her boyfriend last night and glanced at Shang Fan beside him, who was carrying a cooling mat. Feeling like this little guy with an arm in a sling looked like he was carrying a gun. Her voice trembled slightly. Sir, do you want it? Qin thoughts were pulled back by her, and he quickly said, I'll take another look, thank you. After saying that, he placed the pendant back on the velvet cloth and asked, do you have any of similar quality? Chapter 21. The female salesperson was immediately dismissed, and the manager packed up all the suits that the person had tried on to send to them. But the person didn't even look back, turning around and going to the Shan suit shop across the street, buying 2 sets of the most expensive suits without even trying them on before walking away elegantly. The headquarters of Y'all knew the suits hadn't been sent out and scolded the manager until he was covered in blood. This is not over yet. The next day, Yar's stock plummeted and continued to drop for 4 consecutive days, only stabilizing slowly on the 5th day. Although this incident spread widely, causing Yar to lose face, only the headquarters knew who that person was. The rest of the people in the market had no idea who they were dealing with, leaving behind a legendary tale. This incident also tells us that in a vast forest, it's not just little sparrows. It's not surprising for a phoenix to fly out. In the grass, there are not only grasshoppers jumping around, but also hidden dragons and crouching tigers. What you do is the service industry. Everyone who comes is a god. So don't get it wrong. If you consider yourself a god, the outcome could be much worse than that of Yar's waiter. Thinking of this, the bespectacled manager immediately extended his hand to Qin, chuckling. My surname is Chun, and I am the manager here. Manager Chun, hello. My surname is Qin. Qin also reached out to shake hands, quickly letting go, his expression neither humble nor arrogant. Chapter 22. A young girl ran up breathlessly, wearing a white dress that didn't reach her knees, her calves long and fair, with a doll-like face and a pair of fluffy big eyes. Her ponytail swayed left and right as she ran. You scare me to death. The girl ran up to Shang Fan, one hand on her chest, bending down to pick up the leash on the ground. She was about the same height as Shang Fan. It's okay, it won't bite me, Shang Fan said with a chuckle, even reaching out to pat the dog's forehead. Ryan, you can't do this next time. The girl scolded the big black back still lying on the ground in a delicate voice. Qin saw the dog was held by its owner and figured there was no danger, so he hurriedly hopped out to pick up his shoes. The girl quickly apologized to Shang Fan, saying it had never acted like this before and that Ryan had always been well-behaved. Shang Fan asked, its name is Ryan? What does it mean? It means lion, the girl replied. That's a nice name. The girl asked, what's your name? Shang Fan's face turned red. After hesitating for a long time, he spoke softly, I'm Shang Fan. What? The girl thought she heard wrong. Shang Fan repeated it. The girl burst into laughter, saying, no wonder Ryan likes you, haha. Chapter 23. Qin curled his lips, wanted to make a few remarks about Erlang Shun, but then thought about it. Erlang Shun's father, Yang Tianyu, is the reincarnation of a golden boy from heaven, and his mother, Yuhua Fairy, is the sister of the Jade Emperor. He was just a stone that had turned into a spirit. Indeed, he couldn't compare in terms of background. So he replied casually, it's okay, I guess pretty impressive. Bro, tell me about it? Shang Fan asked curiously. Do you want to hear the story of Erlang Shen, or want to know about your dad? Qin was too lazy to talk about Erlang Shun, feeling a slight sting to his pride. Qin couldn't help but recall Erlang Shun's background. The Jade Emperor was furious when he learned that his sister had fallen in love with Yang Tianyu and married him, even giving birth to Erlang Shun, and in his anger, he buried Yuhua Fairy under Mount Tai. Later, Erlang Shun received guidance from the Queen Mother of the West in the heavenly bullfighting palace, moved mountains to chase the sun, and rescued his mother, Yuhua Fairy. Looking back, although this official second generation is often arrogant, considering what he has accomplished, he is still a good man. Should I have not stolen his Xiantian dog back then? At this thought, a hint of regret flickered through Qin. Chapter 24. Over the past 1,000 years, he had wandered through the 99 heavens, deceiving, and robbing, accumulating quite a few interesting items. Although some of these trinkets were nothing in the eyes of those famous gods, they were his favorite little things, each with its unique use. There were also some magical treasures, but those were the darlings of the gods. Some were swapped for fakes, and some were simply stolen. As the saying goes, a day in heaven is a year on earth. Who knows when they would discover their treasures were missing? However, finding himself was not easy either. After all, there are 3,000 great worlds, each containing 3,000 middle worlds, and each middle world containing 3,000 small worlds. Oh, how many worlds would that be? He certainly couldn't calculate it. By the time they realized their treasures were lost and found him, he might already be old and gray. Taoist. I'm just here to play around. If it's spoiled, I'll just return it. What do they do to me? Hee. If it weren't for this Qianquan ring that could hold the 3 mountains and 5 mountains, he wouldn't be able to bring any of it down. By the way, once I can open this Qianquan ring, can I start transporting goods? No matter how many goods, even if it's thousands of containers, I could easily put them into the Qianquan ring, and wherever you want to send it, I could deliver it. That would be a big business. Chapter 25. After stepping outside, Qin handed the new sign to Sheng Fan, saying, "Don't just think about eating. All the dirty and tiring jobs are yours from now on." Sheng Fan grinned and didn't say much, taking it and sticking it at his lower back. Looking quite impressive. By the way, where did you get the money to buy breakfast? Qin suddenly remembered that when he first took him in, he had claimed to be broke. "I took it from your pocket." Sheng Fan walked with a swagger, as if performing on stage, the sign swaying above his head. "Damn!" Qin raised his leg as if to kick him, but Sheng Fan laughed and ran across the road. People on both sides looked at him, thinking he was a lunatic who had escaped from the hospital. The two arrived at their old spot again, and Sheng Fan stuck the new sign into the soil of the flower bed, making it very eye-catching. Qin sat on a small stool, leaning against the flower bed, and could still smell the fragrance of the flowers. Not far away, there was a big poplar tree, perfectly blocking the sunlight. No wonder that old man, surnamed Li, chose this spot. It was indeed shady. He turned his head to ask Sheng Fan, who was sitting on the flower bed picking his toes, "When did you become such a big eater?" He had always been curious. This kid was not tall and not overweight. How could he stuff so much food in? Chapter 26. The two sat until noon without opening for business. But a few people came over to look at the words on the sign, saw that it cost 100 for a divination, and shook their heads as they left. Sheng Fan sat there, nearly dozing off. Qin also closed his eyes to rest. He knew that one couldn't expect to make money every day. This is what is known as a doctor does not recommend himself. Even if you are a miraculous doctor, you can't just say you can cure anyone who appears to be sick. Otherwise, people wouldn't believe you at all. Only when friends and family recommend someone as a great doctor will people believe it. The same goes for fortune-telling. Actively engaging like the old man surnamed Li is a bad strategy, and Qin wouldn't do that. This afternoon, Qin heard a rumbling from Sheng Fan's stomach. He took out 10 yuan and said to Sheng Fan, "Go buy some buns to eat." Sheng Fan felt a bit embarrassed, rubbing his hands. Qin chuckled, "Silly boy, go on. Just bring me back 2. You can eat the rest." Only then did he take the money and run off happily. "Don't forget to wash your hands," Qin shouted after his retreating figure, as this guy had been picking at his toes for quite a while. Qin had a good impression of Sheng Fan. When he read his fortune, he saw clearly that he was a hidden strength martial artist who had been wandering for more than a year. Even though he often went hungry, he neither stole nor robbed, relying solely on his physical strength to earn a living. In this bustling metropolis, such people were rare. Chapter 27. How's Third Brother? In the more than a month at the Happy Community, Fat Third took good care of Qin. He couldn't make the decision to fire him. So Qin, he didn't resent him. Still the same. "I often mention you a few times." Old Lu chuckled. I'll go see him after a while." "What are you doing now?" "Set up a stall in front of Labor Park, reading fortunes." Old Lu's mouth dropped open in surprise, his little eyes nearly popping out. "When did you start reading fortunes?" "I didn't know." Qin thought to himself. "You don't know a lot of things, haha." He didn't respond to Old Lu's comment. Waved his hand. "Let's eat at another place. We're leaving. I'll visit you when I have time." Old Lu adjusted his wide-brimmed hat, wondering what does that mean. Why does he want to change places? When he reached Boss Ma's stall and said he wanted 1 serving, Boss Ma looked mournful and said, "We're out." "That shouldn't be. What time is it?" Old Lu was very surprised. "Those 2 gluttons cleaned out the rice bucket." "Who?" "The 2 starving ghosts I was talking to you about. 1 tall and 1 short." Boss Ma grumbled as he lowered his head to clean up the stall. "Damn. I have to go back and steam rice. Chapter 28. Little brother, you are quite a remarkable person. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to turn my fortune around this time. So this is a gift from your older brother. It's just a token of respect. Don't take it the wrong way, ha ha ha. Zhao Fatty, whose real name is Zhao Feizhou, is naturally generous and comes from a good family. However, after his father's passing a few years ago, he clearly felt the coldness of the world. When he went to Qin for fortune-telling, he was planning to go to Myanmar to gamble on stones. He brought all the funds he could mobilize and borrowed some money from his friend in Jizhou, wanting to take one last gamble, as he had already lost 3 times in a row. If he lost again, he would be completely bankrupt. Originally, he wanted to spread his funds around and buy several small pieces of rough material, but if Qin hadn't told him otherwise, he wouldn't have focused all his funds on bidding for a few large pieces of rough material, because he found this young man quite extraordinary. He could see through everything, so he decided to trust him once. He didn't break open the stones on site, but took them back to his home in Hangzhou, Jiangnan Road. To his surprise, only one piece collapsed, while the remaining pieces yielded several hundred kilograms of high-quality jadeite, including over 100 kilograms of ice type and a few pieces of glass type, turning 30 million in capital into nearly 10 times that. Chapter 29. Huh? Are you stunned? Qin was startled. He wasn't sure if this elixir was suitable for him. What if he took a whiff and ended up meeting the king of hell? That would mean he had been raising it for several months for nothing, and hadn't even fought for himself once. That would be such a loss. Damn, bro, what's this thing? It smells amazing. Can I just eat it? This fragrance was something Sheng Fan had never encountered before. Just a whiff penetrated deep into his heart and made his internal organs feel extremely comfortable. And he felt his mind clearer. Go ahead, eat it all. After you finish, tomorrow I'll buy some white cloth, wrap you up like a mummy, and display you in front of the park for a bit of profit. Qin said with a mischievous grin. So domineering. Sheng Fan asked in surprise. This elixir was made by me, gathering 49 types of celestial herbs and refining it for 81 days. Its effects are incredibly powerful, so you can only take one at a time. Once you finish them all, your strength will greatly increase. Qin began to boast casually. But if this were to reach the ears of Tai Zhenren, it would definitely infuriate him, as refining the Qiang Dan is extremely difficult, taking at least 20 years in earthly time to refine a single batch. Chapter 30. Manager Chen frowned, somewhat displeased, and asked in a deep voice, which 2 guys? One tall and one short, with terrible foot odor, always coming to look at the jade. Don't bother with them. If they want to look, let them. No. This time they specifically asked to see you, saying they have good stuff to sell us. Ah, then let them wait. Manager Chen also found it strange. What good stuff could these 2 fools possibly have? So he stood up to chat with the property manager before leaving. Oh, rare guests, rare guests. Boss Qin, to say Manager Chen is dedicated. Even though he was annoyed with Qin and the others, he still smiled broadly and extended his hands from a distance. Today, Qin didn't wear the outfit given by Jiang Lai. Both he and Sheng Fan were wearing cheap clothes bought from the South Market, 30 yuan jeans, 20 yuan sneakers, and the logo on their shirts had an extra pair of small wings compared to the real brand. From a distance, Manager Chen spotted the banner on Sheng Fan's waist, which was unavoidable and too eye-catching. After shaking hands with Qin he asked in surprise, "What's that?" Glancing at the tall banner. Chapter 31. Qin pulled him aside. "Lower your voice. What are you shouting about? I've secured the money. It didn't fall into the toilet." Sheng Fan, surprised, circled around him. "Where is it? I didn't see it. Could it be? Could it be that you stuffed it?" He widened his mouth in horror. "No way. How could that possibly fit?" Qin, both amused and exasperated, punched him lightly. "You fool. What are you thinking? Just relax. I've secured it." Sheng Fan kept circling him, muttering, "How could that be? That was quite a stack. My brother has many tricks up his sleeve. This is nothing." Qin said proudly as he walked out, too lazy to deal with him any further. Just earlier, when he went to the bathroom and was flushing, he tossed the money into his Qianquan ring. Although he didn't want to reveal his identity to Sheng Fan yet, they spent every day together, and he would eventually discover some of his abilities, so there was no need to hide it from him. Let the kid be surprised for now. The 2 of them returned to the park in high spirits, sitting in their usual spot with a go board in between, not having made a single move, and lacking the mood to play, just laughing foolishly, feeling light as if they had suddenly become rich. Chapter 32. Among the crowd watching, many recognized him and whispered to each other, "Isn't that the abbot of Xuanjin Temple, Qingxian Taoist?" "Yeah, I heard this person is said to be half a celestial. Forget it. Not accurate at all. It's always the same old tricks. What do you mean? They said we had a child we aborted before. Now the child's spirit won't leave us, and all that. They even said he could help us transcend, charging us $1,500. Is it useful? Damn. I didn't feel any different. Did you two really abort child? Later, I thought about it. His tricks work well on most people. Why is that? How many couples don't have a mishap when dating? If you're not married, can you really keep a child? That makes sense. Don't talk nonsense. But many big shots seek him out. If he wasn't accurate, would they go to him? An older, more composed person interjected. The other person raised a middle finger. On September 13th, 1980, at midnight, after finishing his words, Qin turned around and sat down on the flower bed, lighting a cigarette. Chapter 33. At this moment, Qin Shen no longer had the previous ethereal demeanor. His face was covered in sweat, and tears streamed down his nose and eyes. He truly thought he had encountered a ghost. The secrets buried deep in his heart for so many years had been completely revealed by this young man. As if he had been stripped bare in front of a crowd, with no privacy left at all, Juling Shen reached out and grabbed one of Qin Shen's hands, twisting it hard, pinning him to the ground. He then pressed his knee against Qin Shen's lower back and took out a small black straight phone, dialing a number. Old Tian, this is Lixing. I've caught a wanted criminal at the entrance of Labor Park. Please come quickly. Okay. The person on the other end was quick to respond, not wasting any words, just said okay and hung up. The surrounding audience thought Juling Shen was a police officer, which eased their minds. Otherwise, just thinking about a heinous murderer being so close made their skin crawl. At that moment, some people in the crowd started to walk towards the center, shouting in chaos. Little Immortal, help me take a look. Little Immortal, I'll give you 500 yuan. Can you help me find a dog I lost yesterday? Little Immortal, can you see if my son can get into college? Chapter 34. Hee. Then it's settled. Oh, by the way, give me your phone number, Juling said with a smile. I don't have a phone yet. Qin just remembered that he should buy a phone. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient in the future. Now that he had money, he would buy one later. Just give me your number. I'll contact you when I come back, Qin said. Juling took out a business card holder from her small backpack, pulled out a card, and handed it to Qin with both hands. Qin picked it up and saw that the pure white card simply had her name. Juling, written in an elegant style, completely unlike her graceful personality. Looking at those two characters, Qin recalled the night at Jiangnan Flavor when she slapped that tall, skinny guy, thinking to himself, this girl has a dual personality. She looks very gentle but has a violent side. I like it. Below the name was a line of phone numbers, which he put in his pocket after reading. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Qin Shen and his 3 followers were taken away by the police car. Sheng Fan was still busy, so Qin didn't introduce him to Juling. Juling waved at him and went to chase after Jiang Jinghui with Juling Shen. Qin squatted by the flower bed and lit a cigarette amidst the swirling smoke. He thought Juling's graceful and swaying figure was truly beautiful. Chapter 35. Amidst the huge roaring sound, the plane took off from the ground. Qin nervously gripped the armrests, his face turning pale. This was his first experience of completely entrusting his life and death to others, feeling utterly unable to control the situation, which made him afraid. Sheng Fan was still in a state of excitement, his little round face flushed. About 20 minutes later, the plane began to fly smoothly, and Qin quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, wiped the cold sweat off his face, thinking to himself that he would definitely take the train next time. This was too terrifying. He rubbed his ears, feeling strange, as everything sounded muffled. Last night on the phone, Qin had given Zhao Fatty his and Sheng Fan's ID numbers. The tickets were all booked by him. They were sitting in business class, with Qin by the window, Sheng Fan next to him, and across the aisle were Zhao Fatty and Sun Haoran by the window. Zhao Fatty could see that Qin was nervous and quickly smiled to comfort him. It's fine. Once it stabilizes, it's just like being at home. Sheng Fan laughed and said, look how scared he is. Huh. Qin, still shaken, replied, how can this be like being at home? It can. You can even wear slippers on the Kong. Zhao Fatty chuckled. Chapter 36. The 4 of them arrived on the 2nd floor of the Hilton, where there were several restaurants, including an Italian cafe, American pizza, Jiangnan Flavor, and so on. Zhao Fatty asked Qin what he liked to eat, and without thinking, Qin replied, let us have Chinese food. The group entered a Cantonese restaurant, and after sitting down, Sun Haoran sat opposite Qin Yi. Qin Yi noticed that his mood had been low. He looked closely at Sun Haoran's face and pondered in his heart. After Zhao Fadi ordered the dishes and saw that the three of them were silent, he smiled and said, Qin Yi, I brought Haoran here today to ask you for a favor. Brother Zhao, please don't say the word favor. Just say what you need. As long as I can do it, I won tea refuse. After all, he had received a piece of jade worth 80,000 yuan from Zhao Fadi, so he definitely owed him a favor. Moreover, when he read Sun Haoran's fortune, Qin Yi could clearly see that the two would have many interactions in the future, which is why he was so polite. Sun Haoran looked surprised at Zhao Fadi. He was only here to hang out, not to ask for anything. Besides, those family matters weren't something a young person like Qin Yi could solve. If the late old man of the Zhao family were still around, he could help with some things, but now that he was gone, many things were hard to handle. Chapter 37, That Wei Yong is a classmate of your two older brothers? Qin Yi asked. Wei Laojun, Zhao Fadi, and Sun Haoran exchanged glances, not understanding why Qin Yi brought him up or how he knew Wei Laojun's name. When Qin Yi looked at Sun Haoran earlier, he saw some things about Wei Laojun. This person pretended to help when Sun Haoran was down and out, but drained his family's resources and long-term entangled with his wife, forcing Sun Haoran to divorce. Although Zhao Fadi had always been helping Sun Haoran, he had since fallen into a state of despair. Meanwhile, Wei Laojun gradually rose to fame in the domestic capital market, becoming a prominent figure, with his capital operation skills impressing many entrepreneurs and financiers. 12 years later, when Sun Haoran's daughter returned from studying abroad, she was even schemed against and humiliated by him. After learning about his daughter's situation, Sun Haoran hid a knife to kill Wei Laojun, but was beaten by his bodyguards and then framed and imprisoned. In the end, it was Zhao Fadi who spent a lot of money to bail him out. Yes, he's a classmate of ours from university, Zhao Fadi continued. This time he arranged the pickup in the hotel, and he will come over tonight to treat us to drinks. Chapter 38 Qin Yi and Sheng Fan approached the four men. Just as they were about to enter the room, one of them wearing sunglasses reached out his hand and said, What do you want? In a strong Yingzhou accent. We're here to see a friend. Qin Yi smiled and replied, What is your name? Vinyi. Wait. After the man in sunglasses finished speaking, he walked inside. Sheng Fan was very unhappy, clenching his fists tightly, and Qin Yi patted him on the back. Let us go in. The man in sunglasses came out and said something, then returned to his previous position coolly. Qin Yi found it somewhat amusing and led Sheng Fan into the room. Come on, Qin little brother. Let me introduce you to our old classmate. Zhao Fadi laughed, as if he hadn't heard Qin Yi mention Wei Laojun at noon, and introduced him with a beaming smile. Qin Yi noticed that the person sitting in the middle of the sofa was indeed Wei Laojun, as he had seen clearly when reading Sun Haoran's fortune at noon. Wei Laojun is about the same age as Zhao Panzai and the others, all around 34 or 35 years old. He has a slender build, is not very tall, has a prominent forehead, and sunken eye sockets. This is the typical appearance of a person from Lingnan, but he is quite fair-skinned and wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, giving him a somewhat sinister, scholarly look. Chapter 39. After the young woman entered, she picked up a bottle of matai from the tray held by a waiter behind her and said with a smile, Today, Brother Jiu has a distinguished guest. Let me toast you. Tian, you are late. Wei Laojun's face grew paler with each drink. Qin Yi felt that the name Tian suited a little girl, but he didn't expect such a sexy and charming woman to have such a name. He never thought that a girl could grow into a young woman, and a young woman could become a mature lady. Tian smiled as she poured wine, saying, Brother Jiu, there are many guests today. Please don't mind the little sister's gift. As she bent over to pour the wine, Sheng Fan, sitting across the table, watched with dry mouth and complex feelings towards the tightly fastened button on Tian's white shirt, filled with both worry and anticipation. Wei Laojun held the wine glass with one hand while the other rested on Tian's waist, gently stroking the exposed white skin. Tian quickly finished pouring the wine, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. She then filled the glasses of Zhao Panzai and the other three before pouring wine into a 7-point cup as well. Chapter 40. The next morning at 7, Qin Yi met Zhao Panzai and Sun Haoran in the restaurant with Sheng Fan, who were almost done eating. Qin, you're still young. I could sleep longer than you when I was your age. Zhao Panzai joked. Brother Zhao, you're still old? Huh? Vin yi chocolate. After the four of them finished eating, they left the hotel and hailed a taxi. Once in the car, Zhao Panzai said, Hey, I wonder what way Laojun is up to. Our special treatment is gone. After Zhao Panzai spoke, everyone burst into laughter. Qin looked out the car window. Jiaozhou is close to the tropical region, with lush trees racing by on both sides of the road. More than half an hour later, they arrived at the largest jade trading market in Jiaozhou. The iron gate was very tall, with large characters on the iron frame. Jiaozhou Jade Trading Market. Inside, the ground was dirt, not paved with cement, and cars occasionally drove by, kicking up dust. Zhao Panzai was familiar with the place and introduced it to everyone as they walked. This jade trading market has 2 exhibition halls. Hall 1 sells finished jewelry, while Hall 2 sells raw jadeite material and some uncut jade stones. Chapter 41. Qin was taken aback, not expecting such a person to exist. Although he didn't know much about the rules of the industry, he had already called Zhao Panzai brother Zhao, indicating they were together. So why couldn't he look at this stone? When Zhao Panzai heard the bespectacled man say this to Qin, his smiling face instantly lost its cheer. What is going on? Zheng, can't even let my friend take a look. Shouldn't I have the first say on this? Zheng pointed to the long-faced stall owner and said, Hey you, tell me, isn't this raw material the one I reserved yesterday? The long-faced stall owner curled his lips. You looked at it for a long time yesterday, but you didn't give me a deposit or anything, so how can it be considered yours? Zheng's face stiffened. He didn't expect the guy to say that. He opened his mouth to scold, but was stopped by Elder Gong. Feizhou, since you and Yangzheng both like this raw material, how about this? You two can bid on it. Whoever offers the higher price gets it. How about that? As soon as Elder Gong finished speaking, the people around began to discuss. Chapter 42. This was a domestic stone cutting machine. Once powered on, the gears spun, producing a harsh sound. Elder Gong sat in front of the machine, and the onlookers gathered around. It was Qin and Sheng fans' first time seeing jade cutting, and they were excited to watch. Although Qin already knew that this piece of material wouldn't yield anything good, he still wanted to see how jade was cut. With a series of unpleasant screeching sounds, Elder Gong began. Being cautious, he chose to grind the 2 sides first. Stone fragments and dust flew around, causing the crowd to step back a couple of paces. After a few minutes, Elder Gong stopped the machine and asked someone to pour water. It's green, it's green, it's rising. The crowd shouted, creating a commotion like a farmer's market. Qin and Zhao Panzai craned their necks to see that the stone had its outer layer ground off on both sides, revealing a hint of green inside. Zheng, with his hands behind his back, looked smug and shot a sideways glance at Zhao Panzai, saying, just a small amount of money, it has risen. Zhao Panzai felt somewhat dejected. Although nothing was evident yet, these few cuts couldn't prove the size of the jade inside, but if it really soared, he would be thoroughly embarrassed. Chapter 43. Zhao Panzai looked at Sun Haoran, who understood his thoughts. Although they had won a bet just now, it was still too unbelievable, and no one dared to say whether they could replicate the success. Having someone who had never dealt with gambling stones help you choose involved a huge risk. Sun Haoran thought for a moment and saw Qin going to look at the raw materials on the nearby shelf. He leaned close to Zhao Panzai's ear and said, I think you can buy the piece Qin mentioned and also buy another one that you think performs the best. Then let us open them on the spot. If Qin is right, then let him help you choose next time. Zhao Panzai's eyes lit up. He thought it was a good idea. He squatted in front of 5 stones, selected one from the 3 with python patterns, and called the long-faced stall owner over. I'll take these 2. A total of 2. 3 million. Let us use a card. The long-faced stall owner was quite reasonable and cheerfully said, Boss Zhao, you just had to make a good deal, so let us do this. For these 2 stones, I'll charge you a round number, 2 million. How about that? Zhao Panzai laughed heartily, patted his shoulder. Old Lu, you're generous. Deal, boss. Qin shouted to the long-faced stall owner. Chapter 44. As long as someone is cutting stones, there will be a crowd watching. Old Lu brought a basin of water and poured it over the piece of raw material. It collapsed. The crowd shook their heads and sighed. A piece that performed so well had a quarter of its skin cut off, revealing only a grayish stone and not even a hint of green. Zhao Panzai washed his hands in the clear water and said to Old Lu, You handle the rest. He came this time mainly to broaden Qin Yi's horizons and hoped to help Sun Haoran resolve his family issues, so he didn't bring any subordinates. In the past, when he came here or went to Myanmar, he had a dozen people following him, and for such dirty and tiring work, there were naturally people to do it for him. Since he was already there, he thought about buying a few pieces to play with, not intending to open them on the spot. Qin, he had helped him choose the rough stone, and it was only after Sun Howren suggested this that he decided to start the stone opening. He was also curious. Although Qin, he had a keen eye and helped him win against young Master Zheng, he still had doubts about whether she could pick out jadeite raw materials. Unexpectedly, the piece he thought would perform well, filled with chaotic patterns, hadn't appreciated in value at all. Chapter 45, 12 million. Shouted a bald man in his 50s. 15 million. Called out a man in his 40s wearing sunglasses. 16 million. 17 million. 18 million. The last bid of 18 million came from the same man in sunglasses. And there was a moment of silence in the room. In the past 2 years, there have indeed been many high-end jadeites in the domestic market. But the demand has been strong. As long as there are jewelry pieces above ice type, they sell out quickly. However, ice type and glass type are still rare. The piece cut today belongs to the bright green ice type jadeite, with excellent texture and color, uniform color, and high transparency. And it's such a large piece that many people are eager to bid on it. There are many high green jadeites, but without good texture. They're just stones and cannot be called jadeite. A high-quality jadeite requires both texture and color, especially the texture being of utmost importance. In previous years, the texture was generally divided into 3 levels, called the 1 to 3 points of water. Later, it was found that some jadeites only had half a point of water, and this simple grading was insufficient. Therefore, some auction companies divided the texture into 10 levels. Glass type is 0 to 1 point of water. Ice type is 7 to 8 points of water. Oil type is 6 to 7 points of water. Fine bean type is 5 to 6 points of water. Coarse bean type is 3 to 4 points of water. And dry white type is 1 to 2 points of water. Chapter 46, Zhao Fatty shut off the stone opening machine. Although the sound was gone, the shouting around made him feel as if he had gone deaf. He held up the jadeite high, like a victorious soldier returning home, his excited chubby face unrecognizable, covered in dust and sweat. High-texture imperial green. Wow, this is the first time I've seen it. The last time I saw imperial green was over a decade ago. An old man exclaimed. Old Lu, disregarding the dirt on the ground, sat there holding a basin of water, muttering to himself, wow, imperial green? Imperial green. I can't believe I had it buried under the shelf for years. He wanted to slap himself a few times. The basin tilted, spilling water without him noticing, as he sat there dumbfounded. Zhao Fatty held the piece of imperial green, wiped his chubby face, and looked even more excited. Little brother, this is imperial green. Do you know that? This is also the first time I've opened imperial green. Zhao Fatty was so excited he could hardly speak coherently. Qin, he certainly knew it was a good piece of jadeite, but he didn't understand what imperial green was. So he asked Zhao Fatty, is it valuable? Chapter 47. Qin, he walked over to old Lu, who was still sitting on the ground, and said with a grin, how about that? The stepping stone is a good thing, right? Old Lu looked at Qin, his eyes unfocused and dazed, mumbling, tens of millions. How'd I not notice? Ha ha ha. Qin, he laughed heartily. He didn't mind kicking someone when they were down. Since old Lu had said the stepping stone wasn't worth much. Zhao Fatty also came over, comforting old Lu for a while. After shedding some tears, old Lu managed to pull himself together. Although it was sold for a mere 1 yuan, at least it was a clean transaction. He didn't dare to snatch the piece of imperial green, as there were still many people looking at the rough materials in front of the shelf. Life has no regret medicine, and business must go on, right? The 4 of them walked to another stall where Zhao Fatty had previously picked out some rough materials. Zhao Fatty asked Sun Howren to wrap the piece of imperial green carefully. It couldn't just be held in hand. Not only was it a safety issue, but carrying such a piece would attract envy and jealousy from others. Sun Howren noticed this too and asked the stall owner for a piece of cloth to wrap it, then requested a plastic bag to carry it. And indeed, no one came forward to look anymore. Chapter 48. Sheng Fan saw that Qin Yi's face was pale, and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead, thinking he was exhausted, and hurried over to support him. Brother, take a break. Qin Yi swayed slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Sheng Fan helped him sit on the stall owner's chair. Brother, what's wrong? Sheng Fan asked, a bit scared. Qin Yi had always been carefree and reckless, and he had never seen him like this, as if he suddenly fell seriously ill. Qin Yi waved his hand, his voice trembling. Don't talk yet. Let me be quiet for a moment. Sheng Fan quickly fell silent, standing beside him, looking anxious. Qin Yi used his consciousness to check his body again. Indeed, there was not a trace of spiritual energy left. At this moment, he felt extremely exhausted, and his mind was muddled, unable to organize his thoughts. This spiritual energy was the foundation of his existence in this secular world. Without it, he would struggle to move an inch, and the tasks he promised Sun Howren would be impossible to fulfill. There were still so many people in Jizhou waiting for divination after paying a deposit. Thinking of this, he looked up at the dark 8-Trigrams on the wall. What is this thing? Why did it absorb all of my spiritual energy? Chapter 49. The stall owner was a capable woman in her 30s. After she walked over, she smiled and asked, "Little brother, is there something you need?" Qin pointed at the 8-Trigrams on the wall and asked, "I think this 8-Trigrams looks nice. Do you know what material it is made of?" "Oh, this was given to me by my grandfather. It's been many years. I just think it looks quite mysterious, so I've kept it hanging here." The woman was straightforward, and her accent indicated she was from north of the Yellow River. "Big sister, my master is a Taoist, so I feel a connection when I see the 8-Trigrams. Is this for sale?" Qin casually made up a story. The woman hesitated. "Well, I'm sorry, little brother. After all, it was passed down from my elder, and it wouldn't be worth much to sell it, so let's skip it." Seeing an opportunity, Qin quickly said, "I really like it. How about this, big sister? You name a price, and as long as it's not too outrageous, I won't haggle. What do you think?" After Qin finished speaking, he glanced at Zhao Fatty, who understood that Qin wanted this item and quickly added, "Boss Zhang, we are old acquaintances. This little brother is my good friend. Since he likes it, please give me a little face and sell it to him." Chapter 50. Zhao Fatty and Sheng Fan went to ship the rough materials, while Qin and Sun Howren were smoking in the shade of a tree. Qin knew that although Sun Howren hadn't urged him, he must be anxious inside, so he said, "Brother Sun, call home and ask if there is an opportunity to get close to that person in any public setting in the next couple of days." Sun Howren, seeing that he finally brought up this matter, quickly took out his phone and called his father, Sun Jing. After a few words, Sun Howren hung up. "Brother Qin, my old man said that tomorrow night at 6 o'clock there will be an investment attraction banquet at the Jizhou Grand Hotel, and that person will attend this event." "Good. Take me in." Sun Howren nodded, feeling uneasy. He couldn't tell his father about this. Otherwise, he would definitely be scolded. Thinking how could he still believe in such things at this time? He had personally witnessed the magic of Qin and was still full of expectations for him. "So are we going back to Jizhou tonight?" Qin asked him. Sun Howren shook his head and said, "There are no tickets for tonight. I've already booked the flight for tomorrow morning. We still have to go see Old Wei tonight. After all, we were classmates. And I don't know how he is doing." Chapter 51. Bro, do you think we should do some fortune-telling when we get back? How about buying a big villa and raising a few wolf dogs? "Oh no, that's not going to work." Sheng Fan scratched his head, thinking of Xia Yi. If he didn't live in the Jinyuan community, he might not see Xia Yi anymore. What should he do? You really can't fit 2 tails of sesame oil in a dog's belly. Qin lay on the big bed, lazily changing the channels with the remote. "What I say little money to us? After some time, we could buy a plane." Sheng Fan thought that was a bit too much, but he was still excited. "Let us buy a 747. I heard that is a good one." "Nonsense. Individuals buy business jets like Gulfstreams. Who buys something that big? It's not for passenger transport." Qin rolled his eyes at him. "Do you think I just watch TV for nothing? You can learn a lot." "True. Keeping a plane is much more expensive than keeping a car." Speaking of cars, Sheng Fan got excited again. "So let us get a car when we get back?" "Sure. Pick whatever you want." Qin said, then asked, "Can you drive?" Sheng Fan felt like a cold bucket of water had been dumped on him, suddenly remembering that he couldn't drive. It was almost midnight when Sheng Fan finally fell into a deep sleep. Qin heard his snoring and quietly got up, slowly putting on his clothes. Chapter 52. On the flight back to Jizhou, Qin held the heavy bagua in both hands and said to Sheng Fan, "I'm going to take a nap. Don't wake me unless it's urgent." With a thought, he entered the space within the bagua. The alchemy furnace was still quietly standing in the middle of the ground, with no fire lit. He walked around the alchemy furnace and found that its material was surprisingly the same as that of the bagua, dark and without any luster. It felt cold to the touch, looking like iron, but not quite iron. After looking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out, so he had to give up. He followed the grooves on the ground. The carved bagua grooves were very smooth, definitely not done by human hands. The black of the yin fish and the white of the yang fish were not dyed afterward, but were the natural colors of the rocks on the ground, perfectly integrated. Qin noticed that the alchemy furnace was positioned right in the center of the bagua, exactly at the junction of the yin and yang fish. If the Luo Shu were placed in this position, it would form the so-called Nine Palaces Bagua. The Bagua with the Luo Shu and the Nine Palaces corresponds to the 9 directions. The first palace is Kan, north. The second palace is Kuan, southwest. The third palace is Zhun, east. The fourth palace is Sun, southeast. The fifth palace is the center. The sixth palace is Qian, northwest. The seventh palace is Dui, west. The eighth palace is Jin, northeast. And the ninth palace is Li, south. Chapter 53. Qin, Yi, and Sun Haoran walk side by side, with Sun Haoran intentionally lagging half a step behind, which made Director Li even more certain in his mind that he had to serve this young master well. He thought to himself, could there be some deeper relationship between the old leader and the Qin family in Chang'an? It seemed there would be more waves ahead. Fortunately, he didn't throw stones into a well. It's really hard for me. The largest banquet hall in the Jizhou Grand Hotel was on the second floor, called the Heroes' Assembly. At the entrance of the hall stood 2 rows of beautiful women in ancient costumes, and behind the sign-in table stood a man and 2 women, all in black suits and very handsome. No one dared to stop Director Li, and the man and 2 women respectfully greeted him. "Hello, Director Li." Director Li snorted lightly in response. Before anyone could open the door, Director Li personally pushed open the wide wooden door of the banquet hall and smiled, saying, "Please, come in." After seeing Director Li and the other 3 enter, a short-haired girl excitedly asked the long-haired girl beside her, "Sun Xiao has such a manly aura." The long-haired girl looked infatuated. "I like that boy next to Sun Xiao. Come on, what is your taste? That guy has small eyes and looks like a bad person. He can't compare to Sun Xiao, who is mature and has charm." Chapter 54. Qin, Yi, when did you come back? Why didn't you call me? I told Zhou He and the others, and they're waiting for your feast. Jiang Lai asked Qin Yi with her hands on her hips, lifting one foot slightly, smiling. Qin Yi quickly swallowed the luncheon meat in his mouth and chuckled awkwardly. "I just got back today. Brother Sun brought me out for a free meal." He didn't know how to explain it properly, so he just rambled on. Brother Haoran has money. You should take him to an extravagant restaurant." Jiang Lai laughed. "You girl, no matter how much money I have, I can't compare to your dad." Sun Haoran joked, "Why don't you sit down and eat with us?" Jiang Lai shook her head and said, "No, if old Jiang can't find me, he'll get angry." Hee. Did you buy a phone? Jiang Lai asked Qin Yi. Qin Yi hurriedly took out his phone from his pocket, fumbled to unlock it, and said, "I forgot the number, I'll call you." After that, he took out a business card from his pocket and started dialing the number. Jiang Lai noticed that he still had her business card in his pocket and couldn't help but blush. Sun Haoran picked up a wine glass, sipped the red wine, and smiled at the 2 in front of him. A melodious tune came from Jiang Lai's white handbag. She opened the bag, took out a small red phone, hung up, and shook the phone. Chapter 55. Throw it away as soon as possible. The person who sent the chandelier consulted a feng shui master. Sun Haoran didn't understand what he meant and asked in confusion, "Why?" Qin Yi looked up at the dazzling crystal chandelier and softly said, "This kind of layout is called 10,000 arrows piercing the heart." Sun Haoran and Fatty Zhao were both shocked. Although they didn't understand feng shui, they knew that 10,000 arrows piercing the heart definitely wasn't a good thing. "Do you remember who sent it?" Qin Yi asked. Young Wen Suan," Sun Haoran said with a smile, but his teeth were gritted. When the renovations were happening, Yang Wenshuan's family was also renovating at the same time. One weekend, Sun Haoran happened to be on site, and Yang Wenshuan came over for a stroll. After chatting for a while, when Yang Wenshuan was leaving, he smiled and said, "Haoran, I'm going to order some lights. Why don't I just order the lights for your living room too, as a gift for the old leader's housewarming?" Sun Haoran didn't lack this little money and knew that this person was not really on good terms with his father, so he quickly declined. But seeing Yang Wenshuan's displeasure, he had to agree with a smile. Although the living room was very clean, it lacked warmth, indicating that it was rarely lived in. Chapter 56. Fatty Zhao shook his head and sighed. "Yeah, but how can we bring him down? Yang Wenshuan has so much dirt on so many officials. Those people must hate him to death. If that doesn't work, we can connect with those people," Sun Haoran said. Fatty Zhao shook his head and sighed again. "Haoran, do you know why Uncle didn't let you enter the officialdom back then? You're thinking too naively. Who dares to stand up? If they dare, they wouldn't be afraid of Yang Wenshuan, which means they don't care about the dirt he has on them at all. Do you think they're afraid of Yang Wenshuan? Wrong. They're afraid of the Qin family. As the saying goes, worry leads to confusion." After hearing this, Sun Haoran nodded slowly. "How about we find some leverage on these people? As long as we can get this evidence, we can blackmail those in Chang'an. Zhao Fatty shook his head with a wry smile. If we could get this evidence, we could directly hand it over to the leaders or the supervisory department. But to think we can coerce those people to turn against each other is unrealistic. No matter who they lean towards, leverage is still leverage. Why would they side with you? Are your abilities comparable to the Qin family? At this point, Zhao Fatty thought for a moment and added, moreover, the supervisory department has deep ties with the Qin family as well. Chapter 57. By the time Sun Haoran reached his home, Qin Yi was squatting at the entrance, having finished a cigarette. How's it going? Do you believe it? Qin Yi sometimes behaved like a child, needing to vent and make others acknowledge his prowess. He didn't dare to show too much of his skills, as they were hard to explain, but what he did just now could easily be categorized as a martial art. So he wasn't afraid to show it off. Brother, you're amazing. Really amazing. Sun Haoran gasped for breath, his confidence soaring. He had never seen anyone run this fast. He figured he could run as fast as if a tiger were chasing him. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi felt his pride swell and smiled triumphantly, swaggering into the courtyard. Once inside the living room, Qin Yi said, "Quick, find me a room. I need to sleep. I'm so tired today." As he was being led to the bedroom, Sun Haoran asked, "What time should I wake you up?" Qin Yi was taken aback. "What do you want me to do?" Sun Haoran blinked, thinking to himself, "Aren't you just asking a question you already know the answer to?" "What do you mean?" Qin Yi quickly realized, "Never mind, when I'm about to wake up, I'll just sneak out the window. You all sleep." Chapter 58. Qin Yi went up to the second floor, where there were 3 bedrooms and a study. In the master bedroom, Yang Wenxuan and his wife were still in deep sleep. He chuckled to himself, wondering what expression Yang would have if he found the safe empty. In another bedroom, a 20-something young man sat in front of a computer, and upon closer inspection, Qin Yi saw he was playing a martial arts-themed online game. Qin Yi glanced at his watch. It was already past 4 o'clock. This kid hadn't slept all night. Qin Yi wanted to go over and advise him, "Kid, staying up late to play games is bad for your health," but he thought better of it, not wanting to scare him. Sure enough, Qin Yi also had a watch now. He had grabbed one from the safe in the basement. He didn't recognize the brand, but saw a crown on the face and thought it looked nice, so he adjusted the steel strap and put it on his wrist. Looking toward the study, he chuckled. So there really is a hidden compartment here. He stepped into the large study. Inside, a wide redwood desk was backed by a wall of bookshelves, neatly arranged with many books, and the hidden compartment was behind the bookshelf. Chapter 59. Oh my, you scared me. You two are nearly 70 years old, yet you're still so clueless? Qin Yi held a stack of boxes in one hand, dramatically patting his chest with the other. What is this? Sun Haoran stammered. Qin Yi casually shoved 2 boxes in his arms. Take a look, brothers. See if there's anything useful. Sun Haoran quickly accepted them, almost dropping them to the floor. He didn't expect them to be so heavy, especially since Qin Yi could hold them with one hand. Struggling, Sun Haoran hurried to the living room sofa, where Zhao Fatty was sitting across from him. Sun Haoran picked up a diary, flipped through a few pages, and felt a surge of joy, nearly crying. He then handed the diary to Zhao Fatty. After reading a few pages, Zhao Fatty burst into laughter. It's done. This old guy is doomed this time. Sun Haoran grabbed a videotape, rushed to the large projection TV in the living room, crouched down to turn on the VCR, and inserted the tape. The screen initially filled with static, but soon a chubby man lying in bed appeared. It was clear this was a hotel room. Chapter 60. Fatty, don't you think we should hand these things directly to the leader? Sun Haoran said to Zhao Fatty. If the leader could really see this, that would be great. But we don't know anyone who can directly hand this over. Zhao Fatty shook his head. Who should we give it to then? Sun Haoran asked. After all, Sun Haoran had lived in Jizhou for a long time. Although he often went to Chang'an and made some connections, his network was still insufficient. Zhao Fatty's father had held a significant position in Jiangnan for many years, so he had quite a few connections in Chang'an. Zhao Fatty thought for a moment and said, I need to think about who has enough status and is reliable. Qin Yi, finding this troublesome, interjected, you two don't need to overthink it. Isn't it best to give it to that certain leader? Zhao Fatty and Sun Haoran exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. After breakfast, we'll go to the Chang'an government, and I'll deliver it directly to that leader. Qin Yi waved his hand. Zhao Fatty smiled wryly. Brother, I know where the leader is, but the problem is we can't get in. You don't need to worry about that. I said we can get in, and we will. That Yang Wenxuan's house has cameras everywhere, and even the safe is equipped with an alarm system. I can come and go as I please. Vignes repliet dismissive. Chapter 61. 40 minutes later, they drove onto the main road outside the Daming Palace on the north side of Chang'an. The Daming Palace stood majestically. Zhao, drive around the palace a couple of times. I want to take a good look, Qin Yi said to Zhao Fati. Sun Haoran gazed out at the slowly moving palace walls and introduced it to Qin Yi and Sheng Fan. The Daming Palace was built in the 8th year of Emperor Taishang's reign during the Tang dynasty. The great poet Wang Wei wrote a poem that described the grandeur of the time. The palace gates of the 9 heavens open, and the attire of all nations bows to the crown. It has undergone countless wars and repairs since then. Qin Yi and Sheng Fan listened quietly. After driving around twice, Qin Yi asked Zhao Fati to stop by the roadside. Then he got out to buy a map of Chang'an from a street vendor. Back in the car, he opened the map and stared at it for a long time before asking, "Why does this map of the Daming Palace only mark the Tay Pool? Why aren't any other palaces marked?" Sun Haoran shook his head with a wry smile. "Brother, do you think this is a tourist spot? How could they possibly mark it on the map? Then how we find it? I'll give you a rough idea of the location." Zhao Fati turned around and pointed to the south side of the Tay Pool. This location is approximately the Xianzheng Hall, which is located in the middle of the Daming Palace, so it shouldn't be hard to find. The person we're looking for is on the 3rd floor. Chapter 62. Qin Yi cursed inwardly. This dog nose is really sharp. After cursing, he didn't dare waste any more time and quickly began to recite the wall-piercing technique, lifting his leg to pass through the wall and enter the Daming Palace. Because the palace walls were tall and soundproof, once inside the Daming Palace, the noise around him seemed to diminish significantly. He stood on a small stone-paved path, flanked by lush bamboo, and couldn't see a single person. He came in near the Xianhua Gate in the northeast corner, which is quite far from the Xianzheng Hall, so he hurried south. After exiting the bamboo forest, he soon reached the Tay Pond, which resembles a horizontally placed gourd. The lake on the east side is small, while the lake on the west side is quite large. He walked onto the small stone bridge at the neck of the gourd, an ancient and weathered bridge, where one could still vaguely see the historical traces of axe cuts and smoke stains. Standing on the bridge and gazing into the distance, the scenery was indeed nice. But unfortunately, time flies and human emotions are fleeting. After a moment of distraction, he continued his southward journey. Along the way, he saw no one. And when Qin Yi reached the bathing hall, he finally spotted a few men and women in dark blue suits, hurrying by in small groups, all looking preoccupied and serious. Chapter 63. Before leaving, Qin Yi wandered around the room again, hoping to find something good to take with him. Although he didn't admit he was a thief, he didn't want to leave empty-handed. Sigh, this high-ranking leader is not as good as that Yang Wenxuan. In such a large office, aside from documents, there were only office supplies and a few pots of flowers. There wasn't a single piece of gold or silver. Qin Yi shook his head, noticing a nice-looking fountain pen on the desk, and casually picked it up and tossed it into his Qinquan ring, thinking this could be my souvenir from this visit. Exiting the office, he took the elevator down to the 1st floor, and he had lost his desire to browse. Although the Daming Palace still retained its historical appearance, inside it had completely transformed into a modern space. The so-called Xianzheng Hall was just a 3-story building made of reinforced concrete, merely clad in the shell of the former Xianzheng Hall. Strolling out of the Xianzheng Hall, the sun was still shining brightly outside. This little escapade didn't even take an hour. Qin Yi, feeling pleased, walked eastward. Even with his eyes closed, he knew the layout of the Daming Palace. After passing through the Minxiao province, Hongwen Pavilion, and the Historical Pavilion, he headed northeast to Longzhou Hall. After crossing Longzhou Hall, he would exit the Daming Palace. And right across the street was the tea house. Chapter 64. Seeing the traffic on the road, Qin Yi thought it would be too shocking to just pop out like that, so he reluctantly slipped back into the small alley. Back at the tea house, he carried Sun Haoran's black leather bag and a bag of sunflower seeds, and without needing the little girl from the reception to guide him, he marched up to the 2nd floor. "Brothers, I want to eat Chang'an delicacies tonight," Qin Yi shouted as he pushed the door open. Upon hearing his voice, the 3 people inside jumped up. They all stared wide-eyed at Qin Yi, who had returned in just over an hour, and the now-deflated bag indicated that he had accomplished his task. "Bro, you didn't throw everything in the trash, did you?" Sheng Fan wondered how he managed to get in so quickly. Such a heavily guarded Daming Palace. How did he get inside? Not only did he get in, but he also managed to put so much information in the leader's office. Was this something an ordinary person could do? Qin Yi tossed the bag to Sun Haoran and plopped down into a redwood armchair, picking up a teacup that he didn't even know belonged to whom, and took a sip. Wow, it's already cold. Zhao Fatty quickly pressed the bell on the table to call a waiter, asking for a new pot of tea. Chapter 65. Zhao Fatty, being an experienced driver, instinctively slammed on the brakes, and the ABS system made a thumping sound. The car stopped, and the person pushing the bicycle was still a meter away from the car. Zhao Fatty wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, terrified. The four people in the car were also startled into silence by the sudden change. If they had hit him, it would have been a troublesome matter. But they only saw the person in front leisurely setting up his bicycle, opening a plastic bag hanging from the handlebars, and pulling out a large scallion, which he then scattered generously on their car's hood. Qin was a bit confused. What was this guy doing? Filming a movie? This man appeared to be around 30 years old and was dressed relatively cleanly. He then took out a small paper bag of rice, calmly laid down in front of the car, and began pouring it all over himself. After finishing, he tossed the paper bag aside and casually grabbed his bicycle to press it against himself. Wow, he's trying to scam us. Sheng Fan, having traveled around for some time, was somewhat familiar with these tricks. Hearing this term, Qin Yi quickly understood what was happening. Zhao Fatty and Sun Haoran weren't too worried. It was just a matter of paying a bit of money. Chapter 66. Fatty, can you handle this woman? Sun Haoran asked Zhao Fatty with a smile. Zhao Fatty chuckled awkwardly. Sun Haoran said, I used to think Lu Dan was with you just for the money, but today I have a new perspective. You really have struck gold. Zhao Fatty laughed even harder upon hearing this. Qin Yi secretly scoffed. Loving money doesn't differentiate between ordinary people and immortals. Even I love money. He felt tired and decided to go to sleep. Zhao Fatty took him and Sheng Fan upstairs, each to their own guest room. Qin Yi quickly freshened up and collapsed onto the bed, feeling utterly exhausted after days of running around and being injured today. At the same time, he wanted Zhao Fatty and Sun Haoran to have a private chat. His task was complete, but this was merely the calm before the storm. The turbulent waves would soon arrive, and Sun Haoran still had many things to do after returning home. However, those things had nothing to do with him. Fatty, this Qin brother is just like Lu Dan said, truly extraordinary. Sun Haoran said, half lying on the tatami. Zhao Fatty, in a similar position, lazily replied, yeah. When I first met him, I'd already lost several rounds of gambling, totaling over 170 million. If it weren't for his advice, it would have been really hard to turn things around. Chapter 67. Sun Haoran called Qin Yi over to sign some documents and handle the insurance. After more than an hour, they finally could pick up the car. Qin Yi wore a big red flower and stood in front of the tall black Hummer, with Sheng Fan on his left side grinning like a fool, and Zhao Fatty and Sun Haoran on his right. Click! The female salesperson pressed the shutter. This was Qin Yi's first photo after descending to the mortal realm, and his expression was slightly unnatural. The female salesperson called over a colleague for help, who ran over and stood next to Sheng Fan for another photo, her smile bright and professional. Sir, there's not much fuel in the car. You need to turn right after exiting to find a gas station to fill it up. The attractive female salesperson kindly reminded them. What? We have to spend money on gas too? I hate secondary expenses. Qin immediately frowned. The female salesperson looked at him with a black line on her face, thinking, dude, how can it run without gas? Even riding a horse requires feeding. Seeing everyone staring at him with wide eyes, Qin awkwardly patted his head and chuckled. Haha, I was just joking. Chapter 68. Wow. Isn't that Wei Zhou's Tang Li Hui? That's his precious daughter, Tang Ning's car. Sun Haoran exclaimed in surprise. Who? Tang Liu? Zhao Fatty paused, deep in thought. Weizhou is the capital city of Hebei Dao, and Tang Li Hui has been operating in Weizhou for many years, deeply rooted and flourishing. His son and daughter are also notorious for their arrogance. If Sun Haoran's father passes this hurdle, the position in Hebei Dao will be in his hands, and Tang Li Hui could potentially become the biggest variable. The orange sports car began to slow down again, paralleling them. Qin gritted his teeth and slammed on the gas. At that moment, another roar sounded, and amidst the extended middle finger, the sports car sped away. Damn, brother Sun, what kind of junk car is this? It's so big. How can we not catch up with that little thing? Qin asked Sun Haoran anxiously. Sun Haoran smiled bitterly. Brother, this car is not a speed type. Its advantages are durability, toughness, and dominance. The disadvantage is that it can't go fast. Zhao Fatty also laughed. If it were a sports car, you might not be able to catch up either, because her car is close to 2 million. and it's been modified. The modification cost could buy another car. When we get back to Jizhou, I'll buy one of those sports cars. I don't believe I can't be faster than a girl driving. Damn. Chapter 69. Fatty, this is bad. Doesn't that look like Tang Ning's car? Sun Haoran said to Zhao Fatty. Huh, no way. He wasn't as tall as Sun Haoran, and standing on the welcome step, he couldn't see clearly. Chini said, you guys stay put. I'll go take a look. After saying that, he crossed over, jumped over the median barrier, and a black Audi whizzed by. He patted his chest. The speed of the car was too fast, and the wind made his face hurt. Seeing no cars on the right side, he immediately crossed the opposite lane, jumped over the barrier, and got off the highway. He remembered the approximate location of that yellow blur, channeled his energy to his feet, and ran with all his might. The ground was overgrown with weeds and scattered stones, likely left over from the highway construction years ago. After reaching the spot, he gasped. The orange sports car that had been roaring arrogantly just over an hour ago now only had the front half left, the rear half was flattened, and the wheels had disappeared. What kind of force must it have been to send this car flying over the opposite lane and land here? Qin hurried to check on the people inside the car. He saw that the windshield and door glass were shattered, and the door was severely deformed. Chapter 70. Qin and the others knew Zhao Fatty was calling Tang Ning's father and didn't ask anything. After all, Zhao Fatty had a history with Tang Ning's father, Tang Li Huwei, and he could not avoid notifying him about such an incident. The four of them squatted in the grass talking, and Sun Haoran said, I didn't see the accident vehicle on the way. It's probably run away. Zhao Fatty nodded and said, I don't know how it crashed. It's so brutal. Sheng Fan bared his teeth, a bit scared. Driving really is dangerous. Sun Haoran hesitated and said, Fatty, do you think it could be? Zhao Fatty understood what he meant and slowly shook his head. It's hard to tell if it's murder now. It's not something they can speculate about. They can only wait for the official investigation for a conclusion. Qin was worried about the girl in white with long hair and went over to check again. Fortunately, the girl's face was no longer pale. The internal bleeding had stopped, and although she was still unconscious, her heartbeat and breathing were normal. It seemed that the little bit of Qiyang Dan and his energy had worked. He finally felt relieved. About 30 minutes later, they heard a series of roaring sound from afar. A few of them looked up and saw two helicopters flying from the north, soon hovering over a nearby, flat grassy area, slowly descending. Chapter 71. Zhao Fatty and Sun Haoran exchanged glances, both with a sense of helplessness in their eyes. Some people and some things just don't respond to reason. Instead, violence can solve problems. They recalled their debauched days back then, when they were much more arrogant than Qin. Now that they were older, they no longer had that kind of temper. The four crossed the road and jumped over the median barrier to the Hummer. Leftover rice, you drive? Qin reached out and patted the car door, smiling at Sheng Fan. The earlier scene left Sheng Fan feeling uneasy, his head shaking like a rattle. Qin chuckled and took the driver's seat, driving back on the road. After a while, Zhao Fatty finally reacted and asked Qin, Qin brother, you were so precise about Tang Ning and that girl's injuries earlier. Do you understand medicine? Qin was about to say he had studied medicine for 500 years and had 10 amazing teachers, but then he swallowed the words. After a pause, he thought of how he had told that female vendor in Jiaozhou that his master was a Taoist, and began to spin a story. To be honest, after my father passed away, I was just eating at the village. That was when I was 12, and a sickly, scruffy Taoist came to the village. Chapter 72. The phone rang insistently, and Qin pressed the answer button, feeling grateful for the caller. If they had been a few seconds late, they might have faced a catastrophic accident. At this moment, Sheng Fan and the others were awakened by the phone ringing. Hello, who is it? After Qin asked, he realized that only two people knew his phone number. One was the guy beside him, who had just been sleeping soundly. The other was Jiang Lai. A tinkling laugh came from the other end of the line. Hey, I said, Master Qin, are you back in Jizhou? On the highway. You promised to treat us to a meal, she said, and then went silent, asking, when will you treat us? I can get to Jizhou tonight, but it might be a bit late. I was delayed on the road. How about tomorrow night? You choose the place, okay? All right, then it's settled. Drive carefully, Jiang Lai said and hung up. After hanging up, Qin felt completely awake. He hadn't expected to fall asleep while driving on the highway. If it hadn't been for this call, at such a high speed, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Jiang Lai had saved their lives. Zhao Fatty, still a bit sleepy in the back, said, Are we almost there? Chapter 73. Zhao Fati and Sun Haoran exchanged glances, and Sun Haoran asked his father, "Has Yang Wenxuan made any moves?" Sun Jingdao replied, "He was hospitalized this afternoon. It said he had a heart attack. I'll go see him tomorrow morning." Zhao Fati smiled, thinking this old guy must have realized all the evidence was gone, causing him to get sick from anger. Sun Jing noticed Zhao Fati's smile and asked, "Fei Zhou, what is the background of your friend?" Zhao Fati thought for a moment and said, "I checked through friends before. This person has a clean background, just an orphan from Qinjia village in Sanjiahai, has been in Jizhou for over 3 years, and worked as a security guard in the Happy community. He was fired recently after a dispute with a resident." "A security guard?" Sun Jing shook his head, chuckling lightly. How could that be? An ordinary person couldn't sneak into Yang Wenxuan's house without anyone knowing and take those things out. Sun Haoran also looked puzzled. On the way back, Qin Yi had told him he had saved a scruffy Taoist when he was a child, who taught him many supernatural powers. However, it sounded too incredible. He found it hard to believe. Chapter 74, after everyone got in the car and headed west. Zhao Fati soon asked Sun Haoran to pull over by the roadside. Sun Haoran looked around and realized they were right across from Labor Park. The four of them got out of the car. Zhao Fati, a bit smug, said to Sun Haoran, "How's this location? Look at this building." He pointed to a public building on the north side of the road. This was a residential area built a few years ago, and Sun Haoran knew the owner of the real estate company. This complex was right next to Jinyuan Community, but was much newer, with a few buildings along the street having their first and second floors as public facilities. The place Zhao Fati pointed to was a shell apartment, with a row of floor-to-ceiling windows covered in dust, looking quite shabby and affecting the city's appearance. It was strange. This area of Labor Park was very prosperous. So how could this building remain unrented for so long? Sun Haoran felt a bit suspicious. "Let's go. The agent is still waiting inside, and the landlord will be here soon," Zhao Fati said. They crossed the sidewalk, where there were still 5 or 6 parking spaces available. The door was wide open, and the four of them walked in. Indeed, it was a shell apartment with cement walls and floors inside, and a lot of dust. The agent, a woman in her late 30s, was still wearing a black business suit and low black high-heeled shoes. When she saw Qin Yi and the others enter, she smiled and came over. Chapter 75, while they were chatting, the landlord arrived. He was a middle-aged man with glasses, slightly plump, and looked quite approachable. Zhao Fati haggled with him for a while, and they finally settled on a price of 2 million to be paid in one lump sum. The group went to the agency to sign the contract, and the agent was overjoyed, her smile not leaving her face as she walked. Never expecting that the young man who had just rented a house not long ago would buy such a large public building so soon, truly her cash cow. Thinking back to how she had been coaxing people to join her agency and to be their mentor, she felt quite embarrassed now. Soon, the contract was signed, and they agreed to go to the property exchange office the next day to handle the transfer. The landlord then took his leave. Zhao Fati was happy, and when he heard Sun Haoran whisper that Yang Wenxuan had been taken away by the Chang'an side, he was even happier, and once outside the agency, he started planning a big dinner for the night. Qin Yi remembered her appointment with Jiang Lai and quickly apologized, saying she had plans for the evening. Zhao Fati was a bit disappointed, but didn't say much. After agreeing on the time and place for the next day, Sun Haoran handed the car keys to Qin Yi and Sheng Fan. Sun Haoran made a phone call, and soon the serious driver, Xiao Feng, arrived in a Land Cruiser to take the two of them away. Chapter 76, Zhou, he kicked Chu Gaoga and quickly said, "Qin Yi, is this your friend?" Qin Yi suddenly remembered Sheng Fan, putting her arm around his shoulder, and said, "This is my little brother, Sheng Fan." "What?" Zhou he was taken aback after hearing this. Sheng Fan quickly explained. Luckily, he was very familiar with this set of lines. "Hello, everyone. My name is Sheng Fan. My dad's surname is Sheng, like the Sheng in prosperity. And my mom's surname is Fan, like the Fan in Fanzhongyan. So this Sheng Fan isn't leftover food." Sheng Fan's explanation only made Zhou, he, and the others laugh even harder. Jiang Lai was barefaced today, her ponytail tied with a rubber band, naturally fresh and unadorned. She was dressed casually, wearing a very thin, white cashmere sweater on top, blue jeans below, and a pair of white sneakers. Seeing Sheng Fan's awkward face, she quickly stopped laughing, stood up, and extended her hand with a smile, saying, "My name is Jiang Lai. Nice to meet you." Sheng Fan awkwardly reached out to shake her hand, his face turning red. The two took their seats, and Jiang Lai asked them to order saying they had already ordered some. Chapter 77. After they settled down, Chu Gaoga downed 3 large cups of beer in a row. Seeing his boldness, Shang Fan could only drink along with him. Before long, both of their faces turned red, indicating their alcohol tolerance was average. Jiang Lai was surprised to hear from Qin that he had bought a house in front of Labor Park today and was even planning to renovate a tea house. A few days ago, he was still setting up a stall at the park entrance, and now, just a few days later, how could he afford a house? Zhou he didn't know much about Qin's situation, so she was not too surprised and said she would definitely come to support him on the opening day. Jiang Lai remembered seeing him with Sun Haoran at the Jizhou Hotel a few days ago and looked pensive. Qin had been feeling poor lately and wanted to show off a bit, but he couldn't find the opportunity until now. Finally enjoying the spotlight in front of 2 beautiful women. This was entirely his vanity acting up, as he wanted to regain some face after feeling embarrassed last time. Shang Fan had too much beer, and, seeing that the bathroom was occupied by Chu Gaoga, he couldn't hold it anymore and went out to find a restroom. Chu Gaoga had been out for quite a while, and seeing Shang Fan hadn't returned, Qin started to worry, thinking, this silly kid. He wouldn't get lost finding this room, would he? Chapter 78. With that slap, everyone in the corridor was stunned. Apart from Qin and Shang Fan, everyone recognized this young man, Bai Xiao Bai, the only son of the Bai family in Jizhou. It's worth noting that the public security in Jizhou City is managed by the Bai family, and they are locals with extensive connections, which is why Bai Xiao Bai developed such an arrogant personality from a young age. This person had a very low character. He was lewd and liked other people's wives. So he had a terrible reputation in Jizhou City. Qin didn't care who his father was. Not causing trouble didn't mean he was afraid of it. Besides, even if he knew about this person's family background, bullying himself and Shang Fan was unacceptable. When Qin's temper flared, he didn't care about anyone. Slap, slap, slap. He swung both arms, delivering 5 or 6 big slaps. Bai Xiao Bai's face quickly swelled up, and his gold-rimmed glasses fell to the ground. He wanted to speak, but couldn't make a sound. That night, Bai Xiao Bai didn't bring friends because the woman was a married one he had recently seduced, and he didn't want to draw too much attention, so now he was getting beaten up with no one to help him. Chapter 79. Chu Gaoga said, "Let me take you 2 home." Qin smiled and said it wasn't necessary, and he waved goodbye to Shang Fan and the others, then walked toward the black Hummer parked not far away. Qin stood tall, recalling the SUV he had seen Chu Gaoga driving that day, feeling secretly pleased, thinking, "Let you all see, I also have a luxury car now." Hee. As they looked at the rear of Qin and Shang Fan's Hummer, the 3 of them noticed the shiny license plate, and they all felt starstruck. Lai, you really shouldn't be paying for this meal," Zhou murmured. Jiang Lai also smiled wryly. "Yeah, I didn't expect this guy would get rich." Shang Fan was still excited in the car, chattering about how much fun it was and that he should slap that guy a few more times. Qin remained silent. And when they got home at Jinyuan Community, Shang Fan wanted to take off his clothes to sleep, but Qin said, "Don't take them off. Trust me, just sleep quickly. Otherwise, you won't get to sleep for long tonight." After speaking, he didn't take off his clothes and lay down on the bed in his suit. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. Shang Fan still took off his outer coat, feeling quite puzzled about why he didn't let him take off his clothes to sleep. He himself didn't take them off, which was really strange. Chapter 80. Brother Sun. "Didn't Zhao come?" Qin asked. "He went to Shang Fan's room. Don't worry." Sun Haoran knew he was concerned about Shang Fan. "Why aren't you hurrying to unlock the handcuffs?" Fat Director shouted at the young police officer. The officer nodded and came over to unlock Qin's handcuffs, to which Qin cheerfully said, "See, I told you to wait a bit, but you didn't believe me." The officer wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking, "Damn, what does it matter if I believe you or not? You monster didn't suffer any losses." When Qin walked out of the interrogation room, he saw Shang Fan and Zhao Fatty coming out of another room. Shang Fan had a bruise under his eye and a cut on his lip, looking quite miserable. Qin teased, "No way, right?" Shang Fan shot him a glance. "After nearly an hour of torture, on the way here you told me not to resist. Who the hell can stand that?" Qin heard his thoughts and chuckled, reaching out to give him a light slap on the neck, scolding him playfully, "You silly fool. When I said not to resist, I meant don't fight back, not to just take the beating." The Fat Director escorted them out, secretly lamenting that they couldn't afford to mess with the #1 young master of Jizhou. But how could he explain this to his superior? Chapter 81. Qin thought for a moment. He couldn't let Sheng Fan follow him. So he said, "You go find a good restaurant. Order some nice dishes and wait for me." Sheng Fan clearly wanted to go with him, worried about Qin Yi and afraid of any risks. Qin Yi waved his hand with a smile and added, "Order a few good dishes, don't be stingy." Sheng Fan rolled his eyes at him helplessly. All the prepayment from his fortune-telling was in his hands. What was there to be reluctant about? Qin Yi got into the sedan, and 8 people shouted to lift it, quickly making their way back. Qin Yi had never ridden in one of these before, and at first, it was a bit novel, but after a while, he found it boring. This thing couldn't compare to a car at all. To see the scenery, he had to pull back the curtain, and no matter how fast the bearers were, they couldn't match a foot on the gas. 20 minutes later, the sedan arrived in front of the inpatient department of the Jizhou 3rd Hospital. After getting out, Qin Yi stepped down and noticed many people looking at him. With his hands behind his back, he nonchalantly walked into the building. Secretary Zhang stood at the door, very respectful. This time, Secretary Zhang was much more polite, leading him inside. Once they entered the elevator, Secretary Zhang's smile was a bit stiff, while Qin Yi looked at him with a grin, making him feel uneasy. Chapter 82. 40 minutes later, Secretary Zhang stood at the door of Cui Dayong's house, hesitating whether he should knock. This morning, his wife Lin Mei told him that she would be out with some girlfriends at the bar tonight and will be back late. He had reminded her to be careful and to come back early. They had been very affectionate during their years of marriage. Remembering Qin Yi's strange smile, he gritted his teeth and knocked on the door. After a while, Cui Dayong's voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Secretary Zhang pinched his voice and said, "The property management, here to check the water meter." Standing outside, he heard the sound of slippers shuffling on the floor. As soon as the door opened a crack, Secretary Zhang rushed in. "Hey, how did you get in?" Cui Dayong had just finished showering, shirtless, with a towel wrapped around his waist. He intended to ask about the property situation, but he didn't expect this person to rush in. When he realized it was Secretary Zhang, his scalp tingled. Before he could say anything else, Secretary Zhang had already entered the bedroom. Secretary Zhang stood at the door, motionless, as he saw a familiar and beloved smooth bare back lying on the bed. "Come here and give him a back rub. You just rubbed a few times and slacked off." Lin Mei scolded sweetly. Chapter 83. Qin Yi quickly reached out to support him, but Li Zhongqing did not get up, kneeling there with tears streaming down his face. "My life has been turbulent. My wife and children separated. My second son died at 5, and my eldest son was born like this. I beg you, please cure him, and in my next life, I will be your servant." After Li Zhongqing finished speaking, he kept bowing, his head hitting the ground with a thud. Qin Yi had no choice but to squat down and say, "Old Li, if you don't get up, I'm leaving right now." After saying that, Qin Yi stood up, pretending to leave, and Li Zhongqing quickly reached out to grab his pants leg. Okay, I'll get up." After Li Zhongqing got up, he wiped the tears from his face with his sleeve, while his son remained motionless. Qin Yi released his spiritual energy and observed for a while, then shook his head. This person, in this life and the next, was shrouded in mist, completely muddled, and he couldn't see anything. Seeing him shake his head, Li Zhongqing's heart sank, and he trembled as he asked, "Is there any way?" "Old Li, his 6 senses have been sealed for 30 years. I can reopen them, but..." Qin Yi paused and continued. "After regaining consciousness, he will be like a child, not understanding anything, and will have to learn everything from scratch. You will be very tired." Chapter 84. Zhao Fatty was reluctant to say he wanted to take this batch of jadeite, but Qin Yi sensed his intention from his words and directly told him, "All the jadeite is yours. Just give me the money." Zhao Fatty was very happy. This was not just about profit. Having so much high-end jadeite raw stone in hand was also a symbol of status in this circle. In the freezing cold, Qin Yi was really too lazy to move. Hearing Zhao Fatty urge him again, he said, "Why don't you ask brother Sun? If he goes, I will go with him for a few days." Qin Yi handed his phone to Sun Haoran, who smiled wryly and said, "Fatty, I really can't make it. You know, after the new year, my old man is taking office, and we all have to move to Weizhou. There's just over a month until the new year, and there's a lot going on at home and a bunch of things at the group. I really can't leave." Qin Yi had known about this half a month ago and secretly felt relieved. Although this incident caused a stir in Hebei province, the outcome was good. Sun Haoran's father, Sun Jing, successfully took the position of the top leader in Hebei province. After Sun Haoran told him this, he didn't ask about it again, wanting to live a simple life and not wanting to get too involved in such matters. Last time, It was only because of their connection and Zhao Fatty's face that he acted. Chapter 85, seeing that he wasn't being polite anymore. Zhao Fatty didn't press further and took Qin away. As they were about to leave, Qin threw the big leather bag on the bed and reminded Sheng Fan to keep an eye on it. After going downstairs, Zhao Fatty still wanted to drive his car, but Qin laughed and said, "Brother Zhao, what a mess your car is. Let us wash it tomorrow before you drive it. Today, just drive my car." During this time, Qin hadn't gone far, so that Hummer hadn't been driven for over a week. With all green lights, the two quickly arrived at Sihai Banquet, an old brand in Jizhou, specializing in local cuisine. The front was filled with cars, and it took a long time for a security guard to help them find a parking spot. Zhao Pengzi pushed open the door to the private room, wearing a big smile, and cupped his hands in greeting. "Everyone, I'm really sorry for being late. I'm late. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks later." Qin stood behind him, clearly seeing the situation inside the room. The private room was not small, and the dining table was enormous, with a large electric glass turntable in the middle, already filled with food and drinks. Sun Howard sat at the head of the table. On his left was a man in his 30s with a long face, and on his right was a round-faced young man in his 20s, along with a frail man nearing 30 and 3 young women, making it a perfect mix of 3 men and 3 women. Chapter 86. Zhao Pengzi returned home with Sun Howard, while Qin drove back home alone. The next morning, before Qin even got up, Zhao Pengzi arrived, carrying a plastic bag of buns. Drowsily, Qin opened the door for him, and then turned back to dive into bed. "Why are you so lazy? Where are Sheng Fan and the others?" Zhao Pengzi placed the bag of beef buns on the dining table and walked into the bedroom while speaking. "Those 2 fools have already gone out to exercise. I haven't even woken up yet," Qin replied, still sleepy. Zhao Pengzi lifted his blanket, saying, "Get up. What time is it? The sun is already shining on your backside. You are really too lazy. I'm here to enjoy life, not to suffer." Qin pulled the blanket back over himself, mumbling, but Zhao Pengzi didn't hear him clearly. Before long, Sheng Fan and Li Tianzong returned, having bought some soy milk and fried dough sticks. "Brother Zhao, are those the buns you bought? They taste really good." Sheng Fan grabbed a bun and started eating, continuously praising Zhao Pengzi while chewing. Seeing that he couldn't sleep anymore, Qin reluctantly got out of bed. "You're just obsessing over a broken stone. Look how much you're thinking about it," Qin said while brushing his teeth and sitting at the dining table to eat, talking about Zhao Pengzi. Chapter 87. On the TV, police lights were flashing, and many people in uniform were coming and going while the host was saying something into the microphone. Because the sound of the stone-cutting machine was too loud, Qin couldn't hear the TV clearly. He lay on the bed while Sheng Fan and Li Tianzong half lay on the sofa, drowsy. After more than an hour, when he heard the sound of the stone-cutting machine on the balcony stop, Qin finally relaxed. His heart had been racing. The noise was so loud, he was afraid the property management would come looking for him. The property management probably thought he was cutting aluminum alloy doors and windows because he had enclosed the balcony, which was why no one had come to find him. Qin hurried to the balcony and saw Zhao Pengzi holding something like a crystal ball, grinning widely. Look, isn't it beautiful?" He was holding this spherical object in one hand and wiping it with the other, but his hands were too dirty, making it dirtier the more he wiped. Qin took it, rushed to the kitchen sink, and rinsed it off. Although the sphere was not perfectly round, it was clear that Zhao Pengzi had roughly shaped it, grinding away all the stone skin. After rinsing it, he was amazed. The ball looked like a thick frosted glass sphere filled with crimson liquid, but it wasn't completely full. When he shook it, the liquid inside sloshed around. Chapter 88. Qin, thank you. Zhao Pengzi said this thank you very earnestly. Although he still didn't know what this thing was or what effect drinking it would have, Qin's willingness to let Sun Howard share it made him admire him. It was known that the liquid inside could weigh about a pound, and if too many people shared it, who knew if it would lose its original effect? "Brother, let us smell it too," Sheng Fan said playfully to Qin. Li Tianzong also had a silly grin. "Qin, let me smell it too, just once. Just once." Qin laughed and released his grip. He turned back to the kitchen, found 5 clean small bowls, and lined them up on the table. Then he sat down again, carefully observing the liquid inside. Having lived for over 10,000 years, he had never heard of this thing in the heavens. If he drank it, would he mutate? Or explode and die? Would he bleed from all 7 orifices? Was it reckless to drink it like this? What if it was poisonous? Or should he try on a dog? If the dog didn't die, then it would mean it was safe. Good idea. So, He voiced his thoughts and then looked at Shang Fan. You go, bring Ryan over. Chapter 89. He was indeed startled because, in his memory, there were no living beings in this space, just an alchemy furnace. He quickly looked over and saw a white shadow that moved like a ghost, lightly tapping the rock wall and rising into the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He looked up at the rock wall, which was immeasurable in height. After about 50 or 60 meters up, there was a thin white mist, growing denser the higher he went, making it impossible to see the rock wall clearly. What was that? He felt a deep sense of confusion. It was definitely a living thing, and that white shadow moved extremely fast, almost not resembling a human. He approached the rock wall, concentrated his spiritual energy in his hands and feet, wanting to climb up to see what was going on. At this moment, he couldn't yet use flying techniques like controlling wind with his spiritual energy, so he could only climb like a monkey. At first, he climbed quickly, entering the dense mist in no time. He climbed up for another several dozen meters and felt the temperature drop as he went higher. He silently recited the perspective technique and looked up again, but it was still a sea of dense fog. Perhaps it was due to a lack of spiritual energy, but his ability to see through was ineffective. He couldn't see anything clearly, and it felt like the rock wall was boundless. Worried about the unconscious Shang Fan and the others, had no choice but to return the way he came. Chapter 90. Haven't you been watching the news these past 2 days? Jiang Lai asked Qin, who was silent, with some curiosity. Qin thought for a moment. He seemed to remember seeing many police officers busy on TV when Zhao Pengzi was cutting that piece of rough stone. But the noise from the stone-cutting machine was too loud for him to hear what was happening. Qin shook his head. You go on. Yesterday, this gang robbed an armored car on Sisui Road in Arjizhou, with nearly 50 million in cash inside. 1 driver and 3 security guards were all killed. Jiang Lai said, his voice filled with sorrow at this point. After hearing this, Qin felt that these people were too cruel for such filthy lucre. They had committed such heinous acts, truly infuriating. The gang made a mistake. Last night, the police found a clue, deployed a lot of manpower, and caught 3 of the perpetrators, but 1 main suspect is still at large, and the money is gone. Oh, Qin had initially felt happy hearing that they had caught them all, but it turned out there was still a fish that slipped through the net. These people were very stubborn. Knowing they had committed a capital crime, none would speak, and the interrogators had exhausted various methods without getting a word out of them. Chapter 91. Jiang Lai felt her face heat up when he said, wait for me, and she was a bit puzzled about what was happening. Jiang Lixing did not get out of the car. Qin followed Tian Junjie into the courtyard, where everything was smooth. Many people in uniform hurried back and forth in the building, looking busy. It seemed that this industry was not easy. After all, because of them, the common people could live and work in peace. In front of an interrogation room, Tian Junjie entered alone. Shortly after, a man and a woman came out, both with dark circles under their eyes and holding stacks of documents. Tian Junjie leaned out from the iron door and waved at Qin, who stepped inside. The interrogation room was about 30 square meters. As soon as one entered, there was a wooden table for 2 against the wall, with 2 wooden chairs with backs behind it. On the table was a desk lamp, the light dim, positioned low enough that anyone further away couldn't clearly see whether the person sitting there was male or female. In the middle of the room sat a large iron chair that looked quite heavy. On the iron chair sat a man in his early 30s. From a ceiling hung a lamp resembling a straw hat, which was an incandescent bulb, casting bright light that focused on the man's head, illuminating him clearly. Chapter 92. The white BMW stopped at the entrance of the Jinyuan community. Qin opened the door and got out, while Jiang Lai rolled down the window and said to him, shall we go eat hot pot another day? After thinking for a moment, he replied, sure, I'll call you. I've been quite busy these days. I'll contact you once I'm done. Jiang Lai waved her hand and drove away. She found it a bit strange. What has this guy been busy with lately since he hasn't been out? Qin walked towards the community, and as soon as he got out of the car, the north wind blew, making him shiver. He shrank his neck, tightened his down jacket, and quickly headed home. He hesitated to commit to a specific day for hot pot with Jiang Lai because there were still 4 living people at home, and he didn't know when they would wake up. It was quite frustrating. Not far away, Xia was walking with her German Shepherd and crossed paths with Qin. Brother Qin just got back? Where's Shang Fan? Xia was wearing a pink woolen coat with a bright red fox fur collar, and her big dark eyes looked very pretty. Qin opened his mouth to say, Shang Fan is on a business trip. What? On On a business trip? Xiaoyi laughed, thinking to herself, you two are fortune tellers. What business trip could you possibly have? Qin Yi, without turning red, continued. Sheng Fan and Li Tianzong went to Jiaozhou with a friend of mine. They'll be back in a few days. Chapter 93 After Dinner. Qin Yi returned home and found Sheng Fan sitting on the bed, looking confused, as if he had just woken up. Brother, where have you been? Why did I fall asleep in bed? He asked, puzzled. You little rascal, you've been sleeping for 5 days. Qin Yi took off his down jacket and laughed. Huh, it's been that long? Sheng Fan was quite surprised. Just as he finished speaking, his stomach growled loudly. Brother, I'm hungry. You glutton. I just got back. I have instant noodles. I'll cook you 2 packs. Cook more, I'm starving. At the dining table, Qin Yi looked at Sheng Fan, who had a constipated expression. The foodie was back? Sheng Fan didn't expect that he had eaten 8 packs of instant noodles and was still only half full. He said with a wry smile, Brother, I think I'm about to level up again. Every time I reach the peak state, I get a huge appetite, as if I'm storing energy. Qin Yi scratched his head and asked him, what was your level before you drank that liquid? The day after tomorrow, peak. So that means you're about to reach the innate level? Yes. My grandpa only reached the postnatal peak when he was nearly 60. I didn't expect to reach the innate level at this age. Brother. Thank you. Chapter 94 Little brother, you have several million in your account. Don't squander it. Zhao Fatty said with some concern, seeing that Qin Yi had a bit of money and wanted to show off. Qin Yi shrugged, thinking Taoist. I still have at least 1 or 200 million. I'm not worried about money. Seeing that Qin Yi was unconcerned, Zhao Fatty thought for a moment and decided not to persuade him anymore. After all, this little brother is quite miraculous. Although Qin Yi told him to keep an eye on his raw stones, he should at least give him 120 million. He couldn't let this little brother suffer a loss. With so much money, what's the big deal about staying in a presidential suite? Truly worrying over nothing. With that thought, he smiled, thinking, let's stay and have a good experience. However, you guys better not wreck the hotel. Ha ha ha. Zhao Fatty's words caused Sheng Fan behind him to blush. After sending Zhao Fatty off, the 3 of them returned home. They decided to get right to it and didn't bother with any gifts. They simply packed a few changes of clothes. Qin Yi put the only valuable thing at home, the glass hollow ball, into the large leather bag Zhao Fatty brought and casually shoved it under the bed. Sheng Fan rolled up the awning and put it in the wardrobe. This was for dining, and he couldn't lose it. Chapter 95 The woman with peach blossom eyes never expected that the person in front of her could actually produce so much money. Half in disbelief, she stepped out of the service desk and called over a young man with a luggage cart using the intercom. The 2 followed Qin Yi out of the lobby. As soon as they exited the lobby, the woman saw the black Hummer and felt a jolt in her heart. It seemed that someone who could drive such a luxury car really could produce this kind of money. Qin Yi opened the trunk and pointed inside with his chin. Speaking in a nonchalant tone, loaded up. The woman and the young man pushed the luggage cart over and were stunned to see the pile of money in the trunk. Sister, what's wrong? The young man hurriedly reached out to support the woman. The woman touched her forehead and murmured, I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. Qin Yi took out a soft Chinese cigarette and began to smoke. He glanced at the woman in the trunk. Although the Hummer's trunk was quite large, an adult couldn't stand up inside. She half squatted in the trunk, handing out money, which the young man outside caught and stacked onto the luggage cart. She was wearing a gray, fitted skirt suit, which hugged her curvy body, looking quite appealing. Occasionally, from a certain angle, one could see the narrow pink underwear inside. Chapter 96 Qin Yi, what are you busy with? Eating hot pot? Jiang Lai's voice came through on the phone. Qin Yi suddenly remembered that last week. When he was sent home from the police station, he promised Jiang Lai to go eat hot pot. It really was a case of good timing. Just as he was thinking of showing off in front of Jiang Lai and the others, she came knocking on his door. He chuckled, sure, Lawyer Jiang. Invite Zhou, he and Gao, Ge. I'm at the Jizhou Hotel now, moved here, on the 19th floor, room T5. Come over before dinner. Jizhou Hotel? 19th floor? Qin Yi, you struck it rich? Jiang Lai naturally knew what room on the 19th floor of the Jizhou Hotel was. Although she had never stayed there, she had accompanied her father to meet clients there. It was the best presidential suite in Hebei province. Where did this kid earn so much money? Could it be that Sun Haoran booked the room for him? Thinking about how close Qin Yi had been to Sun Haoran lately and connecting it to Sun Jing's recent promotion, Jiang Lai felt there was something going on. Qin Yi quickly stopped himself and continued. I've always been wealthy. You just didn't know? Let me tell you, actually, Qin Shi Huang is my ancestor. And recently I inherited a fortune from him. Look, I'm hitting it big now, huh? Chapter 97, Is Taoist a Bit Evil? Thinking of this, he quickly suppressed the thought, afraid that setting up a tent outside would be quite inappropriate. Leftover food. Tion Zone. You two pigs, get up, it's time to greet the guests. Qin Yi shouted as he opened the door. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Qin Yi, barefoot, rushed to the living room, and upon opening the door, the first thing he saw was the smiling face of Butler Sunday. Strangely, the two girls at the service desk also wore similar smiles, but they felt very professional. However, Butler Sun's similar smile felt sincere and warm. How can the difference between people be so vast? Mr. Qin, your friends have arrived. Please come in. Qin Yi hurriedly said. Butler Sun stepped aside to let in Jiang Lai, who was wearing a white down jacket, while Zhou He and Chu Gaoga held hands behind her. Well, Qin Yi, you struck it rich. As soon as they entered, Zhou He exclaimed exaggeratedly. Jiang Lai pinched her waist and shot her a look, meaning that the butler was still there, so don't be so obvious. Mr. Qin, will you be dining here with your friends tonight? Butler's son, well-versed in etiquette, did not react to Zhou He's words, and even his smile remained unchanged. Chapter 98, when he was playing music and reciting poetry, he did not use spiritual energy. Otherwise, these people would now be like walking corpses, allowing themselves to be manipulated, and it would take at least several hours for them to regain their senses. This requiem is an ancient Taoist masterpiece. Using a trace of spiritual energy to perform, it would put the listeners into a state of ignorance, desirelessness, and chaos, allowing them to be manipulated. There's another piece called Soul Capturing that is even more tyrannical, capable of binding the listener's soul, while Requiem has a time limit. Soul capturing can only be broken if the performer personally uses magic to do so. Otherwise, the listener will forever become a puppet. Looking at these guys, he secretly cursed. What a killjoy, he had worked hard to cultivate the atmosphere, and next, he wanted to hold Jiang Lai's delicate shoulder and wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Now a bunch of light bulbs walked in. He waved his hand helplessly. Let us go. Time to drink. I'll treat today. After drinking, Qin Yi realized that Li Tianzong was actually a big drinker. Chu Gaoga thought his alcohol tolerance was decent, but unexpectedly, after just one glass of white liquor, he felt a bit tipsy. In fact, his drinking capacity was similar to Sheng Fan, about 4 bottles of beer, and at most 3 or 4 tails of white liquor. Chapter 99. Hey girl, how about a drink with Brother Tiger? Wang Xiaohu said, reaching for Jiang Lai. Jiang Lai stepped back, raised her right leg high, and with a smack, it landed on the guy's shoulder. Thud! Wang Xiaohu fell heavily to the ground. The bottle of liquor in his hand also dropped. Fortunately, it was on the floor, so the bottle didn't break, but the beer spilled everywhere. The hall fell silent, and the microphone in Jiang Lai's hand must have picked up sound from a speaker, producing a sharp feedback noise. She quickly turned off the microphone. Wang Xiaohu struggled to get up, cursing, damn. Stupid bitch, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Before he could finish, Jiang Lai's graceful body spun around, her right leg lifted high, and this time, it kicked him squarely in the face. Pop! 2 of his molars flew out far away. At this moment, Qin Yi couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and walked towards the center of the venue, while Sheng Fan and the others, realizing what was happening, followed him. Bai Xiaobai knew he couldn't hide anymore. After all, he had just tried to flirt with Jiang Lai and had already been recognized by her, so he could only stiffen his neck and walk over. Qin Yi stood in front of Jiang Lai, giving a flattering thumbs up. Heroine, great skills. Chapter 100 days passed like this. Occasionally, Jiang Lai and the others would come over to cause a ruckus for half the night. Qin Yi also learned to play poker with them, but since he always cheated with his X-ray vision, everyone eventually didn't want to play with him anymore. The feelings among these people quickly heated up. Sometimes, Qin Yi would find excuses to touch Jiang Lai's small hand, occasionally flirting a bit, and each time Jiang Lai would blush. Didn't he even know when it started? But Sheng Fan and Xia Yi were holding hands. Sheng Fan, like a lovesick puppy, stopped practicing and didn't teach Li Tianzong properly anymore. He would pick up Xia Yi after work every day, sometimes even returning after dinner. However, after coming back, he would go to the buffet to feast again because when he was with Xia Yi, he didn't dare to eat freely. Fearing she would be scared, he would eat them out of house and home. During this time, Qin Yi and the others were living too comfortably. All 3 of them had gained several pounds, and their complexions became even fairer. The only thing that annoyed Qin was that every time he brought Sheng Fan to the restaurant, Those waiters looked at them strangely. Later, when he asked Butler's son, he smiled and said it was because Sheng Fan could eat so much. He had already become famous within the hotel, and everyone called him the super big eater behind his back. Chapter 101. More than half an hour passed, and he felt that from the beginning until now. He had climbed nearly 2,000 meters, but looking up, it was still a misty haze, and his X-ray vision was completely useless, and he couldn't see an end. After resting for a minute, he climbed another 10 meters. Suddenly, Qin Yi's pupils constricted because he saw a brown bulge, and upon closer inspection, he noticed a clear cross marked on it. He understood this was a ghost wall. In reality, he was repeatedly climbing. Even if he climbed for another 10 hours or 100 hours, he would still be stuck in this few hundred meters, going in circles. Damn, he cursed inwardly. At this moment, his magical power could not break this kind of spell, so he could only helplessly climb down. Sure enough, after climbing down more than 600 meters, he reached the bottom. He rubbed his numb hands and feet, wiped the sweat from his face and head with his sleeve, and the frost turned to water, dripping all over his face. He sat on the huge bagua, leaning against the Dan furnace, a wave of frustration washing over him. He didn't even know how this bagua space was formed, what the world above was like. If it was just a small space, it would be fine, but what if it led to another world? What chaos would ensue if those magical treasures fell into that world? Chapter 102. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yi chuckled, guessing that at this moment, Jiang Lai's face must be blushing. The phone rang again. He picked it up to see it was Zhao Feizhou. Brother Zhao, wishing you an early new year. Qin Lao Di, where are you? Why is there no one at home? Zhao Feizhou did not engage in pleasantries. You come to Jizhou? Qin Yi was a bit puzzled. The day after tomorrow was New Year's Eve, so why did Zhao Fatty come to Jizhou? At this moment, even if he wasn't at home in Hangzhou, he should be at Chang'an with Lu Dan, right? How could he possibly come to Jizhou at this time? Brother Zhao, what happened? He knew something must have occurred, otherwise, Zhao wouldn't be looking for him at this time. Where are you? Zhao Fatty asked in a deep voice. At the Jizhou Grand Hotel. Damn, you really went? Zhao Fatty didn't expect them to act so quickly and actually go and stay at the hotel. Room 19 on the 19th floor of the Jizhou Grand Hotel. Come over. Qin Yi knew Zhao Fatty must have something to discuss, so he didn't waste any time and directly told him the room number. All right, I'll be there shortly, Zhao Fatty said before hanging up the phone. 20 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 103. The chief had invited the best traditional Chinese medicine doctors, Western doctors, Miao doctors, etc., but all were helpless. Later, he even went abroad for treatment, but the result was the same. The most famous surgeon in Japan, Otani, also gave the final conclusion that Yitong's injury could not be cured, and she would only be able to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. Qin Yi chuckled. The most famous? It's nothing special. When the chief heard his daughter talk about the situation at the scene and combined it with the conclusions from the expert consultation, he summoned Wei Zhou's Tang Lihui to Chang'an. Tang Lihui also recounted the situation accurately, so the chief sent someone to my home in Hangzhou and called me to Chang'an. At this point, Qin Yi also understood. In front of the chief, I couldn't hide anything. Besides, there was nothing worth hiding about the situation at that time, so I recounted everything honestly. Qin Yi nodded, indicating understanding. Qin Yi, can you cure Yitong? Zhao Fatty finally asked the question he had been struggling with. Qin Yi smiled bitterly. If I had the conditions at that time, I could indeed cure her, but after such a long time and so many treatments, I don't know. How confident are you? Chapter 10. For the hawk-nosed man, didn't he expect this person to have such a strange temper? They were representing the will of the highest leadership, which, in the eyes of ordinary people, was like a divine existence. This person even dared to make him kneel? He stood up and said word by word, "What if I don't kneel?" Qin Yi glanced at him and said coldly, "Not kneeling? Then let that little girl lie in bed for the rest of her life." After saying that, he turned around and went back to the bedroom. Qin Yi's words cornered the hawk-nosed man. At that moment, he remembered the purpose of his visit, and cold sweat broke out. The bearded man had been silent. Although he and the hawk-nosed man were in the same system, their relationship was actually quite average, often competitive, so seeing him in trouble now made him secretly laugh. Damn, let you show off. Awesome. The hawk-nosed man was somewhat dazed and plopped down in the armchair. Zhao Fatty was unfamiliar with the direct leaders of these two. His status was not enough, so he could only call Tang Lihui while waiting for the connection, and he entered the nearest bedroom to the living room. After Zhao Fatty finished speaking, Tang Lihui angrily cursed. Nonsense. Chapter 105. The SUV drove for less than 20 minutes on the highway before exiting. After driving along a dirt road for a while and passing through 3 checkpoints, each time there were 2 or 3 dressed individuals checking for a long time. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived at a small airport, and the 3 got out of the car. In the darkness, they could vaguely see some oddly shaped airplanes neatly lined up on the runway. Zhao Go, what kind of planes are these? Qin Yi asked Zhao Fatty. Zhao Fatty whispered, fighter jets. Huh. Qin Yi was indeed ignorant. He had never seen one before. No one came over to check anything. Suddenly, a control tower in the distance lit up with a spotlight, looking like a one-eyed giant beast in the dark. A beam of light shot towards them and flashed a few times. Qin Yi took note that the light flickered 3 long and 2 short. The bearded man said softly, let us go, and led them to a small business jet. Qin Yi cursed inwardly, damn. So that light was a signal to pass. But why 3 long and 2 short? That is so unlucky. Ugh. Thinking of this, he spat on the ground. The bearded man went directly to the cockpit, while Zhao Fatty and Qin Yi sat face to face in the spacious leather chairs. Chapter 106. Qin Yi was surprised inside, but didn't show it on his face. However, he couldn't pretend not to see it, or it would seem even more suspicious. So he smiled and nodded towards a fat old man in the distance, then turned to continue upstairs. The corridor on the 2nd floor was brightly lit, with solid wood floors that made a slight tapping sound as he walked. The bearded man stood in front of a wide solid wood door at the end of the corridor and knocked 3 times. A deep voice came from inside. Come in. The bearded man pushed the door and walked in. This was Zhao Fatty's 2nd time meeting the chief, but he still felt nervous at this moment. It seemed like he could hear his own heartbeat. Qin Yi, however, felt no unease. He wasn't afraid even of the Jade Emperor, let alone he. The study was spacious but sparsely decorated, appearing somewhat cold. A bright light illuminated a large desk inside, where Chief Ing Chi sat behind, with many documents piled on the table. Ji Gang, you're back, Ing Chi said, putting down the pen in his hand and smiling as he stood up. The bearded man, called Ji Gang, pressed a switch on the side wall of the door, and the lights in the study turned on. Chief, the person has been invited. I'll take my leave now, the bearded man said, then saluted Ing Chi with a standard military salute. Chapter 1070. Ing Chi felt a tightness in his heart after hearing this and hurriedly asked, Mr. Qin, please share. Qin Yi picked up the tea he had just poured and took a sip. Plants and trees also have yin and yang. Those with broad leaves belong to yang, while those with narrow leaves belong to yin. If the purple vine grows for a few years, it will cover the walls of this villa, and, at that time, the interior will be filled with yin energy, causing those living here to become ill at worst, or worse. Haha, it's just one opinion. No need to take it seriously. Then why do many buildings have that kind of climbing tiger? Zhongchan smiled, but maintained a calm expression without any unease. The climbing tiger is a broad-leaved plant, belongs to yang, and is harmless to the human body. I've learned something new. It seems Zhong doesn't understand either. Hee. Ing Chi laughed. Zhongchan lowered his head and said, Yes, I just think it looks nice. I'll have Old Wang pull it out tomorrow. Qin Yi observed Zhongchan from the corner of his eye. At this moment, it wasn't convenient to use spiritual energy to check her past and present. Otherwise, he would definitely want to see what secrets this woman was hiding. For some reason, after shaking her hand, Qin Yi felt something strange about her. Coincidentally, it was she who had suggested planting those purple vines. Chapter 108. In the preliminary stage, one can fast, understand blessings, know the 8 trigrams, do calculations, compose poetry, paint, play the zither, practice calligraphy, play Go, dance with swords, debate medicinal materials, and understand medical principles. In the intermediate stage, one can know astronomy, understand geography, write freely, create landscape paintings, feel pulses to determine life and death, observe qi to see wealth, fill a teacup with the world, and hold the universe in one's sleeve. In the advanced stage, one can emerge as a Confucian or enter Buddhism, play with the Tao, walk the earth, summon winds and rains, seek dragons, and locate holes, change the landscape, achieve success and fame, and retire to the mountains, with glory and wealth becoming fleeting illusions. Qin Yi finished speaking in one breath, feeling moved, and couldn't suppress his temper anymore. With a slap, he hit the TC, angrily saying, Do you still think being a Taoist is easy? Qin Yi, what are you doing? Zhao Fatty's heart tightened, and immediately scolded him. It's nothing. Mr. Qin is also a person of temperament. Ing Qi, after hearing what Qin said, felt a significant increase in his fondness for him. What young person doesn't he have a bit of anger? After all, the master is a Taoist, and what Zhongchan said is indeed infuriating. Xiaozhong, go take a look at Sister Li and see if Yitong is asleep. Ing Qi didn't want to continue this topic, as he clearly felt Qin Yi's dissatisfaction with Zhongchan, so he quickly sent her away. Chapter 109. Ing Qi also let out a sigh of relief. This old Zhou is really as stubborn as a mule. He walked to the door of the inner room, knocked, and said softly, Yitong, are you asleep? Dad, come in quickly. A cheerful and clear voice came from inside. Ing Qi smiled at Qin Yi and Zhao Pongzi, then pushed the door and walked in. The bedroom wasn't very big, decorated simply and elegantly. The pure white bed curtains surrounded the large wooden bed, and a delicate little hand lifted the curtain, revealing a pale and beautiful little face. Yitong, look, do you recognize him? Ing Qi bent down and asked his daughter, then turned a point at Qin Yi. Ing Yitong's eyes widened as she looked at Qin, memories flooding back to her, and she exclaimed in surprise, It's you? I remember you. Qin Yi smiled and gently asked her, How do you feel? Ing Yitong shook her head, her eyes turning red. Not good. Why did you save me? You should have just let me go at that time. Then I wouldn't have to suffer like this. After saying that, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Qin Yi walked slowly to the bedside. Seeing his daughter in tears, Ing Qi's nose also felt sour. When he realized that his daughter recognized him and confirmed that it was him who saved her, he finally felt relieved. Chapter 110. Qin Yi's focus was entirely on her body, and he didn't pay attention to her external expressions at all. A few minutes later, the two bones finally fused together, and the spiritual energy began to repair the broken marrow. Ing Yitong noticed that the pain had disappeared. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she felt an itch starting in her lower back, gradually becoming more intense. The itch made her start to hum softly, and she felt embarrassed by the sound, but she couldn't help it. A female nurse was wiping her sweat with a towel. After about 10 minutes, the marrow was finally repaired, and the blood began to circulate. Another female nurse also picked up a towel and wiped the sweat from Qin Yi's forehead and the sides of his nose. He thanked her. The two nurses found it a bit strange because this young man had just been turning that silver needle the whole time. How could he be so tired? Are you feeling better? Qin Yi asked her. Yes, it was so itchy just now. Ing Yitong felt that she had no strength left in her body. Fortunately, it finally stopped. If it had continued, she would probably not have been able to endure it. Remembering her earlier humming, she felt really embarrassed and buried her head in the pillow, not daring to look at Qin Yi. Missing in a while, I will use these needles to repair your damaged nerves, and it will be very itchy, so you must hold on. Chapter 111. Ing Qi and the others came out. Mr. Qin, thank you so much this time. Ing Qi said sincerely. He never expected such good results. Qin, he wanted to show off a little, but then thought of the other party's identity, so he quickly suppressed his smirk and straightened his face. Because the change was too sudden, his mouth twitched a couple of times, almost causing him internal injuries. This rapid change in small expressions made Zhao Pongzi laugh uncontrollably in his heart. Hee, don't be so polite, leader. Hearing him call him leader again, Zhao Pongzi couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. Ing Qi didn't pay attention to what he called him. His heart was focused on his daughter. Earlier, you mentioned needing 2 or 3 treatments. When will the second treatment start? What should we pay attention to during this time? I've already connected her broken bones and marrow. During this time, try to lie down and avoid moving her waist, but her legs can move slowly. Give her some leg massages to prevent muscle atrophy. How many more treatments will she need? When will you come again? Ing Qi didn't notice his choice of words and had already used respectful language. I'll come again during the new year to see how she recovers during this time. At most, 2 more times, and she can start rehabilitation training. Chapter 112. He silently recited the invisibility and wall-passing techniques, lifted his leg, and passed through the door. Arriving in the corridor, he chanted the X-ray technique and saw that Zhao Pongzi across the hall had already fallen asleep, so he headed downstairs. The lights in the first-floor lobby were off, and there was no one around. He passed through the front door and went outside. The north wind blew, making him feel cold all over. Although Chang'an's temperature is higher than Jizhou's, it was still quite chilly in the late night. Because it was too cold, and fearing that the fat old man would discover him, he decided to burrow underground to the villa. He used the ground burrowing technique, and his body quickly sank into the ground. The soil in the mountains was soft and fertile, making it easy to navigate, and the roots of the plants above were clearly visible. He leaned forward like a giant frog, and in a few breaths, he swam to the front of the villa. He was afraid there might be a basement. If so, it would be easy to fall down. Before diving in, he used his X-ray vision to observe for a while. Fortunately, there was no basement. As he passed through the foundation, the cement was denser, requiring a bit more effort, and it felt like moving through a viscous liquid. He thought that if he couldn't find Juling Shen on the first floor, he would have to take the risk and sneak up to the second and third floors. If that fat old man was upstairs and happened not to be asleep, he would inevitably sense his chi and blood. Chapter 113. Qin recalled the situation in the dream just now and quickly released his spiritual energy to envelop his whole body, then reached up to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. It seemed he had entered the fat old man's dream just now. He didn't dare to linger, sinking down a few more meters and then swimming toward the back of the building. When he reached the living room of the back building, he was worried that the invisibility technique might fail, so he recited it again before surfacing. If the invisibility technique failed and he suddenly appeared, the monitoring in the living room would capture him, and he would have no way to explain himself. Back in his room, he stripped down and crawled in a bed before dissipating these supernatural abilities. Qin lay back with his hands behind his head, deep in thought. That Juling Shen was very mysterious. With his current abilities, he couldn't see through her at all. What was her purpose by being beside the leader? Today, he exposed her sinister intentions in planting the purple vine, yet he couldn't tell whether she resented him. Was it truly an unintentional act on her part? Or was she simply too deep in her schemes? It couldn't be. This woman must have issues. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to see through her. After thinking about Juling Shen for a while, he began to ponder about that fat old man with the surname Hua. Why did he enter his dream? This was an experience he had never had before. Having lived for over 10,000 years, it was the first time he entered someone else's dream and felt so immersed. Chapter 114. Qin felt a bit nauseated when he saw Zhao Feizhou. He certainly knew Zhao Feizhou's identity and was aware of his relationship with Sun Haoran from Jizhou. With Yang Wenxuan imprisoned this time and Sun Jing rising to power, he was in a very awkward position within his family. Although he still hadn't figured out the real reason for Sun Jing's comeback, the person who benefited the most was indeed Sun Jing. So he naturally held a grudge against Sun Haoran, and that included his friends. Young Master Qin, are you buying clothes for your girlfriend? The two shook hands lightly before separating, and Zhao Pengzi, showing no embarrassment at all, continued to smile and asked Qin. Qin was very reserved and replied softly, "Yes, just a confidant." The big wave beside him didn't seem unhappy because of what he said. It seemed that in her heart, it was enough for her that Qin acknowledged her as a confidant. After Qin finished speaking, he told the female waiter, "Pack it up." The female waiter looked a bit confused, glancing at Qin and then at Qin, unsure of what to do. Qin felt a bit unhappy. She thought to herself, "I don't care if you're a genius from the Qin family or not. This outfit was picked by me first, okay? Why should you take it just because you're here?" Chapter 115. It was still the same business jet, still piloted by Hu Jigang. On the plane, Qin noticed that Zhao Fatty looked good recently and asked him with a smile, "Brother Zhao, what have you been eating lately? You look so good." Zhao Fatty became a bit shy and said, "After we drank that stuff last time, I felt very energetic. After returning to Hangzhou, I went crazy for several days. A few days ago, when I went to see Lu Dan in Chang'an, she felt that I was a bit weak and cooked ginseng, sea cucumber, deer antler, and the like for me every day. Oh my, it was so nourishing that I even had nosebleeds while sleeping. I feel like this isn't the way to solve the problem." Qin laughed heartily. "Brother, if ginseng, sea cucumber, and deer antler don't work, you might as well try eggplant, cucumber, and carrot." Zhao Fatty was momentarily taken aback when he saw Qin's mischievous smile. He finally understood what he meant and angrily punched him twice, making Qin laugh even more. "Brother Zhao, after we finish in Myanmar, I want to take the leftovers and go to Wuzhou in Jiangnan Road," Qin said to Zhao Fatty while looking out at the fluffy white clouds. Zhao Fatty asked in surprise, "Wuzhou? Is there something going on?" Qin recounted the situation at Sheng Fan's house, saying that if he didn't go to check it out, that kid wouldn't be at ease. "I'll tell you what his dad looks like, and you can help me inquire about it when you get back." Chapter 116. As soon as Qin entered the courtyard, he saw Chu Gaoga covering his left eye with his right hand, pointing at Sheng Fan, who was standing opposite him with his left hand. Sheng Fan's round face was all smiles as he said, "Brother Chu, I really didn't mean it. Next time I'll be more careful. Get lost." "You just said that." Chu Gaoga released his hand. And Qin, he couldn't help but laugh when he saw that his left eye looked like a panda, all black and blue. Shang Fan had become increasingly mischievous. He had already reached the peak level of the day after tomorrow and could completely control his strength. This was clearly intentional. Jiang Lai and Zhou he sat on a stone bench nearby, watching the two of them with smiles. Although Li Tianzong was simple-minded, he was in his 30s and much more stable, standing to the side with a smile and his arms crossed. The three of them heard someone coming and turned to look at Qin Yi. Jiang Lai's pretty face first lit up with joy, but immediately fell, turning her head away from him. "Hey, Qin Yi, you're late. Drink a few more cups later." Zhou he shouted to Qin Yi. Qin Yi quickly nodded with a smile. The girl in palace attire smiled and bowed as she stepped back. "Brother." "Qin Yi." Everyone greeted him. Qin Yi smiled broadly, clasped his hands, and said, Sorry. I'm late. I'll apologize to everyone later." Chapter 117. During the meal, Qin Yi told Shang Fan that he would go to Jiangnan Road after returning from Yanmar in spring. Shang Fan was very happy that Qin Yi finally remembered his own matters. If he didn't say it, he was thinking of setting off himself after the new year. Qin Yi suddenly realized that among the 7 people at the table, only Li Tianzong was still single. After the new year, he would be 32 in the lunar calendar, having muddled through 30 years before finally awakening to reality. During this time, his progress in martial arts with Shang Fan had been rapid, and he had already reached the level of Ming Jing. He pondered whether he should find a wife for Li Tianzong, but then smiled to himself, realizing that his own situation with Jiang Lai was still unresolved. So why was he concerned about others? "No, I must make a move tonight. I want to cultivate dual practice." He silently howled in his heart. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but recall the alchemy made Lan Shui from the 10 Medicine Kings. For 500 years, despite all his precautions, he still fell into her trap. Others accused him of taking advantage of her, not knowing that the girl was aware of his profound dual cultivation skills and had long been interested in him. If it weren't for that day when he got drunk with the bald old man Li, how could she have climbed into his bed? Lan Shui guarded the alchemy furnace day and night, constantly being roasted by the furnace fire, and her skin had always been very dry. Chapter 118. Before Jiang Lai could think clearly, the two of them had already arrived beside a beggar. Upon hearing someone approach, the beggar quickly knelt down, pitifully mumbling, "Please, have mercy on me, this lame and blind person." Thank you. Qin Yi, holding his coat in one hand, bent down and smiled, thinking Jiang Lai thought he was going to take out money. Unexpectedly, he suddenly reached out and picked up the dirty stainless steel basin on the ground. Jiang Lai saw clearly that it contained half a basin of cash and many coins. Qin Yi hugged the coat and the basin, pulling her along as he ran. The sudden turn of events caught Jiang Lai off guard, and she was dragged along in a daze. The beggar let out a piercing cry, echoing loudly in the corridor. "Help! I've been robbed." As they ran, Jiang Lai looked back and saw the kneeling beggar had already stood up, threw away his sunglasses, and was chasing after them at a brisk pace. The two of them ran several streets before finally shaking off the beggar. Jiang Lai bent over, panting heavily, and after a while, straightened up and began to punch Qin Yi's chest with her little fists, laughing and scolding. "You bad guy. I clearly saw that this person was faking it, and you didn't tell me." Chapter 119. After Xia Yi left, Shang Fan said to Qin Yi, "Brother, I want to go buy some paper money later. It's the new year, and I need to send some of my grandparents and my mom." Li Tianzong also said, "Yeah, I need to buy some too." As his mind became clearer, every time he thought of his father's passing, he felt a sense of life for life. Each time he thought of this, his heart felt particularly heavy. Qin Yi had no impression of his parents at all, but he had heard from the security team leader, Brother San, that his father was a private teacher in the village and died saving a student who fell into the water when Qin Yi was 9 years old. Although he had never met him, he felt that this person deserved respect. After all, he was borrowing someone else's son's body, so he should buy some paper money to burn. After the three of them finished their meal, they drove around in a Hummer looking for a flower shop. After more than half an hour, they finally found one behind a tertiary hospital. The small shop was not big, and it was full of paper horses and paper cows, leaving no room to step. Qin Yi saw Shang Fan specifically picking paper bills that looked like real money and quietly told him, "These are useless. Just buy whole bundles of yellow paper. Only yellow paper can be used as money over there." Chapter 120. As they were leaving, Qin Yi's phone rang. It was Zhao Fatty. He answered the call and exchanged some New Year greetings cheerfully. Just as he hung up, as if they had agreed upon it, Sun Howard's call came in. After paying New Year's greetings, Sun Howard invited him over for drinks on the second day of the Lunar New Year and asked him to bring Shang Fan and Li Tianzong along. This made Qin Yi feel a bit embarrassed, as he hadn't handled the matter well. After all, Sun Howard could be considered a friend, and he should have thought ahead to buy something for his parents. Receiving this call from Sun Howard made him feel a bit passive. He remembered that Zhao Fatty had reminded him before, but he was still somewhat unfamiliar with these social interactions. Such a muddled head. Once in the elevator, he pondered what would be appropriate to give to Sun Howard's father. If the items in the Qinquan ring had been lost, it would be easier. There were many antiques and calligraphic works in there, and just picking two should be genuine. Thinking of this, Qin Yi realized he needed to find time to go into the Qinquan ring to check, especially since that bagua space was still sealed by him. He had no idea what it was like now. The three of them drove north for 40 minutes and finally stopped at a small intersection in an urban-rural fringe area. Chapter 121. Although this program was hastily put together, it was clear that the Jizhou Grand Hotel had put in effort with a lottery segment every few performances. Qin Yi and the others never expected that, during the final draw for the grand prize, the number announced belonged to Li Tianzong's nameplate. The first prize was a Nokia handheld phone, and the two of them pushed him onto the stage to accept the award. Li Tianzong, dressed in a black suit, stood on stage like a successful businessman, receiving the award personally from the hotel manager. After coming down from a stage, Shang Fan took the phone's packaging and examined it with envy. "Shang Fan, it's a gift for you. Just let me use the one you have now," Li Tianzong said. Not being polite, Shang Fan felt a warm current in his heart, handed the phone box back to him, and said, "What does it matter? You use it. When work starts, I'll help you pick a number." The program continued until after 11 o'clock. The three of them hardly touched the food and drinks, but were very engrossed in the performances. Back in the room, the three of them chatted over tea. Li Tianzong spent a long time studying his phone, clearly very pleased with it. Qin Yi felt a bit guilty after so long. Why hadn't he thought to buy him one too? Chapter 122. Boss Yang helped him pack everything into a large plastic bag, and the two of them left together. He casually locked the door and shook hands to say goodbye. Back in the living room, Qin Yi took out a piece of rice paper, laid it flat on the square table, and pondered what characters would be good to write while grinding the ink. Years ago, when Taishang Laojun assigned him to copy alchemical texts, after seeing his messy handwriting, he was met with a beating, coercion, and inducement, which finally improved his calligraphy. Later, when he copied medicinal texts for 10 old medicine kings, all 10 masters praised his writing. Such a large brush wasn't suitable for writing small characters. A typical piece of rice paper, 2 feet square, could accommodate 1 or 2 characters. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with any meaningful text. Forget it. I'll just write what I'm most familiar with. The large pure sheep hairbrush and the purple wolf hairbrush had been soaking in the ink for quite a while. As he picked up the large brush and began to meditate, a thread of spiritual energy unconsciously overflowed from his right hand and traveled to the brush tip. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and the brush began to dance across the white rice paper, creating a swift, cursive character representing the Tao, leaping onto the paper. This character was completed in one breath, with no breaks in the strokes. Due to the overflow of spiritual energy at the brush tip, it was all infused into the character along with the ink. Chapter 123. Sigh. Qin Yi sighed deeply. If only he had looked at those basic cultivation texts while in the heavenly realm, at least he could have taught Shang Fan and the others how to cultivate, including Jianglai and that old turtle. He wondered how martial artists like Shang Fan and Li Tianzong could step onto the path of the Tao. Would it be feasible to cultivate the Tao while practicing martial arts? After taking human form, he was only interested in certain spells and medical skills. Looking down on those low-level cultivation books, to put it bluntly, he wouldn't even want to wipe his backside with them. Where could he find those cultivation texts? He didn't know what would happen on this trip to Myanmar, but he had to find a way to absorb more spiritual energy to quickly enhance his abilities, so he could enter the space above the bagua. He had a strong feeling that space must be extraordinary. Perhaps he would find some cultivation text there. If he could find such things, he could find a way to help those around him achieve enlightenment and immortality. Lost in thought, he almost dozed off, quickly standing up and shifting his thoughts to exit the Qinquan ring. The next day, at 3 in the afternoon, Sun Howard's call came in, urging them to hurry over. Chapter 124. Okay, hurry up and open it. Let us see. Sun Jing was very happy and didn't even sit down. Sun Howard didn't expect Qin Yi to have calligraphy skills. This gift was just what the old man liked, far better than cigarettes and alcohol. Qin didn't hold back and slowly unrolled the paper. Sun Jing propped one hand on the table while pushing up his reading glasses with the other. At first glance, he didn't feel there was anything particularly stunning about the calligraphy. Although it had a lively style, it seemed somewhat crafted. He turned on the desk lamp and began to examine it carefully. This was typical cursive script, which originated in the Han Dynasty and evolved from clerical script for ease of writing. Upon closer inspection, the strokes were bold and free, with chaotic dots and lines. Looking more closely, the character for Dao was continuous and winding, lively and dancing, rushing forward freely, with a sense of unrestrained galloping and an unstoppable momentum. Sun Jing unconsciously traced the strokes with his finger, becoming more and more immersed in it. Perhaps because he was too focused, he suddenly felt that the character for Dao in front of him began to move, like dark water, slowly swirling on the paper. In a short while, the black ink surprisingly transformed into a bagua pattern. Sun Jing closed his eyes, shook his head, and when he opened his eyes again, the bagua had vanished. Chapter 125. While chatting, Sun Haoran took Qin Yi's car keys and went out with them. Before long, he returned empty-handed to the tea room. Qin Yi knew he had instructed someone to get cigarettes and alcohol for him, and he didn't say anything. The so-called etiquette of reciprocity was just that. No one lacked these things, but there had to be give and take. Only by moving around could relationships improve. Qin Yi was also slowly trying to adapt to this society, learning about social customs and striving to be a wealthy mortal. In his own words, Taoist master, I have come down to enjoy life. Outside the window, fireworks occasionally burst into vibrant colors, and the sound of firecrackers echoed. Inside was warm as spring. The two of them smoked and sipped tea, chatting comfortably. Qin Yi handed Sun Haoran the identification cards of himself, Sheng Fan, and Li Tianzong, asking him to help them get their driver S licenses after the holidays. This was no trouble for Sun Haoran. He said he would find someone to take care of it on the 7th day, and it would be done in a few days. Brother Sun, have you noticed any changes after drinking the liquid from that piece of jade? Qin Yi recalled this matter and casually asked him. Sun Haoran's face turned red, and he mumbled, what do you feel? Qin Yi was a bit puzzled. Why was this guy's face still red? Why was he asking me about my feelings? Chapter 126. Oh my, you have quite the temper. Qin Yi laughed, just wait. He really wanted to adopt the old turtle. After all, it's not easy to encounter an animal that has awakened its intelligence in this world. Although its abilities were still shallow, and it couldn't speak yet because it hadn't refined the bone in its throat, its divine consciousness was quite strong. At least it had no problem communicating with him through thought. Moreover, he genuinely wanted to know why it had become like this. If it truly had some fortuitous encounter, he would also like to seek it out to see what opportunities were there so that the people around him could attain enlightenment and become immortals. Hey, a gentleman's word is his bond. After the old turtle finished speaking, it turned back to glance at Qin Yi. Its two round, shiny eyes were cunning and lively. Qin Yi could clearly see the smile on its face. All right, it's hard to chase after a horse that has bolted. After saying that, he waved his hand and got up to go upstairs with his hands behind his back. On the afternoon of the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, Qin Yi, who was lying in bed watching a TV series, received a call from Tian Junjie. Mr. Qin, would you like to have a meal? Is it convenient for you? Tian Junjie was very polite. Qin Yi truly regretted answering this call, but he couldn't refuse this courtesy. After all, he was a comrade of Jiang Lai's father's driver. One must consider the Buddha when not looking at the monk. Chapter 127. The person in the cave was Ma Wu, whom Qin Yi had once fortune-told in Labor Park. After the police rescued him, he had already become skin and bones, reportedly trapped in that cave for over 30 days. Ma Wu's case involved the largest tomb raiding group in the country, and he was at least responsible for several deaths, but the evidence in the police's possession was insufficient. So he was detained in a different location in Jizhou before the new year. According to Tian Junjie, Ma Wu was very shrewd, after being detained for several months. The local police and the special investigation team from Chang'an had exhausted all methods, yet this guy hadn't revealed a single truth. On New Year's Eve, he brought some dumplings and white wine to the first detention center in Jizhou and transferred Ma Wu to a single cell, spending the New Year's Eve night with him there. Although Ma Wu didn't talk about the tomb raiding group, one thing made Tian Junjie think. According to the drunken Ma Wu, if he hadn't listened to the fortune teller's advice and prepared 7 or 8 bottles of mineral water and 20 or so pancakes in advance, he would have starved to death in that tomb. Junjie originally wanted to ask which fortune teller was so powerful, but he was afraid of alarming the snake. So he changed the subject. Chapter 128. There's something I need to tell you. Suppressing his wicked thoughts, he continued, I need to go to Chang'an again tomorrow, and I hope to return the same day. Jiang Lai didn't say anything. Qin Yi then remembered that when he went to Chang'an before the new year, he hadn't accompanied her shopping. At that time, he seemed to have promised to explain it to her upon his return, but during the new year, their relationship had progressed rapidly, and he ended up forgetting about it. Jiang Lai, can I explain it to you when I come back? Qin Yi felt that such matters were not suitable to discuss over the phone, so he promised to tell her when he returned. Okay, be sure to pay attention to safety on the road. Jiang Lai didn't dwell on the matter. Everyone had their own secrets, and when the other party wanted to tell you, they would naturally do so. Pressuring someone to talk only breeds resentment. Originally, Qin Yi wanted to show off that he had a private plane to pick him up, but he managed to hold back. After hanging up the phone, he started to admire himself. His emotional intelligence was rising. At 9 o'clock the next morning, the bearded Huji gang knocked on Qin Yi's door. The two of them, just like last time, first took a car to the airport and then flew to Chang'an on a small business jet. Seeing that he had come alone, Qin Yi wanted to ask how that hooked-nosed guy was doing, but after thinking about it, he refrained from asking. Chapter 129. After retracting his spiritual energy, Qin Yi quickly pulled out all 9 needles. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, and, seeing Sisterly wiping the sweat off, Ing Yitong said, All right, I need to go out and rest for a bit. Ing Yitong's whole body was just beginning to lose its tingling sensation, and she didn't dare to look at him, just murmuring in response. Sisterly hurriedly restored her clothes to their original position, thinking to herself, if this was now, decades ago, how could that sly-eyed brat have seen the young lady's body and still be able to marry? Qin Yi came to the outer room and saw Dr. Qian and the 2 nurses standing at the door, smiling as he said, It's fine now. Just help Miss Ing with her rehabilitation. Dr. Qin, how long do you think it will take Miss Ing to walk normally? Dr. Qian asked him. She should be able to walk in a day or 2. I estimate that after another week or 2 of rehabilitation, she will be able to walk normally. But running will take some time because running puts too much pressure on the lumbar spine. After 1 or 2 months, she will be just like everyone else. Dr. Qin, may I ask you some questions? Although Dr. Qian didn't say much, he was deeply impressed by Qin Yi in his heart. Chapter 130. The two of them chatted for a while longer when Huji Gang knocked on the door, not entering, but loudly announcing from outside, Mr. Qin, lunch is ready. And after eating, we have to return to Jizhou. Qin Yi responded and stood up. Yidong, focus on your rehabilitation and strive to run when I see you next. Good luck. Ing Yitong's small face blossomed with a smile, and she raised her hand to make a cheering gesture. Good luck. Soon after, her little face fell, and she mumbled, Brother Yi, when will you come to see me again? Qin Yi scratched his head. She no longer needed his treatment, so there was no need for him to come again. Besides, he didn't want to run into that fat old man again. He didn't even want to see Ing Qi. He felt uncomfortable being with him. I can't come here often. Once you're better, you can come play in Jizhou when it's convenient. All right, it's a deal. Ing Yitong perked up again, reaching out for a high five with him. Qin Yi could only smile wryly and make a childish motion with her. Slap. Their palms clapped together. Waving goodbye to her, Ing Yitong looked at him with teary eyes as he walked out of the bedroom. After finishing lunch in the small dining room at the back, Qin Yi and Huji Gang walked towards the front yard. Chapter 131. After several people had tea and chatted for a bit, Qin Yi noticed that Jiang Lai had not mentioned Junjie, which he found a bit strange. Wasn't she here today to be a mediator? That shouldn't be the case, right? People are like this, because he was thinking about it. He couldn't help but ask. Jiang Lai, did Brother Jiang say anything to you? Jiang Lai was taken aback for a moment, and then said seriously, He did, but I won't get involved in such matters. That's between you men. Whether to help or not is your freedom. Qin Yi didn't expect her to have this attitude, and he scratched his head. If you're not asking me to help, I might as well have directly agreed to old Tian's request back then. It would have been a personal favor. What's the point of dragging this out? Jiang Lixing's meaning was very clear to Jiang Lai. If Qin Yi did this, it would indeed score points in front of her father and grandfather. But she liked Qin Yi regardless of money or status. Whatever Qin Yi wanted to do or didn't want to do, she wouldn't interfere. She often thought that if one day her father and grandfather disagreed with them being together, she would follow him to wander. Earning money through fortune-telling was also not bad, as long as she could be with the person she loved. Wasn't that living a good life? She had been well off since childhood, seeing all the splendor. and had long understood that a simple and plain life is the true essence of living. Chapter 132. Jianglai leaned against the door, covering her chest with both hands. Her little heart was racing, and her face was burning. Remembering Qin Yi's sweet talk about wanting to trick herself and him into taking a shower together made her laugh. She thought to herself, if he keeps dragging it out a bit longer, will I still be able to hold on? At this point, she couldn't help but scold herself. Being unmarried and thinking like that would make others look down on her. The person she loved was so infatuated with her, which put her in a good mood. And she hummed a song as she entered the bathroom. Qin Yi lay on the bed sulking, hesitating about whether to sneak over and watch her shower or just lie beside her. No, that would be too despicable. He wasn't that kind of person. No, I'm that kind of person. Lost in thought, he unconsciously recited the perspective technique and through the wall of Sheng Fan's room. He happened to see Jiang Lai's guest room. The bathroom was filled with steam, and in the large bathtub, Jiang Lai's head was wrapped in a white towel. She probably didn't want to wash her hair. Qin Yi licked his dry lips, wanting to continue looking deeper. If he looked deeper, he could see clearly through the bathtub. At that moment, he was torn to look or not to look. Chapter 133. After passing through an iron gate, the two arrived at an empty space surrounded by tall walls, covered with electric fencing, and in the four corners, armed prison guards could be vaguely seen. He took a few breaths of the fresh, cold air. It was still very cold in Jizhou during the New Year. His clothing was a bit oversized, and although he had leg irons on, after just a few steps, he felt the cold wind seeping in through the cuffs and pant legs, making him shiver. This open space was quite large, and the further he walked, the colder it felt. The handcuffs on his wrist were as cold as ice. After a difficult walk to cell number 1, the old man stepped forward to open the iron door, letting him enter first. Once inside the corridor, the cold wind disappeared, and he felt much warmer. The corridor was wide and long, the cement floor reflecting the sunlight from the iron windows, and the spotless floor cast regular shadows against the wall on the right side. On the right side, a few meters apart, were iron doors, each with a number painted in white on them. Above the iron doors was a small barred window, and below was a rectangular iron plate that could be pulled out. The corridor was empty, and the sound of the leg irons dragging on the cement floor was particularly loud. Chapter 134. In less than 10 minutes, everyone finished eating and lined up to wash their lunchboxes by the water basin. At that moment, buzzing voices began, and Qin Yi noticed that the head of the dormitory didn't speak, probably because they could chat after finishing their meal. What's your name? After washing up, the head of the dormitory pulled Qin Yi to the toilet beside the water basin and magically took out a cigarette to hand to him. Qin Yi didn't expect to be able to smoke in the cell, and he was quite happy to see it was a 2-yuan box of amber. Vinyi. He took a satisfying puff. Who did you kill? A foolish young man. Didn't he give me money after I read his fortune? Reading fortunes? The head of the dormitory looked at him in surprise. Yeah, Qin Yi replied, just to make a living. Stab a few times? The head of the dormitory didn't ask further. After all, there were all sorts of people in the cell, and it wasn't unusual for someone to come in for reading fortunes. Use scissors to stab, hit the artery. Didn't expect him to die on the spot. At this point, he also didn't understand why the head of the dormitory was so good to him and didn't bother using mind reading to check with his abilities. Why would he be afraid of these people? All right, little brother, you're impressive. The head of the dormitory was a bit surprised, not expecting this kid to be quite ruthless. His surname was Han, with the full name Han Yiheng, from Hanqing town below Jizhou, who had been involved in society for over a decade, earning him the nickname Han Laojun. Chapter 135. After walking for about 20 minutes, Han Laojun said it was time, and everyone lined up to head back. Qin Yi sighed as he walked, realizing that criminals were truly inhuman. They ate cabbage soup and cornbread that hadn't even been washed, lived in a large dormitory, and had to sit in silence every day. Going out for fresh air felt like moving from one cage to another. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but sigh again. During such a festive time, why was he here, suffering, instead of enjoying the good food and drink at a hotel? Dinner was served around 6 o'clock, consisting of watery porridge and pickled vegetables. The porridge was very thin. It was said that in ancient times, during years of disaster, when the government distributed porridge for relief, they even required that chopsticks could be stuck upright in the porridge without falling over. The porridge in this detention center was so thin that the rice grains could be counted. While drinking the porridge, he could see his own face reflected in the food container, Probably after finishing and a few trips to the bathroom, his stomach would be empty. After dinner was free time. People lay haphazardly on the long benches. Occasionally someone would go behind the wall to smoke, and Han Laojun didn't mind. Han Laojun leaned against the quilt, quietly teaching Qin some rules of the cell. In fact, these rules had already been taught to him by Tianjun, but he still acted like a newcomer. Chapter 136. The two had just discussed that the triangle-eyed guy would make a move tonight when Jin Zhuyang interrupted them. At this time, the previous second dormitory member came over and whispered, "Brother Gio, Song Lao will make a move tonight." After saying that, he glanced sideways at Qin. Who told you that?" Han Laojun asked him. "Ding Er told me, while serving food." The second dormitory member, whose real name was Tan Chi, nicknamed Tan who was actually an honest person who worked at the Jizhou flower factory. He had pushed someone down the stairs during a drunken argument with a co-worker, resulting in a fracture. For this minor incident, the family of the injured person Wu Ti let it go, and he had already been inside for more than 3 months. Han Laojun remained silent. Ding Er's full name was Ding Manjun, 25 years old, who was in for theft. This person was clever and resourceful, and being placed beside Song Laogua was also to keep an eye on him. If Qin was Tianjun's undercover agent, then Ding Er was Han Laojun's undercover. "Tonight, Qin, you'll be on the night shift, and you'll be on the evening shift. Be careful." After Han Laojun finished speaking, he patted Tan "You better have no objections. I estimate you'll be out soon, understand?" Chapter 137. No one knew that Han Laojun slept very soundly that first half of the night. He and T had a peaceful sleep in days. Although Qin was new, he decided to take a gamble based on his years of social experience. He knew that if Song Laogua was going to make a move, he would definitely choose the latter half of the night. So, after Tan who took over, he woke up, pressed his back against the wall, lay on his side, and kept his eyes closed, completely still. Letting Tan who take the night shift was also because he wasn't sure if Qin could help him. With his back against the wall, this was his years of social experience. Never expose your back to others. Around 4 in the morning, Song Laogua slowly got up, holding an orange prison uniform. At some point, he had wrapped his pants around the leg irons, and the shackles made no sound at all. Han Laojun's undercover agent, Ding hadn't slept much in the first half of the night, remaining in a half-asleep state. By 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, he couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. Song Laogua's thin figure slowly moved to Han Laojun's side. No one expected him to take action so late into the night, and at that moment, Han Laojun had also succumbed to sleep. Chapter 138. On the day Han Laojun first came in, he was quickly beaten up under a big quilt. This wasn't anything new. He had been through it before. After getting up and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he didn't look for trouble. Just took off his shoes and sat cross-legged at the end of the bed. However, for some reason, Song Laojun was always targeting him, making things difficult for him at every turn. Eventually, he had no choice but to fight back and snatch the bedding. That time, he had a guy helping him. But not long after, that person was released on bail. After his helper was gone, he wanted to find someone else, but unfortunately, the people in this cell were either quirky or too honest, leaving him with no one to rely on. After using Tan he realized that this guy, despite having a good physique, had no fighting ability at all. So when he saw Qin come in with leg irons, he thought this tall young man should be useful. To his surprise, he was right. Qin waved at Han Laojun without saying a word. He pondered whether what he did was right or wrong. If he hadn't helped Han Laojun just now, he would have surely been choked to death by him. But after helping, he felt it was rather dull and uninteresting. He didn't want to get involved in these matters. He just wanted to quickly get familiar with Ma Wu and then escape from here. Chapter 139. After everyone finished their business, the smell had dissipated, and the whole room felt chilly. After Tan closed the door to the wind tunnel, everyone started lining up to take a shower. Although there were 2 sets of heating in the room, they weren't very effective. One could only say that it wasn't freezing to the touch. Each person took turns to wash, with only 3 minutes allotted. They had to use a lunchbox to collect water from the faucet and pour it over themselves from head to toe, then scrub vigorously with a piece of soap. After that, they quickly poured 2 lunchboxes of cold water over themselves to rinse off the foam, and that was considered done. Each person who finished looked as red as a shrimp in boiling water, their whole body flushed. The room was already not warm, and washing with cold water was truly uncomfortable. However, The detention center required everyone to wash weekly to prevent skin diseases and infections, and failure to do so would result in punishment. After lunch, everyone went to stroll in the wind tunnel, where the ground was already covered with a thick layer of snow. On Sundays, people were allowed to move around freely in the wind tunnel, some squatted in corners, while others walked around aimlessly, with some murmuring to themselves. Qin didn't like to walk because the leg irons made a clattering noise that was irritating. Chapter 140. The next morning, during breakfast, Han Laojun had already left. Qin asked Li Laoshi why he thought Han Laojun would be sentenced to 5 years. Li Laoshi sighed. He has a criminal record. His family doesn't have much money. Moreover, one of the 2 people who were stabbed has a father who is an official in Jizhou. Although he isn't a high-ranking official, he can still exert some influence. Do you think he can get less than 5 years? Brother Jiu, let's drink a bit tonight. Qin patted him, noticing that Han Laojun's mood wasn't great. He felt that he had received a lot of care from him during this time, and wanted to comfort him a bit. In the evening, everyone gathered around the bed, where 2 lunchboxes of shredded roast chicken, some pig head meat, and half a lunchbox of leftover fried peanuts from the previous night were laid out. Ma Wu, Song Laojun, and Xiao Sipin sat there expressionlessly, but they all gathered together in layers. Qin poured a little wine into each person's lunchbox and said, Brother Jiu is leaving tomorrow. Let's let go of old grievances and start fresh. Everyone, raise a glass to him. After he finished speaking, everyone drank. When Qin drank, he squinted and noticed that Song Laojun only dipped his lunchbox but didn't drink, while Ma Wu and Xiao Sipin downed their drinks in one go. Chapter 141. At this moment, Han Laojun suddenly woke up, sitting up abruptly and reaching for the moneyed Dongzi, who was pressing on Qin Yi's leg, just as the sharp object was about to stab into Qin Yi's right eye. 2 figures pounced on Song Laojun, and the 3 of them tumbled off the bed onto the floor, rolling around. Qin pulled out one hand and struck Zhang Juanxi's temple hard. With a crack, Zhang Juanxi fell to the side. At this time, Tan Eru and Ding Er also woke up and joined the fight. Fists and feet flew. Han Laojun, Tan Eru, and Ding Er engaged in a scuffle with Zhang Juanxi and Qian Dongzi on the bed. Qin quickly got up and saw that Song Laojun was on top of Hong Qi, while Ma Wu lay bleeding on the side, unconscious. Song Laojun raised his hand, ready to stab with the object in his hand. Qin, unable to kick due to the leg irons, could only pounce over. He punched him in the face, and after feeling the pain, Song Laojun withdrew his hand. Qin saw that he was holding a blue plastic stick about 4 or 5 inches long, sharpened to a point. Hong Qi was too small to withstand Song Laojun's attack. At that moment, seeing that Song Laojun was stunned by Qin punch, he suddenly sat up, reached out, and grabbed Song Laojun's head, biting down on his left ear. Song Laojun screamed in pain, and Hong Qi shook his head violently, tearing at it. Chapter 142. Qin looked at the 2 guards and gestured towards the door of a confinement room, indicating that he also needed to go in. The tall, thin guard laughed and said, There's no need to be so cautious. The door and walls of the confinement room are soundproof. People inside can shout, and those outside won't hear. Qin breathed a sigh of relief and asked, You guys know my identity? Both guards nodded. Qin scratched his head, realizing that these people seemed to know his identity. Could it still be a secret infiltration? What if there were traitors among them? What should he do next? He had no time to think and could only ask the 2 in front of him. Both guards shook their heads, and the medium-built guard said, Wait until Xiaoli finishes consulting, then we'll talk. You should rest for a while. After saying this, the guard took out more than half a box of white sand cigarettes and tossed them at Qin, saying, Keep this. Qin then realized that the chubby guard's surname was Li. Half an hour later, Tian Junjie arrived at the detention center with 2 plainclothes officers. They all went to the conference room. After Qin explained the situation to Tian Junjie, he felt this was an opportunity. Thus, they changed their plans on-site and decided to implement the escape the next morning. After meticulously reviewing all the procedures again, Qin ate 2 bags of cooked instant noodles before returning to the confinement room. Chapter 143. Ma Wu nodded. It really was a delivery truck, truly a stroke of luck. At that moment, a fat man in his 40s came out of the cafeteria and went to close the double iron doors at the back of the truck. After closing them, the fat man returned to the front of the truck, opened the driver's door, sat down, and lit a cigarette, seemingly waiting for someone. Should we run over? Qin asked Ma Wu. Ma Wu and Hong Qi's hearts raced, and their breathing quickened. Ma Wu gritted his teeth and whispered, Let's go. The three of them crouched down and ran towards the back of the truck. He was not nervous at all, because everything that followed was already arranged. The sentries at the corner tower would always have their backs to them. And only when they got into the car would the driver and others come out to get in. When they went through the main gate, there would be no further checks of the vehicle. The only unexpected moment was when the car stopped at the last gate, and a guard outside said to the driver, "Open the trunk." The driver laughed and said, "It's quite cold. I come here every day. No need to fuss over these unnecessary things. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up." The guard shouted, "Shally, are you feeling tense? When I get back, I'll tell my sister how to deal with you." The driver was also anxious and half-jokingly yelled back at the guard. Chapter 144. Qin Laodima Wu had now changed his tone and called a brother. Qin, he noticed he was speaking and quickly put away his mind-reading abilities. "What do you want to do in the future?" "What can I do? After going to Hangzhou, I'll hide for a while, wait for the storm to pass, put on some makeup, and continue to tell fortunes," Qin said with a bitter smile. Ma Wu grinned. "How much can you earn from telling fortunes?" "You know what I do. You can read feng shui. Why not come work with us?" Qin shook his head like a rattle drum. "Little brat, if I didn't have mind reading, I might really be fooled by you." "Forget it. I'm too lazy. I'm used to a stable life. Telling fortunes is just fine for me. I can't do your kind of work." Ma Wu saw him, shaking his head like he was on drugs, and began to earnestly persuade him. "You don't even have to go to the grave. Just give some pointers and specify the location. Each time you can at least get 5 of the profits. That is a lot of money." Seeing that Qin was very firm in his refusal, he forgot his original intentions and started to genuinely persuade him. Qin thought he was still testing him, so he let him ramble on without agreeing. When he checked Ma Wu's thoughts again with his mind reading, he realized he had overdone it and was so angry he wanted to pounce on him and tear him apart. This guy was really exhausting with his mix of truth and falsehood. Chapter 145. On the phone, he explained everything in detail, and Zhao Fatty was very surprised. This little brother's moral bottom line has increased. He thought for a moment and said to Qin, "Brother, first of all, I should say that as your elder brother, I shouldn't advise you against doing this, because if you succeed, you'll be doing a good deed for our country and people. But you also need to be aware of the dangers involved." Qin nodded, "I know. And there won't be any benefits." Actually, this was the key point. As far as he knew, this guy was someone who wouldn't get up for no profit. So this needed to be made clear to avoid disappointment later. Qin awkwardly smiled. "Look at what you're saying. Brother, am I that kind of person?" "Well, you really are." Zhao Fatty laughed heartily. Qin felt a black line on his forehead. "Is that how I appear in others' eyes?" Before hanging up, he made a gesture with Zhao Fatty, who praised him for being much smarter recently. After hanging up with Zhao Fatty, Qin realized that it had been more than half a year since he came down to the mortal world, and he had met so many people and made a few good friends. Oh, and he even had a girlfriend. Remembering Jiang Lai's earlier reminder, he felt warm inside. Chapter 146. There might be hidden cameras at the entrance. Ma Wu didn't honk and parked at the door, leaving the engine running. After a while, the main gate opened, and a bald, muscular man in his 30s opened the gate to the left and right and waved at the car. Ma Wu did not roll down the window to greet him, but drove straight in. Qin observed carefully. The courtyard was large, covering about 5 to 6 acres. And it was designed like a Jiangnan garden with small bridges and flowing water, but was instead lined with tall sycamore trees on both sides of the road. He had a feeling that there were people in the woods, and there was more than one. They were hiding in different positions, all armed with firearms. The courtyard was too big, and at that moment, his spiritual sense's observation range was too small. Otherwise, he could have used it to see things more clearly. He chanted the perspective technique and looked over, and sure enough, it was heavily guarded. Not far away was a typical 3-story building from the south. Under the porch light, he could vaguely see a person of medium build standing there, motionless. Ma Wu parked the car in front of the building, opened the door, and got out, followed by Qin, and Hong Qi. "Big brother," Ma Wu called out and quickly walked over. The man was nearly 40 years old, neither fat nor thin, with a clean face, short hair, a high nose, and thin lips, wearing a pair of old-fashioned tortoiseshell glasses. Chapter 147. Brother Fei, my skills are lacking. There are some things I might not be able to see, but whatever I see, I will say. Some of it may be your privacy. I hope you won't blame me. He needed to say this beforehand. Although he could see past and present lives and some significant matters clearly, for someone like Fei Yuan Wu, if he knew all of his secrets, it would mean death was not far off. Even though Fei Yuan Wu was capable, he couldn't kill him, but if that situation arose, he would have to use his powers to escape. and that would mean all efforts would be in vain. He had to make Fei Yuanwu recognize that he was not an ordinary person without overdoing it. He needed to strike the right balance. Fei Yuanwu smiled and waved his hand. Mr. Qin, just speak freely. Qin then stopped being polite. Brother Fei, your ancestral home is in Tanzhou, and you have a great-grandfather who was once an official in the Ministry of Personnel of the previous dynasty. Fei Yuanwu looked at him in surprise. He had never boasted about this matter, and Ma Wu definitely wouldn't know. He never expected that this young man actually had some insight. After his surprise, he nodded. Continue. You lost your father at the age of 4, and your uncle suffered from a strange illness, feeling weak all over. In the end, he had difficulty swallowing and passed away in bed after only half a year, right? Chapter 148. What should I do? Fei Yuanwu anxiously rubbed his hands. No wonder I haven't been able to resolve it after so many years. This is it. Brother Fei, according to my observations, this is a fragment of your life soul that you brought out from the grave. At that time, it was only temporarily attached to you. And when you saw your mother, it attached to her because she is elderly and weak. Mr. Qin, do you have a way? Fei Yuanwu, who had been very courageous since childhood, although he believed in the existence of souls, was not afraid. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this line of work. This matter concerned his mother, and, as the saying goes, worry leads to confusion. In his anxiety, he was even more flustered. Qin pondered for a moment. I can drive it out, but the trouble is, I don't have a treasure to collect it. If I just drive it out, it will attach to someone else. If he couldn't collect it, it would continue to harm others. At this moment, Qin felt even more heartbroken over the things lost in the Chinquan ring. Many treasures could have obliterated this fragment of the life soul, but unfortunately, they were all lost. Damn thief. The only things he could currently use were Han Xiangzi's purple gold flute and that beast whip. The purple gold flute was still in the bedroom of the Jizhou Grand Hotel, and the beast whip was pressed under that bagua. Chapter 149. Qin looked at the elderly lady sleeping on the bed. Her breath was intermittent, and she occasionally frowned in pain. He raised his hand, pointing his index finger at the old lady, and a trace of spiritual energy shot in her neck at the Amunaki point. He was worried that if things got messy later, it might wake her up, and, given her current condition, even a little scare could stop her breathing. If he failed to capture his own soul, and ended up causing her death instead, Fei Yuanwu would probably eat him alive. Haha, he wouldn't even want to spit out a single bone. He recited the perspective technique and looked at the old lady on the bed. After a long time, he could only helplessly withdraw the perspective technique. Strange, he couldn't see that trace of life soul. He scratched his head, wondering what was going on. Logically speaking, it should be visible. He summoned all the spiritual energy in his body, which surged from his eyes. And 2 streams of golden spiritual energy entered the old lady's body through her mouth and nose, visibly reddening her complexion. Found it. Qin connected with his spiritual energy, and immediately saw that trace of black life soul in his mind. This trace of life soul resembled a wisp of black smoke, slowly rotating at the old lady's dantian. Once the 2 streams of spiritual energy entered her body, they quickly merged and surged towards the dantian. Chapter 150. Unfortunately, the Qiangdan was also lost. He and Li Tianzong had taken the ones given to Sheng Fan one after another. Thinking of this, Qin scratched his head. He couldn't just drink his own blood. Could he? Even if he was willing, he couldn't explain it. It seemed he could only use spiritual energy to help her clear her meridians. That was also a solution, but it was too time-consuming. To gain her trust, he had no choice but to do so. Brother Fei, how about this? Starting tomorrow, I'll use my internal force to help Annie adjust her meridians. After a few days, she can start taking some supplements. For now, just drink some millet porridge, eggs, and vegetables. After Qin finished speaking, Fei Yuanwu and Ma Wu exchanged glances, both with expressions of surprise. Brother, you know martial arts? Fei Yuanwu asked. I practiced Taoist internal skills since childhood, but I'm not good at those techniques. Qin thought to himself. He couldn't just say he was using spiritual energy to adjust the old lady, so he had to refer to it as internal force for easier understanding. After he finished speaking, Fei Yuanwu and Ma Wu exchanged another glance. An internal martial artist killing people and going to jail? Isn't that a bit funny? Ma Wu was about to speak when Fei Yuanwu shook his head. Fei Yuanwu looked at him with a respectful expression. This young brother was indeed extraordinary. Being able to read faces, practice medicine, catch ghosts, and even be an internal martial arts expert. Chapter 151. The corner. Qin sat cross-legged, listening intently. just short of tea and sunflower seeds, and even thought about smoking a whole cigarette. Big brother, are you saying that Ma Wu finally reacted? Yes. Let Qin Yi handle this. Fei Yuanwu finished speaking and started to laugh. His laughter was strange. He opened his mouth to breathe, but made no sound. Only the hissing sound from his trachea could be heard. Qin Yi was stunned. After talking for so long, it turned out that he was the one being asked to sign a life-and-death agreement. Damn it. He was so angry he almost jumped up. As a Taoist, I can't just kill innocent people. Thinking of this, he felt a bit deflated. If Fei Yuanwu really asked him to deal with those guys tomorrow, what would he do? He lost interest in eavesdropping further, stood up, and passed through the wall back to his bedroom. Lying on the large, soft bed, he tossed and turned for a long time, but couldn't fall asleep. After thinking it over, he took out his phone from the Chinquan ring and called Tian Junjie. After listening to him, Tian Junjie scratched his head and told him to call back in a while. He needed to consult relevant leaders. More than 20 minutes later, Qin Yi called again. Qin Yi, if you act alone, just notify us of the location in advance. You can knock them out first, and then we'll take them away and lock them up. If Fei Yuanwu asks later, just say you dealt with their bodies. Chapter 152 Hong Qi. How did you get into the detention center? Qin Yi asked, crossing his legs while sitting on the Luohan bed. He had never used spiritual energy to look into Hong Qi's past life, thinking it unnecessary. Now, feeling bored, he wanted to hear him speak. Hong Qi's expression darkened, and he lowered his head, not saying a word. Seeing his demeanor, Qin Yi felt that this kid might have something hard to say, so he felt a bit embarrassed. It's okay, if you don't want to talk, you don't have to. Brother Qin, do you really want to hear? Qin Yi was somewhat surprised. What was there to be true or false about? If you want to say it, just say it. If you don't want to say it, no one can force you. Give me a cigarette. Qin Yi knew he didn't smoke, so he waved his hand and said, if you don't know how to smoke, don't learn. Hong Qi said nothing. Looking up at the huge palace lantern, his eyes gradually losing focus as he spoke plainly about his story. He was born in 1986 and had just turned 17 this year. Logically, he shouldn't be in a detention center at this age, but at that time, there was no juvenile detention center in Jizhou. When Hong Qi was 2 years old, his father died in a car accident, and 2 years later, his mother remarried. His stepfather was a welder at the Jizhou machinery repair factory, and when he was 5, he had a half-brother. The two brothers got along very well, and his stepfather treated them equally. Chapter 153. A week later, the old lady was already able to get out of bed and walk slowly. That morning, she sat with everyone for breakfast, although she only drank a small bowl of porridge before being helped back to her bedroom by the nanny. Fei Yuanwu was still very happy. The four of them finished breakfast and sat in the living room chatting. Brother Fei, Annie is fine now. She can start taking supplements gradually and should walk more each day. She will get better and better. Qin Yi said to Fei Yuanwu. This is all thanks to Brother Qin. Fei Yuanwu said sincerely. Qin Yi waved his hand and said, there's no need to keep thanking me. If you say too much, it feels distant. Brother Qin, Lao has told me clearly about your situation. If you don't mind, you're welcome to join us. I may not have many skills, but if you stay with me for a few years, I can give you a lifetime of wealth. How about it? Fei Yuanwu was sincerely inviting him. Especially after seeing him cure his mother's illness. He had great faith in his abilities. Last night, Qin Yi had also invisibly gone to the tea room on the underground floor and had heard his conversation with Ma Wu. Knowing that the old song had come with news, telling them that he had indeed committed murder in Jizhou, because he had escaped from prison with Ma Wu, healed his mother, and could read feng shui, it was not surprising that Fei Yuanwu openly invited him to join. Chapter 154. Qin Yi did not expect that so many personality traits would be concentrated in one person, and many of these traits were inherently contradictory. For example, his filial piety towards his mother, fairness towards his subordinates, and generosity towards wealth. Yet at the same time, he could cut off the hands of those who betrayed him without changing his expression and push his beloved woman into a steel furnace without any mercy. Ma Wu noticed that Qin Yi's expression was somewhat unpleasant, so he hurried over to sit in the chair next to him, took out a cigarette and handed it to him, leaning over to light it for him. Little brother, logically speaking, since you saved me, I shouldn't have done such a thing. Ma Wu said sincerely. You will understand later. I'm really doing this for your own good. You have been drifting in society, and even fortune-telling doesn't earn you much. This time you got into trouble, and your friends have cut ties with you. If you can be with us, you won't have to worry about safety. You have seen these people. My big brother's kind of organization has branches in major cities across the country. I can't say it's impregnable, but ordinary people definitely can't get in. As for us, we only work a few times a year. The rest of the time, it's just a life of indulgence. Chapter 155. The chubby Master Yin is quite talkative. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Qin Yi, he shook hands with Hong Qi, saying, Hong Qi, ha ha ha, handsome. Really handsome. So impressive. I've heard from Lao Wu that you're a young talent. Ha ha ha. This laughter made Hong Qi's face turn red. Qin Yi secretly laughed. Being a young talent is because he entered the detention center at 17, right? Fei Yuanwu, sitting there, didn't stand up but smiled as he watched the banter. Ma Wu introduced, this is our Master Yin, known as Song Li. Upon hearing this name, Qin Yi couldn't help but laugh. Master Yin Song Li was not embarrassed and continued to joke, my parents are small business owners. They probably know that in this society, you can't get anywhere without giving gifts, so they named me this. Qin Yi quickly praised the name, saying this is the wisdom of the common people. At that moment, he realized that the Lao song mentioned by Fei Yuanwu and Ma Wu was actually him. It seemed that this statement hit home for Song Li, making him even happier, and his laughter grew louder. Fei Yuanwu sat there, slightly furrowing his brows. This guy Lao Song is cunning and clever. He has helped me solve many problems over the years and has navigated through one crisis after another. Chapter 156. If Sheng Fan were here, he would definitely recognize that this Song Li was using the Buddhist technique of a lion's roar. This palm strike is also quite famous, known as the heaven-piercing palm in Buddhism. However, Song Li's skill is still shallow, far from having earth-shattering power. Qin Yi was shocked. He didn't know any martial arts moves. All along, he had relied on the spiritual energy within him to greatly enhance his strength. But in martial arts, speed is the key. When facing danger, his inner spiritual energy rapidly circulated, and his feet left the chair, quickly retreating. However, that massive palm followed him closely, and it looked like it was about to strike the top of his head. To his surprise, Qin Yi seemed to vanish and appeared behind Song Li. He reached out and grabbed the collar of Song Li's suit, effortlessly lifting him up and then throwing him away. Song Li didn't expect Qin Yi's movements to be so swift and didn't react in time, falling into his trap. His round body flipped in midair, but instead of landing, he surprisingly turned back in the air. That giant palm seemed to grow a few circles larger, and it was about to strike Qin Yi's head. His movements were quick, but Qin Yi's reactions were not slow either. He focused all his spiritual energy into his right index finger and then raised it high. Chapter 157. Although Qin Yi didn't use mind reading to check his thoughts, he could guess about 80 to 90 of it. Around 2 in the afternoon, after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, he casually went back to his bedroom to sleep. Seeing Qin Yi leave, Hong Qi felt it was inappropriate to chat with these people while standing by, so he found an excuse to return to his room. Fei Yuanwu took Song Li and Ma Wu downstairs. The three of them went to the second underground level to observe the production of replicas and discussed a few matters before returning to the tea room on the negative first floor. Old Song, do you really think this Qin Yi is at the peak of innate talent? Fei Yuanwu asked Song Li. Song Li hesitated for a moment and then replied, to be honest, I can't tell. Oh, Fei Yuanwu was puzzled. Song Li and he had been classmates since elementary school, and they had grown up together. Although everyone called him Master Yin, that was just a nickname that started in middle school. He was not the brains of their team. The true mastermind is Fei Yuanwu himself. Song Li's main role was to handle various issues they faced, similar to a chief steward, while also serving as the team's martial arts instructor. Song Li had been in poor health since childhood. His father had made a living selling vegetables and often delivered to the Famen Temple in Shisha Mountain, where he became acquainted with an old monk. Every winter and summer vacation, he would send Song Li to the temple. Chapter 158. After driving for more than half an hour along the national road, the car turned into a small road with farmland on both sides. After a while, Song Li parked the car in a small grove by the roadside. Brother Qin, we've arrived. About 500 meters ahead is a dog breeding facility for meat dogs, and right below the dog facility is Jean Tingting's West Suburb Casino. Song Li casually turned off the engine. Qin Yi focused his attention and looked through the windshield. Not far ahead, he could see a small building that wasn't very tall, and he could faintly hear a couple of dog barks. They definitely know how to choose a location, using the dog facility as a cover. Song Li chuckled, yes. Even though they are meat dogs, they're still quite alert. If a stranger approaches, the dogs will sense it, and when one barks, the others follow suit. Qin Yi nodded and thought, if only Sheng Fan were here, all the dogs would behave themselves. After getting out of the car, He stretched. Tonight was a full moon, with a gentle breeze and fresh air in the countryside, as if he could smell the scent of spring grass. He suddenly realized that it had been a month since the spring festival passed. He handed Song Li a cigarette and helped him light it. "Brother Song, once I go in, you just wait in the car. Don't come out for any noise. If you don't see me by dawn, it means I'm in trouble. So just drive back." Chapter 159. Qin walked along the wall to the restroom, and after entering a stall, he dispelled his invisibility technique. There was no way. If he remained invisible, he wouldn't be able to blend in with the crowd, which would definitely cause panic. After revealing himself, he relieved himself and then leisurely walked out of the restroom. No one noticed him. He began to wander around, searching for a long time, but surprisingly couldn't find Kong Qing and the others. Strange. Could it be that the four of them haven't arrived yet? After wandering a bit longer and still finding no one, Qin could only silently recite the perspective technique and began to look around. Under his X-ray vision, the beautiful dealer girls looked even more attractive, with pairs of big lights in various shapes, some like water droplets, others like freshly steamed buns, filling his eyes. He licked his lips, suppressing the raging beast within him, urging himself to get back to business. Damn, so they were here. He cursed inwardly, realizing that there were actually several rooms on one side of the hall, likely the casino's VIP rooms, each lavishly decorated, with people playing in each room to varying degrees. Further inside was a huge office. The office was divided into two. The outer area was quite large, with one wall covered in LCD screens. Opposite the screens were several desks and chairs, with a few people staring intently at the screens, occasionally picking up the intercom to say something. Chapter 160. While passing through the wall, Qin found it strange that the wall suddenly felt so thick. The cement wall had a lot of steel reinforcement, and the wall was at least a meter thick. The feeling was like walking through a very thick liquid. Each step felt like it was in slow motion. At this moment, he realized he must have run in the wrong direction. When he passed through the wall where Kong Qing and the others were, it had been easy to get through. Damn it, this thick-headed fool. He actually went through the wrong wall. After finally getting out of the wall, Qin was stunned because this room had not a trace of light. At first, he instinctively thought there had been a power outage, but then he quickly realized he had indeed entered the wrong room. This was not the VIP room of Kong Qing and the others. Turning around and using his X-ray vision, he saw that the other side of the wall was Jean Tingting's room, where she was still kneeling on the bed, trembling and mumbling something. It was only through the opposite wall that he would reach the VIP room of Kong Qing and the others. Since he was already here, Qin decided to make the best of it and turned around to check out this dark space with his night vision. To his delight, it was a rectangular space, over 100 square meters, filled with rows of iron shelves stacked high with money. Chapter 161. Where else can I go if not home? Wait for me a moment. I need to squat for a bit. After saying this, Li Si closed the partition door. He had just unbuttoned his pants, and before he could squat down, he was pulled underground by Qin. This time he learned his lesson and quickly let go after being pulled in. In less than 3 minutes, Li Si stopped moving. Fourth brother? Fourth brother, are you pulling a long one? Why is it taking so long? Did you fall in? Wang Demao leaned against the wall, smoking, feeling a bit anxious after waiting for a long time. Damn! Wang Demao suddenly swore and turned to run out. Qin didn't expect that this guy would run away after cursing. What was going on? Why was he being so ungrateful? Couldn't he come over to check? Qin was both amused and exasperated, quickly swimming out, but moving underground wasn't as fast as running on the ground. He saw this guy weave through the crowd and reach the parking lot. The more anxious Wang Demao became, the more his hands shook. Today felt particularly ominous, so he didn't even dare to check on Li Si. Seeing there was no noise, he took off running. Trembling, he inserted the key into the car door, cursing himself in his heart, thinking if it weren't for his gambling habit, he could have easily bought a luxury car and wouldn't have to struggle to insert the key to open the door. Chapter 162. For corpses fell into the huge furnace, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Supreme command, transcend your lonely soul, all ghosts and spirits, for lives blessed. Those with heads transcend, those without heads rise. Gun and knife killings, jumping into water and hanging ropes. Bright death, dark death, grievances and wrongful deaths, creditors and enemies, seeking the lives of sons. Kneel before my platform. The Bagua shines, stand at the threshold, and transcend to another place. For men and women, take responsibility yourself. Wealth and poverty, it's up to you to invite. Command the saved and the masses, urgently transcend life. Command the saved and the masses, urgently transcend life. After all, they died by his hand. Looking at the hot furnace, Qin Yi unconsciously recited the rebirth mantra. His voice was magnetic, rising and falling. Song Li and Ma Wu quietly listened, initially feeling a deep sadness. But as they continued listening, it felt like they had undergone a baptism, their hearts freed from burdens. The three didn't linger and got into the car to head back. Ma Wu had driven himself and followed behind their car. On the way back, Song Li asked Qin Yi, "What was it you recited just now?" "It's the Taoist rebirth mantra." "Oh, what is it useful for?" The recitation of the Taoist rebirth mantra is a merit in Taoist culture to seek resolution of all grievances and debts, to resolve all disasters. Practitioners reciting it can help transcend the souls of the deceased. Reciting this mantra can eliminate the 4 great sins: killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, and lying. 10 kinds of evil deeds: killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, lying, slander, harsh speech, frivolous speech, greed, hatred, and ignorance. Chapter 163. Everything in front of him made Qin Yi in the corner secretly surprised. Logically speaking, these people were all heinous criminals. How could they still have such warmth? Their actions greatly increased Qin Yi's goodwill toward them, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Being an undercover agent is not easy if one is not careful. They might be assimilated by the other side. If he weren't an undercover agent, wouldn't he think these people were all loyal and righteous men? This is the complexity of human nature. It seems he needs to practice more in this world to better understand the ways of society and human hearts. Thinking about it, after all, he is a transformed stone and has spent over 10,000 years in the emotionless heavenly realm. This place is much better, allowing him to experience the myriad of human conditions, truly not in vain for coming down this time. Lao Wu, Qin, you will join your team. Let him be your team's lead man. This time, let us start with Fusho Mountain Trough for a good opening, and in a few days, you take him to scout around. Fei Yuanwu said to Ma Wu. Sure, no problem. I've been there a few times. There must be a big tomb. Ma Wu was spirited, finally about to do something big. Lao Song, make sure not to let Lao Du and Qin Yi meet, at least not recently. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. Lao Du is not someone who can tolerate others. Fei Yuanwu said with some concern to Song Li. Chapter 164. Oh, Yuanwu went out. Despite the irritation, Lao Du was still their only lead man, and they had been together for so many years, whatever dissatisfaction there was. Song Li wouldn't show it. He then asked, "Did you come over for something? What time is it?" "The year has already passed. I came to ask when we start working." Lao Du's voice was quite loud. Song Li really wanted to tell him, "Can you not be so careless? This matter could have been settled with a phone call. Do you think we're doing construction work? You speak without regard for the occasion." He glanced at Qin Yi and Hong Qi standing not far away, implying they should step outside for a bit. But Qin Yi clearly misunderstood. He felt Lao Du's northeastern accent was friendly, and seeing Song Li give him a little glance, he cheerfully walked over. Seeing him come over instead, Song Li almost wanted to dig his eyes out. At this moment, he could only stand up and force a smile, saying, "Lao Du, come. Let me introduce you to 2 new brothers." As soon as Lao Du entered the door, he saw Qin Yi and the other 2, but seeing they were young, didn't he think much of it. Qin Yi smiled and extended his hands. "This is Lao Du, this is Qin Yi Hong Qi." Song Li didn't even finish saying Lao Du's name and gave a brief introduction. Chapter 165. According to him, Fei Yuanwu's mother looked very much like his deceased mother. He grew up in a single-parent family. When he was young, his mother took him to follow different street performance troupes to perform. His mother was a beauty in her youth, famous for her John singing in the surrounding areas. After being abandoned by a man, her temper became extremely volatile, and since Du Kongping was also mischievous, he grew up under strict discipline. Due to this upbringing, he didn't receive much education and instead learned many bad habits. Fortunately, when he was 15, his mother finally married a Suona player from a street troupe, allowing him to have a relatively stable life. The Suona player's grandfather was a feng shui master, and the family had many books on feng shui. When his mother and stepfather went out to perform, he would read those books at home out of boredom, and over time, he learned a lot about feng shui. "Kongping, you're here." Fei Yuanwu walked in from outside and greeted old Du. Qin Yi knew that there were 2 secret passages underground, one leading to the gatekeeper and the other to the wilderness, with an exit a mile away in a desolate grave. Du Kongping sat in a chair, his eyelids drooping. and did not respond. Chapter 166. After this remark, even Song Li felt a tightness in his chest, and everyone looked in astonishment at Old Du, who stood there in a daze. Old Du's face was pale, cold sweat pouring down, mumbling something unintelligible. Suddenly, he let out a loud shout and crashed into the wall behind him. Song Li was right beside him. How could he let him seek death? He quickly reached out and grabbed the back of his shirt. Old Du collapsed to the ground, staring blankly for a long time. Fei Yuanwu wanted to go help him, but didn't know how to comfort him, scratching his head in distress. Old Du slowly stood up, as if all his energy had been drained away, his waist sagging. He clasped his fists and bowed to Fei Yuanwu, thanking him for his care over the years. Du is leaving. After saying that, he no longer looked at anyone else, waved his sleeve, and walked away, not even taking the duster in the distance. Mr. Du, Fei Yuanwu hurriedly called out and chased after him, and seeing this, Song Li quickly followed. Qin Yi glanced at Hong Qi, seeing his face full of disgust, and couldn't help but ponder. He seemed to understand something but couldn't grasp it. After thinking it over, his mind was still a muddle. Angered, he cursed inwardly, thinking that while others who drank the liquid from the jade became either immensely powerful or clear-headed, what kind of sin had he committed to end up with such a fool? Chapter 167. Brother Fei, this tomb is too large. We need to plan it out properly. Let's avoid violent destruction and steer clear of those traps. Only by maintaining the integrity of the tomb can we extract more valuable items. Qin Yi was worried that if they resorted to violent digging, the tomb would be completely destroyed, leading to a heavy loss that would make the cultural experts and scholars in Chang'an weep and curse him for a lifetime. Fei Yuanwu pondered. He didn't teed out Qin Yi, but understood what he was saying since he himself came from an archaeology background. He knew that while tomb raiding was a technical task, much of the damage was often unintentional. Everyone wanted the simplest and most convenient way to enter the tomb, take what they needed, seal it up, and never be discovered, so they could return later if money was tight. But in reality, it was difficult. Most tomb raiders were blocked at the first hurdle and had no choice but to use explosives and other violent means. Making it a one-time deal, whatever they could take was all they could get. I agree with Mr. Qin. Zheng Zhao. This time let's try to avoid explosives. You go help Ma Wu. Yongfu. Make sure all the equipment is brought over. Fei Yuanwu ordered one by one. Chapter 168. Ma Wu cheerfully went to gather others, starting to unload tools from the vehicle. These people were organized and calm, clearly well-trained and experienced. Qin Yi noticed that they even brought down an imported generator, which, once started, roared to life. Fortunately, the nearest village was several kilometers away, so they couldn't hear the commotion here. Song Li used the walkie-talkie to check with the lookout outside, and after receiving a response, waved at Fei Yuanwu, signaling that it was safe. The tall Shen Yongfu directed people carrying some iron tools to the location designated by Qin Yi, and soon these people began to assemble. In just a few minutes, a bizarre-looking machine appeared before everyone. Although Qin, he didn't know what it was called, he recognized the huge U-shaped drill bit, realizing it was a professional excavation machine. Watching these people with their specialized equipment and well-trained actions, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread, unsure if Tian Junjie and the others would make it in time. While they were digging over there, Fei Yuanwu pulled Qin Yi aside, moving a bit further away, and they casually chatted, while Hong Qi stuck closely behind Qin Yi, not leaving him. Chapter 169. This place wasn't directly above the Shouwang tomb, so Qin Yi had to carry Hong Qi toward the tomb chamber. In the solid earth, he couldn't let go of him. If he did, Hong Qi would suffocate like Hong Qin and the others in just a few minutes. He wanted to place Hong Qi in the tomb chamber first, and after resolving the matter and everyone outside had left, he would rescue him. After wandering for a while, Qin Yi finally entered the tomb chamber. Once he stood still, he gently and slowly tried to breathe. Fortunately, after so long of ventilation with the blower, although the air in the tomb chamber still had a strong smell of decay and dirt, the harmful components were already very low. He focused his mind and used his night vision to check, illuminating the pitch-black tomb chamber. He stood close to the back of the northern courtyard, not far from a hall, where the slanted stone tablet was still present. The floor was made of bluestone slabs, and he stepped toward the hall. Looking through his X-ray vision was completely different from personally walking here. In the center of the hall stood a 2-meter-tall golden statue of Guanyin, holding a pure vase, with a compassionate expression and 3 meditation cushions placed in front of the incense table. Looking around, he noticed a small door on the right side of the Guanyin statue and carried Hong Chi inside. Chapter 170, I've never been to an ancient tomb before. Come on, let's explore. After calming down, Hong Chi became interested. Qin was reluctant to take him further for fear of running into Fei Yuanwu. So he said, there's a stone tablet behind. Shall we go take a look? Okay. In the pitch black underground, Hong Chi felt a bit nervous and, after agreeing, he quickly grabbed Qin Yi's hand. Hong Chi's fingers were long and his palm soft, making Qin Yi feel a bit strange, unable to articulate what that feeling was. He thought to himself that this kid was too beautiful, and if this continued, sooner or later, he would bend the Taoist master. Exiting the hall, Hong Chi, using the light from the lighter, saw the golden Guanyin statue, released Qin Yi's hand, and sincerely knelt on one of the cushions, mumbling something. Afterward, he respectfully bowed 3 times. When he stood up, they both realized that the cushion had already crumbled to pieces. After leaving the hall, the stone tablet was not far. Although the ceiling of the tomb chamber was not low, the surroundings were pitch dark, making one feel a bit oppressed. When Hong Chi walked out, he tightly grasped Qin Yi's hand again. The space here was not small. After walking for a while, Qin Yi had to let go of the lighter, as it would run out of fuel if it burned too long. Chapter 171 Qin Yi hurriedly stepped forward to check. One person had been shot in the forehead and had long since lost his breath. Another had blood all over his chest, his eyes tightly closed. Qin Yi checked for a pulse, his heart sinking, and quickly infused spiritual energy, but it was already too late. Qin Yi felt a sense of gloom in her heart as she covered their faces with their hats. Standing silently while reciting the complete collection of the Qing Xianji Liansa Ancestor Iron Pot Offering, commonly known as the Flame Mouth Sutra, to help them transcend to the afterlife. After the ritual, she walked in front of Fei Yuanwu, who was gripping a handgun in his right hand. His black mountaineering outfit punctured with 2 holes, blood still oozing. When she reached out to check his breath, she was taken aback to find that he had not yet breathed his last. She hesitated. Should she save him or not? Then she thought again, he cannot die. And he should not die here. Old Tian and the others needed a living Fei Yuanwu. If he died just like that, many cases would be lost to oblivion. She raised her hand and shot out a strand of spiritual energy to protect his heart pulse. Fei Yuanwu slowly regained consciousness, his vision blurry, and he muttered intermittently, My glasses? Qin Yi searched around and soon found his old-fashioned tortoiseshell glasses not far away, thankfully intact. Chapter 172. What to do? If I don't see the old lady and he dies here, I can only leave him here, and if Tian Junja asks, I would just play dumb and say I didn't see him. Throwing him here seems fitting. After all, it's also a grave. After walking a few steps, she thought again. No, he shouldn't die here. This isn't what I saw. But looking at him like this, he might not last long. I can't let it die now. What'd I go to jail for? If it weren't for that connection with Ma Wu, if it weren't to eliminate this group of tomb robbers, why would I commit such a crime? If Fei Yuanwu dies now, this case won't be perfect. No. Why do I feel like the purpose of this connection is to get the money from a casino? If I hadn't met Ma Wu, if I hadn't gone to the detention center, if I hadn't come to Tanzhou, how could I have gotten such a large sum of money from Jean Tingting's casino? Forget it. No more pointless pondering. The money is in hand. Just this last push is needed. Let's help him all the way. Help Fei Yuanwu see his mother. Then hand him over to Tian Junjia, and I can declare my mission accomplished. I wonder if it will work to use spiritual energy to treat his gunshot wound. Although I am somewhat reluctant to use the little spiritual energy I have, I still gritted my teeth and infused a little into him. Chapter 173. Fei Yuanwu gave a miserable smile. Although his time with Qin Yi was short, he was confident in his judgment. This person, though appearing cynical, was undoubtedly someone who valued emotions and loyalty. With his promise, he could rest assured about the matters behind him. Over the years, he had accumulated countless wealth and properties, and friends had advised him to emigrate or transfer some money abroad, but he had scoffed at the idea. He had no children. If he emigrated, wouldn't his properties benefit those foreign devils after his death? Unfortunately, after he died, all these properties and wealth would be confiscated. Otherwise, if he left some for Qin Yi, it could serve as a reward for taking care of his mother and friends. Sigh. Qin Yi is just a small police officer. He probably won't have much money. He thought drowsily, not knowing if he would leave something for his mother, as she would be left all alone in the future. 10 minutes later, the neatly dressed old lady pushed open the door to the tea room. Tian Jia stood behind her, extending a hand to support one of her arms. and there were some shadowy figures behind him. Mom. Fei Yuanwu saw the old lady, and his complexion suddenly turned rosy, and he unexpectedly stood up with a whoosh. Chapter 174. He began to use his X-ray vision to check the surrounding walls, and indeed found the locations of the mechanisms. So he stepped forward to destroy them one by one. After tearing apart the last mechanism, he retrieved all the arrows, casually grabbed a handful, and walked over to the edge of the water galaxy. He looked up at the tomb's ceiling and, after observing it, couldn't help but click his tongue. It was densely packed with various mechanisms, including nets, arrows, and several large pouches made of unknown materials, which contained a dark green liquid that looked highly toxic. He pinpointed the key points of those mechanisms and began to launch the arrows with his hands. When only 2 arrows remained in his hand, all the mechanisms were destroyed, and the liquid from the pouches flowed into the water galaxy. As soon as the dark green liquid splashed into the water galaxy, thick white smoke and a pungent odor rose. Qin quickly activated his fetal breath technique, leaped over the water galaxy, passed through the main tomb chamber, and arrived at the stone tablet in the back hall. He carefully read the inscription on the stone tablet, which roughly stated, "In the first year of the Great Elephant, 579 AD, Emperor Xian Yuanyuan abdicated to his son, Yuanyan, and proclaimed himself the Heavenly Origin Emperor while still controlling court power. Yuanyan widely selected beautiful women to enrich the harem, with 5 empresses in the palace. Emperor Xian indulged in wine and lust, leading a life of debauchery, which gradually worsened his health." Chapter 175. Thinking of spiritual energy, he began to look forward to going to Myanmar soon. As the jade public auction, there was the largest in the world, and with so much jade, he hoped to enhance his spiritual energy. If the spiritual energy increased a bit more, he could even deploy some higher-level divine abilities. The more Qin thought about it, the more excited he became, eager to set off for Myanmar immediately. Before leaving the Chinquan ring, he took a stack of money and casually stuffed it into his pants pocket, then focused his mind and exited the Chinquan ring. He was afraid of bumping into Tian Junjia and the others, so he didn't use the theft tunnel but surfaced from underground. After exiting Fusho Mountain, he had only run a few kilometers when he spotted a few jeeps with flashing police lights approaching from the opposite direction. Qin quickly hid by the roadside and recited the invisibility spell as the police cars whizzed past him. At 2 o'clock in the early morning, he finally entered Tanzhou City. Without an ID, he could only find a small inn to stay in. The conditions were terrible, but at least there was a single room, so he didn't have to squeeze in with others. He had gotten used to staying in presidential suites during this time, and his stay at Fei Yuanwu's place was also decent. How could one say that it's easy to transition from simplicity to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to simplicity? He was no longer a small security guard in a happy community, nor was he a small fortune teller at the entrance of Labor Park. Now he possessed a large sum of money. Yet staying in such a shabby place made him feel uncomfortable all over. Chapter 176. After listening, Qin felt a wave of annoyance. If he had known it would turn out this way, he shouldn't have written that calligraphy piece for him, making himself have to write another one. What if someone else wanted it after he finished? He wasn't selling calligraphy and paintings. Moreover, what captivated Sun Jing wasn't just that his writing was good. The piece contained a hint of his celestial energy. Otherwise, who would be so fascinated by a piece of calligraphy every day? It wasn't even a painting of a beautiful woman. It was because of that hint of celestial energy that the calligraphy had a spirit, giving people the feeling that they wanted to comprehend it. "Qin," Zhao Fatty called out when he saw him silent. Qin was pulled from his thoughts and looked up at him in confusion. Tang Lihui originally had the qualifications to compete for this position with Uncle Sun, but for some reason, he voluntarily gave it up, and since he was younger than Uncle Sun, you understand, right? Zhao Fatty said to him. Qin was stunned. What do I understand? Then he thought, oh, I see. After Yang Wenshuan fell, Tang Lihui from Weizhou was originally a strong competitor, but unexpectedly, this person took the initiative to withdraw from the competition. However, he was younger than Sun Jing, so Sun Jing must have felt a sense of crisis. Sigh. At this age, wouldn't it be better to enjoy life at home? Is it meaningful to fight all day long? Chapter 177. The two men felt a deep sense of emotion and began to talk about Fei Yuanwu's mother committing suicide with a gun, feeling a wave of sadness in their hearts, remaining silent on the phone for a long time. At this moment, Qin was sleeping soundly. Otherwise, If he heard these two turning him into an unsung hero in their minds, he would definitely laugh his teeth out. His time undercover was too short, and he hadn't developed the kind of feelings they described with Fei Yuanwu and the others. What troubled him was that he had witnessed the old lady's suicide and those two fallen police officers. After hanging up, Sun Haoran deeply regretted it. At this time, he should have let Qin Yi return to Jizhou to rest quietly for a while, instead of dragging him to Weizhou to write some nonsense. When Qin Yi opened his eyes, the sky was already bright, and he realized he had slept on the sofa all night. He lifted the blanket, stood up, and stretched. Looking into the bedroom, where Zhao Fatty was still asleep, he went to the bathroom, took a nice hot shower, and soaked in the spacious bathtub for a long time before coming out. After drying himself, he glanced at the deep blue tracksuit thrown on the toilet and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't wear that outfit again and walked out of the bathroom in shorts. Just as he walked into the living room, he saw Sun Haoran and Zhao Fatty sitting on the couch. Chapter 178. Zhao Fatty chuckled. Don't scare him like that. That guy isn't very bold. Not bold. Not bold enough to play tricks on me. Sun Haoran angrily slapped the armrest of the couch. With your temper, maybe the people below really don't understand. Sun Haoran calmed down a bit and felt his previous words were a bit harsh. Logically speaking, old Liao wasn't that bold. He really wouldn't dare to play tricks on him. When he was in Jizhou, old Liao wouldn't dare, let alone now that they were in Weizhou. He had to think of ways to butter him up every day. At this point, Qin Yi found it hard to say anything, originally. He wanted to pay for the renovations himself and didn't want to take advantage of anyone. The house was bought by Zhao Fatty, and the Hummer was bought by Sun Haoran. He had already repaid most of his favors, so he couldn't keep taking advantage of them. At the beginning, he was unfamiliar with the renovation projects in Jizhou and could only ask Sun Haoran for help. Unexpectedly, this help turned into a debt of gratitude. Sigh. Zhao Fatty changed the subject, and just after chatting for a while, Sheng Fan's phone rang again. Bro, just now a fat guy came in driving a big Land Cruiser, with a small handbag under his arm, bowing and apologizing to me as soon as he walked in, completely dazed me. After he left, I looked at the business card he gave me. His name is Liao Ming. Is he the old Liao you mentioned? Chapter 179. Liao Ming went on and on with apologies, expressing loyalty, and Sun Haoran finally got annoyed. All right, I've had enough of your spittle flying all over my face. You didn't come here for nothing. I have a route arranged for you. You can find it when you go back. Liao Ming didn't expect to gain something from this misfortune and was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. He knew this route, which is a national road from Jizhou to Qingzhou, and it was said to be very competitive. With his little power, he never dared to think about it. Is that forbidding? He licked his somewhat dry lips. Just find 2 qualified companies to accompany you. As for the relevant people, don't be stingy with what you should give. Follow the rules. Sun Haoran said impatiently. Understood, understood. Liao Ming knew he should leave and stood up, nodding and bowing. Sun Haoran said seriously, Liao Ming, still the same thing. Money can be made, but if I find out you cut corners to make dirty money, haha. Liao Ming's face turned red, and his neck seemed to thicken a few circles. Liao Ming, Sun Haoran waved his hand, don't talk to me about useless things. Just take care of it yourself. If you want to live without worries, don't play any tricks. Otherwise, no matter how much money you make, you won't have a life to spend it. Understand? Chapter 180. A few minutes later, the car stopped in front of a gray small building, with a black Audi parked in front that had the license plate ending in 001. After getting out of the car, Qin Yi carefully examined the small building. It was a 2-story Soviet-style building, not very large, with each floor being about 150 square meters. The walls were covered with the dry branches of ivy, which would look very beautiful in spring and autumn. Wei Laojun was full of envy. The small building was not big, and its exterior even looked somewhat dilapidated. But living here was a symbol of status. He glanced at Qin Yi and smiled. Thanks to Brother Qin, this is my first time here. Qin Yi didn't expect him to say something human. He just smiled and didn't respond. A few people followed Sun Haoran and stepped inside. Upon entering, the first thing they saw was a guard room, and 2 fully armed guards came out. Although they all recognized Sun Haoran, they still checked each one. Qin Yi didn't bring his ID, so Sun Haoran registered for him before they were allowed in. Qin Yi thought to himself, wow, it's different when you move up a level. They check this strictly even when going back home. Sun Haoran whispered, it's the rules. There's nothing we can do about it. But I don't have to be checked when I come back myself. Chapter 181. Sun Jing pointed at the 8 characters and started quizzing Sun Haoran. Haoran, you've been full of the smell of copper for years. You must pay attention to self-cultivation. Tell me, what is the origin and meaning of these four characters? Qin. Sun Haoran felt a bit embarrassed, mumbling, Uncle Tang already said it. Let Qin pick a passage from the Tao Te Ching. What else do you want me to say about the origin? Sun Jing glared at him when he saw him trying to defend himself, scaring him into quickly explaining. This is a line from the Tao Te Ching. The original text is the way that exists in the world is like the rivers and valleys to the seas. The general meaning is that the way exists in the world. Just like the seas, all rivers and streams flow into it, making all things naturally submit. Sun Jing shook his head. What you said is just the literal translation of those few words. The way is always nameless and simple. Though it may be small, it is invisible and intangible. No one in the world can make it submit to themselves. If the rulers could govern the world according to the principles of the way, the people would naturally submit to it. When the yin and yang energies of heaven and earth combine, the sweet dew would fall, and people would not need to command it, but it would naturally be evenly distributed. To govern the world, a management system must be established, various systems formulated, and various officials appointed to handle affairs. Chapter 182. After chatting for a while, Qin stated that he would return to Jizhou tomorrow morning and settled on the time for his departure before Sun Haoran took his leave. Zhao Fati began teaching him about jade knowledge and some rules for gambling stones, including what to pay attention to in the Myanmar public bidding, explaining everything clearly and meticulously. Qin was not short on money now, but he was eager to increase his spiritual energy, which was the confidence he vowed to enjoy life in the human world before descending and was also fundamental to his survival in this world, so he studied very seriously. Next door, Wei Laojun had just battled with his female secretary for over a dozen rounds, lying on the bed drenched in sweat. The female secretary traced circles on his chest with her finger and softly said, "Is there something good today?" Wei Laojun seemed to have been scratched in a sensitive spot and suddenly jumped up excitedly, bringing over a piece of calligraphy to show the female secretary. After she looked at it, she burst out laughing. "Bro, you missed a character." Wei Laojun was stunned. "Missed a character? What did I miss?" "You missed the character for shame. Ritual, righteousness, integrity, and shame, and you don't have the character for shame." The female secretary laughed as she spoke. "No shame? What does that mean? Did I write it wrong? It can't be." Wei Laojun scratched his head. "Damn it. Wei Laojun may be uneducated, but he is still a college graduate." With a shift in thought, he realized this and angrily grabbed the calligraphy scroll, ready to leave. Chapter 183. The next morning, when Qin was leaving, Wei Laojun did not show up. Sun Haoran drove with Zhao Pitzi to Wei Prefecture train station. Sun Haoran had already asked the driver, Xiao Feng, to buy the tickets in advance. Dressed in a dark blue suit, Xiao Feng handed the train tickets to Sun Haoran and respectfully stood by. As the train started moving, the two waved goodbye to Qin. Watching the train rumble away, Sun Haoran sighed, blaming himself for bringing him here. The night before, Zhao Pitzi had already informed him over the phone about Wei Laojun's arrival. Zhao Pitzi said, "Now that it's like this, what is the use of talking? Laojun is cunning. I'm afraid Qin will suffer in the future." Zhao Pitzi laughed. "When have you seen Qin suffer? Laojun is finished." Sun Haoran was taken aback. "What do you mean finished?" Zhao Pitzi thought for a moment and said, "I don't know. I can't imagine how Qin would deal with him. But I just feel that this time Laojun will be defeated by him." After hearing this, Sun Haoran was silent for a long time, and then thought that these two were so far apart, there shouldn't be any issues. Back in the car, he said, "Let's just let him go back quickly." Chapter 184. Zhao Pitzi stared at the hung-up phone, feeling a headache, and was stunned for a long time. "This guy is really bold. What is going on? P.S. Competing for territory to tell fortunes? You're a billionaire, for goodness sake. Isn't it embarrassing?" He had just received the news from Sun Haoran. On the day Qin left, after they returned to the hotel from the train station, Wei Laojun left in a hurry without eating, after chatting briefly with him. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Wei Laojun and his female secretary arrived at the Xiangzhou service area. As they came out of the restroom, they saw many police cars in the parking lot, with guns pointed in their direction. It is said that he even joked with his female secretary. "I guess they are here to catch fugitives. Let us stay away to avoid getting blood on us." Before the female secretary could respond, the loudspeaker on the police car blared. "People in front, listen up, raise your hands and lie on the ground, or we will open fire." Wei Laojun looked around and thought, what the hell? There's no one else around. Are they talking about me? He didn't dare to resist. knowing that if he was really shot now, it would be pointless. He quickly raised his hands and slowly lay down. Chapter 185, The Black Language, also known as the Lip Classic, is a means and method for people in the Jianghu to communicate and connect with each other. The Lip Classic is also known as a secret language. Those engaged in performing arts call it jargon, but among Jianghu people, it is referred to as the Lip Classic or Black Language. This is entirely a kind of coded language created by various Jianghu groups for the sake of communication and exchange. The Lip Classic not only includes secret phrases, but also a series of other metaphorical methods, including etiquette, gestures, and even the placement and arrangement of personal belongings. Qin couldn't be bothered to argue with him, took a few steps, and shoved the sign from his shoulder into the flower bed behind the table. Then came back and scolded, "Get the hell out of here. Go scam someone else." The man, seeing that Qin was reckless, was left speechless. "You and I are brothers who make a living in the same way. As the saying goes, like attracts like, isn't it fine for us to be a little apart?" His tone was quite polite, meaning, we are both in the same line of work, although we are colleagues. Being a little apart doesn't stop you from making money, right? Qin was no Jianghu person. He stepped forward, raised his leg, and kicked the table, sending bottles crashing to the ground. Chapter 186. Qin placed one hand on her slender waist, tracing circles with his fingers as he explained. "You must not take this as something dirty. What is sexuality? It is the essence of the primordial truth, a brilliant spirit. What about fate? It is the utmost refinement, a mist of energy. The creation of sexuality relies on the heart, while the creation of fate relies on the body. Just look at your expression, and you can tell he is completely off base. What Taoism refers to as the dual cultivation of sexuality and fate is actually about training our soul and body, allowing the two to better merge to achieve the goal of self-cultivation." Qin had tissues stuffed up his nose, speaking in a muffled voice. But that didn't stop his eyebrows from dancing. Jiang Lai smiled foolishly without saying anything. "You little rascal, even if you speak the truth, you won't get your hands under my clothes." "No way." Qin was parched from talking and struggled hard, but still couldn't make further progress. So he had to dejectedly send her home. On the way back, seeing his gloomy expression, Jiang Lai couldn't help but blush and softly comfort him. "Don't worry, I will eventually be yours." Qin chuckled, feeling much better. Chapter 187. After Lu Dan returned, she chatted for a while before going back to her room to rest, leaving space for the two brothers. Qin noticed that Zhao Pizzi hadn't mentioned Wei Laojun and knew this was a mental block, so he needed to explain it. After all, they had been friends for such a long time. "Chu Yi, I know you and Brother Sun must be blaming me for being too harsh and leaving no room." Zhao Pizzi saw him take the initiative to bring this up and looked at him without speaking. "Both of you know that I have some abilities. Otherwise, I might still be a security guard in Happy Community and wouldn't have ended up here. I once told you and Brother Sun that Wei Laojun would do those things in the future, but since it hasn't happened yet, you guys are half believing and half doubting." Seeing Qin speak sincerely, Zhao Pizzi couldn't hide it anymore and nodded. Qin detailed everything he had seen from Sun Howren, leaving Zhao Pizzi dumbfounded. "Brother Zhao, in a while, sister-in-law will come to ask you, do we want porridge or dumplings for breakfast tomorrow?" To make him believe in himself, Qin recited the perspective technique and looked at Lu Dan walking this way, and then he heard her thoughts. Chapter 188. What's wrong? "You can come, but I can't?" Young Master Zheng raised his chin with an arrogant expression. As he spoke, two young men finished checking in and approached young Master Zheng. Noticing he seemed to be arguing with someone, glaring at Zhao Pizzi and Qin. Not far away, Gong Yuqi, who was chatting with a friend, said goodbye and walked over. "Feizhou, you're here too?" Gong Yuqi adjusted her glasses, smiling to smooth things over. "Hello, Mr. Gong." Although Zhao Pizzi looked down on Gong Yuqi's character, he still had to show respect since she was the vice president of the National Jade Association. Qin watched coldly and said nothing. Young Master Zheng seemed like a mad dog. Upon seeing Qin sitting in a wrought-tan chair, he recalled the day when a short, round-faced guy pointed at him and asked what he was staring at. He remembered that little guy was with this fellow. Today is truly a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. As the saying goes, in a narrow road encounter, the brave win. Zheng Daxiao wants to take revenge. With that thought, he strides toward Qin. "You, stand up." Zheng Daxiao shouts while pointing his finger at Qin's nose. His voice is so loud that most people in the hall hear it, and many come rushing over. Chapter 189. After Fat Zhao finished speaking, he waved his hand toward the entrance of the hall, looking over there at Qin Yi and saying, "Do you think your brother Zhao is a lone wolf running a small workshop? My company in Hangzhou has over 100 people. They arrived on a different flight from us." After saying that, he stood up. Qin Yi rolled his eyes, helplessly standing up with him, thinking it's just buying a stone. Why make such a fuss? When Qin Yi looked, he was startled to see more than 10 people marching in through the door. They were both men and women. The youngest in their 20s, and the oldest looked to be over 70. Are they here as a tourist group to Myanmar? Fat Zhao first greeted the elderly man. "Uncle Chun, are you tired?" The old man, surnamed Chun, was thin, with a head full of white hair, looking spirited, and laughed heartily. "What's tiring? I even took a nap on the plane." Fat Zhao kept praising him and invited everyone to the side lounge to rest. A young man around 25 or 26 started collecting everyone's passports to check them in. The old man, surnamed Chun, sat down and took out 2 pieces of paper from his bag, handing them to Fat Zhao. "Here you go, the invitation letter." Chapter 190. Brother Zhao, don't come to this place again. It's too dangerous. Qin Yi advised him. Fat Zhao sighed. "When I was young and ignorant, I didn't realize it. By the time I wanted to make money, I found out I didn't know anything. Many relationships have cooled off. What else can I do besides this?" Qin Yi replied. "This time, let us buy more. We want to sell out for 10 or 8 years, right?" "Foolish brother. How could that be? Let us not even talk about whether the rough stones we bring back will appreciate. Just the funds, I brought over 2 billion this time, which isn't even considered a big player in past public auctions. According to what you said, even with another 2 billion, it wouldn't be enough." Qin Yi thought to himself. He has at least 5 billion in the Chinquan ring. This money is useless inside. It's better to take it out and buy jade. If we buy more this time, Brother Zhao won't have to run to this dangerous country every year. Besides, with my abilities, the money spent on rough stones can multiply several times or even dozens of times in a few years. Isn't that better than letting it sit there and gather dust? Brother Zhao, if I can move 5 billion in cash, can you find a way to exchange it for US dollars? Qin Yi asked him. Fat Zhao was shocked, his mouth agape. 5 billion? Are you kidding? Chapter 191. That night, everyone had dinner at the hotel restaurant. After Qin Yi returned to his room, Fat Zhao was restless in his own room. But since they wouldn't let him go over, he could only wait. He called Boss Wu again, telling him that the money would arrive at the hotel at 1 in the morning, so he should be ready to take it away. Qin Yi was quite relaxed, lying on the bed fiddling with the TV remote. He didn't expect there to be satellite channels that could pick up some local stations from the mainland, so he excitedly watched 2 episodes of soap opera before entering the Chinquan ring to start moving things. He worked until midnight before finally sweating profusely and sticking out his tongue. It was frustrating. There was too little spiritual energy, and he could only work like a laborer, looking at the mountains of money piled in the living room. He suddenly remembered that he had been so focused on throwing it out that there was no packaging for all this money. It was just scattered around haphazardly. Wouldn't that raise suspicion? But where could he find packaging bags? Even if he found them, how could he pack it neatly? He was really too lazy to do that. Forget it. Let it be. If anyone wants to suspect, let them. Besides, all this money isn't new. The serial numbers aren't even consecutive. Who could trace anything? Even if Fat Zhao or Boss Wu had any doubts, what could they do? I'm just that capable. No one would know how the money got into my room. Chapter 192. March 8th is the opening day of the public auction. Qin Yi slept until noon, and after washing up, he put on a flashy outfit only to find there were no pockets. Afraid of losing his ID and passport, he put both items into the Chinquan ring, specifically placing them on the 8-trigrams and pressing them down with the beast whip. After all the fuss, he went to find Fat Zhao in his room, only to discover he had just woken up. The two sat on a couch and chatted for a while when the 2 girls wanted to eat from Qin. He brought the food over. Qin Yi sighed inwardly. Having subordinates is great. Food comes to the mouth, clothing is served. No wonder Brother Zhao is so fat. As they were about to leave, the round-faced girl secretly glanced at him several times. The short-haired girl named Xiaoxia blushed, tugging at her a few times before they both left. After the 2 girls left, Fat Zhao chuckled. You say you have small eyes. How come there are still girls who like you? Qin Yi scoffed. You're just outright envious and jealous. Look at my figure. Saying that, he lifted his shirt to show his stomach, which, although lacking abs, also had no excess fat. Now look at your big belly. Qin Yi shot him a mischievous glance at his round belly. Chapter 193. After sending Chan wandering off, Qin turned around and slumped back onto the sofa. Fat Zhao scratched his head. Why are you so lazy? You still say I'm fat? I see you 1T even reach 40 before looking like a pig. Qin was too lazy to even raise his hand and directly ignored his words. Let us go out for a stroll. The Shuodigan Pagoda in Yangon is world-renowned. If we don't go, it'll be a lifelong regret. Fat Zhao didn't sit down, earnestly persuading him. Not going. There's nothing to do in the room. Why suffer that? What big golden Buddha? I'm a Taoist disciple. Okay. Fat Zhao helplessly sat on the sofa. Sooner or later, you'll be lazy to death. Qin clicked his tongue, ignoring him. Around 8 o'clock that night, Fat Zhao received a text message on his phone. After reading it, he happily told Qin, the money has arrived, a total of $73.6 million. Damn, why is American money so valuable? Qin still stared at the TV, responding helplessly without turning his head. Fat Zhao sighed and didn't answer his question. He took out his phone and called Bosswood to thank him. After receiving this text, the stone that had been weighing on Fat Zhao's heart finally fell, and seeing Qin's indifferent demeanor, he self-deprecatingly said, It's really true that the Emperor is not anxious while the eunuch is. How can your heart be so big? Chapter 194. A muscular guy shouted loudly. This guy really knows how to play the flute. Boom! Everyone burst into laughter again. At that moment, Qin also understood another meaning behind his earlier words and laughed along. He thought for a moment, forget it, the noise from this broken car is too loud. It probably can't be heard clearly, so there's no need to be so elegant. He then tucked the purple gold flute back around his neck. He left his seat, took a few steps forward, and smiled. Since everyone is so sensitive, I won't play the flute anymore. How about I perform a magic trick for everyone? When everyone heard him mention the two words sensitive, they burst into laughter and shouted in unison. Qin, he said, someone give me something at random, and I can make it disappear. The round-faced girl handed him her phone, saying, if you can't make it come back, you have to buy me a new one. Qin chuckled and replied, that's a must. He pinched the small red phone between two fingers of his left hand and asked everyone to watch closely. Then he flipped his hand, and the phone was in his grasp. When he shook his palm downwards and then turned it palm up again, the phone had vanished. He wore a flamboyant short-sleeve shirt, making it impossible to hide it on him. Everyone looked down, but it was nowhere to be found. Chapter 195. More than half an hour later, the opening ceremony ended, and the crowd began to flow towards the rough stone area on both sides. At this point, Qin had already recorded over 10 numbers. He felt the spiritual energy within him was very active, as if it was excited. In this short time, he had significantly increased his spiritual energy. If he could boost it a bit more, he should be able to use the wind control technique. If he could use the ability to shrink the earth into inches, he could run from Jizhou to Chang'an faster than a car. Right, there's also the Taoist cloud riding technique. Although it's a lower-level ability and can't fly too high, it's still better than nothing. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Suddenly, he froze. What would happen if he went to the mine area? Just imagining diving underground and facing a huge underground vein made him drool with excitement. Should he discuss with Brother Zhao about making a trip to the mine after the public auction? All right, enough of that. He needed to focus on looking at the rough stones and absorbing spiritual energy. When Zhao Fatty and Chun Wanren came over, they saw Qin squatting on the ground examining a piece of rough stone. It was an oval-shaped gambling stone, about the size of a 24-inch television. Chapter 196. Can you teach me that later? I want to learn it for self-defense. Zhao Fatty thought this was pretty impressive. He could defend himself without lifting a finger, which suited his lazy nature. Qin shook his head, grinning, and said, Brother Zhao, you can't do it. Why not? Zhao Fatty asked curiously. Qin pondered whether to say that this technique was suitable for castrated men or if it required being a young boy. No, if he said the first, this guy would definitely think he was a eunuch. So he whispered, to practice this, you must be a young boy. Zhao Fatty looked shocked, scrutinizing him for a long while before bursting into laughter. You're still a young boy? Qin then realized that both excuses weren't great and would make him laugh out loud. His face turned red, and for a while, he didn't know what to say. He initially wanted to talk about going to mine, but could only turn around and leave, cursing, damn. What time is it? Aren't we having lunch yet? Behind him came Zhao Fatty's boisterous laughter. At noon, they ate at a nearby Burmese restaurant, where the conditions were poor, and the food was both expensive and very unappetizing. Chapter 197. By 5 in the afternoon, after finishing on this side, Qin had examined all the rough stones. The left side had much better quality than the right, with over 20 pieces of imperial green. Although the jade meat wasn't particularly large, the quality was top-notch. He had recorded over 300 pieces in total, and Zhao Fatty could only smile wryly. Adding those from the morning, they had close to 600 pieces of rough stones, with more than 200 marked clearly. The total price had already exceeded 200 million. The rest were marked secretly, and Zhao Fatty calculated that the remaining funds would not be enough. He told Chini about this, and Chini thought for a moment. Let us head back to the hotel. I'll highlight some key points tonight. As for the unimportant ones, we can just give up. Dinner was at the hotel, and after eating, they all took a good shower and rested for a while. At 8 o'clock, Zhao Fatty and Chun Wanren came over together. Chini respectfully made tea for Chun Wanren, whom he genuinely admired for his character and knowledge. After taking the notebook that Zhao Fatty handed him, he began to jot down some key points and make deletions based on his memory. Although sometimes his brain wasn't quite enough, he remembered those rough stones with dense spiritual energy very clearly. Chapter 198. The next day, Chun Wanren felt a bit faint from the heat and didn't go out again. He didn't plan to go either. But when he saw everyone getting ready to leave after lunch, he felt embarrassed to stay at the hotel. Forget it. I'll just go along. After all, this scorching weather doesn't affect me much. Although the small car had air conditioning on, Zhao Fatty was still sweating profusely. He looked at Chini, who was sitting next to him, curiously. This guy also sweated yesterday morning. Why was he so strange today? Chini appeared refreshed, looking around, glancing at the two beauties in front, and throwing them a flirtatious wink when someone turned back. Then he stared out the window, grinning. Wow, this weirdo. Zhao Fatty muttered enviously, filled with jealousy. Chini heard him but couldn't be bothered to respond, continuing to enjoy the scenery outside. At 10 in the morning, the first bidding began. Chini didn't stay on site, but wandered around the entire venue, looking for any missed opportunities. The rules of the Burmese public auction always had slight modifications. Last year's auction had bidding at 4 p.m. every day. This time, it was changed to 10 a.m. the next day, with only 2 bidding sessions, the second one before the closing ceremony on the third day. Chapter 199. Let us go. Chini finished looking and turned to pull Zhao Fatty away. Brother Zhao, do you trust me? He asked with a mischievous smile. Zhao Fatty replied irritably. What do you think? How much do we have left? Chini asked him. About 70 million, I guess. Converted to US dollars. That is only a little over 10 million. Zhao Fatty replied. If we use it all, we'll be bankrupt. Chini said with a grin. What? This stone clearly looks promising. Zhao Fatty exclaimed in shock. Based on his years of experience, with such a large piece of clear material, as long as the jade meat was not less than 20 kilograms, it would be a sure profit. 20 kilograms? Haha. He wouldn't even be able to extract 1 kilogram. Chini chuckled, and after saying this, he noticed Zhao Fatty staring at him wide-eyed as if he had seen a ghost. He then realized that he didn't even need to recite the heart-reading technique's incantation to hear others' thoughts. Zhao Fatty had just been thinking about the advantages of this piece, and Chini had said it out loud, which was why he was so shocked. Chini didn't explain and couldn't be bothered to. Was it just a coincidence? Besides, over time, he wouldn't be able to hide these abilities from them. Chapter 200. Huasian argued with the two masters, suggesting that they cut directly along the white fluff to see the thickness of the jade meat. However, the two were hesitant. If the thickness was insufficient, it could be a loss. But if the jade meat was one that penetrated inward, cutting it that way could lead to significant losses. Huasian felt helpless as outsiders saw him in a glamorous light, unaware of the vastness of the Hua family. He was merely a spokesperson and couldn't fully make decisions on many matters. After switching to another master, the work began again. But onlookers grew impatient with the slow progress and started to boo. Huasian's face alternated between pale and flushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. But since these two masters had been with his father for many years, he didn't dare to force them and could only watch. After more than 10 minutes, a large area around the jade meat was polished, still appearing as white fluff. Another master approached to discuss for a while and took out chalk, drawing a cutting line 1/3 of the way through the material, intending to cut directly at that position. Zhao Fatty nodded. These two masters were indeed experienced, and given the current situation, cutting at the top of the jade meat would be too risky. Chapter 201. He squatted beside the man. Placing his right hand over the heart area, a thread of spiritual energy entered the man's body from his palm. Qin Yi controlled that thread of spiritual energy with his mind, locating the blood vessel and effortlessly shattering the blood clot. The man's complexion instantly regained color, and he gasped for air, then opened his eyes. Qin Yi withdrew his hand. Big brother, how do you feel? The man had just woken up, still confused just now. I had severe chest pain. It was so suffocating. I couldn't catch my breath. It was unbearable. Seeing him awake, the crowd cheered, with someone shouting, "Impressive. Who is this young man?" "Yeah, so amazing," said a short guy. "Was a heart attack?" He just placed his hand over the heart, and it was fine. "That's incredible." Everyone was talking over each other, and at this moment, the man who had fallen ill realized that it was this young guy who saved him and hurriedly got up to thank him. Qin Yi waved his hand. "Big brother, you had a heart attack. You need to be careful in the future." After hearing Qin Yi's words, everyone realized what illness the man had and began to chatter excitedly. Chapter 202. Zhao Fatty's 5 bodyguards had also followed them without anyone noticing. When they reached the business vehicle, the door opened, and a short old man in his 50s stepped out. He had sparse, somewhat yellowing hair, wore 3 jade rings on his right hand, and was dressed in a light gray tang suit. "Boss Zhao." The man stroked one of the rings on his right hand, looking at Zhao Fatty. Zhao Fatty, being someone who had experienced numerous grand occasions, responded with a slight bow. "Zhao Feizhou. May I ask who you are?" "My surname is He." Zhao Fatty wasn't surprised. He knew the gambling king of Aodao was named his son, but this old man was nearly 80, and the person before him was clearly a younger generation. "Hello, Mr. He." The two exchanged polite gestures. His son had many nephews and nieces, so he couldn't guess which one this was. "Boss Zhao, this amount of funding is significant, so I wanted to personally come and speak with you. Please don't take offense." The old man was very courteous. "It's luck. We thank Mr. He for giving us this opportunity to make a fortune." Although Zhao Fatty spoke politely, he felt cautious. After all, such a large sum of money could lead to trouble if the other party decided to play tricks. Even if they negotiated, he might not necessarily win, and after the deal, it would be impossible to retrieve that money. Chapter 203. After hearing Zhao Fatty, Qin Yi was nearly drooling. What a pity. His current celestial power was likely insufficient to lift such a heavy object. Otherwise, if he could toss this golden pagoda into the Qinquan ring during times of financial need, he could casually take out a piece of gold or a gem and enjoy it for a while. Zhao Fatty was oblivious to his inner thoughts and continued to speak enthusiastically. The group removed their shoes at the entrance of the great golden pagoda and entered. It is said that this tradition of removing shoes is long-standing to show respect to the Buddha. Even heads of state must remove their shoes. Inside the pagoda, luxury was at its peak, with many wall tiles made of pure gold, and various jade Buddha statues were enshrined in the niches. Although Qin Yi came from a Taoist background, he had also listened to Buddhist teachings for many years. Therefore, when he stood in this pagoda, his mind was unusually peaceful. After touring several relics of the Buddha with Zhao Fatty, he couldn't tell if these displayed items were real or fake. He didn't sense any spiritual or celestial energy from them. After exiting the great golden pagoda, they slowly walked to the southeast corner, where there was an ancient Bodhi tree, said to have been transplanted from the sacred tree garden of the Vajrasena in India. Chapter 204. Brother E. A delicate voice came from the phone, making Qin Yi's heart flutter. "Ah, He missing. How are you?" Out of politeness and professional ethics, he had to ask about her health, and besides, he couldn't think of any other topic. He didn't dare to call her Itong again today, deliberately referring to her as Miss Ing to create some distance. "I'm fine now. I can jog again." "Brother E, when will you come to Chang'an to see me?" Ing Itong was very happy in her first 2 sentences, but the last one was filled with a hint of grievance, possibly sensing his deliberate distancing. "I'll definitely visit you when I have time." Qin Yi replied evasively. "By the way, Brother E, my dad agreed to pay your consultation fee." Upon hearing this, Qin Yi perked up. Was this considered a golden opportunity? Would he be given a villa or appointed to a high position? Surely it must be several 100,000, right? Otherwise, wouldn't that be unworthy of her status? Though he thought about it, he still had to remain polite, even if it felt insincere. What money? Let's not mention that. It feels too formal, doesn't it? My dad said he would give you half a year's salary as your consultation fee. Ing Itong was delighted, unaware that Ing Chi had merely been humoring her to avoid her nagging. Chapter 205. Today was the last day, and the venue was still bustling with people. They had run out of money, so they decided to ignore it and waited at the entrance to handle the handover procedures. After more than an hour, the vehicles finally arrived. These were all pre-ordered by Zhao Fatty, and after increasing the funds, he found 5 more through old connections. Looking at the rundown trucks, he scratched his head and asked Zhao Fatty, "Are we really using these old vehicles? I'm afraid they might fall apart on the way." Zhao Fatty replied, "I would prefer to use American heavy-duty trucks, but we need them, right? Don't worry, these trucks are sturdy." In fact, they were all forklifts loading the goods, and human labor wasn't needed at all. It was only around noon that all the raw materials were loaded, filling up 8 old trucks, which were covered with tarps. Xiao Li and the others noted down the license plate numbers and quantities for each truck, and after confirming the numbers were accurate, they handed a copy of the list to Zhao Fatty. Before departure, Zhao Fatty gathered the employees in a small vehicle for a brief meeting, instructing Xiao Li and the others to take the evening flight back home and reminding them to take good care of Old Shun on the way. Chapter 206, because they set off at noon, they only traveled less than 200 kilometers by dark, just entering the territory of Bago. This road is a national highway, allowing only one vehicle to pass in each direction. Their vehicle was too heavy, and they didn't dare to stop in the fields, so they could only park tightly along the roadside. A tall bodyguard stood at the end of the last vehicle, placing a charging lamp and a warning triangle far behind to prevent rear-end collisions. 7 people, along with 8 local Burmese drivers, started a fire in the fields to cook. Guan Du and his 5 companions skillfully set up the outdoor cooking equipment, and soon the aroma of a large pot of rice wafted out. Yi did not expect them to be so well prepared, with such complete outdoor survival gear, and at this moment understood what all their big and small bags and suitcases contained. The northeast rice from their home country is delicious, and the 8 drivers praised it endlessly. Lying in the sleeping bag of the tent, he spread out his consciousness, only then daring to take a nap. His consciousness spread across a kilometer radius above, like a huge, invisible dome, and even the field mice foraging below would not escape his perception. Under the last vehicle, behind that lamp, Guando lay on his sleeping bag, holding a gun with both hands, gazing into the distance. Chapter 207. If the 5 people just now had their skulls smashed, it could be explained as someone ambushing them from the grass. But the sudden disappearance of a living person is hard to explain. The white man's age was indiscernible. He wasn't good at guessing foreigners' ages, always feeling they looked older than Asians with their scruffy beards. This man looked at the place where his companion had just vanished, unfazed, and took out a cross from his clothes. He squatted down, holding a gun in one hand and the cross in the other, mumbling something towards the empty grass. The others, ignoring the gunfire in the distance, all aimed their guns at that patch of grass, and one person excitedly fired a burst at the ground. The burst startled Yi below, but fortunately, the bullets only drilled a few inches into the ground before getting stuck. Just after that guy finished shooting, a bullet flew over and hit him in the forehead. He fell heavily onto his back without a sound. Taking advantage of their moment of distraction, Yi reached out and grabbed the white man's ankle, pulling him down. Because the man's fingers were still on the trigger, as his body sank, he inadvertently pulled the trigger, resulting in a chaotic spray of bullets that injured 2 of his companions. Chapter 208. Zhao Fatty was surprised to hear that he had single-handedly killed 7 people, his mouth agape. "This place is not suitable for staying long. Zhao, go. Hurry up and pack up to leave," he said with a frown. Once in the vehicle, Zhao Fatty asked him, "Do you think anyone else will come?" He nodded, his brow remaining furrowed, and then spread his consciousness wide again. Both sides were overgrown with grassland, and not far away, some rivers branched into 3 paths, with a dilapidated concrete bridge over the river. Within a kilometer radius, there was no one else. He breathed a sigh of relief, but did not dare to retract his consciousness, following the convoy in the air until night fell. It remained calm all the way, but with another 40 kilometers to go, it was already dark, and the drivers were too tired to continue. Due to the heightened tension, the 7 of them were also very fatigued. During dinner, Zhao Fatty muttered, "Damn it, we should have spent more money and had the Burmese government help transport it." He shook his head. It wouldn't matter who transported it. These people are likely hired by that young Master Zhong. Even if it were the government in charge, they would still take action. Upon hearing young Master Zheng's name, Zhao Fatty's new and old grievances surged, and with a loud bang, he slammed his iron lunchbox onto the big rock in front of him. Chapter 209. Zhao Fatty thought he had changed his mind and quickly patted Guan Du. "Zhao Gu, don't stop. Hurry to the nearest city. Once in the city, we can quickly fly back home." Zhao Fatty was a bit confused when he heard Qin Yi say this. No way. What about the raw materials? He shouted. Qin Yi realized then that this guy belonged to the type who, even if he sank to the bottom after falling into the sea, would be reluctant to throw away the gold in his bag. After you all leave, I will ask my friends to transport this batch of raw materials. Your friends? Zhao Fatty was taken aback. What friends? Why don't I know about them? Qin Yi could hear his inner thoughts and angrily shouted, a friend worth 5 billion. Got it? More capable than us, and he'll run away. Only then did Zhao Fatty realize that it was a friend who lent Qin Yi 5 billion. This friend indeed had considerable influence, and he believed it after thinking about it. Meanwhile, Guandu and the others were pondering. Who is Wu Yi? Why is he so impressive? Not far away, a helicopter was slowly descending, and in a moment of urgency, Qin Yi stretched out his arms. A surge of immense power pushing towards Zhao Fatty and the others, causing the 6 of them to stagger back. Run, damn it! Qin Yi's eyes turned red, and he shouted again. Chapter 210. Tristan held a rapier made from extraterrestrial iron. The rapier is the lightest sword used in fencing, measuring 110 centimeters in total length, with a blade length of 90 centimeters and generally weighing no more than 500 grams, but the one in Tristan's hand weighed 6 kilograms. When he saw Qin Yi suddenly disappear, before he could react, Rom threw a pile of stones over, and he could only quickly dodge to the side. As the dust settled, only a pile of stone chips remained, and there was no one there. Tristan waved his hand to Rom, signaling him to stop attacking. Rom lowered his hands and walked over with Jalan. Behind the stones, Guandu aimed his gun at them. Qin Yi looked up and clearly saw the 3 of them gathering towards his position. Although he had now burrowed underground, the feeling of dread intensified. They actually knew he was underground. He was looking for an opportunity. Whoever came over first, he would pull down. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Damn, the 3 of them actually stopped in their tracks. Forget it. Only these 3 wouldn't burrow underground. If he pulled them down, he would be dead as soon as he let go. Chapter 211. Unknowingly, they had drifted 2 or 3 kilometers away. Qin Yi looked back, his heart racing. Not far behind, those dark insects resembled a cloud of black smoke emerging from the soil, still chasing closely. Those insects must be in sync with Jalan-Azin's thoughts because less than 200 meters behind them, Jalan-Azin was in front, with Tristan and Rom following closely, rapidly running in their direction. Damn it! Qin Yi felt a chill in his heart. What should he do? Fortunately, the black insects faced resistance penetrating the soil, so their speed would be slower, giving him time to think. His mind raced, contemplating ways to escape, but no matter how he thought, he didn't know what to do. Underground, those insects were like keen hunting dogs, relentlessly pursuing him. If he went up, bringing the 2 with him, they wouldn't stand a chance against those 3 freaks above. There's only one way left, which is to use the cloud driving technique after surfacing. The problem is that with my current spiritual energy, I can barely ascend to a height of 100 or 200 meters alone, and if I take these 2 guys with me, especially with Fatty Zhao's weight, not only will I not be able to ascend high, but I probably won't be able to travel far before being brought down by that Rom with a big stone. Chapter 212. Guandu shouted loudly. I also heard my master mention that hundreds of years ago, there was spiritual energy in our world, and at that time, Easterners relied on spiritual energy to cultivate and achieve immortality. Meanwhile, Westerners awakened their supernatural abilities through spiritual energy. Later, several large-scale battles occurred between the East and West, and gradually, spiritual energy completely disappeared, and those Western supernatural beings along with our cultivators vanished. Vanished? Fatty Zhao was surprised. Yes, some people may have died of old age, and some, it is said, ascended to become immortals. Others say that because there is no spiritual energy here, they all went to another world. Of course, these are all legends, and we don't know their truth. What are we talking about legends for? Fatty Zhao shouted. Aren't we encountering it right now? After hearing Guandu Wu's words, Qin Yi fell into deep thought. It seems that supernatural beings do exist, and since there are still supernatural beings, those cultivators must also exist. But where are they? Where is this other world? If we find them, can we obtain the cultivation methods for mortals, so that in the future, Jiang Lai, Sheng Fan, Li Tianzong, and the others can also cultivate? And Fatty Zhao and Sun Haoran, if they want to cultivate, I can help them too. Chapter 213. Guandu Wu noticed something unusual about Fatty Zhao and walked over to ask, Zhao, are you okay? Fatty Zhao pointed to the writing on the box, which is Portuguese, and said, I have a bold guess. Qin Yi heard him speak seriously, looking like he wasn't joking, and sat down beside him. Fatty Zhao said, a total of 60 tons of gold. Those gold and silver coins look like they were in circulation more than 100 years ago. And the styles of those porcelain also match those from our China 100 years ago. Also, pearls have a limited lifespan because their quality is not very stable. A pearl generally can only live for over 100 years, and its youth period is about 50 to 60 years. Over time, the moisture contained in the pearl layer will slowly dissipate, causing it to appear dull and eventually age, discolor, and even dry out and powder. Therefore, ancient pearls generally cannot be passed down to today. Also, these rotten boxes. Big brother, what exactly do you want to say? Qin Yi was a bit impatient. Anyone could tell these things must be old. Guandawu also looked confused, not knowing what the boss was thinking. I speculate that these items are treasures plundered from all over the world by Portuguese colonizers. He said with great certainty. Chapter 214, Brother Zhao. If I can transport all these items away, what will you reward me with? Qin Yi asked with a smile, looking at the constipated expression on Fatty Zhao's face. How is that possible? Are you going to find your friend with 500 million again? Guandawu heard the name Wu Yi and was stunned. This person is not simple, as Zhao always brings him up. Qin Yi pouted, walked to the boxes, and with spiritual energy flowing through his hands, effortlessly lifted a wooden box and, in the blink of an eye, for Fatty Zhao and Guandawu, threw the box of gold into the Chinquan ring. The two were dumbfounded, and Qin Yi didn't stop. Left and right, in a short while, more than a dozen wooden boxes disappeared. Stop! Stop! Fatty Zhao shouted, sweating profusely as he ran over, then started circling around Qin Yi, patting and slapping him. Where did my gold go? Damn, where did you hide it? Fatty Zhao panicked, shouting as he turned in circles. If Qin Yi had pulled a smoke out of thin air, it wouldn't be too strange. Such tricks are common in magic. But even if Qin Yi was extraordinary, he never thought it would be so miraculous. Chapter 215. Soon I will perform a spell called Cloud Driving Technique. So you two don't be afraid. Just follow me obediently. After Qin Yi finished speaking, he pulled Guandawu and walked away. Hey, why aren't you taking me? Fatty Zhao was anxious. I can only take one at a time. You are too heavy. Qin Yi didn't want to hear him blabber anymore, waved his hand lightly, and a mass of white clouds appeared under their feet. Qin Yi held Guandawu with one hand, and the white clouds floated up. Fatty Zhao rubbed his eyes with both hands, doubting whether he had been shot dead during the gunfight and was now just dreaming. This was too magical. If he threw him a gold stick, wouldn't he just be a hairless son, Wukong, and he can actually ride clouds? Guandawu felt that the ground beneath his feet was soft and not solid, but his body floated up. Looking down, he realized they had risen quite high, and he couldn't help but feel a pang in his abdomen. His legs went soft, nearly kneeling down. Qin Yi pulled his hand with a bit of force. Be careful. If you fall, I can't help you. In less than a minute, the two had risen to the crack, and when looking from below, the gap didn't seem very big. But when they got closer, they found that the crack was quite wide. Chapter 216, Brother Zhao. I suddenly remembered a saying that is really too right. Qin Yi rested one arm on his head, leaning sideways to speak to Fatty Zhao. What saying? Fatty Zhao walked over to him, shook off the sand from his clothes, and lay flat on the beach. Under the sunlight, it would dry quickly. It was when I was at the Happy Community that a security colleague said it. Qin Yi chuckled. This saying was originally said by Big Lao Lu about the security team leader, Fatty San. And it was just right to use it on Fatty Zhao now. He glanced at Guandawu not far away. Although this guy wasn't tall, he was all muscular and looked really strong. What are you talking about? Fatty Zhao lay back on the beach, impatiently said, Do you know what 3 treasures a fat guy has? What? Fatty Zhao really hadn't heard of it. Warm in winter, cool in summer, and a small thing. Ha ha ha. After Qin Yi finished, he burst into laughter. Damn, am I small? Where am I small? Fatty Zhao roared, sitting up and pointing at his crotch. This is because your brother's belly is too big that it looks small. Understand? It only looks small when compared. Qin Yi continued to laugh. And Guandawu also heard it and followed suit with a silly laugh. Chapter 217. In this world, money is indeed a good thing. This is what I realized after falling into hard times. Charles Ram once said that money is a passport that can take us to any place outside of heaven. And it can also provide us with anything except happiness. Brother, but if you lose your life, no amount of money is worth anything. This is what I said. Do you understand? Come home with me. We made a lot of money this time. Although the rough materials are gone, we still won one. 4 billion renminbi from gambling stones. After deducting the cost of buying rough materials of 718 million, we still made nearly 700 million profit. My phone got wet. Otherwise, I would have received the SMS about this money being credited long ago. Let's go. Fatty Zhao rambled on. And Qin, he didn't know who this ram was, but he could tell that he was very worried about him, which warmed his heart. Brother Zhao, you know about the brothers' powers. Without you by my side, I might not be able to defeat them. It's not about how much these raw materials are worth. The key point is that we promised Boss Hua that after cutting this batch of raw materials, we would sell it all to him, if we can't bring it back. How we explain that? Chapter 218. Old Wang, a person cannot come back to life. You still have grandson. Don't think too negatively. Bai Yuqi's voice was not loud as he tried to persuade the elderly man beside him. The old man was in tears, unable to speak. Bai Yuqi sighed deeply. No one expected to encounter such a situation. Qin walked towards those lying on the ground and realized that these people were lying straight, their heads covered with a piece of clothing. He used his perspective ability to look at one of them, and after seeing it, took 2 steps back in shock. The person's appearance was unrecognizable. It seemed as though their entire head had been gnawed by some insect. Looking at the others, he saw 2 young men in their 20s with small wounds in their heart area, and several others were clearly killed by stones. No matter how confused Qin was, he understood at this moment that these people had encountered those 3 ability users. These corpses had all perished at their hands. Qin Yi's anger burned fiercely in his chest, and he suddenly appeared, shouting, "Boss Bai!" Everyone was in sorrow, and no one saw Qin Yi appear. When they suddenly heard someone speaking, they were all startled, and the timid ones crouched on the ground, trembling. Chapter 219. After a while, he saw a white-bodied, old-fashioned large transport plane with a red stripe in the middle in the southeast corner. This was a Douglas DC-3 transport plane. This model had been around for over 80 years, although it was very old, as proof of durability and efficiency. Many different DC-3s were still in operation around the world after its maiden flight over 80 years ago. Qin didn't know what model of transport plane this was, but it was easy for him to be certain because there were still more than a dozen old cars parked not far away, and 8 of those cars were exactly the ones they had hired. He hid in the shadows and observed as many workers loaded the raw materials into one container after another. A huge crane lifted the containers into the cargo hold of the transport plane. He knew that he couldn't act at this moment and could only wait until everything was loaded before thinking of a way. So he found a corner to sit and watch, also taking the opportunity to rest. Unknowingly, he fell into a daze. He didn't know how long it had been, but when he opened his eyes again, the sky had already turned gray, and the plane was taxiing. Qin, he was already 400 or 500 meters away from it. He hurriedly stood up and used his skills to rush over. Chapter 220. At this moment, after stuffing the 8th container, Qin, he felt the fatigue of his spiritual energy. Helpless, he could only disperse his invisibility technique and concentrate all his spiritual energy to finish quickly. When Huang Mao just opened the iron door, he immediately saw that there was only 1 container left in the full warehouse. On the side of this container stood an Eastern person dressed in colorful clothes, with both hands pressed against the container, as if praying for something. In the blink of an eye, that 40-foot container, which could hold 30 tons of goods and had a volume of 65 cubic meters, disappeared before his eyes. Qin, he was too focused to hear the sound of the iron door. After putting the last container into the Chinquan ring, he turned around and saw Huang Mao with a face full of constipation. Before he could become invisible, he saw Huang Mao's head begin to swell, as if a fire was accumulating inside it. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and a flame rushed towards him. After putting in 12 of such large containers, half of the spiritual energy within Qin he had already settled in his dantian, so his reaction was much slower than usual. The flame had already sprayed onto him, and his protective spiritual energy was only then released. Chapter 221. Qin Yi's speed was too fast. Anya didn't react at all. As that green object shot towards the beautiful captain, everyone gasped. Tristan and Rum shouted together, "Anya, be careful." Puff! That green object hit right on the flute in front of Anya's neck, and then it turned into a puddle of green water flowing on the ground. Jarnajan's expression changed. This was the green-haired infant maggot curse he had raised for over a decade, cultivated from the corpses of 81 aborted infants. Normally, whether the green-haired infant maggot curse hit the enemy or was dispersed by the enemy, it would turn into countless clones, quickly attaching to the enemy's body, biting through their flesh and drilling into their bodies. In just a few minutes, the enemy's internal organs, including bones, would be devoured by these green-haired infant maggot curses, leaving only an empty skin. But at this moment, his green-haired infant maggot curse had actually been killed by that musical instrument and turned into a puddle of green water, which made Jarnajan's heart ache sharply, causing him great pain. Chapter 222. At this time, a burst of laughter echoed in her mind. And then the guy said, "Don't worry, hold on tight to me, and I guarantee you won't die." As soon as the words fell, the two of them fell into the desert. A few seconds later, they broke through the thick layer of sand and continued to fall. Once underground, Anya felt that it was pitch black in front of her, and she couldn't see anything. This time she didn't say it out loud, but thought in her mind, "Why is it so dark? It's like being blind." The voice immediately rang out, "We have entered underground. Don't worry, once this downward force is exhausted, I will take you up." As they passed through the layers of sand and soil, the speed of their descent was rapid. At about a depth of 200 meters, they encountered the rock layer. Due to the rock's density being much higher than that of the soil, their speed began to slow down. After descending another 30 meters or so, they gradually came to a stop. Stopped? Anya thought. He looked around. The surroundings were filled with huge rocks, and there were some seaweed and strange fish and shrimp fossils in the rocks. This rock layer was probably dozens of meters thick. He pushed off with his feet and began to swim slowly upward. Chapter 223. More than 2 hours later, the sun gradually rose, and the yellow sand seemed to be smoking. A heat wave rushed in, and it felt as if the world was burning in flames. The two of them dared not move any further and hid behind a sand dune, where they could still shield themselves from some sunlight. Anya's lips were already cracked, and she glanced at Qin, only to see him sitting there cross-legged, completely relaxed, smoking a cigarette. She cursed in her heart, "You weirdo. How can you still smoke at a time like this?" She wasn't afraid of Qin hearing her thoughts. Whether they could survive this was still uncertain. After spending a few hours together, she had completely let down her guard. If this Eastern boy wanted to ambush her, he would have done so long ago. At this moment, it was most important to support each other to stay alive. After a while, it got too hot, and she really couldn't stand it anymore. The guy next to her was naked, so what was she afraid of? She unbuttoned her uniform, but it was still too hot. So she simply took off her pants and threw them far away. She was wearing a black lingerie set underneath, and only then did she realize that her shorts were actually made of transparent lace. Qin licked his lips, instinctively swallowed, and chuckled, thinking to himself, "I didn't make you take them off. Don't blame me later." Chapter 224. How could this happen? Anya sat up and tried to pull her hand away from his big hand, but as soon as they separated, a wave of heat swept over her, causing her to quickly grab his hand again. "I said, how come you're not hot or thirsty? This is so amazing." Anya was thrilled, and just as she praised him, she suddenly thought, You bad guy." Qin was surprised. "How am I bad guy again? Why didn't you hold my hand earlier?" Qin stroked his chin. "Oomph, I'm naked. Why do you get to wear so much?" But he couldn't say that out loud, so he could only chuckle and think. We have a saying, men and women shouldn't touch each other. How can I take the initiative to hold your hand? You've hugged and held me, and now I've thrown my clothes away. What about you? You're really the worst. Anya regretted throwing away the uniform, feeling inexperienced. How could she have thrown away? If she had just wrapped it around her, it wouldn't have been so hot. This guy is such an exhibitionist. Can't he just use my clothes to wrap around his waist? It's just an extra piece of cloth. How hot could it be? It was too hot during the day to travel. Even with Qin protected by spiritual energy, it wouldn't work for long. After a while, the spiritual energy would start to fail. So the two of them found a sand dune to hide behind and rest. Anya tightly held his hand and sweetly fell asleep. Chapter 225. Because the visibility was too low, Qin didn't dare to use the shrink the distance technique. They walked cautiously. The fog was thick like milk, and visibility was less than a foot. A few minutes later, Qin, being barefoot, was the first to notice something strange. He found that the yellow sand beneath his feet was gradually disappearing, replaced by soft soil. Oh no! Wearing a pair of black heelless leather shoes that matched her pilot uniform, hadn't dared to take them off because the sand was scorching hot. But now she noticed it too, and quickly stopped. Qin, have we walked out of the desert? Qin, shook his head. How could that be? Before we rested, I checked with my spiritual sense. Within a kilometer, it's all yellow sand. We've only taken a few steps. How could we have walked out of the desert? People fear the unknown the most. He could clearly feel her palms were sweaty, so he gently patted her hand and comforted her. It's okay. I'm here. Anya smiled in understanding and got even closer to him. After walking another 20 steps, the white fog began to gradually thin, and the sky surprisingly started to brighten. He found it even stranger. It was only around 1 in the early morning. How could it be getting light? Chapter 226. This was a house built from chunks of rock, with mud filling the gaps between the stones. The doors and windows were wooden, roughly made, but very sturdy. However, as there was no paint on them, they were cracked with many fine lines, indicating their age. The floor was paved with blue stone slabs, kept very clean. The house was small, with only 2 rooms. As soon as they entered, it was the kitchen. The stone stove was quite delicately built. Beyond the kitchen was the dining room, where a large square stone served as the dining table, surrounded by 4 wooden chairs, giving it a very rustic feel. The two followed Mr. Gue into the inner room, which was obviously the bedroom. The bed was made of stone, with simple and tidy linen covers. He felt puzzled. There were no tall mountains in sight, yet all the houses here were made of rock. Where did these stones come from? Mr. Gue took out 2 brown linen long gowns from a stone cabinet, and, thinking that Mr. Chin couldn't wear a long robe while being naked, also found a set of short clothes. Anya took the robe and put it on, tightening the cloth belt around her waist. Standing at nearly 175 meters tall, she didn't look too big in it, but with her blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing such ancient robes looked somewhat out of place. Chapter 227. He looked at the 2 people on the ground and couldn't help but smile bitterly. What kind of situation is this? After the big, bearded man came in, he wanted to fight him without any explanation. Anya, who turned out to be a superpowered person, helped him stun the guy. And now Mr. Gue was knocked out by the residual electricity. He looked at Anya with a sharp gaze, saying nothing. Anya was afraid he was in danger, and in a moment of urgency, she couldn't care less about hiding her identity. Seeing his expression, she lowered her head, feeling aggrieved and muttering to herself, "Why so fierce? I'm just a pilot and have never harmed anyone." He sighed. Although it was indeed the case, she was still connected to those people, which inevitably made him uncomfortable. Anya, they are not enemies. You can't just attack carelessly from now on, understand? Yi's voice echoed in her mind. Anya pouted and ignored him, feeling that good intentions were being taken for granted. If I wasn't afraid you were in danger, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of using lightning. He heard her thoughts. Although it warmed his heart, he still maintained a serious expression. He walked around the 2 people on the ground a couple of times, not daring to help them up. Although he had spiritual energy protecting him, he still felt uncomfortable after being electrocuted. Chapter 228. He had already been scorched and tenderized by the lightning. Mr. Gue recalled the strange outfit of the Western woman when he first saw them, that towering piece of black cloth and the black knitted shorts that were sometimes visible beneath. He was also filled with curiosity and felt a strange heat rising within him, so he quickly stood up and followed Mr. Wang in bowing. He looked at the 2 in front of him, truly unsure of what to say. He turned to look at Anya, who was also staring blankly at the 2 men, not understanding why they were bowing and what they were doing. He heard her question in her mind and didn't know how to explain it. Mr. Wang and Mr. Gue remained in their previous posture, bowing without getting up. Anya pointed at them and asked in her mind, "What are these 2 doing?" He rubbed his chin, which had already grown a layer of stubble, and smiled bitterly, not knowing how to answer her. He was afraid these 2 cultured gentlemen would be struck by lightning. Each is nothing. They see my exceptional skills and want to learn from me. Anya shook her head after hearing in her mind. These people were too overconfident. How could such skills be casually taught to others? Chapter 229. Mr. Wang took another sip of tea and continued. At this time, the food in the ancestors' pockets was gone, and they could no longer search for elixirs, so they could only see what was around to fill their stomachs. When they were hungry, they would pick wild fruits from the stone mountains. When they were cold, they would peel bark from trees to use as clothes to shield from the wind. Struggling to survive here, praying for the gods to save them. The ancestors brought these 8 people to this place and had been searching for a way home, but they never found it in their lifetime. Slowly, the ancestors also realized that they would all have to grow old and die here. What was unexpected was that one day, before a retainer passed away, 2 baby boys actually emerged from between his back ribs. After giving birth, the retainer lost all energy and returned to nature. The same happened to the ancestors. Before they died, they gave birth to 2 male infants. Thus, one gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, three gave birth to all things, and from then on, the husband nation began to gradually grow stronger. Here, we only have 9 surnames: Wang, Ji, Jiang, Si, Ying, Yin, Gui, Yao, and Ji. Qin Yi looked at Mr. Wang in surprise, and when he heard him halfway through, he remembered that this was the husband nation mentioned in the Shanhai Jing. Chapter 230. Mr. Wang, you are here. After Jiang Zan turned around and saw Mr. Wang, he softly said a word. Jiang Zan, how do you feel? Mr. Wang walked to the bedside and sat down beside him. Jiang Zan forced a smile, saying that he would soon leave, and that in the future his younger brother and child would still need Mr. Wang's care. Don't worry, we will treat them as our own, Mr. Wang said, gently patting his hand. Qin Yi walked over. Mr. Wang, can I take Jiang's pulse? Jiang Zan didn't know Qin Yi and looked at Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang couldn't help but smile wryly, saying that this kind of situation happened every year. Taking the pulse and giving medicine were useless. However, since Qin Yi was an outsider, he didn't want to refuse and softly told Jiang Zan, Mr. Qin is an outsider doctor. Let him take a look. Hearing that Qin Yi was an outsider, Jiang Zan's somewhat unfocused eyes clearly brightened. Qin Yi sat in the position Mr. Wang was just in and, after feeling the pulse for a while, became dazed. Strange. Jiang Zan's pulse was very strong. With power in the 3 positions of Cun, Guan, and Qi, floating, middle, and sinking all had strength, and the pulse vessel was wide. This pulse was calm and steady, neither floating nor sinking, neither slow nor rapid, neither fine nor strong, with a uniform rhythm, each breath corresponding to 4 or 5 beats, over 80 beats per minute. And the response in his fingers was strong. Chapter 231. All right, Jiang Bai responded, and the 2 of them each picked up a baby. The babies had little hair, and the fine hair on their faces had not fallen off, but their big, bright eyes were very spirited. When held by the 2, they did not cry. One even stretched out a little hand from the cloth and patted Mr. Wang's face. Mr. Wang laughed heartily. This little guy really looks like Jiang Zan when he was young. That little rascal chased me around with a hoe when he was 5. Jiang Bai also remembered the past and chuckled. Mr. Wang looked at the small wooden plaque on the child's wrist, and like his father, he was also the eldest. He then turned to the old man and said, Ingbo, thank you for your hard work. The old man chuckled, but said nothing. Anya said in her mind to Qin Yi, pinch me. Qin Yi understood what she meant and reached out to pinch her slender waist. Such a good opportunity could not be wasted. Ouch! Anya exclaimed and cursed Qin Yi with her mouth. Qin Yi laughed heartily, thinking that he couldn't understand anyway. So let her curse. He looked at Jiang Zan, who was covered with a white cloth on the bed, and then glanced at Mr. Wang and Jiang by holding the babies, feeling even more amazed by the wonders of life. He wondered what kind of fruit those 9 people of the husband nation had eaten that enabled men to give birth. Chapter 232. Mr. Wang's home was also very simply decorated, not much different from Mr. Gui's house. He took the 2 on a tour. In the study, there was a row of wooden bookshelves against the wall, filled with various books. There were not many bamboo slips. Most were made of silk and silk fabric. Qin Yi picked up a silk book and was stunned when he saw the cover, which had 2 ancient seal characters, Lian Shan. How could this be? Qin Yi was astonished. Many people knew about the I Ching, but in fact the I Ching is divided into 3 books, Zhou, Yi, Gui Song, and Lian Shan. Zhou Yi is quite famous and has been passed down to this day. This book talks about predicting the subtle changes in this vast world through calculations. Ancient feng shui masters judge feng shui based on the explanations in this book. Gui Song has only a small portion left, while the rest has been lost. Lian Shan, also known as Lian Shan Yi, is completely lost. It is said that during the book burning and burying of scholars in the Qin dynasty, this book was also burned. Only Qin Yi knew that although the physical books of Lian Shan and Gui Song were gone, their contents had not truly been lost. What people now refer to as the Jianghu system, such as traditional Chinese medicine, feng shui, and Taoist studies in this area, actually evolved from the combination of the 2 theories of Lian Shan and Gui Song. Chapter 233. Qin Yi came back to his senses and smiled at Anya. Then turned to Mr. Wang and asked, May I ask, how does your family have so many ancient books? Mr. Wang smiled and said, Our ancestors loved books. Even in such difficult circumstances, they did not let the retainers throw these books away, so they were passed down. Qin Yi shook his head. I don't know if you noticed, but many of these books were not brought in by the ancestors. Mr. Wang looked puzzled. How could this be? These books were passed down from our ancestors. He became lost in thought again. It seemed they were not brought in by modern people. Who were they? How did they get in? Mr. Wang saw that he was silent and said, later generations of ancestors delved into these books and also wrote many works, all preserved here. Oh, he was taken aback, wondering if there were also works written by his ancestors. He quickly asked, were they? Mr. Wang smiled wryly and shook his head. There are all some strange books. After saying that, he stepped forward on tiptoe to pull out one and handed it to Qin. Qin took a look, and the ancient seal characters on the cover were written in an unconventional style, almost hinting at the essence of cursive script. It seemed this person had an idea of breaking through the seal script, but had not found the direction. Chapter 232. Vin yi ponderit. The situation Mr. Wang described was similar to his Chinquan ring. If he reached the end inside the Chinquan ring, it would be the same situation. However, the original purpose of the Chinquan ring was to store items. The land inside would not grow crops, and the wild grass and flowers above were merely for show. In simple terms, the Chinquan ring is a warehouse decorated like a paradise. This warehouse can only hold things, and people cannot live inside. The husband nation, like the Chinquan ring, is also a boundary space, but here there are mountains, water, and rivers, almost like a version of paradise. Such a space is definitely not something an ordinary powerful deity can create. At least he did not know how many deities in the heavenly court had this ability. Perhaps it was a mistake by the heavenly emperor that left this small paradise in this vast world. He squinted his eyes and thought, while Anya's big eyes were always watching him. Unknowingly, this big Eastern boy in front of her had already become her support. She wondered if this was true love revealed in hardship or feelings that developed over time. Sure. Here's the translation of the provided content. Anyway, I just like to see him squinting with his small eyes, lost in thought, and that mischievous expression of his. Chapter 235. The crowd parted left and right. And the great shaman Yao Ji came. He was from the Yao family, nearly 60 years old this year. The Yao clan passed down one shaman in each generation, responsible for handling the funerals and rain prayers in their country. Yao Ji wore a long robe made of black hemp, covered his mouth with a black cloth, revealing only above his nose. The black leather crown on his head was over a foot tall, tied with a piece of black hemp cloth that fluttered in the wind. Yao Ji held the deceased's upper and lower garments. With the help of a few young men, climbed onto the roof in the eastern corner of the main house. He faced north towards the underworld, one hand holding the collar of the robe, the other holding the waist, vigorously waving it while calling out, Jiangzan, the soul returns. This was repeated 3 times, meaning the deceased's soul had attached to this clothing. Yao Ji rolled up the clothes and threw them down from the roof. Jiangbai quickly took the robe into the inner room and covered it over Jiangzan, implying resurrection. Wang Er watched coldly, always feeling that among these people, all those who had passed away had already transferred their souls into the newborns, leaving only a stinking corpse behind. Yao Ji's old rituals were just for show, of little use. Chapter 236. After Wang Er rushed out of Jiangzan's house, he headed home. From a distance, he saw a crowd of people standing in front of his courtyard. As he got closer, he was even more startled. Outside the courtyard stood over 100 people, quietly. These people occasionally whispered to each other, but no one raised their voices, maintaining a polite demeanor. Wang Er parted the crowd, and the people saw him. Some blushed and cupped their hands in greeting, whispering hello, as if afraid to disturb someone. Disperse. Disperse. Mr. Wang couldn't help but lower his voice. These cowards must have heard a woman was at his house and rushed over to see. These young men clearly feared him. Although they were hesitant to leave, they still stayed put. Seeing he couldn't drive these people away, Wang Er cursed under his breath and had no choice but to enter the house. Upon entering the study, Wang Er immediately saw a woman with golden hair standing by the desk, cradling a short-haired man in her arms. Both were eyes closed, their mouths nearly touching. And he didn't know what they were doing, so he shouted loudly. He looked up to see a person with messy long hair, wearing a hemp robe, who looked very much like Mr. Wang, also tall and thin, with elongated eyes, but his clean face lacked the 3 strands of long beard. Chapter 237. Damn. He almost fell to the ground. This guy was even more shameless than himself. Although I, as a Taoist, came here bare, it was because my clothes had burned off, and I had no choice but to be naked. But this guy actually wanted to show off his naked body for others to appreciate. What a talent. He quickly waved his hands. No, no, We're the same. Nothing to see. Just as Qin Yi's words fell, Wang Er heard the commotion outside and said, "Let me go take a look. These guys are really idle. Coming to see a woman." Only then did Qin Yi notice the situation outside. He had been too engrossed, not just reading, but cough. He should be cautious in the future. If the enemy came, it would be like wrapping himself in dumplings. He and Anya followed Wang Er outside, and when they reached the courtyard, they were startled. Outside was a sea of people, with hundreds of eyes staring fixedly at the just emerged Anya. Their fervor and curiosity unmistakable. Qin Yi's back began to chill. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. This was a place where women hadn't appeared for thousands of years. These people appeared polite, but they were male animals. If hundreds or thousands of male animals became aroused together, it would be an incredibly spectacular scene and utterly uncontrollable. Chapter 238. By the time he was 17, he had basically given up on going out and began to scour the family library, wanting to learn those immortal techniques. Not for longevity, but to escape. Speaking of this, Wang Er started walking faster on the ground, turning in circles and pointing randomly here, here, here. For those people, what was a paradise, a land of bliss, but for him, it was merely a cage. Do you understand? As he said this, his long hair flew up. The hemp robe billowed without wind, and blue and white electric lights appeared around him, making crackling sounds. He seemed to shout madly, "I am over 31, spending my days like years in this cage, and you still ask if I am willing to let go? Ha ha!" Anya was surprised to see electric light appearing on his hemp robe, her mouth agape. She didn't know what was wrong with this strange person. Looking as if he had gone mad, and unconsciously leaned against Qin Yi, hugging one of his arms. Qin Yi looked at the frenzied Wang Er, thinking that this person was trapped in the husband's country, trying every means to get out. Although the earth was large enough, it was also developing various space devices, wanting to escape from Earth and see the bigger world outside. Chapter 239. Qin Yi picked up the stack of books along with those 8 volumes, and with a thought, stuffed them all into the Chinkoan ring. Wang Er saw the books vanish in an instant, filled with confusion as he circled around him. Anya chuckled. She had long witnessed his wonders and was not surprised. Awesome. Truly awesome. Wang Er looked around, unable to find where the books had gone, enviously gave him a thumbs up, and his gaze began to wander towards his backside. Qin Yi really wanted to slap him. Why do they all think so dirty? How big do they think but is to fit so many things? The 3 of them walked out of the courtyard. Wang Er closed the fence gate and stood still, watching the courtyard. Those wooden figures and tree stumps were made by himself over a decade ago. Although they weren't used anymore, he had never had the heart to tear them down. The thatch on the house roof was replaced last year when he and Jiang Bai worked together, and now many wildflowers had bloomed. Signed to himself, Jiang Bai, I wonder if you will leave this cage with me? At this time, the sky had darkened. The 3 of them walked along the stone path in the village towards the village entrance. After about 20 minutes, it was completely dark, and many houses had lit oil lamps. Chapter 240. Could it be that you don't want to take me because you think I can't beat you? Ji Fengzi's eyes lit up. Wang Er laughed heartily. This brat had completely transformed the family swordsmanship, waving the sword like he was handling a hatchet. Every day, he didn't work properly, stubbornly looking for people to duel. If it weren't for his great strength, he would have long been beaten by the villagers to the point of not being able to take care of himself. Unexpectedly, he originally wanted to come and take his childhood friend Jiang Bai away, but he had to take this madman instead. Well, if you want to leave, come with me. Ji Fengzi was overjoyed to hear Wang Er's words. He also knelt down like Wang Er, saying, Chief, my brother is not here, so you can be my brother this once. When you see him later, you can bow to him for me. After saying this, without waiting for Wang Er to agree, he knocked his head on the stone slab 3 times. Mr. Wang initially mourned his brother's departure, but was amused by this madman, thinking, I can indeed go back. But will your silly brother dare to accept me? Qin Yi saw the figures in the distance getting closer and quickly grabbed Wang Er's wide sleeve, shouting, Hurry up. He tugged on Wang Er's sleeve with his left hand, tightly holding Anya's small hand with his right, and ran towards the village entrance, with Ji Fengzi following closely behind. Chapter 241. The 4 of them ran over 100 meters again, and after stopping, they held hands and ventured into the thick fog. After taking just 2 steps into the fog, they could no longer see each other clearly. Anya tugged at the right side of Qin Yi's clothing. Wang Er held onto the left side, and Ji Fengzi grabbed Wang Er's arm. The 4 of them were like a string of connected grasshoppers. afraid to let go of each other. After walking a few more steps, Qin began to play a tune. Just as the music was halfway through, the noise from outside came rushing in again. As Qin played, he slowly moved deeper into the fog. Finally, the tune was finished, and Anya saw that the fog ahead had actually thinned. She excitedly shouted, but the other three didn't understand what she was saying. In her heart, Anya told Qin, "We did it, we succeeded. The fog has thinned, we are getting out." Wang Ye heard the excited voice, although he couldn't understand. He knew what she was happy about. He shook his head with a bitter smile, for he had already heard the voices of people ahead. It seemed they had been walking deeper into the fog, but in reality, it was just like his previous experiences. They had merely returned to husband country from a different position. After hearing Anya's heartfelt thoughts, Qin, still not having time to feel joy, also heard the voices ahead. The four of them stepped out, standing disappointed at the edge of the thick fog, gazing at the figures in the fields not far away. Anya's heart, full of joy, turned into a puff of smoke, and she leaned dejectedly against Qin. Chapter 242. More than half an hour later, the two of them had their lower halves submerged in water, leaning against a rock at the water's edge. They felt extremely comfortable, completely relaxed. And Anya thought in her heart, as Qin communicated with her mentally, they began to chat. "Qin, communicating like this is so exhausting. Can you teach me your language in the future?" Anya asked him. "Sure, I'll teach you slowly. You're so smart, you'll definitely learn quickly." Qin thought again. Although she was just a pilot, they were after all in a hostile relationship. Would they be able to continue like this after they got out? Thinking of this, he felt a hint of reluctance in his heart. After a while, Anya said again, "This place is really nice. Can we not leave?" Qin was taken aback. What did that mean? Not leaving here? What a joke. Unless you can be queen here and make these thousands of men your subjects. Otherwise, those collectively aroused guys would tear you to shreds. "Qin, what are you thinking? Do you want to be with me?" Anya thought in her mind, her big blue eyes staring at him without blinking. Qin felt a surge of guilt. He didn't dare to answer that question. Outside there was Jiang Lai and so many friends. He couldn't bear to part with them. This place was good. He could stay for 10 or 15 days, and it would be fine, but staying too long would surely drive him crazy. Chapter 243. The incident happened suddenly, especially in this chaotic and passionate situation. Qin didn't have time to use his spiritual energy for protection. He first pushed Anya away, then felt a sharp pain on the left side of his face. Reaching out to grab it, he felt something cold and slippery, and then with a whoosh, that thing actually dove into the water. "It's a snake," Anya shouted out. She saw clearly that the one attacking Qin was a small white snake, over a foot long, as thick as an adult's thumb. Anya stood up and lunged towards Qin, seeing that there was no blood on his face, but there were 4 black holes. She turned around and stood in front of Qin, her hands positioned in front of her chest, and a ball of electric lightning floated between her hands, but the small white snake didn't reappear after diving into the water. Anya withdrew the lightning and turned back to look at him, only to see that half of his face had instantly turned pitch black. Qin first felt a wave of dizziness, and the spiritual energy in his body rushed to the wound on his face. In his mind, he could clearly see that a large area of blood vessels in his face was filled with black venom. The spiritual energy surged towards those toxins, beginning to devour them. At the same time, the blood in his body also started to push back against the toxins, devouring them together with the spiritual energy. Chapter 244. Qin focused intently on it. This small white snake, though not large in size, had eyes that were as lively as those of a human, as if it could speak at any moment. The little white snake had caught the scent of the peculiar aroma emanating from this human's body. The allure of this blood was immense. At this moment, its tail was injured, and that woman was still watching closely. If it were to attack, it had to strike a fatal blow, or else it would have to escape. It arched its body, pretended to stretch to the left, and because Qin was closely watching it, he raised the purple gold flute and was about to pounce to the left. However, the little white snake suddenly changed direction, twisting its body, and leaped from the right, its white body drawing an arc in the air as it lunged for his neck. Anya wanted to unleash the ball of lightning, but because it had startled her, she was a step too late, watching helplessly as the little white snake was about to bite Qin neck. She let out a startled cry, and then crazily sprinted over, her long legs dashing around the pond. Qin held the purple gold flute in his right hand, filled his left hand with spiritual energy, and reached out to grab it by the 7 inches. The little white snake's sharp, venomous fangs glistened in the moonlight. Chapter 245. Qin didn't let go of the little white snake's 7 inches. He just eased his grip. The white snake, like a bracelet, coiled around his left wrist a few times, not daring to move. The two of them put on their robes and joked as they walked to the clearing, only to find that Wang Er and Ji Fengzi hadn't gone to sleep yet. Qin secretly chuckled. These two must be unable to sleep because it was their first time seeing a beauty coming out of the bath. Mr. Qin, where have you two been for so long? If you don't come back soon, we're going to look for you. Wang Er's face showed clear signs of anxiety, probably worried and embarrassed about the earlier peeking incident. Qin certainly wouldn't mention that matter, only relaying the incident of the little white snake attacking them. The two were astonished after hearing it, crowding around to observe the little white snake for a long time. Seeing that someone was watching it, the little white snake lazily glanced at them, then lowered its head and remained still. Wang Er told Qin that for thousands of years, the creatures in North Mang Mountain hadn't attacked humans again, and the snake was right. It hadn't bitten any of their people. The little white snake could understand human speech, and as soon as Wang Er finished speaking, it raised its head on Qin Yi's wrist and flicked its tongue a few times. Qin Yi pinched it slightly with 2 fingers. Behave yourself. Chapter 246. Qin Yi pushed aside the bushes with both hands and walked in. After taking a dozen steps, he saw the stone tablet. Although the stone tablet barely protruded from the ground, the cloud and thunder patterns and the floral designs on it were exactly the same as the one in the tomb of King Shou in Tanzhou, with the only difference being that this stone tablet had no inscriptions. This was a blank stone tablet. The little white snake's very human-like eyes looked at Qin Yi, and a delicate voice echoed in his mind. I didn't deceive you, did I? At this moment, Qin Yi had no mood to listen to it. He was just dumbfounded, staring at the stone tablet. Wang Ji took out a bamboo tube fire starter from his pocket, pulled off the top cover, and blew into the inner tube, causing a small flame to rise. Qin Yi turned around and saw this, his heart filled with wonder. This thing was really exquisitely made. He could see clearly without any firelight. The black stone tablet they were facing had no inscriptions in any direction, not even on the large section buried in the dirt. With the help of the firelight, Anya took a couple of steps forward and reached out to touch it, but was startled when Qin Yi grabbed her hand. Anya was surprised and asked, "What is wrong?" Qin Yi told her that not long ago, one of his younger brothers had gone missing after touching a stone tablet, and he hadn't been heard from since. Chapter 247. Just as Wang Ji's lightning struck down, Anya's lightning also launched, and the spherical lightning rolled through the swarm of mice. The mice that got hit flipped onto their backs, twitching uncontrollably, some of their fur catching fire, while others rolled to extinguish the flames. Those with larger contact areas turned into charcoal. Qin Yi did not have long-range spells and could only watch anxiously, as there were too many mice, completely ignoring their dead kin and rushing forward. Although Wang Ji's talisman lightning technique caused significant casualties among the mice, it required drawing symbols and reciting spells, resulting in long intervals between uses. Anya could only unleash 3 spherical lightning strikes in succession at most, and after a minute or two, the energy of those 3 strikes would diminish, seeing that the spherical lightning was not effective against such a large group of enemies. She extended her hands with palms facing up, and without uttering any incantations, countless tiny lightning bolts rained down like cow hair, attacking in large numbers. However, this type of lightning was not very damaging. The mice that were electrocuted twitched on their backs for a while before flipping back over. Anya, feeling anxious, summoned a powerful lightning strike, which had great attack power but could only target a small area, consuming significant mental energy. Chapter 248. All 4 of them were stunned on the spot, each feeling charred on the outside but tender on the inside. No one expected this mouse could actually speak human language. Having seen many animals transformed into immortals in the sky, Qin Yi did not find it surprising. One of his close friends was an immortal fox. However, he never expected to encounter such an animal in the mortal realm, especially a large rat. This mouse's magical power was far superior to that of the old turtle in the fishing port, or even the white snake in his hand. It had refined its throat bone and could now speak. Glancing at the little white snake on his wrist, he saw it trembling in fear. Anya stood behind Qin, one hand resting on his arm. Qin Yi curled his lips in disdain and laughed heartily, saying, "A monkey wearing a crown. Just a mouse that has cultivated for hundreds of years dares to claim kingship?" The Mouse King was not angry. It continued to stroll with its hands behind its back and its plump belly protruding, exuding an air of confidence. It coughed a few times and said, Wang Ji, Jimeng, you two are citizens of the husband kingdom. If you bind this outsider, I will reward you with that woman. How about it? Chapter 249. The little white snake, hearing the Mouse King mention its parents, opened its mouth in fury, revealing for venomous fangs thicker than an adult's arm, glinting with a cold light as it lunged at the Mouse King. At that moment, the little white snake's head was much larger than the Mouse King's body, and suddenly, the Mouse King's hefty body leaped high, pulling out a snow-white whip from somewhere and striking the little white snake on the head. The little white snake felt pain but did not back down, twisting its massive body and continuing to strike at the mice with its tail. In the night, He could see clearly that the whip in the Mouse King's hand was actually made of snake's bones. The Mouse King, as if equipped with springs, leaped again and shouted, Do you see this whip? It is made from the bones of your useless father. Today, consider it a lesson from your father. Ha ha ha. As soon as the Mouse King finished speaking, it jumped onto the little white snake's head, and the snake bone whip suddenly straightened, aiming for the little white snake's eye. The little white snake, realizing this was its father's corpse, froze in place, watching as the sharp end of the snake bone was about to pierce its eyeball. At this moment, a pale, giant dragon summoned by he had already attacked in front of the Mouse King. The Mouse King was startled and quickly retracted the snake bone whip, using its furry hind legs to leap high from the little white snake's head. Chapter 250. After finishing his words, he bent down and picked up the demon core. The little white snake gazed at it fervently. It had not yet cultivated a demon core and could not refine its throat bone, which was why it could not speak. He smiled and said, Open your mouth. The little white snake quickly opened its mouth, and he tossed the core inside. He did not look back at the little white snake. As he noticed the snake bone whip onto the Mouse King, walked over, kicked it aside, and picked up the whip. It was indeed a complete snake bone, nearly 2 feet long, pale white, and emitting a faint porcelain-like glow. This is my father's bone, the little white snake cried out, and its weeping echoed in Yi's mind. All right, then let's bury it. Saying this, Yi walked to the edge of the thick fog, dug a small, deep pit in the ground with his sword, placed the snake bone inside, and quickly covered the pit with his hands, forming a small mound. Then, he walked over to the Mouse King's corpse, lifted its head, and placed it in front of the mound. The little white snake shot out from his wrist, raised its upper body high, tears streaming from its eyes, and then bowed 3 times like a human. Chapter 251. He laughed heartily and comforted. This place is called the Sahara Desert, where our plane crashed. I told you about it last time. I suspect there is some mysterious power here that can open the passage to the husband kingdom. I remember your brother once said that your ancestors entered the husband kingdom in the desert. Wang Ji nodded, having researched his ancestors' records, confirming that they entered the husband kingdom in a place called the Sahara Desert. It was too hot, so He activated his spiritual energy to protect himself, pulling Anya with one hand and Wang Ji with the other, while Wang Ji held onto Ji Madman, and they started searching for sand dunes to at least avoid the scorching sun. Wang Ji and Ji Madman did not expect he had such a magical spell. Being pulled by him made them feel much cooler, as if their bodies had a protective layer that prevented heat from penetrating. After more than half an hour, they finally found a taller sand dune, with the 4 of them sheltered in the shade. He took out 4 bottles of mineral water from his Chinquan ring and distributed them. Wang Ji carefully observed Yi's action of twisting open the bottle, and after a few attempts, he managed to open his own bottle and drank eagerly. Chapter 252. Yi looked down. The quicksand resembled a great river, about 10 meters deep, with another layer of unmoving sand underneath, which was clearly different from the yellow sand above. It was a thick sand slurry accumulating at the bottom, looking somewhat eerie. He felt that this stuff could stick to any object, and even if he submerged himself, he would be wrapped up and unable to escape. Looking to the sides, the sand river was about 7 to 8 meters wide. Although it was called quicksand, it flowed very slowly, rather than being in motion. It seemed like the surface of this sand river was being disturbed by some force, quickly liquefying. The liquefaction made the sand on the surface very loose, causing the shallow sand to flow down. It was this migration movement caused by liquefaction that made objects moving on the quicksand sink. Come on, let's move like we're swimming in water. Yi guided Wang Ji and Ji Fengzi, and the 4 of them held hands, slowly swimming toward the northern shore like four conjoined frogs. After a few minutes, Qin felt the sand became a bit looser, no longer in that thick state like sand mixed with salt water. He pulled the three of them upstream, and before long, they all climbed up. Chapter 253. The four of them took steps forward and soon arrived at a pile of predominantly white rocks. As they climbed onto the pile, Qin and Anya felt the spiritual energy around their bodies, though it was sparse. The two quickly tried to absorb it. After a while, they exchanged smiles, confirming it was indeed spiritual energy and the purest kind from the heavens and the earth. Wang Ji and Ji Fengzi couldn't feel the spiritual energy because they didn't know how to cultivate, but after climbing onto the rocks, they felt warm and very comfortable. Standing on the pile of rocks, Qin tried to look far into the distance. The rocks beneath him extended horizontally for a long way, seemingly endless. About 200 to 300 meters ahead were more piles of white rocks, mixed with some reddish-brown stones, also extending in a curve. Although the whole view couldn't be seen at that moment, Qin knew from observing with his divine sense that these rocks formed concentric circles converging towards the center, with the circles getting smaller the closer they got to the center, which should be the core of the spiritual energy. He estimated that it would take at least 20 to 30 miles to reach the center. "Let us go. We're heading inside." After saying that, he grabbed their hands and dashed towards the central area. Chapter 254. Perhaps startled by its own ability to speak, the little white snake opened its mouth wide, looking confused. Qin looked at it and saw that the horizontal bone in its throat had solidified. No wonder it could speak. Then he looked at its dantian, where a dark red inner dan had formed, about the size of a marble. He chuckled and said, "Congratulations, little white. You've formed an inner dan." "Really?" The little white snake looked very puzzled and didn't even notice that Qin had given a name. It quickly began to observe itself, and after a while, it happily giggled, its voice melodious. Qin casually called it Little White, but in his heart, he recalled the spoiled white one from Jizhou. Chuckling to himself about whether sharing a name counted as a coincidence. "Just in time for you to wake up. There's an abundance of spiritual energy here, so hurry up and cultivate." After saying that, Qin flicked his hand, and the little white snake landed on the ground. Upon landing, the little white snake's posture resembled Anya's. The back half of its body coiled, while the front half was raised high, continuously swallowing and expelling, and soon, the spiritual energy entering its body began to condense into a faint golden gas, accumulating more and more. At the same time, its inner dan was spinning rapidly in its dantian, continuously absorbing the freshly condensed faint golden gas. Chapter 255. "Anya, do you think this change is significant?" Qin asked her. Anya chuckled and replied, "Very significant. I feel my abilities have increased by at least 10 times. She paused, clearly feeling a bit unnatural, then continued. "In Germany, although there aren't many supernatural beings, they're all very strong. My abilities could only be considered average, but at this moment, I feel I can rank among the top supernatural beings." After saying that, she casually summoned a spherical lightning bolt, which looked about the same size as before, floating up and down her hand. When Qin saw it, he frowned. It looked exactly the same as before. The lightning was still the same size, and there was no change in color, so it didn't seem like there was any improvement. Anya smiled, her hands expanding outward, and surprisingly, the floating spherical lightning began to grow larger as well. The three of them gaped, and when the lightning reached the size of a grinding wheel, Anya gently gestured to push it, and the lightning shot out like a meteor with overwhelming momentum and incredible speed. The lightning struck the ground over 100 meters away, rolling continuously, and many rocks ignited upon contact with it, glowing with blue-white light. After the light faded, they turned to dust. Chapter 256. Qin noticed she had stopped talking. At that moment, he didn't want to hear Anya's inner thoughts, so he reached out and wiped the tears from her face. Anya smiled wistfully, rubbed her face with both hands, and forced a smile, saying, "The sand and wind are so strong. Let us sleep." Anya replied, lying down on the sandy ground with her back to him. She curled her legs, resting her right arm under her head, and tears began to flow again uncontrollably. At that moment, Qin Yi's hearing was particularly sharp. He could even hear the sound of her tears dropping onto the sand. He lay flat on the ground, several times wanting to turn over and rub her delicate waist, but he held back. Although he had lived for over 10,000 years, he had very little experience in romantic relationships. The fairies in the heavens looked beautiful, but they had lived for too long and had lost their humanity. If Anya didn't tea like him, and if under certain circumstances, if the two of them were just having a fleeting moment, he might even shamelessly pursue her. But at this moment, it was clear that this Western girl had deep feelings for him. He had known Jiang Lai before, and in this monogamous modern society, he couldn't offer her any future. He wasn't Lu Xiaohui. When he was in the heavenly realm, he had done too many rogue things, like peeking at fairies bathing and stealing their undergarments, as well as tricking those immortal beings out of their treasures. Chapter 257. Who would have thought I'd encounter something wild while taking a leak? What is this called? Can it be eaten? Ji Fengzi's face was filled with excitement, and due to lacking 4 front teeth, his speech had a slight whistle. He then remembered that in the husband kingdom, they didn't have camels. So it was normal that they didn't recognize one. He briefly educated them about camels. Wang Ji and Ji Fengzi were amazed to hear that these creatures could go 2 weeks without eating or drinking, seeing there were no branches or firewood around. Genie thought, how can I start a fire? I can't eat it raw, can I? You two take this camel back and divide some meat. I'll go look for dry firewood. After saying this, He used his ability to shrink the distance and quickly disappeared. Anya laughed, thinking how excited he got at the mention of food. At this moment, Qin's ability to shrink distances had increased, and he could cover 200 to 300 meters in a single step. Before long, he had run out of the canyon and several kilometers away, where he found some dry shrubs. He pulled them all up, but it wasn't enough. In desperation, he had to release his divine sense into the air to check. 2 kilometers to the east, he spotted a large dead tree stump. Within a few breaths, he arrived at the tree stump. It hadn't seemed large from the sky, but now that he was up close, he realized it was as thick as an adult's waist and over 10 meters long, clearly having been dead for over 100 years. Chapter 258. Let us go. I've collected it, and I'll show you when we get outside. After saying that, he pulled Anya and continued downstream. Diving down a few more meters, they unexpectedly encountered 2 complete large clay pots. These pots were nearly 1 meter tall, slender and red-brown all over, with carvings of birds and beasts covering their surfaces. This would be great for holding water. He quickly swam over and carefully placed the 2 pots, along with the sand inside, into his chinquin ring. Continuing down, it seemed like there was the sound of flowing water. Anya said to him, "We're almost there." The 2 of them were already close to the underground river, and the sand and stones around their bodies began to get damp. He noticed that the river water was flowing very slowly, completely different from the underground river in Myanmar, which made it much less dangerous. At least they didn't have to worry about being swept away. Be careful. We're going in soon. After saying that, he pulled Anya down with him. Splash! Splash! The 2 of them fell into the water. Oh, there's even extra space? After falling into the river water, Qin discovered that this underground river channel only had half the water volume. The upper part was actually empty, which was why they fell from above. Chapter 259. After the 2 of them dove up, they saw that the dead would had already been chopped into chunks by Ji Fengzi, piled up into a large heap, and a pile of firewood had also been set up nearby. The camel had also been disassembled, leaving blood all over the ground. Qin took the 2 clay pots out of the chinquin ring and placed them steadily on the ground, saying to the 2 of them, "Soak this meat for a while, otherwise it won't taste good. I think we should take you both to the underground river to wash up. You 2 really stink, and this meal is impossible to eat." After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh. Wang Ji came over, leaned over the pot, and took several big gulps, saying, "My nose is nearly numb from the stench." Ji Fengzi asked in confusion, "Qin, why do we smell so bad?" "You 2 are practicing Taoist immortality techniques, and the spiritual energy you absorb has expelled the dirt and impurities from your bodies accumulated over more than 30 years, which is why you smell bad." Ji Fengzi was somewhat puzzled, while Wang Ji nodded. Wang Ji knew that last night, it was Qin who helped them open a door to the heavenly path, and from then on, they stepped onto the road of cultivation. "Let's go wash up first." Qin pulled them down again. Anya sat in front of the campfire, her face feeling somewhat painful from the heat. She was flipping the camel meat over the fire, her eyes somewhat dazed. Chapter 260. After Anya said this, she stared blankly into the distance, her gaze unfocused and lost, not knowing what she was thinking about. Seeing that her mood was low, Qin wanted to hear her thoughts, but then suppressed his curiosity. Women are very peculiar beings. Their emotional fluctuations often leave men baffled. He shook his head inwardly and casually took out a book to read. The Record of the Primordial Golden Elixir. Looking at the title, he felt a bit confused. Just a couple of days ago, he had finished reading the record of the Supreme Golden Elixir, and now another one had come out. How strange. Could it be that there is more than one way for mortals to cultivate? Looking at the author, he found the name Qiu Ran Ku written in large letters. When he was in the heavens, he had heard stories about Qiu Ran Ku. It was said that he was a man from the end of the Sui dynasty. Originally named Zhang Zhongjian, the third son in his family, and due to his red beard resembling a dragon, he was called Qiu Ran Ku. Qiu Ran Ku was originally the son of Zhang Jiling, the wealthiest man in Yangzhou. When he was born, his father wanted to kill him because he found him ugly. A Kunlun slave saved him, and after mastering his skills, he wanted to raise an army to seize the world. However, upon meeting Li Shimin, he felt ashamed of his own demeanor and concluded that the world would belong to Li Shimin. He originally had intentions for Hongfu, but upon learning that Hongfu married Li Jing, the three of them became siblings. Qiu Ranke gave all his family wealth to Li Jing and his wife to help Li Shimin unify the world, while he himself left sadly. Chapter 261. After Ji Fengzi grasped the large knife, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity, as if it was connected to his own bloodline. He held the knife handle with one hand and twirled it beautifully, causing the roaring campfire in front of him to seemingly be blown by a strong wind. The flames first tilting backward, then suddenly extinguishing with a puff. Ji Fengzi casually plunged the knife handle into the ground, and it sank more than half a foot deep. Just as he was about to burst into laughter, a thick white mist suddenly rose around everyone, making everything seem illusory. In the blink of an eye, a blazing sun appeared above, the surrounding white mist dissipated, and everything became bright before their eyes. From night to dawn, it was merely a blink of an eye. The four of them looked at each other in bewilderment. They found themselves in a large square, with the ground made of irregularly shaped rocks laid out very flat. People were coming and going all around, all with Western faces, dressed in clothes that seemed very far removed from modern times, full of exotic charm. No one glanced at them, as if they didn't exist. After coming to their senses, Ji Fengzi immediately noticed that the knife in his hand was gone and anxiously wanted to find it. He looked up and saw not far ahead a square-high platform made of piled rocks, on which stood a statue holding the very large knife. Chapter 262. As the four of them walked into the temple, they were stunned by the luxury and grandeur of the place. The ground, paved with huge rocks, was very flat, and the walls around the temple were covered with reliefs. In the gaps of the reliefs were adorned with gold, silver, ivory, and some sparkling unknown metals. Sunlight streamed through the tall, pointed skylights, making the entire hall dazzlingly golden. In the center of the hall stood a giant golden statue, its base resembling rolling golden waves. On the waves, a copper-hoofed, golden-haired white horse was pulling a golden chariot, on which sat a strong man with his upper body bare and a full beard, holding a gigantic black harpoon. One foot was on the chariot seat, the other on the footrest, glaring angrily and imposing. Anya knelt down, murmuring something. Chini waited for her to stand up and asked, "Is this your god?" Anya gazed piously at the statue and said, "He is the great sea god Poseidon, one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, the brother of Zeus and the brother of Hades." He didn't know who these gods were and asked, "Is this guy powerful?" Anya rolled her eyes at him, feeling that his way of speaking was somewhat rude. When he is angry, sea monsters will appear in the ocean. When he wields his trident, he can not only stir up monstrous waves, but also cause storms and tsunamis. Chapter 263. Anya opened her eyes and found herself floating on a pitch-black ocean, with a gigantic, dazzling sun above her. The sea beneath her was surging with waves, yet not a drop splashed on her. She began to panic, not knowing what was happening. Just as she was about to call out for Chini, she saw a golden dot in the distance getting closer. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback to see that it was Poseidon racing towards her in a golden chariot. Behind Poseidon, a woman with a bare upper body, snake hair, and fangs was chasing after him, wielding a golden giant sword. Anya stood there in a daze, not understanding what was happening. Had she entered another fantasy? Where had Chini gone? "Medusa, if you keep pressing me, I will nail your father, Phorcys, to the magical mountain of Ogygia, so he can never turn over in his life. Bah, I have your child, and you dare to abandon me? Where do you think you're going?" Medusa, with her snake hair and sharp fangs, pointed her toes in the air, her body soaring high. And the golden giant sword reflected the blinding sunlight as it swung down towards him. Anya retreated in terror, looking down at her feet, the sea water churning, and she was still suspended above the ocean surface. Chapter 264. Not far away, Wang Ji and Ji Madman also rushed over. They had seen the temple collapsing from a distance, which prompted them to come back. If it weren't for the fear of Qin, Yi, and Anya being in danger, they would have been reluctant to leave the open-air bath filled with naked exotic beauties. The feeling was wonderful. Everything here was visible and tangible to them. But the people here couldn't see them and could even pass through their bodies, while they could truly touch everything here. After the two entered the open-air bath, Wang Ji couldn't help but reach out with his damp hand. A voluptuous blonde woman felt as if someone had pinched her, covering her chest with both hands and screaming in fright. The two of them squatted by the pool, drooling and filled with excitement. Wang Ji secretly sighed, saying, "It's true that the drought and flood both kill, bro. Do you know how beautiful this woman is without clothes? After living for over 30 years. This is the first time these two have seen so many naked women at once. What a feast for the eyes." Wang Ji's mouth dropped open as he gazed at the shocking scene, murmuring, "Did you two just tear down this temple? Damn, what does it have to do with me?" Vigny Grinnet, Displacet. Chapter 265. The four slowly regained their composure from the shock, staring blankly at their surroundings. Everything before them was the same as before. The massive circular rock piles surrounded them, and the only recognizable thing was the rocky ground beneath their feet, though most of the rocks were shattered. Anya, with tearful eyes, murmured to Qin Yi, "Is it because of me?" Qin Yi understood what she meant and shook his head, comforting her. "This is history. The rise and fall of dynasties is not something human effort can intervene in. But I saw Poseidon fall into the sea, and then the temple collapsed. It was after the temple collapsed that this country faced such disaster." Anya felt an infinite sorrow in her heart, thinking she had unintentionally made a mistake. Falling into the sea? Qin Yi was puzzled, not knowing what she meant by that. Anya recounted what happened after she entered Poseidon's navel. Everyone pondered for a long time, and Wang Ji was the first to speak. "If it's really because of you, then it was the heavenly emperor who chose you. What is there to feel guilty about?" Yes, looking at the passage of time, it must have been at least 10,000 years. Even if we hadn't gone, this dynasty could never exist forever. Qin Yi gently hugged her shoulders and wiped the tears from her cheeks with his fingers. Chapter 266. After a night of silence, the next morning, the four were about to embark on their journey home. Before setting off, Qin Yi saw Ji Madman carrying that big knife, looking like Zhu Beiji carrying a rake, making the four of them resemble the disciples of the journey to the west. He laughed and said, "Madman, why don't you try to see if you can put that knife away?" "Put away? Where?" Ji Madman found it strange. Such a long thing. Where could he possibly put it? Just like Sun Wukong, who could hide the Rui Jingu Bang in his ear. Who is Sun Wukong? Ji Madman clearly didn't recognize the person Qin Yi was talking about. Damn! Qin Yi secretly smiled bitterly, realizing that these two had a lot to learn. You've already cultivated to the qi refining and spirit transformation stage. Try communicating with a knife using your mind and see if you can hide it. Carrying it like that is fine in the desert, but once we get into the city, you'll end up in jail. After saying that, he pondered that if Ji Madman couldn't put the knife away, he would have to throw it into the Qianquan ring after leaving the desert. Otherwise, it would definitely cause trouble. Ji Madman glanced at Wang Ji, who felt that Qin Yi made sense, but since he had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, he was also confused about many things, so he nodded in encouragement to Ji Madman. Chapter 267. Qin Yi held Anya with his left hand, tugged at Wang Ji with his right, and Wang Ji pulled Ji Madman along. The three of them felt as if the yellow sand on both sides merged into one, with their feet barely touching the surface of the yellow sand every 100 meters and their robes rustling in the wind. After more than an hour, they could see some small tribes. There were a few black people herding camels through the desert, but the four moved too quickly for anyone to see them. By the time anyone realized something had passed, they were already out of sight. After running for several hours, passing through countless large and small villages and tribes, the air grew cooler, and there was a hint of the sea in the breeze. Finally, they saw a large city ahead. The four stopped at the city's edge. Behind them was still the endless yellow sand, and the city before them had few tall buildings. Most of the low houses had white walls and red roofs. with some green trees scattered throughout the city. Anya screamed, startling Qin Yi, who quickly turned to look. He saw that her coarse robe had torn in many places, revealing her white skin and black underwear underneath. Anya quickly wrapped herself up as best as she could, turning to look at Qin Yi, and she started to laugh again. Chapter 268. Qin Yi turned around and entered a lingerie store, grabbing a dozen pairs of white cotton sports socks and a few white men's underwear. He thought he should buy Anya a set of lingerie as well, since her lace set had several torn spots. But he lacked experience in this area and sneakily glanced at the chests of the two female sales clerks in the store. The two sales clerks were black women in their 20s, and they were probably considered beautiful among black women, but Qin Yi couldn't appreciate that. So he didn't look at their faces. Right now, their faces weren't important. He was only concerned about the size of their busts. He pointed at a standing plastic mannequin on the floor, thinking that the set on the mannequin was very beautiful and also lace, even more revealing than Anya's. He squinted and grinned, imagining how Anya would look wearing it. There were no other customers in the store, and the two female sales clerks were watching him. When they saw him pointing at the mannequin, one of the curly-haired girls came over and started speaking in a rapid manner. He scratched his head, not understanding a word, realizing he could only gesture. So, he started gesturing, indicating that he wanted that set, but it was a bit small, measuring with one hand in front of his chest, and then expanding outward, seeing that the girl didn't understand. He had no choice but to put the paper bags on the ground and then use both hands to show a large size in front of his chest. Chapter 269. Anya didn't sit down. Her expression was complex, filled with fear and confusion as she looked at Qin Yi with anticipation, as if waiting to hear some novel answer from him. Qin Yi really wanted to pat her head, wondering what was going on. Why was she asking such a silly question? You say, Anya urged more anxiously. Qin Yi thought for a moment, recalling that the public auction started on March 8th. They set off to transport the materials back on March 10th, and he met Anya on the evening of March 11th. So he replied, it was the evening of March 11th. Which year? Anya's face was filled with urgency. Qin Yi found her question strange, but could only answer truthfully, 2003. Anya was stunned after listening, her eyes blank as she murmured, that's right. Yes, it's 2003, I remember correctly. Qin Yi found her a bit frightening and hurriedly pulled her to sit on the sofa. What is wrong with you? Qin Yi, do you know what date it is today? Anya looked up at him. Qin Yi scratched his head. He had lost track of the days. And although his watch had started working since leaving the husband country, the calendar was long out of date. Chapter 270. This lawyer Jiang comes at least once a week, and each time he only sits in the office or the second-floor garden for a while, drinks a few cups of tea, and leaves. For the past 3 years, she has been the one paying the salary, but when she asked him if he was the boss, he just shook his head and said nothing. At first, there was a round-faced short guy who looked the most like a boss, but he left not long after and only returned to stay for a few days before the new year every year. Strangely, this guy's life has been getting worse each time. 3 days before this year's New Year, he came into the store wearing a tattered military coat with dirty cotton exposed, almost getting kicked out, and no one knew what he had been up to. Then there was that brother Lee, who was fine the first year, often coming to the store, but later he started to appear and disappear mysteriously. Although he always came alone without any entourage, last summer, when she went to watch a movie with her boyfriend, she saw him on the pedestrian street. He was walking in front with a group of dozens of stern-looking people behind him, and her boyfriend quietly told her that this guy was nicknamed Tiger, the top boss of Jizhou City. This was indeed a strange store. Fortunately, the monthly wages were paid on time, and even though there weren't many customers daily, the work was very easy. It was strange, but where could one find such a comfortable job? Chapter 271. On the 5th day of the new year this year, she invited Sheng Fan and Li Tianzong back to celebrate the new year with a meal, but unexpectedly, the three of them encountered that annoying guy on the second floor of the hot pot restaurant. No one knew why he was in Jizhou instead of Jiangnan Road during the new year. When they met young Master Zheng, he was already drunk, with both arms draped over the shoulders of two seductive women who were helping him downstairs, and they ran into Jiang Lai face to face. At that moment, Zheng's right hand was sliding down one woman's neck and into her clothes, continuously groping. Upon seeing Jiang Lai, he abruptly pushed away the two women he had just been affectionate with. Usually, even if he was clingy, he would maintain his composure. After all, Jiang Lai's grandfather was still alive, and he didn't dare to act recklessly. It was probably the alcohol that emboldened him. After pushing away the two women, He looked down from above and reached out to pinch Jiang Lai's face, saying something vulgar, after playing with all these flashy and vulgar things. I can't help but feel desire when I see you. The result was predictable. Sheng Fan and Li Tianzong almost demolished the restaurant, and young Master Zheng and the 7 or 8 friends behind him ended up in the hospital, but early the next morning, Sheng Fan and Li Tianzong were also taken into custody. Chapter 272. Stop! Stop! Qin Yi suddenly shouted loudly at the black driver. The black driver didn't understand, still grinning widely and chattering away, while the car had already driven quite far. Qin Yi quickly leaned out of the car to look. Just now, he saw a large paper posted on a wall by the street, resembling an ancient wanted poster. The paper was about 2 feet long and 1 foot wide. Although it had been battered by wind and rain, the large photo at the top was definitely of him. Seeing that the driver didn't understand him, he could only extend his consciousness to check. Sure enough, the black and white photo printed on that notice was indeed him, taken when he was a security guard at Happiness Community, wearing a hat askew, with a vacant expression and a silly face. After he descended to the mortal realm, he remembered he had taken another photo when he bought that Hummer in Chang'an. When the female sales representative took a group photo of him and his friends in front of the car, and later she came over and took another one. This notice was clearly old and tattered, with worm-like writing that seemed to be in Arabic. Even if he could see it clearly, Qin Yi wouldn't recognize it. If it weren't for the excessive paste over the photo, he probably wouldn't have been able to see it at all. Chapter 273. Ji Fengzi immediately understood his meaning, suddenly leaping up, grabbing one black-clad bodyguard with each hand, and then pulling them together, causing the 2 bodyguards to collide and faint without even a sound. The other 2 bodyguards reached for their guns, but before they could draw them, they felt a powerful force hitting their heads together, causing them to black out and fall to the ground. Let's go. As soon as Qin Yi finished speaking, he saw Jiang Lai approaching in a hurry, wearing jeans and a black t-shirt. Their eyes met, and in an instant, tears blurred Jiang Lai's vision. She swayed a bit, one hand against the wall, murmuring, "Is it really you? It really is you. I told you you would die." Qin Yi quickly stepped forward and stood in front of her, raising his hand to wipe her tears, but no matter how he wiped, it seemed never-ending. Jiang Lai hugged him, tears streaming down, and then pinched his back with both hands, causing Qin Yi to grimace in pain, but not daring to cry out. Wang Ji and Ji Fengzi exchanged glances and smiled. Upon seeing Jiang Lai, they understood why Anya treated Qin Yi so well. He had crossed any line, and indeed, Oriental women are more beautiful. Chapter 274. How could Grandfather Jiang, with his status, allow an unknown person to reach out? Why should we believe you? Another young man stepped forward, very tall, wearing a light gray suit. After saying this, he cast a glance at Jiang Lai. After he finished speaking, the corridor fell silent. Jiang Lai knew why these 2 had jumped out. Wu Shui was the vice president of her father's company and had been coveting her for years. He graduated from a prestigious university in the U.S., is highly capable and very clever, but he has a soft and deceitful nature, which she disliked. The other guy was named Taishang, who worked in the Jizhou government. Although his capabilities were average, he had the right connections. His father got promoted last year to a direct office in Chang'an as a deputy. Taijun had started pursuing her last year. Although he wasn't overly clingy, he was persistent. Jiang Lai always felt that he must have been sent by his father to pursue her. For some reason, she just had that feeling. Qin Yi crossed his arms and looked at them. A single glance was enough for him to see through their intentions, and he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. They were just putting in effort, but with these 2, even if they kneel on my bedside every morning to serve me, I would still find it dirty. Chapter 275. What the hell? You still dare to negotiate with me? After saying this, old Jiang thought for a moment and said, "You speak. Agree to marry Jiang Lai to me, and I will step in to save you." Qin Yi was calculating for himself. If he didn't take advantage of the situation now, when would he? Ha ha ha. Old Jiang laughed heartily in his mind. "Kid, you're just dreaming. My granddaughter may seem weak, but her character is entirely like mine. If she wants to marry you, I can't stop her. If she doesn't want to marry you, even if you kill me, it won't matter." Qin Yi felt helpless. That old man was truly unreasonable. Clearly, the Jiang family was under his control, yet at this moment, he still wouldn't give a straightforward answer. "Sigh, you little brat. If you can treat him, then do it. If not, get out of my head quickly. I see that the Oxhead and Horseface have already arrived, standing right behind you." After hearing this, Qin Yi felt a chill run down his spine and immediately sensed that the temperature in the room had dropped several degrees. Unfortunately, he couldn't open his yin-yang eyes now. If those two brothers didn't want to reveal themselves, he wouldn't be able to see them either. Beep, beep, beep. A machine emitted a sharp sound, and Jiang Lao's breathing suddenly became rapid. Outside the door, he could hear someone trying to break in, but was stopped. And he could vaguely hear someone banging on the wall. Chapter 276. The fat old man suddenly realized, glancing at the lean old man, his expression clearly saying, "See, I guess right." The two old men nodded at him, and then followed the people behind Ing Chi. Watching the backs of this group of people, Qin Yi finally relaxed his aura. In fact, he wasn't afraid of these two old men at all, but out of guilt for being a thief. He still restrained his aura. Jiang Jinghui came to the corridor, exchanged some polite words, and those unqualified to enter the ward dispersed. A few middle-aged men with special status entered the ward to speak with Jiang Lao before taking their leave one by one. Qin Yi and Wang Ji helped the nurse transfer Jiang Lao to the ward. After a busy half-day, Jiang Lao fell into a deep sleep shortly after entering the ward. Jiang Jinghui called him to the end of the corridor, opened the window, and handed him a cigarette. Qin Yi quickly took out a lighter and lit for him. Qin Yi was secretly pleased. His future father-in-law also smoked, finally finding some common ground. Qin Yi, I don't know what method you used to bring the old man back to life, but I just want to ask, is the old man really okay now? Can he really live for another 20 years like you said? Chapter 277. Jiang Lai took the three of them for a tour downstairs and then went up to the second floor. Qin Yi looked at the sign on the office wall and felt somewhat emotional. The four of them sat down, and Lu Lily brewed a pot of tiguanyin. Just as she finished pouring for everyone, Jiang Lai smiled and said, "Let's call it a day. What time is it?" Lu Lily laughed. "No problem. I'll make tea for you." "No need. I can do it. Don't keep your boyfriend waiting." Jiang Lai smiled and added. She had seen it before entering. Not far from the door, that handsome young man was still waiting for her to finish work, pushing his bicycle. Lu Lily smiled and bid farewell to everyone. She knew she just needed to say her part, and it wasn't appropriate for her to stay in some situations. After taking a sip of tiguanyin, Wang Ji and Ji Fengzi couldn't stop praising how good the tea was, making Jiang Lai suspect that these two might have just come out of the deep mountains and forests. Qin Yi first asked about Sheng Fan and Li Tianzong. Jiang Lai said she didn't know why Sheng Fan changed his phone number, but she had his new number. Qin Yi quickly took Jiang Lai's phone, found Sheng Fan's name, and called him. "Hello, sis, how are you?" Sheng Fan's voice came from the other end of the line. Chapter 278. In the center of the hall, a huge crystal chandelier hung down, and the black and white striped marble floor, illuminated by the lights, gave everyone a sense of inexplicable nobility. The golden background wall of the service desk was quite tall, and the white and black marble service desk was dozens of meters long. The lobby was bustling with people. A handsome young waiter, holding a walkie-talkie, jogged over and smiled, bowing to the two of them. "Sir, miss, if you have any needs, you can tell me." Qin Yi asked with a smile, "What do you have here?" "We at Night Paris are the largest nightlife venue in Jizhou, with 40 luxurious KTV rooms, a Chinese and Western buffet restaurant, performance venues, a disco, a bar, and a sauna center. May I ask what you two are interested in?" The young man spoke eloquently, with an attitude that was neither servile nor overbearing. Qin Yi had never been to such a place before. He didn't know what he was talking about. So he looked at Jiang Lai. Jiang Lai asked the young waiter, "Where are the most people at this time?" "The performance venue is currently featuring a big duo show. You two could go take a look." "Okay, let's go see the duo show," Qin Yi said, and casually took out a $100 bill and handed it to him. Chapter 279. Qin Yi's spiritual sense observed everything that had just happened, including the woman on the bed, and he saw it all clearly. He was slightly surprised because that woman was none other than Jean Sijia from Chang'an's Golden Phoenix, who was also Tanzhou's casino Jean Tingting's sister. Although this woman was already in her 30s, her figure was indeed alluring. Qin Yi didn't know what Li Tianzong had gone through, but he felt that the two of them were quite compatible when they were on the bed earlier. Unfortunately, this woman was naturally flirtatious and had countless lovers. Qin Yi had seen her with several men in the videotapes he had taken out at Yang Wenxuan's house back in the day. Seeing him lead dozens of people out of Night Paris, Qin Yi also stood up and pulled Jiang Lai out. After his spiritual sense spread out, nothing within 100 miles could escape his monitoring, so he wasn't anxious and instead took Jiang Lai to enjoy the decor of Night Paris. After exiting Night Paris's main entrance, Jiang Lai quickly asked him, "Aren't we looking for Tianzong?" "He went out to fight. Let's go see. Hearing about the fight, Jianglai didn't feel scared. She simply responded with an "oh." The two didn't take a car and walked along the dimly lit street towards the back alley. Chapter 280. Jin Si Jie's background was similar to Hong Jie's. As the saying goes, if you often walk by the river, how can you not get your shoes wet? No matter how beautiful she was, beauty fades easily, and new talents emerge in the world. She had long noticed that the Qin family had already shifted their focus to that promiscuous Bai Lu. Hong Jie was her cautionary tale, so after meeting Li Tianzong, she had the intention to retreat. She liked this simple yet strong man. When he held her, she forgot her identity and the whole world. Li Tianzong was her Achilles heel, so she knew she couldn't hold back this time. A few days before coming to Jizhou, she went to the Daisyin Temple in the southern suburbs of Chang'an, knelt before the Buddha, wept, and repented, hoping it would be the last time she stained her hands with blood. She waved her hand at Li Tianzong and said to Su Dongbing, "It was because I saw her suffering that I helped her." Once she entered this circle, "Your sister did very well, but who could have predicted?" Sigh. Dongbing, "Trust me, we are like sisters. I won't harm her. Your sister really committed suicide. Impossible." Su Dongbing shouted again, his eyes bloodshot and the veins on his neck bulging. Chapter 281. Sister-in-law, it's too late. I'll come back another day. He felt uncomfortable calling her sister-in-law, but he had to do it. He had to give face to Li Tianzong no matter what. "Fourth sister, you all go back. I'll go back with Qin. We haven't seen each other for years. My brother and I need to have a chat." At this moment, Li Tianzong completely resembled an ordinary man asking for leave from his wife to go out for drinks with friends. His eyes filled with the joy of reuniting with an old friend. Jin Si Jie felt a bit melancholic, as if her beloved treasure had been snatched away. However, given the situation, there was not much she could say. With so many younger brothers watching, and since they were old friends reuniting, if she didn't let them go, it would be too unreasonable. "Go ahead. Tomorrow night, I'll host a banquet at Hanyan Tower, and Brother Qin must come." She smiled sweetly. "Definitely, definitely." Qin, he cupped his hands in thanks. "Everyone go back now." Li Tianzong glanced at the people under Su Dongbing and said in a deep voice, "Those who are willing to follow me, the treatment remains the same. Those who are not willing to follow me, go to the Night Paris Finance office tomorrow to collect your relocation fees." Dismissed. He waved his hand dramatically, exuding great momentum. In a short while, over 100 armed individuals vanished without a trace. Chapter 282. Qin, he pulled him down and brewed tea for him. "How did you arrive so quickly?" After asking, he looked at his watch and realized it was already past 3 in the morning. It had been over 4 or 5 hours since he last spoke to Sheng Fan. "Just caught a flight back," Sheng Fan said, and then hurriedly asked about his experiences over the past 3 years. Qin, he had already recounted it twice that night and could only helplessly repeat it again, thinking to himself that next time he should gather everyone together before talking. Otherwise, it would wear him out. Sheng Fan's expression was identical to Li Tianzong's from earlier, both finding it incredible. Seeing this guy staring blankly at him, Qin, he laughed. "What are you looking at?" Sheng Fan replied. "I was thinking, since you're still 21 and I'm several years older than you, does that mean you'll have to call me brother from now on?" As soon as he finished speaking, even the usually silent Li Tianzong chuckled. Smack! Qin reached out and slapped him on the neck, jokingly scolding, "No matter what, you'll always have to call me brother." Sheng Fan grinned foolishly. He had been thinking about this for 3 years. He bent down, attracted by several boxes of gold on the ground, picked one up, and bit into it, then exclaimed, "Damn, it's real?" Chapter 283. Sheng Fan found a very heavy black slender sword, which had a Western style that he didn't particularly like. But since he couldn't tell what material it was made of, he didn't throw it away and kept holding it. He knew these people must be Qin Yi's enemies. So he didn't feel any compassion to bury them, and simply left their bodies in the desert, riding off on his camel. That afternoon, he saw a massive reddish-brown rock pile in the distance. After the camel walked for over an hour, he finally arrived at its base. It was a square rock pile, standing several dozen meters tall, with a base about 2 stories high, shaped like a trapezoid. As he got closer, he felt its grandeur. He secured the camel's tether with a large stone to prevent it from running away, knowing that without it, traveling would be very difficult. Following the trapezoidal rocks, he jumped a few times to reach the edge of the square rock pile and looked up. Due to the angle, it appeared particularly majestic. He walked around the stone wall and discovered that this enormous rock pile had several natural caves. Taking out a powerful flashlight from his backpack, He found a seemingly spacious cave and stepped inside. To his surprise, it was a hidden world. Chapter 284. The voice sounded old and hoarse, and Shang Fan couldn't discern what language it was speaking, but he clearly understood the meaning of the words. "Kid, are you here to steal my 3 dewdrops?" Shang Fan was startled at first, then quickly drew his sword to protect himself, shouting, "Who? Be quiet, you." The voice echoed in his mind again. Shang Fan could not determine where the voice was coming from or why it appeared in his mind. He continued walking forward with his sword and found himself standing in a spacious underground cavern. A foul smell wafted toward him, and he realized it was emanating from this place. He slowly swept the flashlight over the ground, where he found it covered in eerie white bones. Some of these bones belonged to wild animals, but most were human skeletons. When the light shone in the middle, Shang Fan's body stiffened. In the darkness, a pair of shiny triangular eyes stared intently at him, the eyes spreading outward and slanting upward at the corners. A completely white-haired old wolf became visible under the flashlight's beam, sitting cross-legged on a flat giant rock, next to a corpse that was nothing but a bald head, its face shriveled, draped in a tattered black robe. Chapter 285. Shang Fan felt a fire start to rise within him, as if his internal organs were being scorched, and smoke began to rise from his throat, producing a low growl. "It's over. I'm gonna die here. Dad, bro, I'm sorry I haven't found you yet. I'm sorry. Xiaoyi, I'll marry you in the next life." He began to spiral into despair. After several seconds, he adapted to the strong light before him. In the strong light of the flashlight, he saw a small green plant growing in the cracks of the stones on the ground, with 3 leaves, each holding a drop of crystal clear water, just like morning dew. He felt his throat start to crack and quickly used all his strength to push against the old wolf's body that was pressing down on him. Fortunately, the old wolf had returned to its original form after dying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to push it at all. After tremendous effort, he finally managed to shove the old wolf's corpse aside, but his feet were beginning to go numb. His consciousness started to blur, and, at that moment, his only thought was to drink water. Otherwise, he would explode from heat, and those few drops of dew were like a lifeline to him. He stared intently at the dew on the small plant, pushing with all his strength, rubbing his face against the ground, thankful that he had lost sensation in his face. Chapter 286. Although these little figures were beginning to crack, there was no interruption from the first little figure's starting stance to the 32nd. Finally, the little figure raised 1 foot, pointed its right fist upward, and another beam of golden light shot into his mind. Rocks began to roll down from above Shang Fan, and he quickly finished the set of punches in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he was covered in a thick layer of rubble and dust. He realized that the cave was about to collapse and quickly used his skills to navigate swiftly through the cave as the sound of falling rocks rumbled behind him. Boom! The sound erupted as the massive rock pile collapsed, as if it contained hundreds of tons of explosives. Large stones scattered into the sky, and a figure shot out like lightning. In midair, he lightly stepped on a large rock and then shot up into the sky, landing on another floating rock after falling. After a few jumps, he was already standing on the yellow sand over a mile away. Rubble was scattered everywhere, even under his feet. After a while, as the dust settled, Shang Fan was astonished to find that the tall rock pile had vanished, leaving behind a chaotic scene of rocks, among which stood a long weapon. Chapter 287. The two of them remained silent for a long time after he finished speaking. Li Tianzong was thinking, if it were him, would he survive in that devilish desert? Would he have such perseverance to search for 18 months? Qin had experienced the Sahara Desert and knew the dangers of those uninhabited areas. Looking at the thin and dark Shang Fan, he felt an infinite sense of emotion in his heart. Initially, he just wanted to find a free bodyguard because Shang Fan ate so much that he almost drove him away. Although they gradually got to know each other, and he indeed regarded him as a brother. Who would have thought that such an unremarkable-looking person could possess such perseverance? He was deeply moved, but wouldn't he show it like a little girl? So he could only bury this feeling deep in his heart. "Brother, there's something strange?" Shang Fan said with a mysterious smile. "What?" Qin asked. "That was in the East African Rift Valley, when I and Xiaodian first hunted elephants. I accidentally used a punch, the same set of 32-style boxing I learned in the cave. The power was definitely impressive. But what he didn't expect was that the elephant fell to the ground, and a few seconds later, it turned purple-black, with its flesh as hard as rock." Chapter 288. Qin. He quickly walked towards the hospital ward. With people coming and going, he couldn't exhibit any supernatural abilities, so he could only walk faster. Just as he reached the entrance of the hospital ward, he felt something fall from above his head and hurriedly looked up, only to see a large bouquet of flowers falling down. Looking at the spot where it was falling from, a man in his 30s was pushing a wheelchair, and an elderly man with white hair was sitting in it, followed by several others. At this moment, he couldn't think too much. He took a quick step forward. The man pushing the wheelchair also felt a rush of wind above his head, and before he could react, a young man swiftly caught a bouquet of carnations in his arms. "Old man, I didn't scare you, did I?" Qin quickly comforted the elderly man in the wheelchair, who looked stunned. The man pushing the wheelchair was also startled. Realizing that it was him who caught the falling object, he quickly thanked him. "Thank you. Thank you so much. You scare me to death, sorry. My dad had a stroke, and he has some trouble speaking." Qin grinned. "No need to thank me." After saying that, he nodded at him and walked away with the flowers. "Great. No need to buy any now." He went up to the 12th floor and, at the stairway entrance, there were 2 fewer security guards compared to last night. Chapter 289. Qin chuckled and wasn't angry. He sat down on the edge of the bed. Just as he was about to check his pulse, a knock on the door came from outside. "Who is it?" Jiang Lai asked quickly. "Miss, old Peng and his son have come." A man's voice came from outside. "Oh." Old Jiang became interested. This old Peng has been at odds with him for a lifetime and is now bedridden. How could he still come? "Quick, invite them in." He hurriedly told Jiang Lai. Jiang Lai smiled wryly and shook his head. These 2 old men have been at odds for a lifetime. Now that they are like this, let us hope they don't start fighting again. Then he thought 2 months ago, Grandpa Peng had a stroke and has been struggling to speak. So it seems unlikely they would fight. With that thought, he also let out a long sigh. Grandpa Peng's real name was Peng Liangkai, and he was childhood friends with Grandpa Jiang, having a very good relationship since childhood. Peng Liangkai was always better at studying than Jiang Chao, and was also cultured and handsome, while Jiang Chao had a fiery temper and was always mischievous. They were like characters from those melodramatic novels. During college, both fell for Jiang Lai's grandmother. Who knows if it's true that beautiful women love bad boys? But in the end, Jiang Lai's grandmother ended up with Jiang Chao. After that, Peng Liangkai held a grudge, and by the time he was in his 40s, he had become the president of the highest institution and a well-known scholar across the country. Chapter 290. Peng didn't know Li Changhe and signaled Jiang Lai with his eyes. Jiang Lai walked over and quietly informed him. Only then did Peng Yu realize that he was Li Changhe. He remembered that a few days ago, after hearing he had come, he had entrusted Jiang Lai to show his father's medical records to him. Didactoli, I imepem Yugoslavia. Peng Yu, worried about his father's condition, didn't he care about politeness and directly extended his hand. "Oh, you must be the teacher's youngest son, right?" "Hello, hello." Li Changhe warmly shook his hand. Peng Yu was puzzled as to why he referred to his father as teacher, since his father wasn't a medical professional. But this wasn't the time to ask such questions. He anxiously asked, "Director Li, does my dad's illness really have to be like this?" Li Changhe sighed, "Yes." The teacher didn't have time to dissolve the embolism back then, and now we can only hope for recovery. Let the teacher get up and move around more. Peng Yu had known all this for a long time, but still unwilling to give up, he asked, "Then, how about speaking?" Teacher has a left hemisphere infarction, leading to sensory and motor disorders. The blockage in the left hypothalamus has also resulted in speech dysfunction, and his articulation has serious issues. Fortunately, he hasn't developed symptoms like hemianopia. Chapter 291. He then used his X-ray vision to look inside, and the golden spiritual energy was still circulating within him. Some old ailments have been mostly repaired, but the failure of internal organs seemed to be beyond the reach of the spiritual energy. He needed to quickly combine it with medicinal pills to truly achieve revival. Otherwise, before the spiritual energy could repair much, there would be relapses, and then it would be truly helpless. It seems that his blood played a role in sustaining life. After entering his body, it didn't change his blood, but couldn't be found again. This reminded him of Fei Yuanwu from back then. His blood had effects, but still couldn't achieve revival. If that's the case, why did the rat essence from Guobeimong Shan want to drink it? Strange. Everyone noticed his slightly furrowed brows, but didn't dare to make any noise to disturb him, only watching. "All right, let us rest." Jiang Lao saw him touch for a long time and finally said this, not able to help but curse. "Nonsense. I feel much better. When can I eat braised pork?" Qin wiped the drool from his face and smiled bitterly. "Wait another half-month. You can eat some lean meat first. Have you ever eaten braised pork, you brat?" Jiang Lao glared at him. "No fat. What is the point of eating?" Chapter 292 next. I need to use my true energy to resolve the pressure on the language nerve in the left hypothalamus. After saying this, Qini pinched the needle on the Qingyuan point, and his 2 fingers began to gently twist. The spiritual energy entered old Peng's brain through the steel needle, and then it seemed to transform into a golden dragon with a wide-open mouth, swallowing those obstructive embolisms in large gulps. In a short while, an embolism about an inch long was completely devoured. Fresh blood entered the left hypothalamus, and those dead cells that had been deprived of blood supply due to the embolism began to slowly recover under the nourishment of spiritual energy and fresh blood. However, this process would be extremely slow. He couldn't afford to watch it for several months, so he immediately loosened his hand, as he still had to solve the biggest problem. Next was crucial. I need to inject true energy into these 7 needles to break through the blockage in the blood vessel in the left brain. After saying this, he quickly began to twist each needle, injecting a thread of spiritual energy with each twist. 7 streams of spiritual energy followed the steel needle and entered the 7 acupuncture points: Shinting, Shangxing, Baihui, Hoding, Qingguang, Fengfu, and Tongtian. After clearing the blockages in these points, they then entered the obstructed blood vessel. In the blink of an eye, the 7 streams of spiritual energy merged into one, transforming into a golden dragon that began to devour voraciously. Chapter 293. After returning, Li Changhe began to reflect in solitude, avoiding all social engagements. Half a month later, he drove to Jizhou to visit Peng Liangkai, bringing carefully prepared gifts. Peng Liangkai was very gracious and did not turn him away. Instead, he apologized publicly for humiliating him before. From then on, in any situation, whenever Li Changhe saw Peng Liangkai, he would respectfully call him teacher. Reflecting on his past mistakes, he changed his previous ostentatious style, became down-to-earth, and diligently performed every surgery. At the age of 45, he was awarded the Lasker Medical Award in the United States. Li Changhe opened the door, and he was pushing Peng Liangkai out. At that moment, he saw Peng Yu at the door, looking anxious. "Dad, how is it?" Peng Yu quickly asked. "Good. Much better. My mind is much clearer," Peng Liangkai said, smiling at his younger son, his mouth no longer crooked. "Really? That's great. Dad, you sound just like before," Peng Yu exclaimed. "I'll quickly tell my brother." He then pulled out his phone to call. "Third brother," Peng Liangkai called out. "Not wanting to rush. No hurry. You need to thank Dr. Qin." Chapter 294. After a while, Qin heard Lu Dan's voice comforting Zhao Pengzi on the other end of the phone. A bit later, Zhao Pengzi's voice came through. "Qini, come to Chang'an for tea." "Okay, I'll be there tonight." After saying that, he hung up. Jianglai tenderly wiped away the tears from his face. She knew that he had known Zhao Feizhou for about as long as she had, and they had experienced life and death together in Myanmar. So they were truly close friends. Now that she knew he had become this way, it was inevitable that she would feel very sad. "Hurry, book me an afternoon flight. Also, tonight please invite Wang Ji and the others, as well as Sheng Fan and Li Tianzong, to have dinner." Speaking of dinner, she suddenly remembered that Sister Jean was treating everyone to dinner that night. She quickly searched for Li Tianzong's phone number in her contacts to give him a heads up. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for him if she just left without saying anything. She cared about Li Tianzong's feelings, but as for Sister Jean, she could only think in her heart. "Tianzong, I'm heading to Chang'an tonight to see Brother Zhao. Please apologize to Sister Jean from me about the dinner. We'll talk about it when I get back. Also, Jiang Lai is coming to have dinner with you for tonight. So you two make sure to take good care of Wang Ji and Ji Fengzi. Oh, and don't forget to take Fengzi to get his teeth fixed tomorrow." Chapter 295. At first, she was attracted to Li Tianzong simply because he was tall and strong, the image of a man in her mind. As she would say to a close friend, she couldn't help but feel her legs weak at the sight of him. However, as they got to know each other better, she gradually invested all her emotions into him. This man was not talkative, had a delicate and simple mind, was ruthless towards enemies, vigorous in bed, and was also very caring towards her. Supporting him was also a way for her to find a retreat for herself. Once he achieved some success, she could enjoy a comfortable life in the background. Now, hearing him say he wanted to leave made her heart sink. It seemed all her efforts would go to waste. At 35 years old, this was the first time she had genuine feelings, and she never expected it would end up like this. Her heart sank to the bottom, growing colder. After finishing a cigarette, she giggled and tilted her head, saying, "All right then, Let's set a time, and you can invite your friends over for a farewell party. Li Tianzong was originally thinking about how to persuade her if Sister Jean tried to keep him. But seeing her turn around with that attitude left him at a loss for words. He thought to say, even though I'm no longer a knight Paris and I'm not out playing in society, I still want to be with you. This was his true feeling. He really couldn't bear to part with her. Chapter 296. Damn it. Qin cursed, realizing he hadn't knocked them down and had lost 2 gold bricks in the process. It was truly a losing deal. Slowly opening his right hand, a golden bullet gleamed coldly in his palm. Passers-by on the street were astonished by the scene before them. Due to the silencer and the noise on the road, no one knew what had happened. They only saw the tall young man throw 2 golden bricks far away, shattering the glass of car. Qin spotted a gold brick on the road a few dozen meters away and quickly jogged over to pick it up. This thing was quite valuable. He was pleasantly surprised to find there was still one left. Qin, are you hurt? Jiang Lai had not heard any sound, but she clearly saw the spark from the second shot. As Qin walked back, he casually tossed the gold brick back into the Chinquan ring. He took Jiang Lai's hand and said, someone wants to kill me. Let's go get some noodles. Still eating noodles? Jiang Lai was both amused and exasperated. How could he be so carefree? Should we call the police? She quickly asked. Qin chuckled. In this situation, calling the police would just complicate things. Besides, I don't want to see that Tian Junjie again. Chapter 297. Zhao Pengzi slowly regained consciousness and felt a warm and comfortable sensation in his lower back. He turned over with effort, surprised to find he could do so. This was something he had never dared to imagine before. Qin. Seeing Qin sitting cross-legged beside him with a blank stare, Zhao Pengzi quickly called out to him. Huh? Qin snapped back to reality. How are you? I think I have some feeling now. Zhao Pengzi exclaimed. Qin reached out and pinched the inner thigh of his leg, twisting hard. Ouch! What the hell? Zhao Pengzi yelled in pain, his face breaking into a mischievous grin. After Zhao Pengzi finished his pain, he realized what was happening and quickly tried to lift his leg. After a few attempts, he cried out with a long face, no way, I can't lift it. It's not that quick. I need a few days to recover. Qin. Sun Haoran's voice came from the living room. He ignored Zhao Pengzi and quickly got up to go outside. Sun Haoran was still as handsome as ever, his suit sharp and his posture straight, looking more mature. Definitely a model of a successful man. In a bear hug, Sun Haoran embraced him and then patted his back several times with force. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't die, you little rascal. Sun Haoran's eyes turned red, and after speaking, he patted him several more times. Chapter 299. Zhao Pengzi nodded, remembering that the legendary ancient country with highly developed civilization seemed to have been destroyed by a prehistoric flood around 10,000 BC. That's right, they considered themselves the children of the sea god, and the deity they worshipped was Poseidon. Lu Dan responded with an saying that according to legend, Atlantis had a central island, which was the urban area, with a huge temple of Poseidon. Outside the central island were 3 circles of sea, and beyond those 3 circles was a vast ring-shaped land. Did you notice that the appearance of Atlantis is very similar to the city Qin and the others saw? Zhao Pengzi and Sun Haoran nodded in agreement. Oh my, does this mean Qin and the others witnessed the fall of Atlantis? Sun Haoran said with envy. All right, enough guessing, Brother Zhao. Quickly tell me, what happened to your leg? Qin quickly interrupted their speculation. Who cares about Atlantis? Throughout history, many things have been reduced to mere laughter. The rise and fall of a nation is nothing in the eyes of someone like me who has lived for over 10,000 years. Zhao Pengzi forced a smile and said, let's drink first. Otherwise, I can't even drink. Chapter 300. Huasnian's expression was as cold as ice. Seeing Zhao Pengzi looking at him without any response, he merely stared back, clearly waiting for him to answer. Zhao Pengzi shook his head. Those jadeites were all raw materials I bought in Jiaozhou. After returning, most of them were processed by our company's stone experts. Is there a problem? My question is, whose hands did they pass through? Miao Tianyu's eyes widened, his voice rising by 8 degrees, becoming even more piercing. Zhao Pengzi felt anger rising and looked at Huasnian, raising his voice as well. Boss Hua, I hope your people could be a bit more courteous. Huasnian pondered for a moment, then turned to Miao Tianyu and said, Tianyu, keep your voice down. Miao Tianyu sneered and pointed at Zhao Pengzi. This guy isn't a martial artist and doesn't practice Taoism. I believe, Snian, you've noticed that too. In this situation, Shouldn't we ask who had contact with those raw stones? Let me speak. Huasnian waved his hand. Boss Zhao, the jade you sold me before the new year has problems. Zhao Pongzi was extremely surprised. How is that possible? You can check. When have I, Zhao Feizhou, ever faked something? Huasnian shook his head. There are indeed problems, but it has nothing to do with faking. I want to know who else handled these 2 batches of jade before they were sold to us. Chapter 301, Brother Zhao. I'm sorry, I've implicated you. Qin Yi said seriously to Zhao Pongzi. Zhao Pongzi was about to speak when Qin Yi stopped him and continued. Huasnian and the others didn't tell you what the problem with the jade was. Now, I will tell you. Zhao Pongzi, Sun Haoran, and Lu Dan were all visibly taken aback. This issue had troubled them for 3 years, and they had never found an answer. Qin Yi knew that Zhao Pongzi was already aware of many of his abilities, and Lu Dan and Sun Haoran were not outsiders either. There was nothing worth hiding. All of you brothers and sisters know that my master is a Taoist, and I have been practicing Taoism since childhood. The 3 nodded. Qin Yi had mentioned that his master was a scruffy Taoist. Once a person practices Taoism to a certain level, true energy will generate within the body, and Jade of Ice type and above contains a kind of spiritual energy. This spiritual energy is extremely useful for martial artists and those practicing Taoism, as absorbing this spiritual energy will increase the true energy or internal strength in the body. Spiritual energy? Zhao Pongzi and Sun Haoran exchanged glances, both filled with understanding. So that's how it is. I know you've been wondering why I can be so accurate with raw materials. Now you understand, right? Chapter 302. At this point, Qin Yi remembered the gold and raw materials in the Qian Kuan ring and quickly said, Can we find a place to take out those gold and raw materials? Zhao Pongzi learned during their meal that those raw materials had been retrieved. By the way, where did Guan go? Qin Yi recalled that guy. They had escaped from the underground river together. After the company was disbanded, he was the only one who kept following me. Last year, he opened a repair shop in Chang'an City and basically comes over to drink with me every week. All right, we agreed to split that batch of gold 3 ways. So don't forget. Zhao Pongzi smiled and nodded, of course. After Qin Yi finished speaking, Sun Haoran had been on the phone. When he hung up, he said to Lu Dan, go turn on the fax machine. Some documents will be sent over soon. Lu Dan replied and got up to go. So fast? Qin Yi asked in surprise. Sun Haoran smiled. I can't help with other busy matters, but getting some documents is no problem. Zhao Pongzi rolled his eyes at him. You little rascal, did you manage to woo that woman? Chapter 303. Arriving at the hotel lobby, Qin Yi entered the restroom, and seeing no one around, he dispelled his invisibility technique and revealed himself. In this world, there were no cameras in the restroom, so he often chose to dispel his invisibility here. With his hands behind his back, he stepped out of the restroom, and the Indian bellboy with a funny tall hat nodded and bowed to help him push the revolving door, receiving a $100 bill from him. After all, staying a night, he couldn't be stingy. At the end of March in Hong Kong, the temperature was much warmer than in Jizhou. Standing at the hotel entrance, the sunlight was blinding. An old-style Crown car stopped beside him, and the Indian bellboy hurried over to help him open the car door. Central International Tower, Qin Yi said to the driver. The driver was a taciturn person, silent all the way. After more than 20 minutes, the car stopped in front of the International Tower. On the 28th floor of the tower, as soon as he got off the elevator, he saw the huge backdrop wall ahead with 4 golden characters. Hua's group. The lights within the characters soft. Qin Yi walked over and smiled at a girl with a heart-shaped face at the front desk. Please notify Mr. Huasnian that Qin Yi has arrived. Chapter 304. Huasnian was taken aback, putting down the phone. That's right, according to the current exchange rate. Returning you 20 million is definitely correct. Qin Yi chuckled. Let's not even talk about the 140 million I borrowed from you and how much interest it has accrued over 3 years. Let me ask you, if I hadn't come back, you wouldn't have planned to return the money, right? Huasnian's face flushed. I investigated. You have no family, so you can't possibly return it to your friends, right? Was the money transferred from Zhao Feizhou's card to you? Qin Yi lowered his voice, but his eyes had already narrowed. Yes. So why don't you pay it back? Huasnian remained silent because he indeed harbored such thoughts. Let your finance department calculate, according to the bank's interest, how much you should owe me after 3 years. These words were spoken by Qin Yi with no trace of emotion, unusually calm. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. Next, let's calculate another account. Oh, what account? Huasnian pretended to be confused. Brother Zhao has been paralyzed for 3 years. How do you plan to compensate him? Huaxin Yin chuckled. Does this have anything to do with you? The goods he sold me had problems. That is his deserved punishment. Chapter 305. Qin Yi analyzed the situation. At this moment, he was positioned in the middle and towards the back of the office, not far from Huaxin Yin, with a large desk behind him. Luo Tianyu and the others wanted to save Huaxin Yin. They had to defeat him first. He decided to take the initiative, otherwise, if the two of them attacked together, he would be at a disadvantage. Although he had spiritual energy, after descending to the mortal realm, he was just an ordinary body. Even though he had lived for thousands of years and had once been a deity, he now had to fight like a mortal, going back and forth in a brawl. Hey, you old Taoist, how can you associate with scoundrels like those who use the Lok Yang fatal needle? He scolded the old Taoist. The old Taoist's face turned red. He opened his mouth to say something, but held back. Junior, just boasting with your tongue. You still won't die? Luo Tianyu was furious and didn't want to hear him continue. He had a poor background and had only managed to gain a foothold in the Hua family after enduring hardships for years. He was most averse to this. Just as Luo Tianyu was about to say death, a round black light rushed towards him. Qin was about to reach out to grab it when he felt a lightness in his left wrist. An array of white light shot out. Chapter 306. Qin just left like that. The old Taoist, puzzled, dispelled the blood demon technique and hurried to check on Huaxin Yin. Huaxin Yin had long since awakened and had seen everything. Master, how is Luo Tianyu? The old Taoist, whose Taoist name was Xian Xiao, looked despondent. Xinyan, how could you provoke such a person? Huaxin Yin also smiled wryly. I didn't want to provoke him. We were getting along well, and he even lent me a lot of money. But Sai, I'll explain it to you in detail later. As he spoke, Huaxin Yin let out a cry of pain. His previously numb legs now throbbed with excruciating pain. Master Xian Xiao hurriedly bent down to check. Master Xian Xiao was shocked. Upon closer inspection, he found that both of Huaxin Yin's kneecaps were shattered. With such an injury, any treatment would be meaningless. He would only be able to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Master, is the ancestor in Hong Kong? Huaxin Yin gritted his teeth and asked. Master Xian Xiao shook his head. He returned last night. Huaxin Yin said bitterly, don't inform the ancestor about this matter. Help me find a few people. I want to make him pay for blood with blood. What about Elder Luo's matter? Chapter 307. Strolling along Wellington Street. There were many restaurants here. Yongji Restaurant, Liu Tea House, and many wonton noodle shops like my CNG, Zhanzai Ji, and Luo Fuji. He casually entered a Cantonese restaurant and, while eating, occasionally snuck a piece of chicken or chicken feet to Little Bai. Little Bai wasn't picky. Whatever you fed him, he would eat without chewing, swallowing whole. After eating, he strolled into a Chinese tea house, drank tea for a while, but no beautiful girls came to flirt with him, which was quite regrettable. Later, when he talked about this with Sun Haoran burst into laughter and told him, people go to Lan Kwai Fong to pick up girls at night. You're going to tea house in the daytime. Who would pay attention to you? This made Qin Yi feel particularly awkward, and he hurriedly explained, I was just saying, I have Jiang Lai now. Am I that casual? Sun Haoran laughed and said an old joke. Yes, you're not a casual person, but when you are casual, you're not human. Qin Yi was left speechless and jokingly scolded. Are you talking about yourself? Chapter 308. Unknowingly, he picked out quite a lot. There weren't many customers in the store, and everyone was stunned by Qin Yi's extravagance, as if he were at a market selling vegetables. Only the round-faced female salesperson felt uneasy. If this guy ended up not paying after picking so much, all her efforts would be in vain. Two female salespeople were whispering not far away. The long-haired girl said, Xiaonan, do you think those two are father and daughter? The girl named Xiao Nan was about the same age as Qin Yi, with short hair. Although she was pretty, she looked like a tomboy. Impossible. They are only a few years apart. Could he have married and had children as teens? Xiao Nan replied. The long-haired girl nodded. True, but if they're siblings, the age gap is too big. Maybe their parents got together later. Doesn't seem like it. How could siblings of different genders be so intimate? Look at that little girl. She's been holding his hand the whole time. Xiaonan thought for a moment and said, it's also possible. Look at that little girl. She's wearing Okadi, while that guy isn't wearing any brand. The long-haired girl chuckled, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He's rich. It doesn't matter what he wears. Chapter 309. Hearing Little Bai say this, Qin Yi was startled. My goodness. If you bite him, we'll have to quickly escape back to the country. Your bite. Don't say his little body. Even an elephant couldn't handle it. Forget it. Just watch quietly. They're not martial artists or cultivators, so don't act. Little Bai pouted and said nothing more. Hey, Zhang Man looked up and said to Qin Yi, these shoes cost 13,988 yuan. I'll give you double the money. You let me have them. Qin Yi laughed. Your Mandarin is quite good. What are you pretending to be? Zhang Man's face turned red. Having come to Hong Kong for 6 years, it was not easy to reach this point. If she didn't integrate into this society, she would always be seen as an outsider. Mainland guy, will you let her have them? The man raised his hand and pointed at Qin Yi, this time speaking Mandarin, though not standard, at least it was understandable. Mainland guy. Qin Yi could hear the insult in his words, and his eyes instinctively narrowed. Do you want to say that again? Deadbeat. The mainland guy didn't care about Qin Yi's expression and continued to curse arrogantly. Chapter 310. It's unclear what twisted sense of humor the fat guy had to set such a song as his ringtone. Groggily, he picked up the phone without looking at the caller ID, directly answering it. Vingyi, Zhao the fatty's voice came from the phone. Oh, brother Zhao, where are you? Yesterday, Jiang Lai called several times but couldn't reach you. Eventually, the calls came to me. I have returned to Chang'an and am sleeping at a hotel near the airport. I will go over shortly. Has brother Sun left? Is Jiang Lai busy? Qin Yi woke up. He hasn't left. He's waiting for you. Call her. She must have something to discuss. Don't eat out. I'll have your sister-in-law cook. After saying that, Zhao Fatty hung up the phone. Just as Qin Yi hung up, Jiang Lai called in. Qin Yi, where are you? I went to Hong Kong Island for business yesterday. The signal might be bad. I've returned to Chang'an and will go to brother Zhao's house soon. I will head back tonight. It seems I can't keep my phone in the Chinquan ring anymore. I should carry it with me. Come back quickly. Many people are looking for you. Jiang Lai's tone was quite relaxed. Looking for me? Why? Who is it? Jiang Lai giggled. The news about you treating Grandpa Peng's illness somehow got out, and now many elderly people who are half paralyzed are blocking you at the hospital. Chapter 3:11 Sun Haoran's mouth dropped open in surprise. Everything in front of him exceeded his understanding, and he really wanted to pinch himself to see if he was dreaming. Brother Sun, beasts can cultivate to become immortals, and humans can too. Have you considered it? Qin Yi asked him with a smile. Sun Haoran looked puzzled. Consider what? Cultivating to become an immortal. Me? Sun Haoran pointed at himself, chuckling awkwardly. I have impure roots. How can I cultivate to become an immortal? Qin Yi laughed. It's not about becoming a monk. Taoists can marry and have children. Becoming an immortal doesn't require pure roots. Then what about me? Zhao Fatty grinned with flattery. Qin Yi pretended to think deeply and didn't speak, and Zhao Fatty's smile gradually faded. Ha ha ha. Qin Yi burst into laughter. Brother Zhao, brother Sun, to be honest, neither of you has an immortal body, which means you don't have the innate qualities to become an immortal. The two exchanged glances, feeling somewhat dejected hearing that they didn't have an immortal body. But you both have immortal fate. When he said this, Qin Yi smiled slyly. Knowing me is a sign of immortal fate. I believe that effort can change destiny, even if you can't ascend in the end. Living 100 or 200 years is not a problem. Hearing they could live that long, the two felt encouraged again. Chapter 3:12. Just tell your sister-in-law that you went to Jizhou. It's closer to me, making it convenient for us to discuss cultivating and achieving the Tao. Oh, that's a good idea. Zhao Fatty beamed. Lu Dan has been very interested in Taoism these years. It seems Qin Yi is right. This is the only way to impress her. Great. Let's do it. Once we finish dealing with this batch of jade, we'll move to Jizhou. Zhao Fatty was very happy. After moving to Jizhou, it would be much more convenient for him to see them. Although Sun Haoran has now moved to Weizhou. Weizhou is still less than 200 kilometers from Jizhou, which is much more convenient than Chang'an. Fatty, after you and Lu Dan move over, don't buy a house. My villa by the Redbird Lake has been empty all this time. I'll give it to you. Sun Haoran initially wanted to buy them a house, but remembered the villa by Redbird Lake. Since no one lived there, he decided to give it to them. Huh? You didn't return it? Zhao Fatty asked in surprise, knowing that normally, after relocating to another area, the local authorities would reclaim the previous house. Are you silly? First, I already paid for that house. Second, even if I hadn't bought it, my dad isn't transferred to another Dao government. He is now the head of Hebei Dao. Who could take his house? Chapter 3:13 Sun Haoran grabbed a gold coin and a silver coin and put them in his pocket. Guandu carried Zhao Fatty, and the four of them returned to the tea room on the first floor. After chatting for a bit, Qin Yi organized a trip to the old car lot, wanting to finish these matters quickly as he was thinking about returning to Jizhou. Zhao Fatty couldn't go, so Sun Haoran wanted to take a look, and the three of them headed out. Qin Yi heard giggled from the second floor and thought to himself, what a coincidence. Guandu drove an old Fukan car, and after getting in, Qin Yi realized not only was the air conditioning broken, but the passenger window wouldn't roll up. Old Guan, aren't you afraid this junk car will fall apart while you're driving? Vin Yi T-sit. Guandu's face turned red. With so many young guys waiting to be fed, it's not easy to make money now. As long as the car can run, it's fine. Qin Yi thought about the luxurious items in the Chinquan ring and then looked at the simple and frugal Guandu, feeling a sense of guilt. The car drove further into the countryside, and after more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the gate of a large courtyard. Guandu honked for a long time, but no one opened the door, so he had to make a phone call. Shortly after, a thin old man with a limp slowly opened the gate. Chapter 314. After eating, everyone sat in the tea room drinking tea, and Sun Howard began calling to book plane tickets. Sister-in-law, I'm going back to Jizhou today. How about leaving Xiao Bai here to accompany you for a while? Qin Yi said to Lu Dan. Hearing this, Xiao Bai looked at him, and soon her beautiful big eyes started to glisten with tears, and in the blink of an eye, tears were streaming down her face. Damn it, Qin Yi thought. This girl really has the style of a Taoist priest from my younger days. Her tears flow like they cost nothing. It would be a pity if she didn't become an actress. If she grows up a bit more, she could play in The Legend of the White Snake without needing makeup. They could even save on special effects. Boss Qin, you don't want me anymore, do you? Xiao Bai choked. What the heck? At this time? Why are you calling me Boss Qin, making it sound like we're in KTV? Qin Yi also felt that this was a bit abrupt. Perhaps he subconsciously regarded her as a little child and should have communicated with her first. So he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Xiao Bai. I should have told you first. Please don't misunderstand. You were with me on Hong Kong Island and know the whole story. If I go back to Jizhou, what will Brother Zhao and sister-in-law do? What if the Hua family comes seeking revenge? Can you bear to see Aunt Lu get hurt? Chapter 3:15. The four of them carried their things back to the room. And soon everyone came out, but Wang Ji and Ji Fengzi still had their tags on, looking somewhat comical. Jiang Lai went over to help them cut off the tags, making Ji Fengzi's face turn bright red. Fortunately, he had a dark complexion, so most people wouldn't notice. Qin Yi noticed Ji Fengzi still had gaps in his teeth and asked Li Tianzong, who smiled and said, the impressions have been taken, but the porcelain dentures will take a few days to make. Once everyone was seated, Qin Yi recounted the trip to Hong Kong Island. Of the five, only Wang Ji and Ji Fengzi were unaware of the Hua family's reputation, so they didn't find it surprising. However, Jiang Lai, Li Tianzong, and Sheng Fan were quite aware of the kind of character Qin Yi had provoked, especially Li Tianzong, who had been honing his skills in society for years. He had heard enough about these prestigious families. Jiang Lai felt a bit worried, but thought of her grandfather's current state and felt reassured. No matter how powerful the Hua family was, they had to be respectful when they came to the mainland. And that old monster from their family had always been polite to her grandfather. Qin Yi, you mean the little white snake on your wrist turned into a little girl? Jiang Lai was extremely surprised. Chapter 3:16. Sheng Fan and the others were laughing behind, and Qin Yi turned around. Let me ask you a question. What is it? Ji Fengzi replied, half his face covered in beard. Tell me how those paper tags got stuck on you just now? Damn, boring. Sheng Fan couldn't be bothered to deal with him and quickly followed Wang Ji and the others. Li Tianzong saw this and decided not to be a third wheel, awkwardly laughing as he ran after them. The two of them slipped to the front of the tea house. Wife, look, the four of them each have their own room. And there are only 4 bedrooms in the tea house. I have nowhere to stay. How about we go to a hotel? It'll be more convenient for us to go to the hospital together in the morning. Jiang Lai looked at him with a fawning expression and chuckled. How about you help me tie my shoelaces first? Qin Yi looked down and saw that the shoelaces on her white sneakers were indeed loose. Well, a real man can bend down and stretch as long as it leads to mutual cultivation. There's nothing embarrassing about tying his girlfriend's shoelaces. He grinned, bent down, and squatted in front of her. Jiang Lai initially wanted to tease him, but seeing him genuinely bend down for her, she felt touched. Remembering that he would soon be traveling far and wide to gather herbs for his grandfather, her tender feelings suddenly turned into tears. Forget it, no need to hold back. Otherwise, she might just give herself to him tonight. Chapter 3:17. Li Changhe was packing his luggage. Jiang Lao's condition had stabilized, and he had to return to Chang'an as there were still many things waiting for him there. Xiao Lai, why are you thinking of this old man? Li Changhe joked with a hearty laugh. Uncle Li, you're not old at all. You look much younger than my dad. Li Changhe burst into hearty laughter. You girl, huh? Uncle Li, Qin Yi is looking for you. We want to see Grandpa just now and intended to find you, but got busy and forgot. Please don't hold it against us. This girl, Li Changhe was a bit puzzled, not knowing what Qin Yi wanted from him. Qin Yi answered the phone. Director Li. This is Qin Yi. Mr. Qin, hello. Although Li Changhe couldn't see through him, he greatly respected his medical skills. It was rare to have such abilities at such a young age. It's like this. Since I treated Mr. Peng, some people have been coming to me for treatment of sequelae from cerebral infarction, and I can't just ignore them. Jiang Lai 1T let me practice without a license, so I'd like to trouble you to help me get a qualification certificate. I don't know if it's convenient for you. Li Changhe smiled brightly. This matter is simple. Your skills are completely fine. Helping you is also helping those patients. I'm willing to open this back door. Just send me your photo. Chapter 318. Jiang Lai left first, and the five of them got into the car. Luckily, the Hummer was big enough. Ji Fengzi, the biggest guy, sat in the passenger seat, while Sheng Fan, Li Tianzong, and Wang Ji sat in the back. Ji Fengzi grinned. Qin Yi, when are you going to teach me? I want to drive this thing too. No problem. Once we go gather herbs, I'll definitely let you drive until you vomit blood. Qin Yi laughed heartily. He then remembered that he should have Sun Haoran directly handle the driver's licenses for Wang Ji and Ji Fengzi too, fearing he might forget again. So he quickly took out his phone to call Sun Haoran. The five of them first went to the largest car trading market in Jizhou, not bothering to look at other cars. Since Li Tianzong liked the Toyota 4500, they headed straight to the biggest Toyota dealership. As soon as they entered the 4S shops hall, it was said that not being enemies means they wouldn't gather. Qin immediately spotted an old acquaintance. This person was in his 30s, with a slick-back hairstyle, a bamboo-like frame, about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a white suit, white leather shoes, gold-rimmed glasses, and a sharp nose with thin lips. A sexy and alluring woman seemed to hang onto him like a decoration, her lips deep purple as if poisoned. Chapter 319. Li Tianzong released his grip, and Tu Laosan was sweating coldly, his eyes blazing with anger as he was helped down, holding his arm. Mr. Liu, I want 2 4,500s. Let this young man handle the paperwork. Li Tianzong spoke calmly. How about this? The one in the warehouse is for you, and this one is for young Master Bai. I'll have another one shipped from Weizhou right away. How about that? Good relationships bring wealth, right? Mr. Liu's last remark about good relationships was also a reminder to Li Tianzong not to offend young Master Bai, or else would his knight Paris still be able to operate? Bai Xiaobai secretly assessed the manpower on the other side. Qin Yi stood with his hands behind his back, smiling at Li Tianzong's arrogance. The short guy stood there motionless, looking like he wanted to make a move at any moment. The other two unfamiliar faces had their long hair tied into ponytails, one of them particularly tall, with a full beard, looking far from friendly. Could it be? Are these two just released from prison? This could be troublesome. Didn't he know if those two had any weapons on them? These desperate criminals were the hardest to deal with. Qin Yi recalled that he still had many things to buy and didn't he want to waste any more time. He said to Bai Xiaobai, if you don't want to look stupid again, then hurry the hell up and get lost. Don't delay our business. Chapter 320. You two, show me your ID. He shouted at Wang Ji and the other. Their IDs are lost, and they're in the process of replacing them. Qin Yi explained. Officer Li turned to him and scolded impatiently. Did I ask you to speak? Qin Yi's face stiffened. Damn, was he giving you face? Ji Fengzi didn't care about any police or whatever. Seeing Qin Yi unhappy, he walked right up to Officer Li. What are you doing? Officer Li was startled by Ji Fengzi, who was too tall and had a full beard, looking anything but friendly. As he spoke, he had already drawn his gun, aiming it at Ji Fengzi. Ji Fengzi didn't know what this was, but he could sense its danger. He reached out, grabbed it, and with a strong squeeze, it turned to mush in his hands, with some parts and springs falling to the ground. Officer Li was left dumbfounded, while the other three officers, standing far away, could only see that Li's gun had been stolen and even damaged. This was serious. They all drew their guns, aiming at Qin Yi and the others. One of them, seeing how fierce these people were, thought they must be a group of robbers, so while raising his gun, he began reporting the situation via radio. Chapter 321. The shop door opened, and a man in his 60s strode in. He was dressed in a sharp uniform, with deep-set eyes, resembling Bai Xiaobai to some extent. Bai Xiaobai quickly got up, tears and snot streaming down his face. Dad. Qin Yi recognized him, of course. He was Bai Xiaobai's father, Bai Zimin, the head of the police in Jizhou. Bai Zimin had a serious expression, filled with rage. He was about to retire and had been working to secure a leisurely position in the province. But just then, his superior called him, scolding him harshly and telling him to keep a close eye on his son, so he wouldn't embarrass himself. After hanging up, he was still in a daze, not knowing what trouble his son had gotten into and how he had offended the old leader. Upon inquiring, he found out that there had been a large-scale police operation at the car trading market. He knew that this kid must have provoked someone he shouldn't have, and this time he had to personally clean up after him. Bai Xiaobai ran to Bai Zimin, but before he could reach out for comfort, Bai Zimin slapped him. Slap, slap, slap. Several slaps knocked Bai Xiaobai completely dizzy. He shook his head and then shouted in exasperation, Bai Zimin, you dare hit me? Chapter 322. Crazy. Can you not easily pull out your knife in the future? You said you would do it, but in front of so many people, you took it back. If someone recorded this and put it online, wouldn't you be taken away for research, like a lab rat? Realizing this guy was too dense and needed some proper instruction. What's a lab rat? Ji Fengzi asked with a grin. Qin, he scratched his head. It's for scientific experiments. They tie you to a bed and a bunch of doctors take you apart with scalpels. Dare you? With a whoosh, Ji Fengzi stood up, and his loud voice could even be heard by Sheng Fan in the finance office. Wang Ji reprimanded in a deep voice, what are you getting so worked up about? Can't you tell that Qin was just making a metaphor? Tone it down. Do you think we're still in our husband-esque country? Ji Fengzi quickly sat back down. He had been afraid of Wang Ji since he was young and always listened to him. Seeing him angry, he immediately became obedient. Qin looked at Ji Fengzi again and laughed. Why does it feel less comfortable after getting these dentures installed? Sheng Fan returned after finishing the paperwork, looking distressed. And after sitting down, he threw a pile of receipts on the table in front of Qin. 2 Toyota 4500s, one for 810,000, one Land Cruiser for 450,000, 2 Camrys for 210,000 each, plus purchase tax, insurance, etc., totaling to 690,000. Chapter 323. As the sun set and the sky darkened, Qin ordered the cars to stop. He found an open space and instructed everyone to unload the vehicles, leaving several drivers and loaders confused. In the pitch black, unloading in the wilderness instead of the warehouse, what was going on? Some even suspected that Qin, and the others were some kind of ghosts or spirits, and they steeled themselves to start unloading. Once everything was unloaded, they quickly took their money and ran off. Once Qin saw that all 5 cars had left, he felt troubled looking at the pile of items. If he were to move them all into the Chinquan ring by himself, it would be impossible to finish by tomorrow morning. He thought for a moment and wondered if it would work to just pile them in. So he squatted in front of a heap of goods, placed his hands on top, concentrated, and then opened his eyes. Wow, this is useful. Only a few scattered items remained in front of him, probably because they hadn't touched any other items, so they weren't put in. Sheng Fan and the others quickly ran over, curious about how these items had disappeared. Sheng Fan tugged at him. No way, you have to tell us today. Where did these things go? Qin grinned. Don't worry, you'll find out tonight. Chapter 324. Just as he hung up the phone, Li Tianzong returned. How's it going? He felt a bit uneasy. If they didn't sell, he would have to resort to being a thief in the dead of night. 2,000. Is that okay? Li Tianzong didn't pay attention to any old turtles. He was just following Qin's instructions to ask. He first found Manager Song from Tianxia Fishing Port. As soon as Manager Song saw him, he quickly said the boss was in the store today and took him to the office. The boss of Tianxia Fishing Port was also a smooth talker. When he heard Li Tianzong wanted to buy that old turtle, he insisted on giving it to him. This old turtle was bought by him 10 years ago in the famous town of Nachitai on the north bank of the Kunlun River for 500 yuan, and took a lot of effort to transport back to Jizhou. But who is Li Tianzong? He is the most prominent figure in Jizhou in recent years. The owner of Night Paris. He didn't want to and couldn't afford to offend him. Getting money from a tiger, no matter how much, was not as good as earning a favor. Most people in Jizhou didn't know he had withdrawn from Night Paris. But Li Tianzong didn't want to take advantage of that. After much negotiation, he left with 2,000 yuan. Qin laughed. Not to mention 2,000. He wouldn't even blink at 200,000. Chapter 325. She didn't call Li Tianzong by name. It was a double entendre. What she wanted was that tiger who roamed the social scene in Jizhou, not the cultured Li Tianzong in front of her. Qin was taken aback for a moment, then smiled broadly. Sister C, you're joking. Tianzong is right here. He is free. No one can control him. Sister C, I've explained this matter clearly to you. So why do you need to? Li Tianzong had just spoken halfway when his expression suddenly changed because a red dot appeared on Qin Yi's forehead. Qin Yi's smile didn't fade. He had long sensed the danger outside the window and had checked with his spiritual awareness. He was not afraid of the sniper rifle. Sister C, Li Tianzong's heart ignited with anger, his hands trembling slightly. What do you mean? Jean C smiled brightly, picked up a cigarette from the table, and lit one for herself. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes, picked up a napkin from the table to wipe the corner of his mouth, then lit a cigarette as well. The red dot on his forehead, not moving at all. When she was young, Jean C suddenly began telling a story, and everyone at the table looked at her, not understanding her meaning. Grandma Zhang's mother cat was pregnant, and at that time, Grandma Zhang promised to give her one when it was born. Chapter 326. The time Qin Yi treated Ing Yitong's illness in Chang'an. He sneaked underground to spy on a woman named Zhong Chan, but accidentally entered the dream of a fat, old man surnamed Hua. In that dream, there was this woman, an old Hua called her Yunhan. She told him at that time, if fate allows, I will definitely take old Hua to find you. Just at the Mao Mansion in Zhongzhou. He questioned, why are you in my dream? Yunhan smiled bitterly. Your dream? Hee, isn't it? Yunhan shook her head. Qin Yi was even more puzzled. Is this not my dream? Then where is this? You told me to find you at the Mao Mansion in Zhongzhou. But where is Zhongzhou? And I'm not familiar with that old Hua. Before she could finish, Qin Yi felt the world shaking around him. The mountains in the distance were collapsing, and the accumulated snow howled down as the surrounding green grass was lifted, blocking out the sun. In an instant, a huge crack opened in the grass beneath his feet. He tried to use his cloud sailing technique, but found he couldn't summon any spiritual energy. Yunhan's Qilin beneath her growled softly, her face full of bitterness, murmuring, what is the point of this? Just as her words fell, Qin Yi lost his balance and fell headlong into the crack. Chapter 327. 3 people entered the hospital room and saw Sheng Fan sitting opposite Li Tianzong, chatting. Due to blood loss, Li Tianzong's face was somewhat pale. Qin Yi tossed the buns he was holding to Sheng Fan and then sat by Li Tianzong's bed. I'll help you heal. You need to recover quickly so we can set off soon. Li Tianzong was silent for a while. Qin, are you not afraid I'm a burden? Thanks to Sheng Fan's careful teachings back then, with his dark energy skills and a fighting spirit, he had earned the title of Tiger in society. But he knew the depth of his own skills. The people he dealt with in society were just a bunch of thugs and delinquents. However, through Qin Yi and Sheng Fan's discussions, he realized what he would face if he followed them, which made him feel inferior. Qin Yi reached out and patted him on the shoulder, causing a pain in his abdomen that made his face change. Knowing your shortcomings is good. I hope you can catch up with us quickly. Come on, stop being useless. I'm starting now. After saying that, he extended his right hand and placed it on his abdomen. Last night on site, Qin Yi used his X-ray vision to see his injuries clearly. Although the 3 knife wounds were deep, they each grazed the intestines because they were quite slippery. Chapter 328. The fat chef's mouth dropped open in surprise. You have to know that last night the 4 of them barely managed to lift this big guy out. This old turtle shell is as big as a grinding disc, with a diameter of over a meter, and coupled with its hefty body, it must weigh at least 200 pounds. How much strength must this little guy have to lift it by himself? Sheng Fan lifted it as if he were holding a bundle of cotton, effortlessly yawning as he hurried off, dead tired. The old turtle shot a fierce glare at the fat chef, who had nearly beheaded it with a knife last night. How could it not harbor resentment? The fat chef also noticed the gaze and felt inexplicably tense, a layer of fine sweat breaking out on his back, cursing inwardly, damn, is this a ghost? Has this big turtle become a spirit? The 2 of them bid farewell to the fat chef, and Qin Yi opened the Hummer's trunk, barely managing to stuff the old turtle inside. Noticing how tired Sheng Fan was, he didn't dare let him drive anymore. Upon arriving at the tea house, Lu Lily ran out to help them open the door. Qin Yi carried the old turtle inside, and she was taken aback to see such a large turtle. In the sunroom on the 2nd floor, he gently placed the old turtle in the water basin. Chapter 329. The old turtle plummeted like a boulder, terrified, retracting its head and all 4 limbs into its shell. When it opened its eyes again, it found it hadn't died from the fall. A swift wind whistled by its ears, and a pair of slender, gentle eyes was looking at it. It turned out that just as it was about to hit the ground, a person on horseback reached out and caught it in their palm. You old turtle, you also want to ascend to heaven? The person said with a smile, teasingly. The old turtle's fear gradually receded as it stared wide-eyed at him. Well, encountering this is fate, the person said, and with one hand, he held it and sped away. At that time, the old turtle had not yet awakened its intelligence, so it had no idea how long it had been running, spending more time asleep than awake on the way. Thus, the old turtle had its first free trip in 200 years. When it opened its eyes again, it found itself in a canyon. The mountains on both sides were made of purple-red rock and sandstone, with distant snow-capped peaks towering majestically, and a nearby lake was crystal clear, rippling gently. Because of the high altitude, the blue sky and white clouds felt within reach. Colorful flowers bloomed all around, and the scenery was pleasant. Everything so tranquil that even the wild horses seemed exhausted and gathered by the lake to drink water. Chapter 330. The old turtle couldn't be bothered to respond and directly bypassed the question, asking, "Do you think that person has become an immortal? Why would drinking his blood change me so much?" For centuries, it had always had this question, but had no one to communicate with, and now it finally asked. Qini nodded. Yes, he is a practitioner of the Tao. A mortal begins to build their foundation after 100 days, gradually entering the golden core stage, cultivating a nascent soul, and after experiencing the heavenly tribulation, can ascend to immortality in one step. What you saw was him undergoing the heavenly tribulation. As for that drop of blood, it is because he comprehended the celestial phenomena, and after achieving immortality, his blood possesses such miraculous effects. The old turtle looked enviously at him, and, after a long while said, "I will never forget what happened then. You mean I can also become an immortal?" "Of course. But you have not yet cultivated a demon core, so you are still far from it." The old turtle had just awakened its intelligence, but had made no progress over the centuries, probably mainly because it had no cultivation methods. Qin remembered the book he had given to the little white snake, Supreme Holy Dragon Demon Scroll, but the illustrations in that book were of snakes. He wasn't sure if the turtle could use it. Wait a moment. After saying that, he entered the Chinquan ring. Chapter 331. At that moment, the monkeys saw Yin Laoqi's wrist, then looked at their own wrists, with each person displaying an inexplicable fear in their eyes. What kind of wrist strength would it take to use a lightweight playing card as a hidden weapon and drive it in so deeply? The monkey's face turned pale, but he still shot a harsh remark at Li Tianzong. Just wait. After saying that, he led the group away in defeat. Behind them came Li Tianzong's hearty laughter. This guy thought it was a child's play? Still telling me to wait. The 7 of them went straight to the emergency room, and after the doctor removed the playing card from the monkey's wrist, he told him that their wrist bones were already fractured and needed to be put in plaster. When they returned home after getting the plaster done, lying in bed at night, the monkey finally realized he had been tricked by Tu Lao San. He must have known there were powerful figures around the tiger. That's why he told me this news. Damn you, Tu Lao San. The monkey furiously cursed while curled up in bed. That night, after Qin, Yi, and Sheng Fan finished eating and came over, they listened to Li Tianzong recount the events of the afternoon. Sheng Fan regretted not being there, having missed out on such excitement. Qin showed Li Tianzong his wound and saw that it had already scabbed over, suggesting he could be discharged tomorrow. Chapter 332. Wang Ji was pensive, saying, "Do you think our husband country is like this too?" Qin nodded. "Yes, but I feel there's still some differences. The husband country is a boundary space created on Earth, while my Chinquan ring, though is also a boundary space, is dependent on this ring." At this point, he thought of something and continued, "Perhaps that's why the husband country has mountains and rivers and can grow crops, while my Chinquan ring can only store items." Wang Ji bent down to pluck a wildflower, but the flower began to turn transparent in his hand. Before he could finish his words, it vanished without a trace in a breath's time. Looking down, the spot where he had just plucked it appeared another identical flower. Qin, he shook his head and smiled. "These flowers may look real, but they are merely illusions." "All right." He clapped his hands, changing the subject, and shouted, "Stop pondering and start working. Let's set up these shelves first." Sheng Fan found a toolbox among the piles of items and took out a screwdriver and a wrench. Chapter 333. Sheng Fan looked on with envy, sighing. Some sit on bicycles laughing, while others sit in BMWs crying. "This is love." Qin punched him, saying, "Which eye of yours saw me crying?" After that, he walked into the house with his hands behind his back. "Hey, you little jealous one. Why are you so sensitive? I wasn't even talking about you." Sheng Fan chased after him shouting. Before going to bed that night, Qin sat by the pool to bid farewell to the old turtle. The old turtle had been absorbed in reading for the past 2 days. Too lazy to listen to his nagging, continuously asking questions about the issues it encountered, and he could only explain the parts it didn't understand. As he was leaving, the old turtle said, "Those two guys bought me some meat buns today. They tasted pretty good, so I'll eat this from now on." He chuckled. "Not eating frogs anymore. Turns out human food tastes pretty good. Your way of eating will surely make me poor. I heard that in the past when building houses, people would place turtles under the beams and columns. They could live for hundreds of years without eating or drinking, yet you still insist on eating?" He joked. The old turtle turned back to its nest and said softly, "If you can't bear to buy it, that's fine, but it's a pity for these koi." "Oh my, are you threatening me?" Chapter 334. One time, Mrs. Wang went to the backyard to chat with Mrs. Guan. While they were chatting, she suddenly had an episode, babbling nonsense and claiming to be a deity sent down to the mortal realm. Then she picked up a glass jar that Mrs. Guan used to spit in, one of those large glass jars used for canned fruit. She lifted it and drank all the sticky phlegm that Mrs. Guan had spat inside, then started walking around the house, moving so fast like the wind, even faster than a rabbit. The row of cabinets in the Guan family's house was quite tall. It was hard for me to climb up, but she could leap up in an instant. Little fatty Fei finished speaking and patted his chest, saying, "Damn, it makes me feel nauseous just talking about it." The immortal had a piece of rib in his mouth, looking bitter. Fei, are you trying to deprive me of my meals? You're doing this on purpose to gross me out, aren't you? No, really, it's true. I'll tell you more. Once I saw it with my own eyes, right in my house. Mrs. Wang loves to smoke my mom's dry tobacco, and every time she leaves, she rolls a particularly thick one to take with her, lights it up, but extinguishes it as soon as she steps out, and supposedly opens her own tobacco jar at home. Chapter 335. After a satisfying meal, he suggested that the guys wanted to go along to take a look. As the saying goes, one is short-handed when accepting favors, and Fei had no objections. The immortal was even more embarrassed, repeatedly saying it was okay. "My parents are the most hospitable." After leaving the restaurant, Wang Ji, Fei, and the immortal got into Qin Yi's car, while Li Tianzong, Baldi, and Ji Fengzi got into Sheng Fan's car. As soon as these two got into the car, they started chattering nonstop, with Fei looking enviously, saying, "I know what car this is." The immortal asked, "What car?" "It's a Toyota Land Cruiser." Fei proudly boasted about his knowledge. The immortal rolled his eyes in disdain, rebutting, "It's called a Land Cruiser, you country bumpkin." Fei turned red and asked Qin Yi, who was driving, to be the judge. Qin Yi laughed and said he could only mediate, starting to make things up. "You two are both right. Originally, this car was called a Land Cruiser, but then it was lengthened, and after the redesign, it became a Land Cruiser." Fei beamed with pride. "See, Brother Qin is a wise man. I wasn't he wrong, was I?" The immortal also looked confused, but his limited perspective made him think Qin Yi's explanation seemed reasonable. Chapter 336. Fei's parents looked like honest and simple farmers, warmly inviting everyone into the inner room. Fei's house layout was exactly the same as the immortal's. Qin Yi didn't show favoritism, bringing 2 bottles of mitai and a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. It was clear the two families were very familiar. As soon as they entered the house, Fei's mother took Miao Peiyun to the west room to chat. Fei took out a large rough ceramic bowl to serve everyone water, feeling a bit embarrassed since there were no tea leaves. Qin Yi and the others were not picky and told him not to be polite and to stop fussing. Fei asked everyone to sit down first while he and his father went to the neighbor's house to say a word. Fei's house was very simple. The east room was spacious enough to accommodate 12 or 13 young men on a large kong, topped with yellow kong mats, and kept very clean. In the middle of the kong was an old kong table, and at the end was a row of dark red lacquered kong sheen, which looked like it had some years on it. 3 acres of land and a cow, a wife and kids on the warm kong, describes the northeastern heated kong. Speaking of the heated kong, one must mention the kongqin. The kongqin is not a musical instrument, but a unique folk item from the northeast. On the heated kong, bedding cannot be piled on the kong every day. After getting up in the morning, all bedding should be folded and placed in the kongqin. Chapter 337. Once everything was ready, Miao Peiyun said to the people in the room, "We're going to start inviting the deities soon. No matter what you see, don't make a sound. All of you get on the kong. Gongzi, keep an eye on things." The immortal nodded. He often accompanied his parents out, so he knew these things without needing his mother to tell him. Ving Yi, Sheng Fan, Li Tianzong, Wang Zi, and Ji Fengzi quickly took off their shoes and got onto the Kong when they heard what the immortal's mother said. Qin was worried that Qi Banshan would notice the different energy levels among them after inviting the deity, so he quietly told Wang Ji and Ji Fengzi, as well as Sheng Fan, to calm their energy and not let it show. At this moment, Li Tianzong was already at the level of hidden strength, and his energy was not comparable to theirs, plus he wouldn't know how to calm it down. The three understood his meaning. They were just there to watch the excitement. So they mustn't cause any trouble, and quickly circulated their internal energy to suppress their surging energy. Qi Banshan saw that everyone was prepared, stood in front of the cabinet, picked up a box of matches from the top, lit the incense, and murmured something softly. The voice was too low for those on the Kong to hear clearly. After finishing with the incense, he silently sat down on a wooden chair at the end of the cabinet. Chapter 338. Qi Banshan stood in front of her, cackling with a sharp voice. Filled with disdain. A filthy ghost, a firefly, dares to call itself a god? After saying that, he raised the incense in his hand and aimed it at the old lady's face, the movement quick as lightning, and everyone involuntarily gasped. Just as the incense was about to pierce the old lady's face, she suddenly collapsed onto the Kong like a deflated balloon. Qin saw a black shadow flying out from the old lady's body. It was a man in his 30s, with hair and beard so dirty they were tangled. He wore a black outfit covered in grease and vomit. This person didn't stop for a moment. After coming out, he swayed and ran out through the south window. The sunlight outside startled him, and he quickly burrowed underground, disappearing in an instant. Although Qi Banshan was separated by a curtain, it seemed he could see everything in front of him. His hand holding the incense froze in mid-air. Then he turned around and floated back to his seat, waved his hand, and that piece of incense was inserted back into the incense bowl, steady, without even a long ash falling off. One. That female voice continued to ring out, and the immortal quickly handed the remaining half bottle of liquor to him, gulping it down. In a few seconds, half a bottle of white liquor was gone. Chapter 339. Is this all it takes? Yes, after several days, that filthy ghost couldn't find her mother, so naturally, it left. You need to advise the old lady not to be so harsh with her words in the future. Yes, I understand. My mom is like this, Old Wang sighed, saying, My mom has had a bad mouth since she was young, and now that she is old, it's only gotten worse. She insults everyone she meets. This time, it's come back to haunt her. I'll have to advise her in the future. Just then, Mrs. Wang woke up, mumbling, Why am I still sleeping at Old Sher's house? This place isn't as clean as ours. Mom, you? Oh. Old Wang was black-lined and quickly said, Let us go, Mom, we're going home. After saying that, he helped the old lady out. Erfei's father came out to see them off, and Old Wang took out 200 yuan and stuffed it into his hand. My mama's mouse, Brother, don't be angry. Please help me thank them properly. Sure. Chapter 340. The woman shook her head and sighed, saying, Those little foxes are all my nephews and nieces. The Hu family has always remembered your great kindness. Today we finally found you. After eating and drinking enough, I will take you out. This is a deep prison. How can any woman come in here? At this moment, Qi Laolu had already understood the woman's identity. He struggled to get up and knelt, saying, I have lived in confusion for half my life. Now I only want to see my deceased wife. There is treasure buried in the dark pine forest of Laojun. I hope the great sage can find it and get it to my 2 sons. I only seek death. After saying this, he bowed repeatedly on the ground. The woman shook her head and sighed. Why go to such a place as Laozhang to settle down? Laozhang, sigh. Seeing his determination, she no longer tried to persuade him. Before leaving, she said, You have kindness towards my Hu family. We will protect your family for generations. Go in peace. After saying this, the woman transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared. Qi Laolu set his mind at ease and finished all the food on the table. The next morning, the prison guard found that he had already passed away, reportedly with a peaceful expression. That woman found a large fortune in the dark pine forest of Laozhang, and also found the 2 children who had become beggars in Lanzhou. Chapter 341. Qi Banjian frowned, as if he thought of something, and after a while said, 2 years ago, I was invited to a small town near the Inner Mongolia border to treat a patient. That patient was a hunter who accidentally stumbled into a ghost market while hunting and was injured by evil energy. According to this hunter, there is a large tomb not far from the ghost market, but because of the injury, he no longer dared to go. Inner Mongolia? Qin touched her chin and asked, How far is that from here? If driving, it would take 3 days and 2 nights. But it's easier now since the snow has melted. At this point, Qi Banjian slapped his thigh and said, I still have this person's phone number. If you want to go, I can have him take you there. As he said this, he laughed and added, however, this Arsling, once bitten by a snake, is afraid of the well rope for 10 years. I can't be sure if he would dare to take you again. Qin, he quickly said it was fine, took out her phone to jot down Arsling's number, and inquired about the detailed route. After chatting for a while longer, Qi Banjian woke his son, and the family of 3 was about to go home. Airfei's father, Qin Yi, and Wang Ji sent them to the gate. Before leaving, Qi Banjian cupped his hands towards Qin Yi. Although he didn't say anything further, Qin Yi understood in her heart and nodded slightly. Only then did Qi Banjian bow and leave. Chapter 342, Chang'an. After dinner, Zhao Fati held Lu Dan's left hand and Xiao Bai's right hand, and the 3 of them went out for a walk. His leg had almost recovered. Although he couldn't run quickly yet, walking was no different from ordinary people. Facing the sunset, Xiao Bai ran ahead, bouncing and jumping, the evening glow casting a golden halo around her. Lu Dan's eyes were a bit misty, and Zhao Fati reached out to wipe the corner of her eye, softly saying, silly girl. Lu Dan smiled shyly, looking at Xiao Bai's fluttering skirt in the distance, and whispered, Feizhou, I want a child. All right, I'll work overtime tonight. Zhao Fati joked. Lu Dan immediately pinched him. He grinned and shouted to Xiao Bai, your godmother is hitting me. Xiao Bai turned around and made a face. That must be because Goddad is misbehaving again. Zhao Fati felt helpless. This little girl was really close to Lu Dan. If it weren't for his promise to buy her several sets of brand-name clothes, she would never have called him Goddad. Xiao Bai was also immersed in this family atmosphere, a feeling she had never experienced in hundreds of years. Lu Dan's love was truly maternal, while Zhao Fati was very fatherly, buying her many toys and clothes and telling her about the new things in the world every day. Chapter 343. Is Qin there? Huasnian asked in a deep voice. Xiao Bai shook her head and giggled. If there's something, just tell me. It really is her. Huasnian and Xian Xiaozhenren had heard Xiao Bai speak and were very familiar with her delicate voice. Huasnian didn't want to waste time. He had come this time to seek revenge, but it was a huge risk. He couldn't let the ancestor know and had to find a few capable helpers. If it weren't for Xian Xiaozhenren's help, he would have shed even more blood. He waved his hand lightly, and a fashionable young boy behind him sprang into action. But he didn't target Xiao Bai. Instead, he leaped toward Zhao Fati and Lu Dan on the second-floor terrace. Xiao Bai laughed and produced a knitting needle in her hand, which she had taken from the sofa earlier. The knitting needle reflected the cold moonlight and shot toward the young boy's chest like lightning. Lu Dan's face turned pale, and Zhao Fati held her tightly as they felt a cold flash pass by. The young man fell headfirst to the ground. After rolling on the ground, he stood up, still holding the knitting needle. Xiao Bai's chubby face changed color slightly. It seemed these people were quite skilled. Chapter 344. Xiao Bai did not expect this old Taoist to use such a method. The Taoist robe became too large, making it impossible to dodge. After shaking off the robe covering her head, only the severed bodies of the strong man and the sunglass-wearing meat pie were left in the yard. She knew Zhao Fati couldn't handle these corpses, so she gently picked them up, leaped out of the yard, and went to the wild, using her tail to sweep out a deep pit. After throwing the bodies in and covering them with dirt, she returned home. On the terrace, Zhao Fati recalled the earlier situation and felt lingering fear. Fortunately, Qin left Xiao Bai behind. Otherwise, he and Lu Dan would have been doomed tonight. Feizhou Xiao Bai. Is Xiao Bai really a white snake? Even though she had known for a long time, Lu Dan still couldn't believe her eyes. How could such a cute and obedient little girl be a snake demon? Lu Dan, do you think these things are important? Many times. Isn't the human heart more terrifying than demons? Zhao Fati sighed softly and gently patted her shoulder. Lu Dan fell silent, remembering what Zhao Fati had told her about the past and how Qin Yi treated Huasnian back then. But this person had turned his back so easily. The human heart is truly the most unpredictable thing. Chapter 345. He let out a scream of agony as Dong stepped on his hand with a large foot wearing a black leather military boot, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Ji Fengzi wanted to stand up, but was pulled back by Wang Ji. Although he still didn't know what Qin Yi was thinking, he knew it wasn't the right time to act. Although this Arsling wasn't one of their group, they had eaten together twice, and he was supposed to be their guide. Ji Fengzi felt frustrated. Why should these guys bully him? But he had always respected Wang Ji since he was young, and seeing that he was not allowed to act, he could only sit there sulkily, his leopard-like big eyes fixed on those people. Qin, he certainly noticed Ji Fengzi's movements. He chuckled softly. Among the 5 of them, he and Sheng Fan were more impulsive, while Wang Ji and Li Tianzong were the kind of meticulous people who wouldn't easily show their excitement on their faces. Dongge forcefully twisted his big foot, and RC Lung was sweating profusely. Dongge, the car isn't mine. I can't make the decisions. This Dongge might have felt he wasn't lying, stopped exerting force, and his pair of malicious triangular eyes swept towards Qin, Yi, and the others as he asked in a deep voice, "Your car?" Chapter 346. The other 5 guys saw that RC Lung had stopped moving and started fighting again over there, all rushing towards Li Tianzong. Li Tianzong hadn't fought for a while, and having just been discharged from the hospital, he was feeling rusty. Seeing 5 young men rushing over, he laughed heartily. Come on. 3 of the 5 were proficient in Mongolian wrestling. One of them reached out and grabbed his neck, another wrapped around his waist, and the third clung to his legs. Li Tianzong shouted loudly, "Let us go." His internal energy swelled, and with a gentle shake, the 3 were sent flying. The other 2 guys saw his strength and were about to turn and run, but he reached out, placed a hand on one guy's shoulder, applied force, and shouted up. The man was yanked up, and Li Tianzong threw him, his body flying like a cannonball and crashing onto the back of the fleeing man. The 2 let out a miserable howl, rolling on the ground, but neither was injured and dared not look back, quickly scrambling away down the mountain. Li Tianzong was too lazy to chase after them and turned back towards Dongge. After Dongge got up, he pulled out a 5-shot gun from his waist. Li Tianzong was very familiar with this kind of gun, having encountered it multiple times during street fights. Chapter 347. For hours later, the car wound around 2 mountains and arrived at a valley entrance where the road ended. Qin, he was exhausted from driving, and after getting out of the car, everyone gathered to smoke. RC Lung threw a cigarette, but on the ground, and crushed it with his foot, saying, "The car can only stop here. If we walk a few more miles, we'll reach the legendary ghost market. But I'm not going in." Qin asked him, "How will you get back?" He grinned and replied, "Don't worry, I know these 2 mountains well. I can take a shortcut on foot and reach Hongye town before dark." Xinyi nodded. Along the way, he asked several times about the ghost market, but each time RC Lung remained tight-lipped. Qin, he could sense that whenever the topic was brought up, RC Lung's heart rate would quicken, and his thoughts became chaotic, making it impossible to discern anything. It seemed that the incident had left him with lingering fears. Since he was unwilling to speak, there was no way to force him. So Qin, he had to give up. RC Lung hesitated to say something as he was leaving, but ultimately said nothing. Once he was far away, Qin, he said, "Let us go. We're heading into the mountains." Sheng Fan asked him, "What about the car?" Qin, he scratched his head, uncertain of what lay ahead, and whether they could come out from here. So he decided it's safest to just throw it into the Qianquan ring. Chapter 348. The few of them couldn't make heads or tails of the situation, so Qin, he said, "Let us go. Let's see what's inside." After saying that, he put away the mats and wild fruits piled in front of the tree hole into the Qianquan ring and took out 5 strong flashlights. Although he had night vision and didn't he really need one, he still grabbed one. The tree hole was quite spacious, and a foul smell assaulted their noses, making it hard to breathe. Qin, he looked around. In one corner of the tree hole, there were some small animal bones, and directly ahead on the ground, there was a passage about 3 people wide, slanting downwards, though it was unclear where it led. As the saying goes, a skilled artist has boldness. The 5 didn't hesitate. After looking around and finding nothing unusual, they picked up their flashlights and entered the passage. After descending for several meters, they reached deep underground, and the muddy passage became increasingly narrow. "Stop!" Qin, he raised his hand to stop the 4 behind him because he saw a stone door ahead. This was an ancient blue stone door, 1/3 of which was buried in the mud. The door had flying eaves and brackets, and the 2 large doors were half open, leaving a gap for people to pass through. On either side of the door were stone pillars carved with ancient dragon patterns and celestial symbols, clearly worn down by the erosive passage of time. Chapter 349. Brother, what's wrong? Sheng Fan couldn't help but ask. Qin, he said nothing and stepped into the cave, followed by Sheng Fan and the others. The 5 beams of strong light illuminated the long, snake-like skeletons on the ground, and the 4 were dumbfounded. Anyone seeing this scene would feel their scalp tingle, and Li Qianzong's teeth were even chattering. What is this?" Ji Fengzi murmured. How many people did this take? As they spoke, they lost their focus on their breathing techniques and suddenly felt a wave of suffocation, with goosebumps rising all over their bodies as a chill surged into their pores. Qini noticed their odd behavior and quickly shouted, "Sit cross-legged and circulate your energy." Li Tianzong began to sway. His skills were the weakest, and though he activated his breathing technique, he still couldn't withstand the chill. Qini dashed over, pressed his palm against his back, and a surge of spiritual energy flowed into him, causing Li Tianzong to shudder as warmth spread through his body, dispelling the cold. He didn't withdraw his spiritual energy, knowing that Li Tianzong was too weak. Without his protection, he might get hurt. Seeing his face beginning to flush, Qini said, "Don't go further in, just watch at the cave entrance. Chaptur Uchuzeli, Vigny, my weapon. Hurry." Seeing the circle of human bones shrinking, Sheng Fan knew that using his family's Tombi fist would be useless at this moment, so he shouted loudly to Qini. Just as Qini finished sealing that stone tablet, he heard Sheng Fan shout and hurry to the shelf to find the three-pronged, double-edged knife. With a thought, he took it out of the Chinkoan ring. As soon as it appeared, he saw a worried Sheng Fan and shouted, "Catch," and tossed the three-pronged, double-edged knife to him. After catching it, the 9 turns mysterious skill flowed through Sheng Fan's blood, and he naturally executed the first move. This move was like a flash of lightning. The three-pronged, double-edged knife, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, stabbed towards a skeleton's head. With a loud bang, starlight splattered, and the skull was only left with a deep crack from the knife, yet it didn't stop moving. Sheng Fan knew the knife's power. Even a casual strike could carve out a trench several meters wide and over 100 meters long in the desert. Yet the skeleton had only sustained a small crack. How could it be so hard? There was no time for him to think further. He executed the second move. Ji Fengzi saw that Sheng Fan's move didn't break the serpentine skeleton either, raised his big knife, and continued to slash at it. Chapter 351. Everyone heard Wang Ji shout and hurriedly ran over. At the corner of the giant stone, a long, bag-like black object reflected the scattered evening glow. As they approached, they realized it looked like a snake skin. This snake skin was as thick as an adult's waist, and its dark scales were like iron, varying from fine to coarse. They were likely looking at the tail end. The snake skin followed the back of the giant rock, landing on the grass and extending forward for another 20 or 30 meters. Qini squatted down and touched it. It was a skin shed by a giant python. With a snap, he broke off a piece of scale, which felt cool to the touch and quite heavy, with a faint burn mark on it. It seemed like he thought of something, staring blankly at the scale. Sheng Fan and the others noticed he had stopped talking and weren't sure if he had entered the Chinkoan ring or was pondering something. So they didn't disturb him and instead squatted down to study the python skin. Wang Ji also reached out to break off a piece of scale, connecting it with the sculpture in front of the wild boar's tree hole and the snake-shaped human bones in the cave, vaguely grasping something, and then fell into contemplation. Ji Fengzi and Sheng Fan watched for a while, and, seeing that the two were deep in thought, found it somewhat boring. So they lay down on the stone to rest, chatting quietly. Chapter 352. Qini bent down to pick up this string of prayer beads, which were somewhat heavy in his hand, each bead round and dark, about the size of a pinky nail, and he couldn't tell what material they were made of. Ji Fengzi took a look and, being completely unfamiliar with religion and uninterested in this item, handed it back to him. After receiving it, Qini examined it closely. There were exactly 81 beads. He was taken aback. This was not the kind used in Buddhism, as Buddhist prayer beads typically have 108 beads. The number 108 is quite special. Buddhism says there are 108 kinds of troubles in life, and by turning the beads daily, one can eliminate these 108 troubles, thus achieving a state of tranquility. The Monkey King can travel 108,000 miles in a single somersault. There are 108 constellations in the sky. There are 108 heroes in Liangshan. There are 108 named characters in Dream of the Red Chamber, 36 heavenly spirits, and 72 earthly demons, total 108. In a year, there are 12 months, 24 solar terms, and 72 climates, totaling 108. One cycle leads to another. Why is it 108? 108 is 12x9, where 9 is the most yang and 12 is the most yin, representing the extremes of yin and yang. Qini pondered for a moment before carefully examining the Buddha head on it. This Buddha head was 4 to 5 times the size of the beads, equally dark and glossy, and he couldn't tell what material it was made of. Chapter 353. The giant rock was tall, and Qin, standing on it, could see clearly. Originally filled with weeds, the valley surprisingly revealed ancient houses, dim, stone-paved streets, and a heavy atmosphere of gloom, with flickering ghostly lights appearing intermittently. An old woman with white hair was hunched over at the street corner, burning paper money. A gust of cold wind blew by, carrying ashes mixed with sparks swirling into the air, accompanied by faint sounds resembling a baby sobbing. On both sides of the street, there were scattered stalls, each displaying various rare and exotic treasures glowing faintly. In the shadows behind the stalls, vague figures could be seen, some floating in the air, others squatting at the stalls with their arms crossed. Groups of shadowy figures carrying lanterns walked slowly down the street, occasionally stopping to examine the items at the stalls. What? Is this the ghost market? Qin, he was extremely surprised. He didn't expect the ghost market he had been searching for to be right in this valley. He didn't call out to Sheng Fan and the others, instead walking to a corner of the giant rock, turning his back to the ghost market, relieving himself first before gently leaping down from the giant rock. He was not afraid of ghosts and gods. His curiosity led him into this street. The figures behind the stalls flickered unpredictably, and he couldn't be bothered to look, standing in front of a pile of items to examine them closely. Chapter 354. He looked down at the Chungying sword in his hand, recalling Wang Ji's envious expression when he saw Ji Fengzi put that big knife into his palm. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take it. Are you sure? Hu Tsuehua looked surprised. She thought he would be timid, but unexpectedly, he really dared to take it, which made her admire him a bit. Then she recalled the saying, "People die for wealth, birds die for food," and couldn't help but shake her head. "I want this sword," Qin said to the stall owner. The stall owner opened his parched mouth, letting out a strange, cackling laugh. Just as the laughter stopped, with a thud, the only dark front tooth in his mouth fell to the ground. He ignored his own tooth, and in a dry and harsh voice said, "This governor's house is haunted. You should drive that fellow away." "What?" Qin's jaw almost dropped in shock. "Big brother, who do you think you are? You are the ghost, okay? How can you say your house is haunted? What the hell? What's going on?" After the stall owner finished speaking, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and vanished in an instant. "Oh my, that was fast. You need to tell me where your house is." Qin shouted at the spot where he had disappeared. Hu Tsuehua couldn't help but giggle at his expression. Chapter 355. Qin found this result somewhat unexpected. He had always thought that this giant python had ascended to heaven, but he never imagined it had been killed during a tribulation. But there was only a python skin left on this giant rock. Where did its bones go? Qin asked in surprise. The python skin is too heavy. Ordinary people can't move it at all, so it has remained here all along. Hu Tsuehua turned and pointed behind her. Do you see that small lotus peak? The Taoist temple on top was built using the bones of Chang Laosan by the locals. It is said that the reason for converting it into a Taoist temple is to keep him from ever rising again. I see. Qin certainly knew there was a structure on the mountain peak in the distance. He had planned to go see in the morning, but didn't expect it to be built using the bones of Chang Laosan. This Chang Laosan could indeed be said to have received his just deserts. How could such an evil beast be allowed to become immortal? Who was this Taoist? Could it really be Yin Shi Lai? So he asked, "Do you know who the Taoist who killed him was?" Hu Tsuehua shook her head. After hundreds of years, no one knows who that Taoist really was. It's a mystery. Some say that the Taoist was a distant relative of the local villagers who, after leaving home for many years, returned to see such a tragic scene and took action to kill Chang Laosan. Chapter 356. Brother, where did you pick up a girl who sings opera? Sheng Fan asked cautiously. Singing opera? Qin was momentarily stunned, then looked at Hu Tsuehua and burst into laughter. She's dressed in clothes from 1,000 years ago, with wide sleeves and flowing robes. Doesn't she look just like someone on stage singing opera? You are the one who sings opera. Hu Tsuehua stood up, clapped her hands, and shot back at Sheng Fan. Sheng Fan muttered, I would like to sing, but the problem is, I sing too badly. Hu Tsuehua rolled her eyes at him. Qin quickly stood up and said, I'll find you a couple of modern outfits to change into. Otherwise, it's too eye-catching. I want to change. I'm used to it. Don't. The clothes I have here are all world-renowned brands, both expensive and beautiful. Really beautiful? The girl hesitated, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Qin nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at food. Hu Tsuehua's figure was similar to Sheng Fan's girlfriend, Xia Yi, both being petite and delicate. Fortunately, When he was in Hong Kong, he had bought some clothes, pants, and shoes for this body type, originally to give to Shang Fan as a gift for Xia Yi. He rummaged through the shelves for a while and came out of the Chinquan ring with some clothing. Chapter 357. Hurry. Take it out quickly. Wang Ji brandished a kitchen knife, blocking the way like a robber. Qin Yi laughed heartily, holding the Chungying sword with both hands. This sword, named Chungying, was a lucky find from last night. Brother Wang, do you like it? With a clang, the kitchen knife fell to the ground. Wang Ji took the sword with both hands, his hands trembling slightly. He had seen the name Chungying in an ancient book before, never expecting to possess it one day. Chungying? Is it really Chungying? His voice trembled. Qin Yi nodded, indicating him to draw it. The Chungying sword slid out of its sheath silently, a strong smell of blood wafting through the air. Wang Ji felt as if thousands of horses were galloping by his ears. The sound of metal clashing scared him into quickly sheathing the sword. Do you see the blade? Qin Yi asked him. Wang Ji shook his head in confusion. Didn't see it? Wang Ji forced a smile. I didn't have time to look. Damn it. He cursed in anger. Why don't you take a look? This sword has such a heavy aura of killing. It's overwhelming. I'm afraid I can't handle it. No worries. I'm here. Qin Yi comforted him. Hu Tsuehua then realized that Qin Yi had taken on this task for the sake of a friend, and stood there in a daze, unsure of what she was thinking. Chapter 358. Hu Tsuehua blushed. 3 years ago, Shang Fan and Wang Ji also read those two books, the Dao Jing and De Jing, so when Qin Yi got up, they all knelt down and bowed their heads. After they got up, Wang Ji pulled Ji Fengzi and bowed as well. After all, the two had abandoned martial arts to follow the Dao, and when they met the Sanqing, they had to pay their respects. The group wandered around the hall, finding nothing but dust, so they all walked out. Hu Tsuehua pointed towards a northern hillside, indicating that the Asia tomb was down there. Qin Yi looked down and saw dense vegetation at the foot of the mountain, with mountains on both sides resembling wings, and in the distance, a large river flowed slowly from west to east. His mood lifted. He couldn't help but praise. What a good place. Hidden in a tent are faint celestial bands flying, with deep protection. The master flourishes indeed, very good. Everyone streamed down the mountain, and due to the dense woods and lack of paths, Li Tianzong and Ji Fengzi wielded 2 machetes, clearing the way in front. Occasionally, they would come across a few fruit trees, but unfortunately, it was not the right season and the fruits were still green. Shang Fan, feeling greedy, plucked one and took a bite, but it was so sour that he spat it out repeatedly, making Hu Tsuehua giggle continuously. Soon they reached the bottom of the mountain, and before them lay a flat expanse, with a huge mound of earth about a kilometer away, overgrown with weeds. Chapter 359. From the edges of those tomb raider holes. The soil quality could tell that some of the holes were ancient, with their openings mostly buried by yellow earth. Others looked like they were excavated in modern times. With current technology, how could one not get in? Thinking of tomb raiding, he recalled Fei Yuanwu from Tianzhou. Strange, if this situation appeared in the Gobi Desert. It wouldn't be surprising, as that geographical environment is dry and rainless, leading to a high proportion of mummified corpses. But this is the border of the Greater Xing'an Range and Inner Mongolia, deep in these mountains, with distinct seasons. In winter, heavy snow seals the mountains at temperatures below -40 degrees. Although summer is short, the highest temperature still reaches over 30 degrees. Autumn often brings heavy rains. Archaeologically, it is said that corpses dry up in 1,000 years, are wet for 10,000 years, and in a half-dry, half-wet state they last only 6 months. In such a natural environment, within a year, any body would rot, and within 2 years, it would turn to a pile of bones. But why are these corpses so strange? Even if, as Hu Tsuehua said, these people had their 3 souls taken and 7 spirits scared away, how could their bodies not decay? He stood up and used the method of seeking dragons and finding spots from Chimanduanjia to observe the surroundings. Chapter 360. In the distance, when Shang Fan and the others saw the 2 people hold hands and then disappear, Wang Ji laughed. This kid never forgets to woo girls. Ji Fengzi's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Hey, Brother Wang, you're doing great. It's only been a few days, and you've learned the term wooing girls. Shang Fan teased. Wang Ji laughed heartily, but behind him, Li Tianzong had a somewhat unpleasant expression. He was becoming more anxious. Knowing his skills were too poor, if this continued, he would be a burden wherever they went. Although Qin Yi hadn't singled him out, he understood that his poor skills would only hinder them, So he began to wonder if he shouldn't have come along. Even though he knew Qin Yi brought him along to help him improve, it seemed he was still too far behind. No matter what, he had to improve his abilities and practice diligently. Brothers, since we have time, could you please give me some guidance? Li Tianzong respectfully asked the three of them. The four sat cross-legged on the earth mound, each sharing their insights with Li Tianzong, who listened earnestly, and before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. Chapter 361. Under Ji Fengzi's black broadsword was Sheng Fan's three-pronged double-edged sword. Seeing his blow blocked, Ji Fengzi smiled strangely and turned to slash at Sheng Fan. Sheng Fan dared not channel his internal energy into his weapon, so he could only occasionally defend and then run around the earth mound in a sorry state. The rain poured down and thunder rolled above, occasionally illuminating the sky like daylight with a flash of lightning. Brother Ji, I'm going to make a move. Sheng Fan pressed too tightly, his legs sore from running, still worried about Li Tianzong in the distant jungle, saw Ji Fengzi press forward again, gritted his teeth, and shouted, Sheng Fan, make your move. Wang Ji, on the earth mound, knew that Sheng Fan had always been yielding to Ji Fengzi, but if this continued, both could be killed by him. So he resolutely shouted, Good. Sheng Fan shouted, channeling his internal energy into the three-pronged double-edged sword. The first move of the 9 turns Xiangong poured down like a torrential rain, with knife lights flashing towards Ji Fengzi like lightning. Sheng Fan's moves had become old and could not be stopped. He thought Ji Fengzi would be injured, but unexpectedly, Ji Fengzi didn't bend his legs at all and leaped high, dodging all his attacks. Chapter 362. After Hu Laosan finished speaking, he exerted more force. And Hu Tsuehua felt that the pressure suddenly increased, as if another mountain had been added, her strong and beautiful legs completely sinking into the mud. Qin Yi wiped the rainwater from his face, still looking nonchalant, and teased. At first, I asked you to change your clothes, and you were reluctant. Look at you now. If you were still wearing that long skirt, how could you have the convenience of jeans? Hu Tsuehua was speechless. How could he still have the leisure to say this at such a time? Hu Laosan, the people in the Tomb Raider holes were all killed, right? Qin Yi raised his chin at him. That's right. If it weren't for refining their 3 souls, how could I gather my 3 souls again? Hu Laosan chuckled eerily. Is the skin your friend? Qin Yi nodded. Indeed imposing. Dominant. I like it. Ha ha ha. Hu Laosan laughed proudly. I'll use it in the future. Qin Yi, you all hurry and leave. You can't let go of me. Run quickly. Hu Tsuehua, seeing Qin Yi so calm, became even more anxious. Although Chang Laosan used evil methods to restore his 3 souls, and his power has greatly increased, he did not dare to let go of the large knife at this moment. If Qin Yi and the others managed to escape now, there would still be a glimmer of hope. Chapter 363. The two were too close together, and Chang Laosan did not expect Qin Yi to have such means. The large dragon knocked him high into the air, causing the beads in his hand to fall. Qin Yi leaped high, caught the beads in his hand without hesitation, jumped in front of Chang Laosan, and raised the beads to strike. Ah, ah, ah. 3 screams echoed, and Chang Laosan's 3 souls were beaten out. Ji Fengzi's body lay on the ground like a wooden post, motionless. Seeing that Chang Laosan's 3 souls had already emerged, Hu Tsuehua's mind moved, and a light purple whip appeared out of thin air in her hand. She threw it into the air and shouted, The soul flies away. Immediately after, there were several loud bangs in the air, and the air rippled as the rain in that area became chaotic. Several overlapping screams continued to ring out, and the light purple whip seemed to be held by someone, changing positions in the air, striking repeatedly for over a dozen times. The screams gradually faded, and the ripples in the air slowly calmed down. Whoosh! The whip returned to Hu Tsuehua's hand, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Chapter 364. Qin Yi and Hu Tsuehua held hands and sank underground. After walking a few steps, they found themselves in a secret passage. The passage was very low, less than a meter high. Qin Yi thought for a moment he couldn't just have a beautiful woman crawl in there with him, right? So he elegantly held Hu Tsuehua's hand, with his upper body in the ground and his lower body walking in the secret passage. He turned around to look at the huge stone blocking the exit, filled with doubts. Did those craftsmen block the exit with the giant stone after going out? Or did they never go out at all? Puffed. He felt like he kicked something and quickly looked down. He saw a deep yellow skull kicked out from the thick dust on the ground of the secret passage. Maybe he kicked it too hard, and the skull's jaw had already shattered. He quickly stopped, using his X-ray vision to look down, and couldn't help but gasp in shock, frozen on the spot. The passage sloped downward, and the thick dust on the ground was filled with countless bones, so many that he couldn't even count them. When he was on the seal mound, he only saw the secret passage, but did not look deeper. So it wasn't until just now, when he kicked out a skull, that he discovered these remains. Chapter 365. Otto's head returned to its original form, and his body was pressed against the stone wall in midair. When Qin Yi's purple-gold flute swung over, he trembled all over, knowing that if he came into contact, this wisp of soul would be shattered. He was filled with sorrow and anger, realizing he had truly invited a wolf into the house. He intended to take out the family heirloom, the Chungying sword, to have this person drive away the vengeful spirit. But unexpectedly, this person was so greedy that he took away the blood spirit mushroom from the coffin and even wanted to take his jade. That blood spirit mushroom absorbed his flesh and blood to grow, and it was connected to his mind. He felt empty and uncomfortable when it was picked earlier. Over the years, no outsiders had entered his home, and while this was partly thanks to that vengeful spirit, he had also been tormented by it. He thought again. If that vengeful spirit was driven away, his tomb would likely be robbed, and then those ancient jades would sooner or later fall into the hands of tomb raiders. In fact, he had been conflicted for a long time about whether to drive away that wisp of vengeful spirit. If not driven away, he would eventually be tormented to death, but if he did, who would stop those tomb raiders? Just a few days ago, the guarding souls of his side concubines had been devoured, so he made a firm decision. Even if the tomb was robbed, he had to quickly drive this guy away. Chapter 366. Hua did not expect such a result. Since she had already agreed to this matter, it couldn't just end like this. She quickly said, "Seventh Master, can you think of a way to make some concessions?" Bai Wuchang glanced at He Wuchang, who seemed to ignore his gaze and was staring at Qin Yi. Seeing that He Wuchang had no reaction, Bai Wuchang muttered, "What's wrong with old Fan today? The cooperation isn't good." He chuckled, "No, we don't have that authority." Hua knew this guy was just being perfunctory, but her relationship with them wasn't deep. This time, it was better to call Nyoto and Mei Mian over. Those two were honest and much easier to talk to than these two. "You are so black." He Wuchang suddenly pointed at Qin Yi. Qin Yi glared at him, and He Wuchang quickly shut his mouth, recalling the rumors about his descent. "Brother Fan, can you make an exception?" Qin Yi said with a smile, addressing He Wuchang. In the hall, Hua, Otto, and Bai Wuchang were all stunned, not expecting him to know He Wuchang. When He Wuchang heard him call him Brother Fan, his black face turned red, mumbling, he. Chapter 367. After Qin Yi finished speaking, the others were also speechless, thinking this was too absurd. Black and White Wuchang had come out. Although Qin Yi did not mention the origins of his relationship with He Wuchang, everyone still found it hard to believe. Sheng Fan grinned. "You must have been scared out of your wits after going down, so you made up these stories to save face." Slap. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yi slapped him on the back of the neck. Sheng Fan nearly swerved off the highway in shock and shouted angrily, "Can we change the place from now on?" "No." The car kept moving, and the four of them took turns resting. 3 days later, one evening, the muddy monkey-like Lu Sun drove into Jizhou City. Just as they entered Jizhou, the phone rang. Qin Yi picked it up to see an unfamiliar number, and it wasn't even a landline in Jizhou. After thinking for a moment, he still answered. "Hello, Qin Yi, it's Sun Jing." On the other end of the line came the voice of Sun Haoren's father, Sun Jing. Qin Yi's heart tightened. What could be so important that the boss of Hebei Road personally called? Did something happen to Sun Haoren? "Uncle Sun, is there something wrong with Haoren?" His tone revealed a hint of urgency. Chapter 368. Sun Haoren was very happy to hear he was back and wanted to talk about the matter with Zhao Fatty from Chang'an. Qin Yi said, "Brother Sun, I want to ask you for a favor." Qin Yi said this very solemnly, cutting off Sun Haoren's words. Sun Haoren rarely saw him so formal, feeling puzzled. "Go ahead. Tianzong has been following me for so long, and you know my whereabouts are unpredictable, and I can never settle down. This time he got a little injured, and I want him to follow you when he heals. Is that okay?" Sun Haoren was somewhat worried about Tianzong getting injured. "No problem. He'll be back to bouncing around in a few days." That's good. That's good." He felt relieved and, upon hearing this matter, started laughing. "You brat. I told you 3 years ago, and you still won't let him go." "No problem. I'm just too busy here, and I don't have many trustworthy people under me. When he comes, I'll first give him a company to be the CEO and slowly transfer him back to the group. Don't pull the seedlings to help them grow. Let's see what he's interested in and cultivate him from the ground up." Qin Yi quickly rejected the suggestion. Although Li Tianzong had trained in society for a few years, he had never done proper work, so it was better to progress gradually. Chapter 369. Qin Yi opened the small door of the alchemy furnace, which was empty except for a lingering exotic fragrance. Without needing to smell closely, he knew it was, just like last time, a Zhuanalong mud pill. He looked up, seeing the swirling clouds above. What was up there? Why were both pills he had refined for the second time used by demon beasts during their tribulations? Looking at the temperature of the furnace, it seemed to have just been used recently. Time flowed very slowly within this bagua space. If he hadn't taken that nap, he would have caught up. Leftover food. Qin Yi shouted to Sheng Fan. Sheng Fan quickly ran over, asking, "What's wrong, bro?" Ving Yi pointed upwards. This furnace has just refined a pill, and the person has already left. They must have come down from above. When I refine the pill later, you three must keep a lookout above. Wang Ji and Ji Fengzi also came over, and upon hearing Qin Yi, they all looked up. This bagua space was pitch black. If it weren't for their strong flashlights, they wouldn't be able to see anything. With 3 beams of light shining upwards, they could finally see the clouds dozens of meters above. Have you been up to take a look? Wang Ji asked him. Qin Yi nodded. I encountered a wall when I climbed halfway and couldn't get up. Chapter 370. The 4 of them played around for a while before coming out of the Qiankuan ring. Once outside, they heard Li Tianzong snoring. Sheng Fan stepped forward and pinched his nose, waking Li Tianzong, who quickly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Qin Yi laughed and scolded. You were supposed to keep an eye on us. If someone came and carried us away, you wouldn't even know. Li Tianzong awkwardly explained. I just fell asleep. Isn't it almost dawn? After saying this, he reached out to pull the curtain aside and looked outside, where it indeed showed signs of dawn. Wang Ji exclaimed, How long have we been in there? Li Tianzong glanced at his watch. Over 4 hours. Qin Yi already knew that time in the bagua space was different from outside, so he wasn't surprised. When the 3 of them heard Li Tianzong's words, they all opened their mouths wide. What? That's impossible. I feel like it's been over 20 hours. I am starving. Sheng Fan looked puzzled. Wang Ji thought for a moment and said, Could it be that time is inconsistent? Qin Yi nodded. Wang Ji's head was indeed useful. Ji Fengzi didn't care about this, shaking his bearded head and mumbling, I'm so tired. I'm going back to sleep. Chapter 371. Qin Yi pushed open the double doors of the tea house and was about to walk in when he heard a commotion behind him. Turning around, he saw 2 more wheelchairs coming, followed by a group of people. Can I cure any illness? How did it come to this with post-stroke sequelae? Qin Yi couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Hey, young man, are you Dr. Qin? A plump middle-aged woman shouted. Her voice was loud enough that many passers-by heard it clearly. An elderly lady stopped in her tracks. Oh, isn't this the little immortal? I thought you were missing. Qin Yi recognized her. She was the aunt who lost her household registration a few years ago, and he waved to greet her. The elderly lady walked over energetically, laughing. Where have you been? People often come to the labor park looking for you these past few years. Qin Yi smiled. I just returned from a long trip. Are you here to drink tea? The elderly lady asked. No, I own this tea house. Really? I remember you mentioning that. I'm so happy. Do you still do fortune-telling? Chapter 372. Qin Yi didn't stand up. He glanced at young Master Zheng, seeing a hint of a sinister smile on his otherwise sullen face. He had long suspected Zheng was behind this. This kid had made progress, even setting up a trap. First, he brought a fake patient to humiliate him. Then, these people came to investigate him. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it. He wasn't afraid of these matters. I am. He didn't stand up, but sat there and waved his hand towards the people at the door. Young Master Zheng pretended to be unconcerned and took a few steps back, while the guy in sunglasses behind him helped the other sunglasses-wearing man up. The short, fat man from the health bureau saw that Qin Yi hadn't stood up, and his face darkened even more as he quickly walked over. You, show me your business license and health certificate. He pointed at Qin Yi. Lily, bring him what he wants. Qin Yi turned his head and instructed Lu Lily. Okay. Lu Lily replied, turning and running to the service desk. The short, fat man took the business license copy from Lu Lily, glanced at it, and casually tossed it on the table. What about the health certificate? Lu Lily handed it to him again. Chapter 373. Sheng Fan chuckled. What are you doing? Kicking you. Before he finished speaking, the short, fat man felt a tremendous force hit him, and then his face felt a fiery pain as he was kicked away like a ball. His scream arched through the air, the sound fading from loud to soft, a perfect surround sound. With a loud thud, he crashed at the entrance. Everyone in the room gasped. No one expected this round-faced little guy to act so quickly and to kick this short, fat man away with one kick. The Health Bureau official named Zhao turned pale, secretly regretting coming to this banquet and agreeing to old Liang's request, thinking it was a bad idea to get involved in this mess. A group of young people who had come with him saw Liang Kachang get hit and rushed over. Sheng Fan glanced at Qin Yi, who remained silent with a cold expression. He understood it was time to take action. Ji Fengzi grinned widely, raising his oversized fist to charge forward. Neither of them dared to use too much strength, or else they could crush these people's heads. Especially Sheng Fan, who didn't dare use any internal power for fear of accidentally poisoning one or two of them. That would be a huge problem. Chapter 374. Everyone in the room heard the sound of the door opening and turned their heads to look. The short, fat man saw his savior come and shouted, Director Zhang, save me. A plump man in a Health Bureau uniform glanced at him and cursed. Liang Yuliang, can't you use your brain? After cursing, he smiled broadly and walked towards Qin Yi, stretching out his hand from a distance. You must be Mr. Qin. My name is Zhang Haisong. Qin Yi placed the needle on the table without looking at him, not extending his hand, and expressionlessly said, Since you're from the Health Bureau, take your people away. Director Zhang awkwardly lowered his hand, wanting to say more, but seeing Qin Yi no longer looking at him, he could only turn around and yell at the few people from the Health Bureau. What are you looking at? Get back quickly. He secretly cursed his bad luck, having intended to please Jiangnan's #1 young master, only to step on a steel plate. The big leader in charge of himself just now had a nose that wasn't a nose and a face that wasn't a face, scolding himself like a dog. I don't know what kind of background this Qin has, how he offended young Master Zhang, and why so many supervisory departments took action without touching him at all. In Chapter 375, too lazy to wait for this guy to finish speaking, Qin Yi's eyes shot out 2 strands of spiritual energy, sealing his 6 senses, a method exactly the same as when dealing with by Xiaobai back then. Everyone saw this young man with gold-rimmed glasses standing there, his mouth open, a droplet of crystal-clear saliva flowing down. The 2 muscular men in sunglasses were a bit dazed, seeing their master on the verge of collapse. They quickly reached out to support him. Young Master Zhang, what's wrong with you? The 2 shouted desperately. Qin Yi chuckled and said, Stop shaking him, or he'll shaken to pieces. Sheng Fan had seen him deal with by Xiaobai a few years ago, knowing it was the same routine, and also laughed, thinking that this guy probably wanted to ride in a grand sedan again. Go back and tell his father, if he wants him to wake up, he should come personally to apologize to me. After finishing, Qin Yi waved his hand, shooing them away like dogs. The 2 men in sunglasses dared not say anything further and quickly helped young Master Zhang away. More than an hour later, Qin Yi finally finished with the 2 wheelchair users, leaving only a few people in the hall. A not very tall young bald man stepped forward and greeted Li Tianzong. Brother Tiger, you're here. In Chapter 376, Qin Yi smiled awkwardly. Your head isn't working well. Just say it quickly. 68 billion. Damn, Qin Yi exclaimed in surprise, then started counting on his fingers. 166 divided by 3 equals. What is it? Zhao Fatty helplessly rolled his eyes at him. Don't calculate anymore. After deducting some expenses, the 3 of us can each get 5 billion. Oh my awesome. Where's the money? Can I still pull it in? Zhao Fatty was helpless, thinking sometimes this guy was as shrewd as a little fox, and other times he acted like an idiot. Don't worry. This money will be transferred back in multiple installments from abroad. I've already transferred a sum to you. Didn't you receive the text message? Upon hearing this, Qin Yi quickly took out his phone, found a pile of unread messages, scrolled down, and indeed found a bank message. Incoming transfer of 200 million. He grinned foolishly, thinking, this time, I have money again. The $20 million that Huasian compensated me is still unusable if not exchanged. When looking for blood spirit mushrooms, buying those 2 land cruisers meant he had to modify them, and his account was almost empty. He scrolled again and found another message. Incoming transfer of 50 million, probably from Zhao Fatty selling jade raw stones. In Chapter 377, after Sheng Fan and the others went to sleep, Qin Yi pulled Li Tianzong and Sun Hao into his room to chat until dawn broke. After this heart-to-heart conversation, Li Tianzong understood Qin Yi's intentions and realized he wasn't sent out to beg for food. Sun Hao genuinely wanted him to go. He felt much better. filled with fighting spirit and strength. Sun Howren lay beside Qin Yi and asked, "Now that you've sent these friends out, what are you thinking?" "I didn't think that much. Can't have them hanging around in the tea house every day, right? It's good for them to go out and see the world." After saying this, he reached out to turn off the light. "What about Shang Fan?" Previously, his biggest dream was to find his dad. "During my 3 years of disappearance, he first went to the Sahara to find me, then to Jiangnan Road to find his dad. Now he doesn't mention it, but I feel he wants to give up. But he also needs to have a livelihood. It's fine to look for his dad in his spare time." Qin sat up and asked, "Brother Sun, do you have any good suggestions?" Shang Fan and Xia Yi had been together for so long, and since Xia Yi's family conditions were good, if Shang Fan kept drifting like this, it wouldn't be a good thing, and he was a bit anxious. In Chapter 378, the hospital corridor was crowded, with some heads from Jizhou and a dozen middle-aged people in formal attire. Elder Jiang came out of the ward with a long face. "Have you all eaten and have nothing else to do? Come here to play?" The local officials felt awkward, and two bold ones quickly said some auspicious words before leaving in a hurry. Those in formal attire, seeing their positions, probably hadn't escaped scolding before. Each of them had a grin on their faces, not taking Elder Jiang's scolding seriously, and they all said some auspicious words. Elder Jiang's eyes widened in anger as they laughed and left. Jiang Lai got into Qin Yi's car, and as they drove north to the suburbs, he felt a bit anxious. Although they weren't going to Jiang Lai's house, it was his first visit, and going empty-handed always felt wrong. Jiang Lai noticed his nervousness and smiled. "My grandpa is getting more childlike as he ages. If you bring something precious, he might be unhappy." Qin Yi recalled the wild boar meat in the Chinquan ring, which would be a great supplement for the old man. "Don't worry, I have preparations." Thinking of this, he grinned. Jiang Lai looked back at the empty back seat, wondering what this guy's preparations were. In Chapter 379, bang, 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 the car's airbags all deployed. The incident happened too suddenly. Although Qin Yi had spiritual energy protecting him, he still felt a severe pain in his internal organs from the explosive sound. This vibration made him feel suffocated, and then his head hit the car roof with a bang, causing him to feel dizzy. In midair, he realized he was under attack. It seemed that drinking and love could dull one's senses, as he hadn't foreseen the danger. He kicked his feet and dove out through the car roof. Below him, dust, concrete blocks, and flames were soaring everywhere. The black Hummer was blown high into the air and seemed to pause momentarily before rapidly falling. Just at that moment when the vehicle was still, Qin Yi lightly tapped the roof with his toes, and his body shot back up into the air. This was a two-lane cement road flanked by pine forests, leading only to the forest park, so there were no other vehicles around at this time. Two people were crouching in the pine forest, one round and the other thin and small, both staring wide-eyed at Qin Yi soaring through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea. In Chapter 380, when Qin Yi left the next day, it was Jiang Lai who drove him. After exiting the forest park and passing the site of the incident from last night, he was surprised to find that everything had returned to normal. The night raid seemed like a dream. Not only were the pits filled, but even the cement road above had returned to normal, and the scrapped Hummer had disappeared without a trace. Jiang Lai noticed the surprise in his eyes and smiled. "Cement dries quickly. When my grandpa opens his mouth, these local people will definitely act fast." Upon arriving at the tea house, she didn't go up. Leaving Qin Yi to head to the law firm for work. Qin Yi saw many cars parked in front of the door, which puzzled him. He also noticed another Land Cruiser parked in front of the tea house, knowing Shang Fan was home, and pushed the door open to walk in. As soon as the door opened, it startled him. The tea house hall was filled with customers, with more than 10 wheelchairs. Someone saw him come in and shouted loudly, "Dr. Qin is back." The originally noisy hall fell silent. Then, with a buzzing sound, everyone rushed over. "Dr. Qin, you're here. Please take a look at my dad." "Divine Doctor, can you see if my old partner can still be treated?" Chapter 381. Qin Yi asked Shang Fan to study the real name system at home, and drove away in the Land Cruiser amid his resentful gaze. The Hummer was scrapped, and that impressive license plate number B99999 was still idle. He gifted Li Tianzong a Land Cruiser, but the remaining car was really not enough. He would have to buy another one when he returned from Weizhou. Jiang Lai mentioned that the insurance company seemed to have some compensation, but he didn't care about that little money. He set off after lunch, and just as he was leaving, Zhao Fatty came over with Xiao Bai. During this time, Xiao Bai and Old Turtle had often exchanged insights and got along quite well. Qin Yi was driving on the Changji Expressway. He rolled down the window, and the wind blew the ash from his cigarette at the corner of his mouth, making it fly around the car. The fields on both sides of the road were lush green, but his mood was not pleasant. 2 days ago, Sun Howard returned his call, informing him that Song Li and Ma Wu had escaped from prison last month in Liangzhou and were currently wanted. Song Li must hate him to the bone. Since he hadn't been harmed in the slightest this time, he would definitely not give up. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. He had to be on guard at all times. In fact, he didn't really consider Song Li and Ma Wu as enemies. It wasn't a matter of being worthy or not, but rather that he found it uninteresting. Chapter 382. Sun Howard's office was quite spacious, over 200 square meters, divided into 2 areas by lush green plants. First was the reception area, and further inside was the office area. Qin had seen a lot, whether it was his first visit to Yang Wenxuan's house, the Daming Palace in Chang'an, Ying Qi's study, or Old Zhang's study. But compared to what was before him, they all seemed several levels lower. Brother, this isn't just luxury, it's simply too extravagant. Qin Yi's eyes sparkled with envy. He previously thought his tea house was quite nice, but compared to this place, it was like a doghouse. You're not short of money either. Sun Howard pulled him sit at a huge solid wood tea table and pressed a button, activating the automatic water boiling machine. You could buy a building in Jizhou. It's just a drop in the bucket. You can decorate it however you want. Qin Yi pouted. You have a physical entity and have been operating for so many years. What would I do with a whole building? Open a hospital? Now individuals can open hospitals. I'll help you with the paperwork. Oh my, just forget it. These days, treating patients has nearly exhausted me. And you want me to run a hospital? Upon hearing the word hospital, Qin Yi's face almost twitched into a bun. Chapter 383. Sun Howard must have given prior instructions, so he didn't need to go out to greet them. Li Tianzong walked directly into the office. He was as tall as Qin Yi, but more robust, with very short hair, standing upright, thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking like a successful person in a dark blue, perfectly tailored suit. Huh. Li Tianzong laughed heartily and hugged Qin Yi. I missed you guys after just a few days. How's it going? Looks like you're dressed for the CEO role. Qin Yi teased. Li Tianzong shook his head somewhat shyly. I asked him to be the general manager of my real estate company, but he refused, insisting on sitting in the office for a while first. Old Du is getting older. He's been with me for over 10 years and has been talking about retirement. So I wanted Tianzong to take over. Li Tianzong chuckled. No way. I don't understand anything. Once I got in the office, I realized I'm even worse than an idiot when it comes to company operations. If I really sat in that position, my butt would burn. Qin Yi secretly nodded. Tianzong was right. Only by taking one step at a time could one walk well and steadily. After chatting about Li Tianzong's work for a while, Sun Howard thought for a moment and made a phone call. Chapter 384. As Li Tianzong exited the hotel, he saw a fair-haired girl sitting on the curb directly opposite the entrance. In the night, it was hard to see her face clearly, but she was looking up. He had been busy with 2 drunkards earlier and hadn't noticed the girl. Now he found it a bit strange. After all, it was already midnight. And wandering outside at this hour, was she doing something? Although the night was hazy, the girl's outline was quite delicate, and he felt it was a pity that she would do that. Opening his Land Cruiser, he fished out the phone that had fallen out and locked the door behind him. Qin Yi and Sun Howard knew their drinking capacity, so they didn't drive their own cars. As he walked back, he noticed that the girl had stood up. She was wearing a black professional outfit and was about to cross the road with her back to him. Li Tianzong looked closely this time. Although it was just her back, he could tell from her outfit that he had misunderstood. The girl probably hadn't gone home after work, or else she wouldn't be out in such work attire. Suddenly, a loud and harsh honking sound came from a dump truck speeding by. The driver must have seen the girl, but the truck was too heavy to stop in time, so he was desperately honking the horn. Chapter 385. The girl at the hotel service desk was a chubby girl with a round face. When they entered, she was trimming her nails. Upon hearing that they were looking for someone, she shook her head repeatedly. Miss, that's personal privacy. We can't disclose that. Mi Beibei mentioned the person's name and pleaded with tears, but the chubby girl remained firm and wouldn't tell. Li Tianzong grew anxious. If it were a man, he would have acted long ago. Slap. 500 yuan bills were slapped on the service desk, and Li Tianzong said in a deep voice, "Tell me, this money is yours." The chubby girl was startled by his tone and timidly glanced at him, still shaking her head resolutely. Slap. This time, he slapped down more than 1,000 yuan. The chubby girl quickly glanced at the computer for 103, but don't say I told you, okay? Li Tianzong nodded and grabbed Mi Beibei, heading for the elevator. The chubby girl hurriedly collected the money on the counter. Great, the front desk camera had been malfunctioning for a while, and this was unexpected windfall. Hopefully, these two wouldn't make too much noise. She had been working at this hotel for 2 years. She had seen a lot of such things. That pretty girl earlier was clearly there to catch someone cheating, and that fierce-looking man was probably her brother. Chapter 386. What do your parents do? Li Tianzong casually chatted. My dad was in good health before, so he worked as a laborer on construction sites, earning about 20 to 30 yuan a day. Later, he hurt his back and could no longer do heavy work, so for the past 2 years, he and my mom have been selling pancakes. Pancakes? I love them. How's business? Mi Bebe smiled brightly. Pretty good. They can save at least 1,000 yuan a month. Li Tianzong felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. He pulled out a cigarette and was about to light it when he remembered the girl beside him. He wanted to ask, but Mi Bebe smiled and said, "Go ahead. My dad and I." She was about to mention a name, but recalled a sad memory, paused for a moment, then smiled broadly. "Go ahead." Men love to smoke. The car stopped in front of a dilapidated building. Li Tianzong got out, and Mi Bebe jumped out as well, laughing. "What kind of car is this? It's almost as high as a bus." Li Tianzong chuckled, but didn't respond. The two walked silently forward until they reached the entrance of the building. Mi Bebe said, "Big brother, what's your name?" "I haven't asked yet." "Li Tianzong." "Nice name." Tianzong means talent. Jean Bebe's mood visibly brightened. "Thank you, Brother Li. My home is on the 2nd floor. You can go back now." Chapter 387. The three of them arrived at the conference room door just as a group of leaders was exiting. Many people inside the conference room were busy moving tables and chairs, likely to rearrange them for the competition venue. "Howren, you're here too?" Among the group of leaders, a man in his 50s, short and plump with a face like a laughing Buddha, wearing frameless glasses, was at the forefront. "Uncle Tang, your speech was truly impressive. It resonated with me deeply." Son Howren laughed, flattering him while extending his hand for a shake. The man laughed heartily and playfully poked him in the chest. "You little rascal, are you sleepy?" "Of course not. It's been a long time since I've heard a leader speak. How can I not show respect?" After finishing, Sun Howren turned to introduce Qin Yi to him. "Qin Yi, this is Uncle Tang Ming. He oversees our cultural affairs in Hebei province and is a famous literary star. You must flatter him well." Tang Ming waved his hand dismissively, his flower-like smile revealing a helpless expression. "Qin Yi, not bad, not bad." After shaking hands with Qin Yi, he didn't say much. After all, he had his status to consider, and Qin Yi was there for the competition. Saying too much might lead others to speculate on his intentions. Chapter 388. In less than half an hour, news spread throughout the venue that the first son of Hebei province had arrived with his team for the competition. Everyone was discussing it privately, like the calm before a storm, with undercurrents already stirring. When Sun Howren entered the venue with Qin Yi and Li Yunfeng, he saw many tables had been combined, covered with white felt pads, while some staff members were distributing pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. As the three stepped into the venue, all eyes turned towards them. Sun Howren walked in nonchalantly, without glancing aside. Qin Yi and Li Yunfeng felt those gazes were like knives cutting them to shreds. 2 middle-aged women and a young girl were placing nameplates on the tables, while people around them started to find their designated spots. Li Yunfeng spotted his place and quickly greeted Qin Yi before rushing over. "Qin Yi, over here," Sun Howren called out, standing on tiptoe. Qin Yi hurried over. Sun Howren stood in the middle of the venue, with Qin Yi's nameplate on the table beside him. At the podium, a capable-looking woman with short hair held a microphone and briefly explained the precautions and rules of the competition. Chapter 389. Mei Feizhong stepped forward slowly, opening his mouth to recite, 10 years of life and death, too hazy, not thinking it's hard to forget. A lonely grave 1,000 miles away. No place to speak of sorrow. Even if we meet, we may not recognize each other. Dusty faces, hair like frost. At night, a dream suddenly returns home. A small window, just dressing up, looking at each other in silence. Only tears flowing like 1,000 lines. I expect the yearly heart-wrenching place, on a bright moon night, at the short pine ridge. The old man's voice was hoarse, and when he reached the last line about the short pine ridge, he was already choked with emotion. Tears streaming down his face. He thought of his deceased wife. Just as the poem said, after more than 20 years apart, if they were to meet, they might not recognize each other, for the living had long been covered in dust and their hair frosted. Tang Ming feared the old man would cry too hard. Quickly stepped forward to support him. Mei Feizhong's granddaughter also hurried over to hold his arm. Sun Howren turned away from the swollen eyes. surprised to see that over 100 people in the competition venue had gathered in layers. Those closest to the table, like him, had red eyes and tears on their faces. A fat man even began to cry out loud, shouting, Mom, I miss you so much. Damn it, this poem is clearly written for lovers, right? This fat guy's emotions are a bit too rich. Chapter 390. Damn. Tang Ming wanted to cry, but had no tears. For a piece of calligraphy, this old man had even brought out his teacher's wife. Qin Xiaoyu, may I gift this piece of calligraphy to the old man? Mei Feizhong bowed his hands to Qin Yi. Qin Yi laughed heartily, picked up the brush, and wrote in front, for Mei Feizhong to appreciate, and below his name. He added the words, respectfully written. Seeing that both the upper and lower titles used respectful language, Mei Feizhong felt ashamed. Earlier, his speech at the podium had not received a single sarcastic remark from Qin Yi. Such magnanimity was indeed extraordinary. When Qin Yi and Sun Haoran left the cultural center, they were truly basking in glory, with everyone lining the sides to applaud and send them off. As they reached the door, Qin Yi spotted Li Yunfeng hiding in the crowd and quickly walked over. Brother Li, let's drink together tonight. Give me your phone number. Li Yunfeng was surprised and delighted that Qin Yi was giving him face, quickly took out a business card and handed it to him. After Qin Yi took it, he patted him on the shoulder and left with Sun Haoran. Li Yunfeng waved goodbye to them amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. Not familiar with the route, Qin Yi let Sun Haoran drive, and they headed toward Haoran Group. All right, brother, I have to admit defeat. Sun Haoran's smile never faded, continuously praising him. Chapter 391. The four of them drank 4 bottles of Matai and a case of beer. Qin Yi had shone brightly today, so he was naturally happy. Sun Haoran felt that Qin Yi had brought him honor today, so he drank even more. Li Yunfeng, who was drinking with the first son of Hebei Province, did not dare to hold back and was the first to slip under the table. As expected, it was Li Tianzong who took them home. Li Yunfeng had driven there, but in his current state, he was in no condition to drive, so he could only leave the car there and have Li Tianzong take him home. By the time Li Tianzong helped the 2 drunkards back to the hotel, it was already late at night. Just like the previous night, he helped the 2 drunks out of their clothes, covered them with a thin blanket, worked up a sweat, and then went out to the terrace to smoke. Looking at the streetlights outside, Li Tianzong thought of the girl from last night, the one named Mi Bei Bei. He put on his shoes and strolled downstairs. Stepping out of the hotel, he found the streetlight illuminating an empty road. He sat on the curb for a while, right where Mi Bei Bei had sat last night. The next morning at 9, Qin Yi woke up first and saw that there was xiaobizhou, millet porridge, tea, eggs, and pickles on the windowsill. He knew it must have been Li Tianzong who went out to buy it in the morning. Chapter 392. Actually, Song Li had already lost his fighting spirit. He knew that his skills were like child's play in Qin Yi's eyes, especially after seeing his invisibility technique, which made him understand this even more. Qin Yi took out a cigarette and lit one for himself. He leaned against the windowsill, exhaling a puff of smoke as if trying to release the little frustration inside him. He said softly, after this matter, I've actually been regretting agreeing to be an undercover agent for them. Ma Wu stared at him, his eyes flashing with fierce anger. Song Li helplessly withdrew his power, said nothing, and showed no expression. Qin Yi looked desolate and did not look at the 2 of them. He lit his cigarette and continued to speak to himself. They say a man should know what to do and what not to do. I never consider myself noble. I just felt that the old lady's death was somewhat distressing. The 2 felt a wave of melancholy. Qin Yi talked about rescuing Fei Yuanwu from the tomb entrance, all the way to the old lady's suicide. Today, when speaking with the 2 brothers, there was no other intention, just to vent his feelings. If you 2 want to kill me, I won't blame you, I understand. It's just a pity that I can't die yet, because I still have my responsibilities. Chapter 393. Fat 3 quickly approached. Mr. Qian, why are you so upset again? Come, have a glass of water. A slightly plump middle-aged man walked in with big strides, his already sparse hair damp against his scalp, and his face full of anger. Qin Yi recognized him as Qian Dali, the general manager of the property company for the Happy Community. He was nearly 40 years old and had come from the countryside, but he had come out early and gradually worked his way up. Over the years, he had contracted the property management for the Happy Community and could save hundreds of thousands each year. You? Aren't you that Qin? What is your last name again? Qian Dali was taken aback when he saw him. Although Qin Yi had worked here for over 3 years, the turnover of security personnel was too high, and he momentarily couldn't recall his name. Qin Yi chuckled. Mr. Qian, my name is Qin Yi. Right, Qin Yi. Qian Dali wiped the sweat off his forehead. How are you? Which community are you working in now? Fat 3 quickly explained. My brother is running a tea house now. Oh, pretty good, pretty good. Dolly replied casually, not too surprised. How much money could a small tea house make? Lao-san, call a few people. Let's go talk to that guy, surnamed Liao. Dolly no longer paid attention to Qin and turned to Fat 3. Chapter 394, just as the two groups were about to clash. A shout stopped everyone in their tracks, and they turned to look. A tall young man in a white tang suit stood not far away. And it was he who shouted. Fat 3 was confused and worried he might cause trouble, quickly calling out, Go Xingzi, what are you doing? Liao Ming felt that the young man in the distance looked somewhat familiar, but the distance was too far, and he didn't take a closer look. He waved his hand. Go! Bang! The two groups collided, steel pipes and rubber sticks clashing, producing loud sounds along with several cries of pain. He shook his head helplessly. He originally wanted to stop them, but shouting didn't work, so he could only run over quickly. At this time, some neighbors had gathered around. The elderly were bewildered, and in the blink of an eye, the young man who had just shouted was already standing in the middle of the two groups, holding a pile of iron rods and rubber sticks. Everyone was dumbfounded, not understanding how the weapons that had just been raised suddenly disappeared. With a clatter, he threw all the items on the ground. Dolly had just taken 2 hits from the iron pipes on his shoulder, causing him to wince in pain and feel furious. With adrenaline surging, seeing his sticks snatched away, he cursed, What the hell do you mean? Chapter 395. Liao Ming did not expect Qin to take charge. It was just a small project of less than $1 million. Since the other party had said so, if he hesitated even a bit, it would reflect poorly on him in front of young Master Sun. He laughed heartily. Since my brother Qin said so, what else can I say? Let us do it. Dolly and Fat 3 were ecstatic, not expecting Qin to be so helpful that just one sentence could make Boss Liao relent. Dolly excitedly stood up, hurriedly saying, Boss Liao, don't worry. You won't lose a single cent. Liao Ming couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking, the subordinates all told me where the bottleneck was. You, kid, are so stingy. How could it not be a bottleneck for you? Qin had already said this much, so he had to give face to it, even if problems arose later. As long as young Master Sun knew about it, this little money could be earned back anywhere. Seeing how well he handled matters, Qin secretly praised him. Although he seemed rough and full of street smarts, there were indeed some clever aspects to him that allowed him to get to this point. Remembering his own estate matters, if Liao Ming had shown even a hint of reluctance earlier, he wouldn't have handed this over to him. Chapter 396. Qin parked in front of the tea house, looking at a tall Chevrolet SUV next to him, feeling puzzled about who had arrived. After getting out of the car, he used his X-ray vision to look into the tea house's first-floor hall and saw 2 people sitting in the empty hall. One was Sheng Fan, looking calm and drinking tea. The other person at the neighboring table appeared to be in his 50s, thin and not tall, with a stern, expressionless face, exuding an aura of authority. Behind him stood a sturdy man in his 30s, who, although standing still, emanated a powerful aura, clearly an expert, at least at the acquired level. Upon seeing the seated man's appearance, Qin understood that the person who needed to come would eventually arrive. This man was Zheng Deshao's father, the top official in Jiangnan, Zheng's son. He hadn't expected Zheng's son to wait several days before coming to find him, indicating that various medical treatments for his son had failed, and he had no choice but to come in person. He pushed the door and walked in. Tiang Sen, facing the main entrance, saw Qin sauntering in, and his right eye involuntarily twitched. It was this guy who caused his son to embarrass himself time and again, ultimately turning him into a fool. Chapter 397. Qin Yi's mind raced. Whether Zheng Deshao remained a fool or regained consciousness was inconsequential. Even if he regained consciousness, he couldn't move a muscle, but he absolutely couldn't let him off easily. Thinking about the estate he was about to build, there were many places where money would be needed. So, he feigned a heavy heart and said, being a father is not easy. Seeing you like this is truly pitiful, but I can't just help you for nothing. I understand. Just say what you need. Zheng's son, seeing the other party had become talkative and no longer mentioned the robbery of the materials, hurriedly agreed, though he did not mention money. Well, it's not a big deal. I just want to renovate my house. Qin stroked his chin, speaking lightly. Renovate? No problem. I'll get you the best renovation team and the best designer. Zheng's son did not expect it to be such a small matter and quickly agreed. Qin shook his head. My house is a bit large. I've already found the renovation team. You just need to provide the money. A bit large? No matter how big, it's just a villa. Thinking of this, Zheng's son chuckled and said, no problem. I'll take care of your house, including all the appliances and furniture. Qin laughed heartily and clapped her hands, saying great. Great. Zheng uncle is a straightforward person. No wonder he can hold such a high position. How about this? You just transfer me 2 billion, and if that's not enough, I'll spend the rest myself. Chapter 398. The two entered the tea house lobby, and Sheng Fan eagerly asked, Brother, are we really going to build a manor? Or are you just bragging? Qin rolled her eyes at him and said, You have work to do. You'll be my supervisor. It probably won't be finished in a year or two. Sheng Fan's eyes sparkled when he realized it was true. I want a villa. Qin pretended to kick him and joked, I don't see you as a villa. Brother, you're from Northeast China, right? Whatever the child wants. The mother just has to say it looks like something. Oh, come on, you're still arguing. Qin kicked him, just as they were about to go upstairs. Zhao Fatty came with Lu Dan and Xiao Bai. Qin, our family of 3 is here to crash your meal. Zhao Fatty shouted as he entered. Just as Qin was about to hug Xiao Bai bypassed him in one step, giggling, you guys chat, I'm going to check on that old guy. Qin smiled wryly, knowing that the old guy she referred to was the old turtle upstairs. He didn't expect those two to have developed feelings for each other. Zhao, you said I don't even have a kitchen here. What are you crashing for? Qin, he looked helpless. Lu Dan was wearing a small floral long dress today. Without any makeup, looking serene, and smiled. That's what I said, but this guy insisted on coming to crash your place. Chapter 399. Just throw some money. Qin thought sending gifts was too troublesome and was afraid that the gifts wouldn't be liked by the recipients. Zhao Fatty shook his head. How Ran is there? Does he dare to accept money? But we can't be inconsiderate. We need to show a little thoughtfulness, making them feel appreciated, which will make the following matters easier. We live in a society of personal relationships, which is what they call reciprocity, giving and taking, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Qin didn't expect it to be so complicated and scratched his head, asking, then what should we give? I do have some watches, clothes, belts, and bags. Zhao Fatty's eyes lit up, remembering that the last time he came back from Hong Kong Island, he and Sun Howren had each snatched a watch from him. Let's take a watch, something more expensive. Qin grimaced and muttered, none of this stuff is cheap. Zhao Fatty helplessly rolled his eyes at him. Why are you getting more stingy? Qin glanced at his wrist. I still have the packaging. Why don't you contribute that Patek Philippe on your wrist? Zhao Fatty quickly covered his wrist in fright. Qin laughed heartily. I'm stingy. You're the real miser. Chapter 400. He sighed inwardly. This place is backed by mountains. With a big river in front, an open view, fertile land, and excellent feng shui. On the east side is the Jizhou Forest Park, adjacent to the North Mountain. And about 10 kilometers to the west is Hongwang Town. The original village here was merged into Hongwang Town 10 years ago, leaving only some broken walls and tiles. He descended the riverbank, crossed a newly built wide road, and walked along the vegetable fields toward the foot of the North Mountain. Looking at the irregular vegetable fields on both sides, he frowned. He hadn't heard that this was agricultural land. If it was agricultural land, it would be troublesome. While walking, he called Sun Howren. After hearing his concerns, Sun Howren laughed and said, Don't worry, this land hasn't been agricultural land for a long time, and it's not residential land either. The city designated this area as industrial land 10 years ago. What we need to do now is to change the land's designation to commercial land. You can rest assured, I've already made arrangements. After you buy it, you'll have 70 years of ownership. Only 70 years? Wow, that's pretty good. It used to be 40 years, and they only changed it in recent years. Qin asked, What happens after 70 years? Chapter 401. Brother, don't say that. When you wear this outfit, you really look the part. Shank Fan Pides Vigny, who was dressed in Taoist robes. Of course, I was the most handsome little Taoist in the heavenly court back in the day. He looked in the mirror and felt he still looked too young, which decreased his credibility. So he said to Sheng Fan, Go get some scissors. Taking the scissors from Sheng Fan, Qin examined his head. What are you doing? Sheng Fan, seeing this, felt a chill run down his spine. Fearing he might do something bad. I want to make a beard. Why not use your hair? Sheng Fan quickly realized what he meant and held his head, shouting, My hair is too short. Is mine long? After looking closely at Sheng Fan's hairstyle, he noticed it wasn't much longer than his own and scratched his head. Suddenly, both shouted Lu Lily. Lu Lily was dozing at the bar when she saw the two bosses approaching with a shiny pair of scissors. Especially Qin. His smile looked a bit eerie. Scared, she hugged her shoulders and shouted, "What are you doing? Help!" Before she could finish her plea, Sheng Fan quickly covered her mouth. Chapter 402. Hong Yongping almost cried. These past 2 years had indeed been like what the old Taoist said. No matter how hot it was during the summer, without any warning, he would shiver all over. For 2 years, he hadn't dared to enter the bedroom, sleeping on the sofa every day. If this continued, even if his wife didn't find someone next door, she would still divorce him. At 30, who could endure a lifetime of living like a widower? The onlookers didn't hear what Qin said, but were surprised at how quickly Hong Yongping changed his mind. People began to speculate, and the yard became as noisy as a market. What's wrong with Yongping? Who knows? Maybe the old Taoist said something. Otherwise, could he act like this? Amazing. I heard that only the little immortal in front of Labor Park is that powerful. I've heard that too, but they say that little immortal has been missing for years. Don't talk nonsense. He went on a journey. You know that. Of course. He's a good person. Every time I drink with him, he lowers his cup. Stop bragging. Zhang Kezi, you're the best at boasting. Look at you. Why don't you believe it? Chapter 403. Qin invisibly returned to the car by the roadside, tore off the fake beard, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. If he stayed a bit longer, this cheap beard would fall off. Sheng Fan's skills were really not that great. It was glued on too loosely. The weather was strange. Even though it was autumn, it was still so hot. And several times he felt itchy and wanted to scratch. Driving back to the tea house, he changed out of the Taoist robe, folded it neatly, and put it in the wardrobe. This outfit was not bad. Maybe he could use it again in the future. Sheng Fan followed him into the bedroom, asking how things went, and Qin recounted the events with embellishments, making Sheng Fan laugh and slap his thigh. Two people chatted and laughed as they went to the sunroom for tea. He took out his phone and called Zhao Fatty. "Brother Zhao, I've taken care of the grave relocation matter on my end. How's it going on your side?" He elongated his tone, with a hint of smugness in his voice. Zhao Fatty was likely outside at the moment, as the sounds of passing vehicles were clearly audible on the phone. "Damn, don't even mention it. I'm stuck in a small place here, just waiting for his final stamp." Qin sat up straight, frowning. "What's going on?" "I'm just sitting in the car thinking. Everything was fine at first, but I said something about Howard while chatting, and unexpectedly, that guy flipped out on the spot." Chapter 404. A man was changing his shoes. Looking to be in his early 30s, about the same height as Kong Chirui, wearing a pair of old-fashioned glasses. He had fair skin, was unremarkable in appearance, yet seemed cultured and refined. Kong Chirui turned on the hallway light, and this time Qin looked more closely. He rubbed his eyes, his jaw nearly dropping in shock. This person was actually Qin Ding from Chang'an, the very Qin Ding from the Qin family, the confidential secretary of the Daming Palace, who once had a conflict with Qin Yi at Yida Plaza. Qin Yi's mind raced. How did this guy end up in Jizhou? Why was he with Kong Chirui? This person was known as a once-in-a-century genius, the pride of the Qin family, and the strongest competitor for the leadership position across generations. Why was he going home with Kong Chirui? Where was Daiyumo? Before he could think more, the two at the door had already embraced, followed by shoes, clothes, pants, and socks flying everywhere. Qin was left dumbfounded. He couldn't understand how these two kissers managed to undress so quickly. While kissing and undressing, they moved into the bedroom. Qin couldn't miss such a spectacle and eagerly followed them inside. Chapter 405. Daiyumo's slap left Qin stunned. He never expected such a cultured and handsome man would be so rough with a beautiful woman. He pondered whether to intervene or make some noise to scare off this perverted guy. Although he had no close ties with Kong Chirui, she had shared an intimate moment with a good friend of his, and he couldn't just stand by, especially since she was such a sexy and beautiful woman. According to Sheng Fan, this woman was the dream goddess of countless men in Jizhou. No wonder people say that behind every goddess you drool over, there are one or more men who are already tired of her. After some thought, he decided against revealing himself. Surprising them with his sudden appearance might scare them. And besides, it wouldn't solve his problem. It seemed he could only create some supernatural event. He walked slowly towards the two amidst the sound of slaps, intending to turn off the light and then turn it back on, just like in those horror movies where flickering lights create fear. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Qin Yi's hand reached the light switch, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 406. It was a fight without suspense, quickly coming to an end. As the two were no match for the four, Qin recognized the four men. They were the bodyguards of Qin Ding he had observed hiding in the corner while smoking in the hallway. The four moved silently and swiftly, handling the bodies and cleaning the blood on the floor. Qin pondered. At first, he thought the two who came in were Qin Ding's men, likely sent by Qin Ding to confront Kong Chirue after discovering something amiss. But now it seemed this was more complex. As it appeared, another group was colluding with Dai Yumo to grab hold of some leverage over Qin Ding. It was only after Qin Ding sensed something was wrong that he sent these 4 men back. The current question was, who were these people colluding with Dai Yumo? Why did they want leverage over Qin Ding? It was just an affair. Did it warrant such a grand scheme? What harm could this do to Qin Ding? Watching the 4 rummaging through the room, Qin quickly took Kong Chirue and phased through the wall into the neighboring house, passing through to the hallway amidst the loud snoring of a fat neighbor. Chapter 407. Scenes unfolded before Qin Yi's eyes. From a little girl in a small vendor family, Kong Chirue quickly transformed into a graceful young girl, experiencing the blossoms of first love. Then she became an intern reporter, later meeting Sun Haoran. With Sun Haoran's support, she became a full-fledged reporter and soon hosted a top entertainment show. After separating from Sun Haoran, she found herself entangled with several men, eventually marrying Dai Yumo. Their sweet married life lasted 2 years until she saw a clip from years ago where Dai Yumo discovered her affair with a leader from the television station, leading to domestic violence. Later, after beating her, Dai Yumo even forced her to seduce Sun Haoran. In the scene, Kong Chirue was discussing helping her husband, and Sun Haoran, after hearing her, impatiently got dressed. Next was a warmer scene, likely after Dai Yumo got promoted. Both were in good spirits, enjoying a candlelit dinner under the moonlight. A clip from over a year ago showed Dai Yumo instructing her to seduce Qin Ding, who was visiting Jizhou for a meeting. Then came the recent events, where after Dai Yumo returned, he urged her to invite Qin Ding to their home. Initially, Kong Chirue resisted, and the outcome was predictable, another beating. Chapter 408. Zhao Fati chuckled knowingly. Over the years, he had been holding a grudge against Zheng's senator, although his father wasn't killed by him. After his father fell ill, anyone who mentioned him was ruthlessly suppressed. His father's former subordinates were all reassigned and feeling frustrated. Otherwise, how could he have ended up in such a miserable situation? Remembering those years, he couldn't help but sigh. As the saying goes, a new emperor means new ministers. His father's passing not only affected him, but also those who had once stood in his father's ranks, all of whom were now disheartened. Qin opened the tea house door and saw 4 cars in front of him, a Chevrolet SUV, a Iveco, and 2 55-seat buses. The windows of the 2 buses were tightly covered with newspapers, and it was clear that the 2 billion must be inside those 2 buses. When Zheng Sun saw Qin come out, he hurriedly opened the Chevrolet's door and stepped out, accompanied by a young man in glasses, presumably his secretary. Today, Zheng Sun wore a dark gray suit, his hair slicked back, looking quite sharp and composed. Mr. Qin, Zheng Sun extended his hand, and Qin responded warmly, as he was after all here to deliver money, and he was a prominent regional official. Chapter 409. Zhao Fati glanced around and sneered. What a big show leader. If I didn't know better, I'd think a big shot from Jiang and had come to Jizhou. Zheng Sen's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhao Fati's words cut deep. Today's spectacle was a forced move on his part. Last time, he had brought too few people and ended up in a very passive and embarrassing situation. Let these people come out, it's also out of helplessness. If Qin was willing to accept money to see a doctor, he wouldn't have done this. Because he knows very well the consequences of his actions once it gets out, which would be like dropping yellow mud in his pants. It's not shit, but still shit. However, at this moment he was already in a difficult position, and he no longer paid attention to Zhao Fati. He turned to Qin, his voice cold and eerie. Mr. Qin, I've brought the money. I can't be the one to force you to see a doctor, can I? Qin still wore a smiling face, saying nothing, and tilted his chin towards Zhao Fati again, meaning the same thing. You have to beg him. Zheng Sun's anger finally could not be suppressed. As a dignified, high-ranking official, spending money and taking insults, did he still have to lower himself to a junior? He raised his hand and shouted, hit. Just as Zheng Sun's command fell, everyone was shocked, mouse agape, as a figure ghosted between the 8 people in front and behind them. Chapter 410. However, he has to take medicine for a month, and this medicine is not cheap. What? Zheng Sun's anger was about to boil over again. You've already blackmailed me for 2 billion, and you still want money for the medicine? Qin heard his thoughts and shook his head, saying, you probably know that I went to gather herbs for Elder Jiang a while ago. It was a life-or-death situation, and I exchanged my life for this medicine. Zheng Sun was taken aback. The news of Qin Yi curing Elder Jiang and going to gather herbs had spread widely in high society, especially in official circles. Hearing this, he felt it wasn't intentional to cheat him. So he cautiously asked, then, how much will it cost? Qin Yi thought for a moment. Well, to be honest, I didn't ask for money to treat the young master. You should know that this 2 billion is the money you compensated us for that batch of jade rough materials. So you still have to give me something for the medical treatment and medicine. After hearing this, Zheng Sun felt not only his heart, but even his heels trembling. He didn't even mention that this money was for renovating his manor. How did it change again? But at this point, he couldn't care about what the 2 billion really was anymore, fearing he might mention another sky-high price. He just wanted him to start treating quickly, finish up, and leave as far away from this rogue as possible. Chapter 411. Old Turtle opened his mouth wide. Looking at him, what does this mean? Is there such a greeting? It's been a few days since I came. The first thing you do when we meet is to have someone pull a poop? What's wrong with you? It mocked. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Qin Yi's face darkened, but since he needed something from others, he quickly put on a smiling face. Please, hurry up. It can sell for money. It really can sell for money. After I get the money, I'll buy you 5 pounds of fresh beef. Old Turtle thought for a moment. 10 pounds. No problem. He agreed very readily. Only then did Old Turtle happily crawl to a corner. Clap, clap. Qin Yi stretched his neck and saw a pile of things on the rock that looked like goat dung balls. Seeing Old Turtle about to walk back, he hurriedly said, Hey, not enough. Not enough. Pull out some more. Old Turtle's face turned green with anger, and he opened his mouth to curse. There's none left. You can pull more if it's not enough. Qin Yi scratched his head. I can pull it, but who the hell is going to shape it into balls? It can't be too watery, and it can't be too dry. This is a technical job. Who can be as good as you? Pulling it out and making it look like traditional Chinese medicine pills? He pinched his nose with a napkin and stuffed the dung balls into a plastic jar. Not bad. It should be over 200 pieces, and the smell isn't too strong. Chapter 412. Several people each had their own thoughts, sipping tea and chatting idly. Fortunately, Zheng Sun's phone calls were numerous, and he was less idle, so it wasn't too awkward. After more than half an hour, a cargo truck stopped in front of the tea house. The driver came in calling for Sheng Fan's name. It turned out that the queue machine he ordered had arrived. Qin Yi, Sheng Fan, and Zhao Fatty helped the driver carry the machine inside. The three of them squatted on the ground, opened the packaging, and studied it. During this time, Zheng Sun also went out once. Qin Yi used his X-ray vision to see him calming the awakened bodyguards. By noon, everyone felt hungry, and then 2 brand-new black Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles drove into the parking lot. Qin Yi and the others quickly went out, and Sheng Fan was so happy that his mouth was about to bloom. Young Master Zheng curled his lips and muttered, just 2 broken cars. Look at how these country bumpkins are so happy. Slap. A slap landed on the back of his head. He turned around angrily, only to see it was his own father, so he didn't dare say anything. You brat, is it just these 2 cars? Zheng Sun gritted his teeth and said, What else? Young Master Zheng thought that the 2 cars were given to Qin Yi, so he treated himself. 2 billion. 2 billion. After Zheng Sun finished speaking, he slumped back on the solid chair. Chapter 413. Just when Zheng Sun arrived at the tea house that morning, Kong Chirue opened her eyes on the big bed of the Shangri-La Hotel and saw Qin Ding sitting at the head of the bed. Although the room was a bit dark, she was too familiar with Qin Ding's appearance. Qin Ding looked calm. Seeing her awake, he got up and walked to the window, pulled open the curtains, and said lightly, I saw you sleeping so sweetly, so I didn't disturb you. So, what beautiful dreams did you have? After the curtains were drawn, the sunlight made the room bright as snow. Although Qin Ding's expression and tone were so calm, Kong Chirue still trembled all over. Qin Ding, still sitting on the bed with a calm expression, looked at her and asked, Where's the stuff? It's here. It's here. Kong Chirue quickly took out the notebook from under the pillow and handed it to him. Last night, after Qin left, she opened her eyes. If she couldn't deceive this young kid, then she would have wasted so many years. Looking at the note left by Qin Yi, she was still a bit confused. Qin Yi said he found this computer in the car that had the accident, but where did those 2 people find it? Although there were too many details she didn't know, it was clear that Qin didn't want to harm her. She put the notebook under her pillow and tossed, and turned for a long time before finally falling asleep. Chapter 414. All right. Me Bebe's father was making pancakes while thinking about his worries. How did this child bring her boyfriend here? How can he still be good with you when he sees us like this? This silly girl. His heart was filled with bitterness. He had been laid off for many years, and without this pancake stall, they would have been unable to make ends meet. Bei was also unfortunate, and that stinky kid Jiaming was really disappointing. We were just a small, honest family. The two children grew up together. Why can't they just live together happily without picking on each other as poverty? But that stinky kid, doesn't he know what's wrong with him and actually did something shameful? This silly child, what was she thinking? When old son found out, he beat his son up, saying, "Look at how old you are, still hitting your child." To say Jiaming was also sensible in this regard. He didn't resist the beating and just left with his luggage. That night, old son brought wine and dishes home to drink and apologize. After getting drunk, he cried loudly, saying he wanted to bow to himself in apology, and no matter how hard they tried to pull him, he knelt on the ground, repeatedly cursing himself for giving birth to a beast. Chapter 415. 3 days later, Dai Yuma and Kong Chui's parents reported to the police that their children were missing, and the police filed a missing person case. The next day, the television and newspapers started to report on the incident, but all the reports were brief, only mentioning that Kong Chui, a well-known host from Jizhou TV with the title of Flower of Jizhou, and her husband Dai Yuma had both gone missing. Contrary to Qin Yi's expectations, no one criticized these reports, nor did anyone intervene to suppress them. A few days later, the heat of the matter faded, as the public's attention was quickly drawn to a news story about a celebrity arguing with fans at the airport. Qin Yi also became busy because Shang Fan finally figured out how to operate the appointment machine. The process for making appointments and real names is as follows. Every morning at 7, patients or their families must hold the patient's ID card to make an appointment, with only 10 real name slots available each day. The patient's ID card is automatically scanned by the appointment machine, and the printed appointment slip must match the information on the ID card. When it's time for the consultation, the patient must be present, and the ID card must correspond exactly with the appointment slip. None can be missing. A few days ago, there were scalpers using their own ID cards to make appointments, then selling them to patients for a high price of 500 yuan. However, when the patients went to see the doctor with the appointment slip, they were turned away by the stern Shang Fan. Chapter 416. Qin Yi felt disappointed after hearing this. She had pinned her hopes on Liao Ming, but hearing Fatty Zhao say this made her anxious. The land was already theirs, so the sooner they could build, the better. Speaking of which, I've been dragging my feet and haven't even engaged in dual cultivation yet. It seems I can only rely on the wedding night now. The design is supposed to be in an ancient style. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? She was somewhat unwilling to give up, mainly wanting to avoid complications and get things done quickly. The same ancient style architecture, but the designs by a master and those by an ordinary designer are completely different matters. You must listen to me. We cannot compromise. Fatty Zhao waved his hand seriously. Damn. Qin Yi scratched her head. Since Fatty Zhao said so, he must have his reasons. It seems that indeed they cannot compromise. So she asked, then what should we do? Fatty Zhao thought for a moment. I know someone who has won the Pritzker Architecture Prize. His design talent ranks among the top 10 in the world. In recent years, he has focused on classical design in our country, and even the terminal building at Chang'an Airport was designed by him. However, this person has a bit of a strange temperament, and I don't know if he could be invited. Although Qin didn't know what the Pritzker Prize was, she had seen Chang'an Airport, and that terminal building was entirely designed in an ancient style, grand and majestic. Chapter 417. Qin Yi frowned slightly as the three turned around and saw a short man standing behind them, glaring angrily. He appeared to be around 40 years old, dressed in a black cotton tang suit. This man had a sharp face and a thin mouth, with a mustache on his upper lip, and his long hair was styled in curls, looking as if it hadn't been washed in a long time. Oh, isn't this Master Rome? Li Yunfeng exclaimed in surprise. A few years ago, after making money from gambling on stones, Li Yunfeng had become complacent and mixed in the calligraphy circle, so he naturally recognized this newly famous master. However, when he called out Master Rome's name, there was a distinct tone of disdain in his voice. Master Rome was not surprised that he could call his name. He casually tossed his hair back and nodded arrogantly with his nostrils in the air. Fatty Zhao also recognized him and pointed at him in surprise. You're that calligraphy master. Master Rome wore a proud expression and grunted in response, while two young men behind him, dressed in black silk tang suits and wearing sunglasses, pushed Qin Yi and the others aside, saying, "Get out of the way. Don't block the path of good dogs." Qin Yi felt angry and stood still. One of the men in sunglasses placed a hand on his shoulder and pushed hard, only to find that he couldn't budge him. Chapter 4:18. He had been staying at the Mi residence for several days, sneaking food from the kitchen whenever he was hungry, which made the fat chef suspect he had encountered a yellow weasel, always looking paranoid. Eventually, the chef even set up a tablet for the Yellow Emperor, offering incense 3 times a day and providing good food and drink, but it didn't seem to help. One day, he stood in front of the desk watching Mi Fu write. In early spring, the light outside was very bright, and the fresh air made one want to breathe deeply. The study faintly smelled of flowers from the garden. At this time, the incident of Mi Fu worshipping the stone had been widely reported, and he was again impeached. The officials thought his actions were too absurd, truly losing the dignity of the official position. Mi Fu himself knew that he was about to face demotion and would leave Anhui empty-handed. Mi Fu's back was thin as he leaned over the desk, writing furiously. Firewood, few, delay hair, bright window, ink, green. Fame and fortune are all a play. Unaware of having let down my whole life. After reading Michigan Fu's calligraphy, he felt a bit sad and guilty. If it weren't for him teasing Mi Fu, he might not have been demoted so quickly. Through these days of observation, he had come to understand this person. Although Mi Fu had a cleanliness obsession, was somewhat cunning, and held himself in high regard, he was genuinely talented. Because he was not good at flattering in the official circle, he won a lot of time and energy to indulge in stone appreciation and the study of calligraphy and painting, reaching a state of obsession. In the eyes of others, his unique personality and quirks perhaps were the foundation of his success. Chapter 4:19. The long-haired, sharp-faced Master Rong stepped forward, glancing disdainfully at everyone. When Fatty Zhao saw him, his expression darkened. A middle-aged man, seemingly a staff member, leaned close to a leader and whispered something. Qin Yi clearly heard the leader chuckle softly and nod. No need to worry, it's good, 100 schools of thought contend. It's also a news highlight. The middle-aged man nodded in understanding. Most people in the crowd should recognize Master Rong, so when they saw him, they began to boo. Master Rong didn't care about this. Just thinking about making an impression in such a big venue got him excited, and hearing the boos only fueled his determination. He confidently tossed his sticky long hair back and parted the crowd to come to Qin Yi's side. He pretended to examine Qin Yi's calligraphy with his hands behind his back while shaking his head. Craftsmanship. After stating the common 2-word critique for calligraphy awards, he pointed at the last character and said, "Is this the scribbling of a child? This stroke ruined the beauty of the entire piece. It's simply a flaw." A straightforward person in the crowd shouted, "Hey, Rong Binbin, what do you know about calligraphy?" Chapter 4:20. Li Yunfeng hesitated. "I don't have that much money. I've already bought a house." Fatty Zhao laughed. "How about this? I'll pay for it, and you bid for it. What do you think? You want me to help you bid?" Fatty Zhao nodded. "Given my relationship with Qin Yi, if I bid, it would be too fake. So it's better if you help me out, okay?" Fatty Zhao didn't actually want to help Qin Yi. He believed in Qin Yi's abilities. If it didn't intervene, he wouldn't lose to whatever piece of work it was. He genuinely liked this piece, but his relationship with Qin Yi was obvious to anyone with eyes. If he were to bid and win, it would look like a collusion with Qin Yi, which would harm his reputation. Since he was familiar with Li Yunfeng and didn't know his financial capacity, he cautiously asked him. Otherwise, the two of them raising the price on site would be laughable. "All right, President Zhao, please tell me, how much is appropriate?" Li Yunfeng felt that this matter was inconsequential, and it could be considered helping Qin Yi. In the calligraphy circle, friends helping to bid to raise one's profile is quite common. It doesn't matter. As long as someone bids, you just need to bid higher than them. There is no upper limit. Chapter 4:21. This piece Linjiang Xian. The contestant Qin Yi's cursive script embodies the essence of Wang Xianji's brushwork, skillfully maneuvering like a familiar horse in the army, with movements following the person, exuding a unique pride. The bones, muscles, skin, luster, and spirit are all complete, already forming its own style. Boom! When the host announced the last sentence, stating that it had already formed its own style, the auditorium erupted into an uproar. This is the highest praise for a calligrapher. From now on, Qin Yi would be at the master level. Okay, the auction officially begins now. Next, our Vice President of the National Calligraphers Association, President Song Chuan, will host the auction. With a beaming smile, Song Chuan walked onto the stage as 2 young female staff members unveiled Qin Yi's Linjiang Xian for display. Many people in the audience stood up, nodding in agreement. At this moment, looking again, It seemed the 5 judges' comments were not excessive. This piece was indeed grand and ethereal, making one reluctant to look away, as if the characters themselves possessed a magical charm. 1 million. Before Song Chuan could announce the start of the auction, a voice rang out, and everyone turned to find the first bidder. At the last row of seats, a middle-aged man wearing a red t-shirt and gold-rimmed glasses raised his hand. This person was clearly not a contestant. He should have arrived later, perhaps called by some contestant. Chapter 422. When the bid of 20 million was shouted out, the entire auditorium fell silent, all heads turning toward the entrance. A man nearing 40 strode in, his hair cut very short, and his gaze deep. Everyone felt a dominating aura that ordinary people could not imitate. He wore a custom-made, pure handmade dark gray suit, tall and slightly thin, exuding a commanding presence. Following him was a similarly tall man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, holding hands with a slender beauty, looking very intimate. The man behind him was a few years younger and much more robust. The beauty was dressed very casually in a white t-shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes about 165 meters tall, with a face as fresh as a lotus flower. Some leaders in the audience began to whisper after seeing the newcomer. Many leaders recognized him. He was the son of the top leader of Hebei Dao, Sun Jing, and the chairman of Howren Group, Sun Howren. Some people in the calligraphy community also recognized Sun Howren, and the atmosphere in the room became lively with discussions. As soon as Qin Yi heard that voice, he knew Sun Howren had arrived, and he bitterly smiled at the fat guy, saying quietly, "Why is this guy here?" Chapter 423. The man wiped his sweat with his sleeve, mumbling, I regret it. Can I not bid anymore? I won't bid. The venue was too large." Song Chuan on stage couldn't hear clearly and placed his hand to his ear. Someone shouted, "He said he regrets it. Can he not bid anymore?" The whole audience turned into a sea of joy, with boos and whistles creating a noisy uproar. Rong Binbin stood up swaying. He felt he had lost face today and could no longer attend such occasions. It would be better to just walk around, attending some noodle shop openings, making a few $1,000 or $800 instead. He lowered his head and walked out, trying to pretend he didn't know that man. Who would have thought that the rotund man, seeing him leave, quickly chased after him, shouting, Binbin, it's not that your second uncle won't listen to you, but buying this thing for 10,000 yuan is really of no use. Everyone continued laughing, and Song Chuan could only helplessly announce the auction was a failure. But the auditorium was too noisy for anyone to hear. The female host, stifling a laugh, went on stage to announce the end of the event and invited Sun Howren to handle the transfer procedures. Qin Yi handed the card to Zhao Fatty, fearing that if he went over, he wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter. Chapter 424. Although the woman looked flustered, she couldn't hide her beauty. It was Lun Yinyao, the female host from Chang'an TV who had interviewed him earlier. After both shouted in unison, Lun Yinyao unconsciously looked at the space between Qin Yi's hands, her eyes lighting up. So eye-catching. Qin Yi hurriedly pulled up his pants and looked at the urinal in front of him, confused. That's right, it was the men's restroom. Why did this woman rush in? Qin Yi, please save me. Lun Yinyao had an anxious expression. Qin Yi quickly used his X-ray vision to look outside. There was no one in the corridor. What was going on with this woman? What happened? The station director asked me to accompany an important guest. That old pervert keeps touching my thigh. Please take me away. Qin Yi hesitated a bit. There were still a bunch of friends over there. What was it to take her away? Lun Yinyao saw his hesitation and pulled him out, saying, He'll chase after me in a moment. Quick, take me to the guest room upstairs to hide. This heroic rescue was a bit confusing. Qin Yi didn't even have time to hear her thoughts. Seeing her so anxious, he could only let her drag him onto the elevator. Ding! The 8th floor guest room arrived. The corridor dimly lit. Lun Yinyao pulled him to room 1809, and he took out the room card given to him by Li Tianzong to swipe in. Chapter 425. After hearing this, Zhao Fatty burst out laughing, saying you did well not to touch that woman. With her status, how could the station director ask her to accompany a guest? Nonsense. If she said she wanted a foot bath, Director Wu would have rushed over with a basin of water. So powerful? Qin Yi was surprised. Of course, her godfather runs Chang'an TV. Who would dare to give her a hard time? Qin Yi recounted what he had overheard, and Zhao Fatty laughed even harder. Bro, do you think it could be because I'm handsome? Zhao Fatty had just taken a sip of water from the bedside table when he heard this, almost choking, coughing several times while trying to hold back his laughter. Just you? With those small eyes, where exactly are you handsome? He rolled his eyes at him, recalling Lun Yinyao's surprised look in the restroom. Or maybe it was because I looked quite impressive. This time, Zhao Fatty didn't laugh. After thinking for a moment, he said, it could be possible. After saying that, he finally couldn't hold back and burst into another round of laughter. He laughed and scolded. You're just envious and jealous. After saying this, he ignored him and started to undress. Hey, are you really going to sleep here? Zhao Fatty quickly shouted. Go get another room. You're not sure of money. Chapter 426. Fang Hongru was taken aback and asked, Mr. Qin can also read feng shui? Qin was not polite, asking, you bought this courtyard later, right? Yes. Fang Hongru could not hide his surprise. How did Mr. Qin know? Qin did not directly answer the question, but asked in return. But it was very cheap? Fang Hongru was even more astonished and quickly nodded. Indeed, very cheap. A third below the market price. Qin shook his head, sighed, and said, it's not just your courtyard. The property prices here will drop in the future. Why is that? Although you also invited a feng shui master and dug a pond in the yard to reflect the mountains, seemingly breaking this sitting solid and empty, lonely shadow situation. Little did you know that such a grand situation could not be disrupted by just a mere pond. Sitting solid and empty, lonely shadow situation. Fang Hongru murmured the phrase again. Yes, originally this mountain hollow had excellent feng shui. Otherwise, the developer wouldn't have built so many courtyards here. However, Qin walked to the north window and pointed towards the northeastern mountains. Look at Mount Huang. Why is there a missing corner? Fang Hongru and Zhao Fatty also got up and walked to the north window, following his finger to see that one of the highest slender peaks of Mount Huang indeed had a missing corner. Chapter 427. The group gathered together, and the convoy headed towards Chu Gaoga's new house. Chu Gaoga's new house was located in a high-end villa area in the west of the city. Qin professional habit kicked in. As they drove through the community gate, he looked around, and in the end, he nodded in praise, saying that the feng shui here is quite good. Chu Gaoga's father was the president of the Jizhou Chamber of Commerce, with extensive connections. Although it was not yet 7 o'clock, more than 20 luxury cars were already parked in front of the new house. After Qin and the others got out of the car, Chu Gaoga, dressed in a neat dark blue suit, strode over. Qin took out a paper bag and handed it to him, smiling. This is the money I earned from treating countless patients. I cried over it for half a night when I took it out. Chu Gaoga chuckled, peeking into the bag. Not bad. It's not easy to get you to part with your money. Haha. Sheng Fan and Li Tianzong also came over to present red envelopes, and Chu Gaoga was not polite. They had known each other for several years and often drank together, so being polite would seem distant. The so-called etiquette is about reciprocity. Only when you give and receive will the relationship grow closer. Everyone chatted and laughed, and Chu Gaoga introduced these friends to his father. Chu Gaoga's father, Chu Xiong, was as tall as him, though his belly was slightly larger. Chapter 428. Ahem. Go Bowen cleared his throat and stammered. I really didn't know your relationship with Brother Hu. You see this, he. Sorry about that. Li Tianzong had no expression on his face and suddenly changed the subject. What is your relationship with Gaoga? Classmates, high school classmates. Go Bowen quickly replied. You are from Weizhou. How can you be classmates with Gaoga? Li Tianzong was somewhat puzzled. A round-faced fat guy didn't see any problem with the situation and laughed heartlessly. Old Go hadn't graduated from high school when his family moved to Weizhou. Oh. Li Tianzong suddenly realized, what is the point of collecting that little money at the vegetable market? You should change careers. Mi Bei was shocked to hear him say that. She didn't know who the bowing and scraping guy was earlier, but she was very familiar with the bald man in front of her. A few years ago, she personally witnessed this Go-Go leading a group of people almost beating the pork seller, Zhang Laoda, into a disability. Li Tianzong felt the sweat in Mi Bei's palm and gently patted her onto the table. What? Go Bowen was clearly taken aback by Li Tianzong's words and cautiously asked, From now on, I won't charge Omi anymore. Is that okay? Chapter 429. Everyone turned to look at the sound and saw that Chu Gaoga had changed into a light gray suit and was coming over with a bottle of Maodai. A bespectacled guy asked him, Where's the bride? Women take too long to change clothes. I'll come over and drink with everyone first. After saying that, Chu Gaoga began pouring drinks for everyone. Go Bowen chuckled as he returned to his seat. Chu Gaoga said to him, What's your situation? I heard you calling me brother from a distance. You recognized several gangsters as brothers when you were in high school. Why do you still have this habit after graduating for so long? Go Bowen scratched his bald head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Brother who just pointed out a financial path for me. Hee hee. Oh, Chu Gaogo was also very happy. He knew who brother who was in Go Bowen's mouth. Li Tianzong went to Weizhou to follow Sun Haoren. Sun Haoren was the son of the #1 figure in Hebei. Although Li Tianzong insisted on not letting Haoren Group go public, Haoren Group's capital was now ranked among the top 20 in the country. If he could take care of Go Bowen, it would indeed be a great thing. Oh, Brother Tianzong, thank you so much. I need to toast you a glass. After saying that, he gave Go Bowen a look, and Go Bowen immediately understood and quickly stood up. Chapter 430. As soon as the 3 words left his mouth, the driver and the young man felt as if the air around them had been instantly sucked away, leading to a suffocating sensation, and they both collapsed to the ground. The fat man looked at his white, tender little hands, shook his head with a bitter smile, and muttered to himself, "Using this kind of technique against ordinary people really is overkill." After that, he turned and shouted into the nearby wilderness, "Old 5, come out." A tremor went through the snow, and a white mound emerged, revealing a figure beneath it, who was holding a white bedspread draped over him in his left hand. The person was dark and thin, and if Qini were here, he would be very surprised, because these 2 people were Ma Wu and Song Li. Ma Wu tucked the bedspread under his right arm, and from a distance, gave Song Li a thumbs up, "Sure, you're awesome." Song Li had no joy on his face, sighed, and thought to himself, if it weren't for you losing the 2 million that Qini gave you, would I have to exert this effort? After getting this money today, Ma Wu must not be allowed to withdraw it, nor can he stay in Jizhou City. He must go to a coastal city and find a snakehead to smuggle abroad. Staying in the country always makes him feel uneasy. Chapter 431. It seems like a long time has passed, but in fact, it was only about 20 seconds from when Song Li stood up to when Ji Fengzi swung out that knife. At this moment, Ma Wu was running over with a gun. He clearly saw the tall black man swing out a lightning-fast knife, and in the blink of an eye, Song Li's body was split in half at the waist. His legs were still standing on the ground, while his body had fallen neatly onto the snow several meters away. He was furious, his eyes wide with rage, and he shouted, "Sure." This shout startled a flock of sparrows in the nearby woods, causing them to flutter away. Ji Fengzi turned around, looking majestic like a war god. Ma Wu raised his gun and fired 2 shots in quick succession, but both bullets were blocked by Ji Fengzi's large knife. After blocking the bullets, Ji Fengzi regretted it and hurriedly looked down at the blade, fearing it might have been damaged by the bullets. Thankfully, there were no marks left. Ma Wu knew he had only 1 bullet left. He no longer aimed at Ji Fengzi, but steadied himself, pointing the gun at his own temple, his face calm. Ji Fengzi walked towards him step by step, the black large knife he was dragging leaving a deep mark in the snow. Chapter 432. Qini noticed that Jiang Jinghui's expression was serious and stopped his actions. Jiang Jinghui also gestured for him to stop. "Qini, have you met my company's vice president? Wu Shui? Vini Rijalit Atal." Outstanding-looking man in his 30s who had mocked him coldly in the hospital corridor when he had just returned to Jizhou last year to treat old Jiang, and nodded. He ran away. What? Ran away? He didn't understand. Ran away? Where did he go? Why did he run? Jiang Jinghui sighed. Wu Shui was a top student who graduated from the California Institute of Technology in the United States. After returning to the country at the age of 27, he started working at my company. In less than 5 years, I promoted him to the position of vice president. This person is sharp-minded and a rare talent. Qini nodded, thinking to himself, "You're not running a charity. How could you possibly use him without talent? Speaking of which, this matter is somewhat related to you." After saying that, Jiang Jinghui shot him a glance. Qini was taken aback, wondering what he meant by that. This person has no connection with me, right? Wu Shui has always had feelings for Xiaolai. Although this person's talent is commendable, his character has some flaws, which is why I never agreed to it. Of course, Xiaolai doesn't like him either. Chapter 433. You really can't go. Now you're the only one left by my side. The manor will be completed next year, and didn't we agree to get married together? If something happens at the construction site, or if Lao Liao and the others cut corners, it could delay our lifelong affair. Besides, if you leave, aren't you afraid that Xia, you will cheat on you? By the way, there is a separate small villa for you in the manor. Shouldn't you keep an eye on it? That's your new house. Also, Tianzong called a few days ago and said he is getting married too. Although the specific date hasn't been set, shouldn't you go to Weizhou to help out in advance? Look at how important you are. Why would you want to go and mess around? If you want to go to the United States, wait until you and Xia Yi get married. I'll give you money, and you two can travel around the world. By the way, you can also look for your dad. Maybe that old man has found a wife abroad, and you might get a few mixed-race siblings. Really, the family can't do without you. Shang Fan was rolling his eyes at how ridiculous he was getting. After much effort, Qin Yi finally convinced him. The next day, Shang Fan bought several boxes of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and some daily necessities, which Qin Yi stored in the Chinquan ring. Chapter 434. Jiang Jinghui had already given in the address where Wu Shui was last found. This address was in Brooklyn, where the finance director surnamed Shun also died. Therefore, Qin Yi decided to start from this address. From a distance, he saw a Chevrolet SUV and suddenly stopped in his tracks. He felt a chill run down his scalp, an inexplicable sense of danger prickling at his back. Glancing around, not far away, a chubby white woman was struggling to get out a Japanese sedan, holding a phone and talking nonstop. It's not this woman. The danger comes from that Chevrolet. Qin Yi found the source of danger and used his X-ray vision to see a lump of black substance stuck under the car. Although he wasn't familiar with modern firearms, he understood this was explosives, but he didn't know if it was a time bomb or would explode when the car started. He turned around and walked back, pulling out his phone to call Jiang Jinghui. Uncle Jiang, I'm in the hotel parking lot, and I found a bomb under the car that Xiao Gang left for me. What? Jiang Jinghui was taken aback, worried. Stay away from the car. You go to your thing, don't worry about the car. Chapter 435. Qin Yi walked through the crowd and casually entered the Chinquan ring, taking out the Taoist flowing beads he obtained in the Serpent Valley. When he met Hu Tsuehua in the Serpent Valley, she said she was afraid of these beads, so he put them in the Chinquan ring. Now, feeling he might face more unknown dangers, he realized that the purple gold flute lodged in the back of his neck was still not enough for his safety. As he sensed a thread of his consciousness from that woman, he wrapped the flowing beads around his wrist. While following her, he looked around. The Western women he saw on the street were dressed in sexy, exaggerated outfits, and their skin was quite fair, but up close, many of them had large pores, and their exposed skin had many spots with a strong body odor. Strange, why is Anya's skin so delicate? And she doesn't have the strange perfume these women use to cover up sweat? Thinking of Anya, Qin Yi felt inexplicably downcast, wondering how she was doing now. The woman walked leisurely, and after about 20 minutes, turned into a narrow street. Qin Yi hurriedly followed her. The further he went in, the quieter the street became. He didn't know where he was, only seeing many oddly shaped patterns sprayed in various colors on the walls on both sides. Chapter 436. Qin Yi was taken aback, not expecting this person to speak Chinese so fluently. What do you call yourself? Ruitai. Qin Yi couldn't help but laugh. Ruitai, auspicious fetus? How narcissistic do you have to be to think of auspiciousness even before being born? The old monk Ruitai shook his head and said, Ruitai means virtue in Thai. Not what you think. Qin Yi was shocked, not expecting him to hear his thoughts. It seemed this old monk was no ordinary person, and he quickly put away his disdain. Do you understand mind reading? He asked. The old monk Ruitai nodded and said, Zhonglen died at your hands? Qin Yi slowly shook his head. He died in a plane crash. But the old monk Ruitai said, I still haven't found his corpse. But someone told me you killed him. Qin Yi laughed. Are you silly? Do you believe everything others say? The old monk was taken aback, fell silent for a moment, then chanted a Buddhist mantra. Then take me back to sea. Qin Yi didn't understand what he meant, but before he could react, he saw the old monk's black robe suddenly rise and cover his head. Chapter 437. The heavy breathing on the other end of the phone became rough. And after a long time, he said, Don't worry, I promised. Within 3 days, I will definitely send his corpse to you. But you have to keep your promise too. Okay. The man hung up decisively and then dialed another number. Yongza, let Hussinian take action. The person on the other end of the phone excitedly spoke incoherently, repeatedly saying yes. After hanging up, the man's eyes flashed with a vengeful light, gritting his teeth and saying, Qin Yi, this time I'll make sure you never return. Qin Yi saw an oriental man walking towards him, hurriedly took a few steps forward. Sir, do you speak Chinese? The man, around 40 years old, was first taken aback, then smiled after hearing him, adjusting his glasses, and said, I'm from Chang'an. Do you think I can't speak Chinese? Qin Yi was overjoyed and quickly extended his hand. They shook hands. I want to take a taxi to Brooklyn, but I can't speak English. Can you help me tell the driver? The man was taken aback when he heard he wanted to go to Brooklyn. Sir, that area has some chaos. I advise you not to go. Chapter 438. What surprised Qin Yi was that at the Elder's Dantian, a golden inner alchemy was spinning. Outside the car, the old man's voice could easily penetrate the car body and reach Qin Yi's ears, making him realize that this person was definitely a master. However, he never expected this person to be an exceptional expert at the innate golden elixir stage. You should know that when I met Shang Fan back then, he mentioned that there hadn't been any gold core experts in this world for 400 to 500 years. So what about this old man? It is important to note that martial artists in this world are divided into 8 levels, with the innate gold core being the highest level. If an expert at this level breaks through the peak of the innate gold core, they can enter the realm of immortality. After passing through the stages of entering void, Dongshun, Dongxian, and knowing fate, and finally undergoing the heavenly tribulation, one can break through the void and become an immortal in one step. Shang Fan practiced martial arts since childhood and had an extraordinary encounter in the Sahara Desert. Yet he is still only at the peak of innate level and has not cultivated a gold core until now. The old man saw the surprise on his face and smiled slightly. Are you practicing the Tao? Qin Yi came back to his senses and replied, yes. The old man did not speak, but seemed to enter a trance. Qin Yi remembered what the old turtle had said about Yin Shilai and asked, Old sir, have you heard of Yin Shilai from Jiang and Dao? Chapter 439. You chose to practice martial arts? Qin Yi asked. Zheng Anbang nodded, looking at those manuals. In the end, I chose to practice martial arts. There is no other reason. Cultivating the Tao is too slow. I need to quickly get my sister back. Did you manage to get her back? Zheng Anbang's expression darkened, and he did not answer the question. He continued slowly. I no longer cared about the fierce tiger on the cliff and settled down in the valley. When I was hungry, there were wild fruits to eat, and there were small beasts to hunt. When I was thirsty, I could drink from the mountain spring, although I was anxious to go out and rescue my sister. I also knew that without any skills, going out would only lead to death. I don't know how many years passed. I felt my clothes were tattered, and my body kept growing. Eventually, I had to go around naked every day, but fortunately, the seasons in that valley didn't change much. It was warm like spring every day. One day, I found an underground hot spring and saw a strange little tree by the spring. It bore only a single bright red fruit, so I picked it and ate it. I still remember clearly that as soon as I bit into the fruit skin, the flesh inside turned into a stream of heat that flowed into my mouth, and then I fainted. Chapter 440. Qin Yi glanced at Zheng Anbang, who slightly raised his thick eyebrows and said, Let him go, and say he has returned to the earth in peace. Yes. The middle-aged man turned and left without saying another word, not even looking at Qin Yi. Qin Yi was somewhat dazed, unsure of where he was or what this old man was doing, due to the connection with the Jiang family. He felt it inappropriate to pry into the old man's past. Moreover, since the old man had already cultivated a gold core, if he listened to his innermost thoughts, it would be easy to be discovered, which would be awkward. Zheng Anbang did not explain what had just happened. Seeing Qin Yi lost in thought while lighting a cigarette, he asked for one. After exhaling a puff of thick smoke, he continued, I was born and died alongside that old thing Jiang Chao. When you go back, ask him. I've saved him at least 3 times. With his skills, if it weren't for having a good father. Heh. The old man wore a proud expression. In Qin, he felt that such matters couldn't be lies, showing a look of respect. Not long after, my skills were known by the upper echelons, and I was transferred to a special department in the Daming Palace of Chang'an. At first, I was bullied, but later, I dealt with all of them.